The awakening ceremony is about to start, I can't wait. In the third teaching building, the students were all talking about this event. Madman, it's awakening day today. Nervous? In a classroom on the fourth floor, a short, dark-skinned student nudged the person slumped listlessly on the desk beside him. Nervous for what? Will being nervous awaken an SSS level talent for me? The person called Madman replied lazily. Madman, are you really not looking forward to it? Black Monkey, as the short student was nicknamed, looked at his deskmate, Gao Feng. Of course I'm looking forward to it. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing now? Gao Feng answered, though his face didn't show any sign of excitement. The two had been classmates since elementary school. Black Monkey knew Gao Feng too well. He was always so laid back, as if he didn't care about anything. Black Monkey had thought that maybe Awakening Day would be different, that Gao Feng would show some enthusiasm. But as it turned out, he was still the same as ever. How could I not look forward to it? I'd been waiting for this for 10 years. That was Gao Feng's true thought, buried deep inside. Ding, the bell rang for class, and everyone returned to their seats. The sound of high heels echoed in the hallway, drawing all the students' gazes toward the door, especially the boys, who craned their necks eagerly. Even Gao Feng couldn't help but glance over. A tall woman with a perfect figure walked into the classroom. She was Li Yinjing, the homeroom teacher of class 32, grade 11. She was dressed in a black professional suit with a white blouse underneath, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, her hair casually tied up at the back. She looked sharp and composed. Students, today is Awakening Day. Keep your spirits up, she urged. In truth, she didn't need to say it, everyone was already brimming with energy, except for Gao Feng. After all, today would determine their future. Whether they would soar like a dragon or crawl like a worm depended on this day. I've been waiting for this moment for so long, 16 years, 25 days, 4 hours, and 7 minutes. You've probably waited in vain, huh? Even if I'm bad, I'll still be better than you. Why don't we make a bet? Whoever has the worst talent. As Li Yinjing spoke, whispers began to fill the classroom, growing louder and louder. God, please let me awaken an S-level talent. Why not wish for an SSS level talent? You're not even bold enough to dream. I'd be happy with a B-level talent. Just don't let it be E or F. Today, who didn't want to awaken a great talent, to tread the path of the strong and be admired by all? Li Yinjing looked at her students, their enthusiasm palpable, and didn't interrupt their discussions. She glanced back at Gao Feng, who was slumped over his desk, completely out of sync with the excited atmosphere. This guy, still like this, she thought, feeling a bit helpless about Gao Feng's perpetual lethargy. All right, quiet down. The classroom fell silent immediately. You all understand the importance of awakening. 300 years ago, our ancestors created the world we live in now with their blood and flesh. But the situation hasn't improved. New dimensional spaces keep appearing, with monsters growing stronger and dimensional rifts becoming more frequent. Humanity needs fresh blood to hold back the beasts, and you are that hope. No matter what talent you awaken, do not be discouraged. Only with the heart of a strong person can you continue to improve and reach higher realms. Li Yinjing's speech stirred everyone's fighting spirit, making them eager to charge into a dimensional space and battle monsters right then and there. Zhang Xingyu, lead everyone to the sports field to prepare for the awakening ceremony. Gao Feng watched as Li Yinjing left the classroom, lifting his eyelids slightly. Then, the whole class followed their class monitor, Zhang Xingyu, to the sports field. The sports field was packed with people, all whispering in anticipation. Look, is that the awakening stone? Everyone's eyes turned toward the golden stone on the platform at the front of the field. Ahem, an elderly man stepped onto the platform. He didn't use a microphone, but his cough echoed across the entire field. Today is Awakening Day. I hope all of you can awaken the talent you've dreamed of. Let's not waste time, let's begin. Gao Feng had thought the deputy principal would give a long-winded speech, but to his surprise, he got straight to the point. Class 11A stepped out from the far left side of the field and approached the platform. One by one, students placed their hands on the awakening stone. Suddenly, the stone emitted a blue glow. Long Hui, B-level talent, elemental, fire. Wow, the first talent is already pretty good. A great start. B-level is indeed impressive. In previous years, out of tens of thousands of students in one grade, B-level talents were rare, like 1 in 100. Long Hui, hearing the announcement of his talent, clenched his fists in quiet triumph. Lin Hu, D-level talent, elemental, lightning. Wow, a high-burst lightning talent, but it's a shame it's only D-level. If it were C-level or higher, it'd be amazing, a core attacker for sure. Yeah, what a pity. As the discussions continued, the students of Class 11A took turns approaching the awakening stone. Huang Qi, D-level talent, strength. Lu Yun, C-level talent, healing. Throughout the awakening process, D-level and C-level talents were the most common, with the occasional B-level talent appearing. Zhao Yafeng, A-level talent, elemental, ice. The moment the announcement ended, the field erupted in excitement. Class A has an A-level talent. Incredible. Yeah, and it's an elemental talent. Her future is limitless. An A-level talent was extremely rare, even across the entire Jiangnan continent. Old Qin, your class produced an A-level talent. You must be proud. Among the teachers, everyone congratulated Qin Xiaoyun, the homeroom teacher of Class 11A. Not at all, I'm sure your class will produce such geniuses too, Qin Xiaoyun replied modestly, though his face couldn't hide his smugness. Having a high-level talent awakened in his class brought him undeniable pride. Soon, Class 11's awakening ceremony concluded, with a total of 1 A-level and 3 B-level talents awakened. This was already considered an exceptional result at 9th high school. Out of a class of 300 students, so few A-level and B-level talents spoke volumes about how rare high-level talents were. Class 11B, your turn. The ceremony host announced. Class 11B wasn't as fortunate as Class 11A, they didn't produce any A-level talents, but they did have 5 B-level talents. Next came Classes 11C and 11D. The awakening ceremony continued, bringing joy to some and disappointment to others. So far, no E-level or F-level talents had appeared. In Jiangnan Continent, schools selected students based on their parents' awakened talents. For the top 10 schools in the district, students' parents had to have at least D-level talents. While parents' talents didn't necessarily pass down to their children, they did influence the potential level of their children's talents. Thus, the chances of low-level talents appearing among students at 9th high school were very slim. Although 9th middle school rarely had students awaken with S-rank talents each year, it almost never saw F-rank talents, and even E-rank talents were exceedingly rare. Whoa, red light! Suddenly, a crimson beam shot up from the awakening stone, illuminating the entire field in red. Someone shouted, and the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Holy crap, red light! An S-rank talent! This is like a cow flying a plane, straight up legendary. Class 5, Shangguan Shui, S-rank talent, Phantom Dance. The announcer's voice trembled. It had been years since 9th middle school had produced an S-rank talent. At that moment, everyone on the field stood up, their eyes glued to Shangguan Shui by the awakening stone. She wore a white dress, her hair tied in a ponytail with a butterfly ribbon, standing there as elegant as a princess. Our school actually produced an S-rank talent. This is amazing. Another S-rank talent. The teachers were the most ecstatic. An S-rank talent could significantly boost the school's reputation and ranking, attracting better quality students in the future. The students were equally excited. If one S-rank talent could appear, perhaps there might be a second or even a third. There was still hope for them too. Although 9th middle school ranked among the top 10 in Jiangnan State's 5th district, it was already on the lower end of the list. In previous years, most S-rank talents in Jiangnan State came from the top 3 schools in each district. It was already considered impressive for other schools to produce a few A-rank talents. Teacher Gu, congratulations. Teacher Gu, we should interact more between our classes in the future. Class 5's homeroom teacher, Gu Yun, was still standing in place, stunned. He couldn't believe such a monumental blessing would fall into his lap. An S-rank awakened talent. In the past 300 years, every S-rank or higher talent from Jiangnan State who hadn't met an early demise had gone on to become a powerhouse. Suddenly, a powerful pressure swept over the field, leaving everyone struggling to breathe. It really is an S-rank talent. A voice filled with amazement came from above. Everyone looked up and saw massive flaming wings flapping in the air. That's the principal's fire feather. The principal has come out of seclusion. Those familiar with the principal instantly recognized the fiery wings. From today onward, I will personally mentor her. With a flap of the wings, the principal vanished into the sky, taking Shangguan Shui from the stage along with him. The principal is personally mentoring her? Shangguan Shui is so lucky. If only I could be personally taught by the principal, even with a D-rank talent, I'd have a chance to rise to greatness. With your lousy talent? The principal wouldn't even glance at you. The crowd stared longingly at the now empty stage, filled with envy. If only I could awaken an S-rank talent, Black Monkey, standing next to Gao Feng, was already in a daze, lost in his own fantasies. Class 6, continue, the awakening ceremony proceeded, but the buzz of discussion lingered. Do you think, now that an S-rank has appeared, we might see a golden legend this year? Dream on. 9th middle school, producing an SSS rank talent? Do you even hear yourself? In the entire history of Jiangnan State across all 9 provinces of Huaxia, there have never been more than 5 SSS rank talents in any given year. The data nerds immediately began mocking. Indeed, the ceremony continued class by class, but no more S-rank talents appeared. For a school like 9th middle, producing even one S-rank talent a year was already a stroke of fortune. Last class, Class 32. Madman, it's our turn. Black Monkey nudged Gao Feng with a wink as they followed the group toward the stage. Zhang Xingyu, B-rank talent, Beast Transformationed Tiger. Class 32 started off strong, with the class monitor awakening a rare B-rank talent. Next, Zhou Quan. Madman, I'm feeling a bit nervous. Hearing his name called, Black Monkey rubbed his hands together as he stepped onto the stage. Soon, the results were announced. Zhou Quan, A-rank talent, extreme speed. The moment the announcer spoke, the field erupted into cheers again. But compared to the earlier S-rank awakening, the reaction was much more subdued. Madman, did you hear that? I awakened an A-rank talent. An A-rank talent. Zhou Quan immediately ran over to share the news with Gao Feng. Future powerhouse, you better watch my back. Gao Feng was genuinely happy for Black Monkey. Madman, your talent is sure to be even better than mine. Last one, Gao Feng. At that moment, the announcer called out his name. Madman, good luck. Gao Feng walked step by step toward the massive golden awakening stone, his heart pounding in his chest. He had been waiting for this day for so long, but now that it was here, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Instinctively, he touched the ancient jade pendant hanging around his neck. 10 years ago, he had accidentally transmigrated to this place called Blue Star, taking over the body of a 6-year-old boy also named Gao Feng. The jade pendant had come with him. I hope this jade brings me some luck. He silently prayed and placed his hand on the awakening stone. I transmigrated here, and I'm the last to awaken. My talent has to be SSS rank or something, right? Gao Feng mused to himself. But the result displayed on the awakening stone left everyone utterly stunned. Gao Feng, F-rank talent, plunder. The field fell so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Then came a wave of jeers. No one cared about the plunder part, all they heard was F-rank talent, and that was enough to set them off. In everyone's eyes, one's talent rank essentially determined their future. An F-rank talent, no matter what came after, had no relation to becoming a powerhouse. What's going on this year? First an S-rank talent, and now this? I thought things were looking up. Ridiculous. The talent name sounds impressive, but look at that dull, lifeless glow. Glow? I didn't even see any light. Is this the first F-rank talent in 9th middle's history? That's gotta be rarer than Shangwan Shue's S-rank talent. Hilarious. You guys are being too harsh. Talent awakening is innate, it's not like he chose it. But this line of defense was quickly drowned out. In this world, people cared only about results. No one cared about excuses. Although they had no personal grudge against Gao Feng, his talent rank had already decided that they would never inhabit the same world. F-rank talents, also known as lifestyle-type talents, offered no combat enhancements. Venturing into dimensional spaces would be a death sentence. Staying in the safety of ordinary life was the better choice. Those who had awakened E-rank talents that day looked at Gao Feng with newfound pity, almost as if he were their savior. Because of his appearance, their previously bottom-ranked talents suddenly elevated by a tier. Ah, Shangwan Shui is the school's blessing, but he's the school's misfortune. Logically speaking, his parents both have C-level talents. How could he end up like this? Some teachers, upon seeing this talent, were left speechless. We're one of the top 10 schools, and now we've produced an F-level awakener. This will probably affect the university admission rates for the next few years. Why not transfer him to one of the lower-ranked schools? Those are full of F-level awakeners. He wouldn't feel out of place, and it would protect the school's reputation. The teachers started whispering amongst themselves, and their remarks pierced into Li Yanqing's ears like needles. How is this possible? Li Yanqing stared at Gao Feng's awakening results, unable to believe it. Gao Feng's parents were both C-level awakeners, and the probability of producing an F-level talent was incredibly low. As everyone focused on Gao Feng's F-level talent, only one person reacted differently. The vice principal stood at the edge of the podium, frowning slightly as if lost in thought. Plunder? This kind of talent, has it never appeared before? Is it brand new? However, he did not, for the moment, inquire about the specifics of Gao Feng's talent. The awakening stone could only display the talent's grade and name. The detailed description was only known to the awakener themselves. But when Gao Feng touched the awakening stone, no one noticed that the ancient jade on his chest flashed briefly. Not even Gao Feng himself was aware. Amidst the ridicule of the crowd, Gao Feng remained relatively calm. Talent, plunder. Upon killing an opponent, there is a chance to absorb a portion of their spiritual energy and an extremely slim chance to seize their talent. Spiritual energy. Gao Feng understood this concept well. The monsters from dimensional spaces all carried spiritual energy within their bodies. Humans could grow stronger by absorbing this energy after killing monsters, which was the most direct way for awakeners to increase their power. If this talent can be developed, it would indeed be powerful. But realistically, I don't even have the chance to grow. I can't even kill a single monster. What use is gaining more spiritual energy? Gao Feng couldn't help but mock inwardly. This kind of talent, which provides no direct enhancement to the individual, was incredibly difficult to develop, especially at such a low grade. Truly worthy of being an F-level talent. As for the part about an extremely slim chance of stealing an opponent's talent, Gao Feng thought to himself, does this mean I have to kill people to take their talents? Isn't that just setting me up for failure? The probability is so low, how many people would I have to kill? It's already fortunate that no one's trying to kill me right now. The awakening ceremony concluded. Out of the 11,284 participants in the school, the results were as follows. S-level awakeners, 1 person. A-level awakeners, 12 people. B-level awakeners, 152 people. The rest need not be mentioned. After the ceremony, everyone returned to their classrooms. The topics of most discussion were Shangwan Shui, the S-level talent, and Gao Feng, the F-level talent. Today's awakening results were pretty decent for our class, 1 A-level and 5 B-levels. If it weren't for Shangguan Shui from class 5, our class would probably be considered one of the strongest. So, congratulations to those who awaken higher-level talents. After Li Yanqing finished speaking, she expected applause from the class. Instead, the classroom was eerily quiet. Teacher, are you joking? What's there to celebrate in our class? The only F-level talent in the school's history is in our class. Exactly. That F-level talent has completely tarnished our class's reputation. Teacher, I have no personal issues with Gao Feng, but this talent, why not let him transfer to another school? One of the bottom-tier schools is a better fit for him. If he doesn't transfer, I will. Li Yanqing's question was quickly answered, and several classmates chimed in agreement. This world was indeed harsh. So what if it's F-level? Did it eat your rice? Does it bother you, a D-level? And you C-level awakener, what are you so proud of? Talk to me when you're actually strong. And that person who said they'd transfer, hurry up and go. Do you really think you're that important? Hey-ho suddenly stood up, glaring at the ones who had just spoken. Although short in stature, his presence was overwhelming. He was an A-level awakener, and while many were unhappy with his outburst, no one dared to voice their discontent. Alright, that's enough. Quiet down, Li Yanqing said. Awakening is inherently uncertain. For those who gain higher-level talents, I'm happy for you. For those with lower-level talents, you're still my students. She glanced specifically at Gao Feng. Today's awakening is over. I hope everyone takes their talents seriously, works on developing them, and strives to get into a good university. Don't think that awakening is the end-all be-all. Universities can teach you far more practical combat experience and provide access to richer dimensional resources. Some universities even have their own dimensional spaces, like the Ninefold Heavens of the Beijing Awakeners University or the Abyss of Pinghai Awakeners University. She paused for a moment before continuing, and don't forget the annual 9 Provinces tournament. The rewards are incredibly generous, and you might even obtain tools to break through your limits. That's it for today. Tomorrow, the school will begin practical combat classes. Be prepared. Dismissed. Li Yanqing knew that no matter what she said now, it wouldn't change the way others viewed Gao Feng. She only hoped he wouldn't lose heart because of this awakening. Gao Feng, come to my office, she said before heading off. Gao Feng had no choice but to follow her. Upon entering the office, Gao Feng immediately felt the disdainful and scornful gazes from the surrounding teachers. These teachers are no different from those kids, Gao Feng thought with a smirk. Li Yanqing noticed their gazes and slightly regretted calling Gao Feng over. Teacher, you're not trying to test my mental fortitude, are you? Gao Feng's question made Li Yanqing feel awkward. She had intended to offer him comfort but now found herself at a loss for words. Teacher, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me, really. Gao Feng understood her intent but didn't care. My system hasn't even activated yet. Anything is still possible, he thought nonchalantly as he left the office. As he walked out, he caught snippets of words like trash and transfer. Crazy, what did the teacher say? Hei-ho asked curiously when he saw how quickly Gao Feng had come out. Kid, don't poke your nose into adult matters, Gao Feng replied before Hei-ho could react, heading straight home. Gao Feng once had a happy family. Both his parents were C-level awakeners, and their household was relatively well off. Hunting monsters in dimensional spaces could earn decent money, and with a bit of luck, obtaining fragments from monster corpses could bring even greater rewards. Speaking of fragments, we have to talk about the changes on Blue Star. 300 years ago, Blue Star was a planet of technological civilization, just like Earth. But one day, cracks suddenly appeared in the void, and countless monsters poured out from them. Humans were as weak as chicks before these monsters. It was only thanks to advanced weaponry that humanity barely managed to drive the monsters back into the cracks, which later became known as dimensional spaces. However, many smaller nations didn't survive this catastrophe. When humanity attempted to enter the dimensional spaces to completely eradicate the monsters, they discovered that advanced weaponry was completely ineffective there. Yet, they also uncovered 2 significant revelations. First, awakening stones, which gave rise to the first batch of awakened individuals, and second, the discovery of colorful fragments within the corpses of monsters. When these fragments were fully assembled, they could create tools that far surpassed the limits of technology. 2 years ago, Gao Feng's parents met with a mishap while exploring a dimensional space and never returned. One day, a man and a woman arrived at Gao Feng's home with a metal box, saying it was a relic left behind by his parents, and told him to take care of it. At that time, Gao Feng woodenly accepted the box, not even noticing when the two left. From that moment, he became an orphan. Fortunately, his parents had left behind enough possessions for him to continue his schooling. Looks like I'll have to sell the fragments my parents left behind, Gao Feng muttered as he rummaged through a pile of miscellaneous items and pulled out the metal box. He input the password and opened it. Inside was a golden fragment of the highest grade, with a silver ring embedded in its center, along with a bank card and a letter. Gao Feng picked up the golden fragment inside. It's a shame to sell it, but there's no use keeping it. Just then, the ancient jade pendant on his neck suddenly emitted a green light that shone onto the fragment. The fragment began to slowly repair itself, leaving Gao Feng utterly stunned. What the hell is going on? He looked at the fragment in his hand, then at the jade on his neck. Could this be my cheat ability awakening? Excitement filled his face as he took out the taiji-shaped ancient jade. Could this jade actually repair fragments? Who needs a system when I have this? He couldn't help but laugh aloud. Without hesitation, he began to closely examine the jade around his neck. If it truly worked as he suspected, then what did it matter if he only had an F-grade talent? He could still crush those with higher-grade talents beneath his feet. On Blue Star, the most valuable assets were synthesized items created from fragments. Fragments were categorized by color: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, crimson radiance, and the rare 7-colored divine grade. The higher the grade of the item to be synthesized, the more fragments were required. Black iron needed 4 to 10 fragments, bronze needed 10 to 20, silver required 20 to 50, gold required 51 to 100, amethyst needed 101 to 200, crimson radiance required 201 to 500, and 7-colored divine grade needed over 501 fragments. Synthesizing items wasn't easy. The fragments needed to be of the same kind, and the drop rate of fragments from monsters was already low. Collecting enough matching fragments was even harder. Rumor had it that certain talents could increase the drop rate of fragments from monsters, and people with such talents were highly sought after by all major factions. Synthesized items were strategic resources on Blue Star, tightly controlled by powerful organizations and families. Even the lowest black iron grade item could fetch a price that an ordinary person couldn't earn in a lifetime. This was why so many risked their lives to venture into dimensional spaces, to kill monsters and level up, or to obtain fragments. This is kind of like the online games I used to play, Gao Feng thought the first time he heard about this system. This thing is a gold-grade item. It would normally take 100 fragments to synthesize it. He studied the object in his hand, a finely crafted silver-white ring engraved with a monster he'd only ever seen in books. Could this be the famed spatial storage ring from the Hunting Void dimensional space designed for levels 30 to 40? Gao Feng slipped the ring onto the middle finger of his right hand and quickly sensed a 100 cubic meter storage space. As long as he wore the ring, he could perceive and manipulate this space, storing or retrieving items with just a thought. He tested it by putting the metal box in and taking it out again, feeling an exhilarating thrill. I've always wanted something like this while reading novels in my past life. Time to test if this is real, he said, picking up a bronze-colored crystal fragment from the metal box. Inside the fragment was a vial of potion. As expected, the jade pendant on his neck released another green light. Holy SHT! Holy SHT! Holy SH*T! Gao Feng could barely contain his excitement. This time, a potion materialized in his hand. Bronze-grade talent upgrade potion. Has a certain chance of upgrading an E-grade talent to a D-grade talent. Seeing the potion, Gao Feng's mind buzzed as if struck by thunder. I can't believe something like this actually exists. He had heard of powerful figures scouring the world for such potions to enhance the talents of their descendants. This potion is incredible, but I don't think I can use it yet. He looked at the potion with a hint of regret. But if I first upgrade my talent to E-grade, then I can use this potion, right? Carefully, he stored the potion in the spatial ring. At this point, Gao Feng was certain of one thing: he was destined to strike it rich. While others had to painstakingly collect fragments, he only needed one to create a synthesized item. This advantage might not be too noticeable at the black iron or bronze levels, but as he moved up, it would become increasingly significant. However, he also noticed a problem. It seems like the jade isn't under my control. As long as I touch a fragment, it automatically synthesizes the item. This will make it really easy to expose myself. This jade was his foundation in this world. If it were discovered, he could easily become a target for murder. How can I make sure the jade doesn't immediately turn fragments into items when I touch them? This was a pressing concern for Gao Feng. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden flash of insight. It seemed as though he instinctively understood how to control the jade. To test it, he picked up a dark crystal fragment containing a battle blade. This time, the jade didn't emit any light. Only when he consciously willed it did the green light shine, and the fragment transformed into a complete item. Amazing! Gao Feng clenched his fist in triumph. He no longer had to worry about being exposed. This jade is perfect for beginners, he said, weighing the newly synthesized alloy battle blade in his hand. The blade was sleek and durable, far superior to anything currently produced on Blue Star. He looked at the final fragment. His parents had left him 4 shards in total, 2 black iron grade, 1 bronze grade, and 1 gold grade. He picked up the last black iron crystal shard, which contained a set of clothing. After connecting with the ancient jade, the shard transformed into a complete outfit. Black iron grade combat suit. Amazing! Compared to a battle blade, the combat suit excited him even more. He understood that staying alive was what truly mattered. He glanced again at the other items in the metal box and opened the yellowed letter he had already read countless times. To our son, Gao Feng. We hope this letter never ends up in your hands, but since we often venture into dimensional spaces, we can never predict when an accident might occur. That's why we left this letter. If you awaken a good talent, these shards will be useful to you. If not, the money in the card will ensure you can live a peaceful life in the safety zone. From here on, you'll have to walk your path alone, but we believe in you. We believe you can overcome challenges and be a brave, upright, and kind person. After reading the letter, Gao Feng's eyes reddened slightly. Even though his parents were frequently absent, they had always cared deeply for him. They had a mission to venture into dimensional spaces and slay monsters for the safety of humanity. Mom, Dad, I won't let you down, he said, clutching the metal box tightly. These shards were his foundation for rising up. Just then, his phone rang. It was Joe Quan, nicknamed Black Monkey, calling. Madman, bamboo poles treating us to midnight snacks on Snack Street. Come over. Bamboo poles treating? Must be something good. Wait for me, Gao Feng replied. He stored both pieces of black iron-grade equipment into his spatial ring and headed out straight for Snack Street. The sun was setting, and the city lights were beginning to glow. The streets were bustling with life. All of this prosperity was thanks to Awakeners constantly slaying dimensional monsters. Snack Street wasn't far from Gao Feng's home, so he quickly arrived at the entrance and saw Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole waiting for him. Madman, you're here. What are we eating? Let's get spicy hot pot, Bamboo Pole suggested. I heard a new place, Zhangliang Spicy Hot Pot, just opened. Let's try it, Black Monkey said, leading the way. Snack Street was incredibly lively, filled with the tantalizing aroma of various dishes. Smells pretty good. I like spicy food, Gao Feng remarked. Of course, especially the girls, Bamboo Pole quipped. Can you two talk about something serious? Aren't you curious about my awakening talent? Bamboo Pole couldn't hold it in any longer. Not interested. Let's eat. Gao Feng and Black Monkey deliberately ignored him. Bamboo Pole was so anxious he couldn't even eat. Clearing his throat, he finally said, to be honest, I awakened a B-grade talent. You two better show me some respect from now on. Sure, B-grade big shot, the other two responded dismissively. The surrounding diners, however, looked at him with awe. To ordinary people, a B-grade awakener was already quite impressive. Bamboo Pole felt a sense of satisfaction, but he also knew that Gao Feng had only awakened an F-grade talent today, so he tactfully avoided pushing the topic further. Alright, stop flaunting your trash talent, Black Monkey jabbed. Bamboo Pole was about to retort but hesitated, realizing that if a B-grade talent was considered trash, then Gao Feng's F-grade. I'm done eating. How about you? Yeah, I'm done. Let's go. Hey, I'm not finished yet. Bamboo Pole complained, hurriedly paying the bill and chasing after them. The three left Snack Street and strolled toward the riverside, where the crowd thinned out. Madman, Black Monkey, hurry up and spill. What were your awakening results today? I'm dying to know, Bamboo Pole pressed. Can't you see that Madman doesn't want to talk about it today? Black Monkey nudged Bamboo Pole. Brother Foam, is something wrong? Bamboo Pole asked. What could be wrong? Don't listen to Black Monkey's nonsense. Gao Feng waved his hand dismissively. Didn't I just awaken an F-grade talent? It's no big deal. What? Brother Foam, you only got an F-grade? Bamboo Pole stared in shock. Brother Foam, with me as an A-grade and Bamboo Pole as a B-grade, the three of us can still make a mark in the dimensional space together. Wait. Black Monkey, you're an A-grade? Bamboo Pole looked even more distraught. He had just been bragging about his B-grade talent, and now he wished he could crawl into a hole. Ding, the school bell rang, and the classroom fell silent. Everyone sat up straight, eagerly awaiting the practical combat class they had anticipated all morning. Zhang Xingyu, lead the class to practical combat building, Zone C, Room 8, Li Yanjing instructed before walking away. The students chattered excitedly on the way. Finally, we get to enter the combat building. I can't wait. I always wanted to see what it's like inside, but only awakeners are allowed in. Who do you think will teach the combat class? Could it be Teacher Xiao Zhan? He's so handsome. Stop drooling. Teacher Xiao Zhan teaches the third years. No chance. Halfway there, students from Class 5 passed by and started mocking them. Well, isn't this the Trash Collection Center, Class 32? Off to a combat lesson too? Ha, Trash Collection Center. That's a good one. Let's call them that from now on. Black Monkey from Class 32 was so enraged he wanted to charge at them, but Gao Feng held him back. Dogs barking. Don't stoop to their level, he said. Yet, upon hearing this, several classmates distanced themselves from Gao Feng, as if standing near him would lower their status. Even the class monitor, Zhang Xingyu, quickened his pace and didn't attempt to stop the ridicule. The students from Class 5 laughed even harder. Gao Feng, however, remained unfazed. With the ancient jade in hand and the experience of 2 lifetimes, he wouldn't waste his energy on the taunts of these immature kids. The key, after all, was that he wasn't strong enough yet. Without strength, what good were empty words? Soon, they arrived at a colossal square building that seemed to stretch endlessly. This was the practical combat building, taking up a significant portion of the school grounds. The building was divided into 12 zones, each with 10 combat rooms. Each room spanned over 1,000 square meters and was luxuriously equipped. Following the signs, Class 32 found their way to Zone C, Room 8. Wow, this is incredible, someone exclaimed. The room was filled with training equipment and weapons, while a massive screen at the front displayed a battle between awakeners. One fighter had transformed into a giant tiger, exuding an imposing aura, while while the other wielded a fireball, radiating overwhelming power. The two clashed fiercely, fire and roars filling the screen. So this is what battles between awakeners look like. So cool. When will I ever become this strong? As the students watched in awe, a figure appeared at the door, and the screen abruptly froze. All eyes turned toward the entrance. The figure was both familiar and unfamiliar. Is that Teacher Lee? So big. Some male students hastily covered their mouths, trying to hide their drool. Li Yanqing was dressed in a black combat suit, her figure striking and alluring. What's wrong? Don't recognize me? She glanced at the crowd, whose stunned expressions made her smile faintly. She didn't realize just how much impact her outfit had on the more than 300 students below. Everyone was accustomed to her wearing professional attire, so the sudden switch to a combat suit was such a stark contrast that it caught them off guard. Only Gao Feng noticed the combat suit she was wearing. He had received a similar set yesterday, but it was clear that Li Yanqing's was of a higher grade bronze level. Who would have thought? Teacher Li is secretly a little rich lady, he thought. A bronze grade combat suit wasn't cheap. In the Awakeners Trade Alliance, an iron grade one cost 100,000 Hua dollars, while a bronze grade set was 10 times that amount. To put it in perspective, 2,000 Hua dollars was enough for an average family to live comfortably for a year. Are you all satisfied with this practical training room? She asked. Below, everyone nodded enthusiastically. Do you have any objections to me as your practical combat instructor? Immediately, the nodding turned into frantic head shaking. Good. Then let's begin your very first practical combat lesson. Before we start, I want to ask, what is your understanding of talents? Teacher, talents are abilities granted by the awakening stone when it unlocks the genetic lock. They give the body the chance to break through to higher levels. Since everyone's genes are different, the talents awakened are also different, the students answered in a chorus, offering various explanations. Good, your answers are all correct, but those are just textbook definitions. Today, we're going to learn how to apply textbook knowledge to real-world practice, to actual combat. Li Yanqing clapped her hands to quiet the room. As you all know, talents are divided into 9 levels, from SSS at the highest to F at the lowest. As soon as she said this, all eyes turned to Gao Feng. He was the one with the F-level talent. The level of a talent greatly impacts combat. For example, with the same fire element talent, a B-level skill's power would far surpass a C-level one. That's just one aspect. There are others for you to discover on your own. Talents are generally divided into 4 categories. The first is the system type, which relates to physical abilities such as strength, speed, and perception. The second is the beast type, which involves transforming into fierce creatures for combat. The third is the elemental type, which doesn't require much explanation. And the fourth is the special type, which includes everything that doesn't fit into the first 3 categories. Special talents are typically rare and powerful. By now, you should know your talent category. Now, according to the 4 categories I just mentioned, form 4 formations from left to right. At Li Yanqing's command, the students began to move. Gradually, 4 groups formed, but in reality, there were only 3, because the area for special talents only had 2 people, Gao Feng and Li Rui. Li Rui was a B-level talent holder whose awakened ability was called Copy. Didn't the teacher say special talents are usually strong? What's up with this F-level one? Even if it's a good category, the level is way too low. Maybe this F-level talent has some unique aspect and can beat up an SSS level 1, huh? This comment triggered a burst of laughter in the classroom, but little did they know that this joke would one day become reality. Seeing the students mock special talents, Li Rui felt uncomfortable. You, with that trash F-level talent, why do you get to stand with me? He felt insulted. If it weren't for Gao Feng, all the admiration and attention would have been his alone. Now, because of Gao Feng, he was met with doubt and disdain. Ha, someone who didn't know better might think you awakened an SSS level talent, Gao Feng said with a smirk, amused by the venomous look in Li Rui's eyes. This guy's mental resilience is seriously lacking, he thought. Quiet. Li Yanqing felt the students were out of line with their ridicule of a classmate. A high talent level is certainly important, but if you can't properly face and develop your talent, even an S-level talent can amount to nothing. On the other hand, someone with a low-level talent can still rise to greatness. She spoke with a tinge of anger. There are many historical examples of this. In the year 135 of the Awakening era, an S-level talent holder, intoxicated by their high-level ability, failed to make any effort to improve themselves and ultimately died at the hands of a beast of lower rank. In the year 178 of the Awakening era, a D-level talent holder continuously developed their ability and eventually slew a level 60 beast while only at level 55, earning fame across the land. Do you still think talent level is the only standard for measuring someone's potential to grow stronger? After hearing Li Yanqing's words, the students who had just been mocking others lowered their heads, too ashamed to speak. Gao Feng looked at Li Yanqing on the platform with surprise. He hadn't expected her to stand up for him like this. Now, let me explain how to develop each of the 4 talent categories to maximize their potential. Li Yanqing began her lesson. System-type talents primarily enhance one's physical abilities, making them suitable for close combat. For example, Zhou Quan's extreme speed talent enables him to become an agility-focused warrior. Each system talent can be categorized into combat, defense, or support types. For instance, Li Kuei's copper skin is defensive, while Zhang Feng's perception is supportive. Identifying your role is crucial to utilizing your talent effectively. Beast-type talents focus on transformation. The more parts of the body that transform, the stronger the talent. Elemental-type talents are mainly for long-range attacks and are highly popular. As for special talents, I don't know much about them since their compositions are too complex. There will be specialized instructors to teach you about them in the future. After finishing her explanation, Li Yanqing glanced at Gao Feng and Li Rui. Teacher, what's your talent? Someone asked curiously. Li Yanqing looked at the student who had asked, and with a thought, a sharp icicle appeared right in front of their forehead before vanishing instantly, leaving the student drenched in cold sweat. Remember, talent-based attacks are meant for fighting beasts, never for use against your own people. Understood? Yes, the class responded in unison. Good. The first lesson today is about teamwork. In dimensional spaces, lone wolves are the most vulnerable because very few talents are comprehensive. Unless your talent can negate all danger, you must work together to complete missions. Now, begin forming teams of 5. I hope you choose carefully, as these teams will essentially be bound together for the next year and a half. Start now. With that, Li Yanqing ended her instructions, and the room buzzed with activity. Zhou Quan, let me join your team. My talent is sea-level iron bones. I can defend at the front and ensure you can unleash your attacks. Zhou Quan, count me in. I have sea-level blazing fire and can support your long-range attacks. Zhou Quan, I. As the only A-level talent holder in the class, Zhou Quan became the center of attention, with everyone vying to join his team. The other B-level talent holders also had groups of people surrounding them. Black Monkey, however, ignored the commotion and looked toward Gao Feng. But before he could act, Li Yanqing announced, Gao Feng and Li Rui will not participate in this team selection. Black Monkey had no choice but to give up. Without Li Rui, the B-level talent holder, the students became even more anxious. No one wanted to end up in a weak team and remain unnoticed. After much debate and negotiation, all 63 teams were finally formed before the class ended. Alright, the pairing seems reasonable. I'm relieved. From the next practical combat class onward, you'll need to familiarize yourselves with each other's innate abilities and prepare for the dimensional space training a month from now. Gao Feng, Li Rui, come with me. Class dismissed. Li Yanqing said, taking Gao Feng and Li Rui with her while the others noisily headed back to the classroom. Next month, we'll be entering the dimensional space. I'm a little scared, a timid girl admitted. We have our innate abilities. There's nothing to fear from those monsters. I'll protect you, her teammate, a sharp-featured boy, said ingratiatingly. The girl was quite pretty, and her frightened demeanor easily stirred up protective instincts in boys. Humph, we awakened our abilities to slay monsters. My blade is already itching for action, someone else said eagerly. Most of them were raring to go, as killing monsters was the only way to absorb spiritual energy and grow stronger. Meanwhile, Li Yanqing led Gao Feng and Li Rui to the teacher's office area. Along the way, Li Rui kept giving Gao Feng a cold look and made sarcastic remarks at him. Once they arrived, Li Yanqing said, Li Rui, I'll take you to the Talent Research Institute. Gao Feng, you head to the vice principal's office. He wants to discuss something with you. Got it, teacher. By the way, teacher, you're looking amazing in that outfit today, Gao Feng said before dashing off toward the vice principal's office. This cheeky brat, Li Yanqing muttered, blushing slightly. She knew her combat suit was a bit tight. Still, Gao Feng's upbeat attitude showed he was handling the reality of his F-level ability quite well. Knock, knock, knock. Gao Feng knocked on the door, and it opened automatically. Vice Principal, you wanted to see me? Do you know why I called you here? You're not planning to expel me, are you? Of course not. Surely it's not about my F-level ability, right? Gao Feng said awkwardly. Actually, it is about your ability, the Vice Principal said, adjusting his glasses. As far as I know, your ability is unprecedented, completely new and highly valuable for research. So I'm just a guinea pig, huh? Gao Feng rolled his eyes. Can you tell me the description of your ability? The vice principal ignored Gao Feng's sarcasm. The awakening stone only revealed the level and name of an ability, not its specific description, which only the awakened individual would know. Over the years, every new ability that emerged had to be registered and studied by the Talent Research Institute to help awakeners further develop their abilities and identify suitable materials or tools. My ability description says I can plunder part of the spiritual energy from defeated monsters, Gao Feng reluctantly answered, though he left out part of the description. The omitted portion seemed a bit too inhumane. Plunder? Does that mean plundering spiritual energy? The vice principal frowned. I'll need to conduct an experiment to determine exactly how much energy your ability can steal. How are we going to test it? Gao Feng asked curiously. Follow me, the vice principal said, leading Gao Feng to a massive sealed room. A hidden door opened in the wall, and a metal cage was pushed out. Vice Principal, it's just a rabbit. Why such a big cage? Gao Feng asked as he circled the cage, puzzled. This isn't an ordinary rabbit, the Vice Principal replied. Just as he finished speaking, the rabbit's eyes turned red. Its body swelled, muscles bulged explosively, and it stood upright, towering over a meter tall. Bang! The rabbit slammed its fist against the cage, producing a thunderous sound. What the heck? What kind of rabbit is this? Gao Feng exclaimed. This is a creature from the dimensional space. It looks delicious, Gao Feng interrupted, cutting short the vice principal's explanation. Was this a normal reaction? The vice principal was momentarily speechless. This is a level 1 monster called Violent Rabbit. I'll weaken it, and then you can deliver the final blow, the vice principal explained. Wait, dimensional creatures can be brought out here? Not for most people. But as a member of the research institute, I have that privilege, the vice principal said, and Gao Feng nodded in understanding. The vice principal handed Gao Feng a pair of glasses. What are these? They look pretty cool, Gao Feng said, fiddling with the sleek, futuristic glasses. Put them on, and you'll see. They weren't supposed to be given to you yet, the vice principal replied. Gao Feng put them on, and a slight pain flashed through his temples, fleeting but noticeable. A virtual screen appeared before him, with a blank field in the center and a blinking cursor, clearly waiting for him to input a name. Wow, this is high-tech, Gao Feng said, intrigued. Gao Feng, he inputted, only for the screen to display Gao Crazy instead. Not crazy as in insane, it's Feng as in mountain peak, Gao Feng grumbled, suddenly feeling the glasses weren't as high-tech as he thought. Once the naming was complete, a virtual interface appeared in his left field of vision, displaying the following data. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 1, 0/100. Base combat power, 5. Talent level, F. What the heck? Gao Feng exclaimed at the sight of the data. This is just like an MMORPG from my past life. Though the interface was simple, lacking equipment or skills, he figured it was because he didn't have anything yet. He turned to look at the vice principal, and another screen popped up on his right. Level, 49. Combat power, 426,348. Warning, danger, warning, danger. A flashing red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Gao Feng's heart sank. Over 400,000 combat power? What am I supposed to do with my measly stats? Still, he noticed that when looking at others, he could only see their level and combat power, nothing more. He then glanced at the violent rabbit in the cage. Monster, Violent Rabbit. Level, 1. Combat power, 30. Skill, Violent Punch, delivers a furious punch, dealing extra damage. Both were level 1, yet the rabbit's combat power was 6 times his own. Gao Feng felt a bit disheartened. Vice Principal, these glasses are amazing. I don't even want to take them off, he said. Cut the chatter. Let's start the experiment, the vice principal said, opening the cage. The violent rabbit lunged out, throwing a punch at the vice principal. With just one finger, the vice principal flicked the rabbit away, sending it crashing into the bars and collapsing to the ground. All right, your turn, the vice principal said. Vice principal, I'd rather not use my fists, it'll hurt, Gao Feng said, raising his hands. The vice principal sighed and waved his hand, producing a long sword out of thin air. Gao Feng's eyes widened in shock. How did that sword just appear? He knew the vice principal must have a spatial ring but pretended to be clueless. Stop wasting time. Finish it off, the vice principal said impatiently. Gao Feng gripped the sword, and his virtual combat power increased to 8. The sword had added 3 points, likely because it was a standard alloy weapon. If it were forged from fragments or monster materials, the boost would have been much higher. He raised the sword and stabbed the violent rabbit. With a schlick sound, the blade pierced through the rabbit's body effortlessly. The principal, the glasses aren't reacting, Gao Feng said. The monster isn't dead yet, of course there's no reaction. Don't you know to stab the head or the heart? The vice principal had already mentally categorized Gao Feng as one of the slower students. Oh, Gao Feng responded, then raised his sword and stabbed the violent rabbit in the head. Instantly, he felt a warm current surge into his body, an incredibly comforting sensation, as if he had grown stronger. How is it? What number is showing after your level now? The vice principal asked eagerly. 666, Gao Feng deliberately paused. 666? That many? The vice principal looked completely stunned. No, I just stuttered. It's just a single 6, Gao Feng said. The vice principal let out a sigh of relief. So, that means when you hunt monsters of the same level, you've been slightly more experienced than an average person. He jotted the data down. Humans killing monsters of the same level earned 5 experience points, 1 level higher earned 10 points, 2 levels higher earned 15 points, and so on. For levels below 10, every 10 experience points increased combat power by 1. But we still don't know if the extra point is truly just 1 point or 20%. We'll need another test. The vice principal then brought out another cage, inside of which was a 1-meter-tall giant rooster. Its feathers shimmered, its gray comb stood tall, and its tail feathers radiated with vibrant colors. Monster, Battle Rooster. Level 2. Combat power, 60. Skill, Iron Shoulder Smash, uses its wings as shoulders to ram, causing significant damage. What the heck? A rooster's skill is that? Gao Feng thought, recalling someone he knew. Without saying much, the vice principal struck, and the battle rooster let out a miserable cry before collapsing. Gao Feng immediately stepped forward and stabbed the rooster in the head with his sword. What does the number say this time? He checked the data after his level. 17 minus 6. It should be 11, Gao Feng replied. The vice principal was speechless. Alright, 2 tests are enough. You're dismissed. He waved his hand, and the lab's main door opened. But Gao Feng remained where he was. Vice principal, I think this test is unscientific. Oh? Explain. The vice principal's interest was piqued. I think we should test on monsters up to level 50 to get reliable data, Gao Feng suggested. Get out. The vice principal finally lost his patience. 30 level monsters are fine too. If not, even 10 level ones will do, Gao Feng continued to insist. Just leave already. The vice principal was on the verge of exploding. Gao Feng immediately bolted. Remember, don't wear the combat glasses in the safe zone, or the enforcers will catch you. Got it. Gao Feng stuffed the glasses into his pocket and sprinted out of the laboratory. 17 free experience points, totally worth it. He felt giddy inside. His combat power had now risen to 6, and he was getting increasingly excited about the dimensional space training a month from now. Back in the laboratory, the vice principal sheathed his long sword. This kid, he's something else. He uploaded the test results into the Talent Research Institute's database but thought to himself, too bad his talent is so poor. It'll be useful early on, but later, it'll be completely worthless. Class, after a month of practical training, do you feel confident about the upcoming journey into the dimensional space? Li Yanjing asked. Over the past month, while nobody had increased their spiritual power, their teamwork and talent application had significantly improved. Of course. I've been looking forward to this for ages, one boy shouted. I'm really curious about what the dimensional space looks like, another boy said. Teacher, is the dimensional space dangerous? A girl asked. Yeah, can you guarantee our absolute safety? Another girl chimed in. The moment Li Yanjing posed the question, the students broke into a buzz of chatter. Their responses were polarized. Boys were bursting with curiosity and eager to explore, while the girls were more concerned about safety. Entering the dimensional space is, of course, dangerous. We will provide protection, but we can't stay by your side every second, so accidents can't be ruled out. Li Yanjing swept her gaze across the students, noticing some with fearful expressions. If you don't want to participate, you can withdraw now. Once you opt out, you will no longer take part in practical training and will lose the chance to ever enter the dimensional space again. You can live peacefully as an ordinary person, Li Yanjing said. Those who were scared glanced at Gao Feng, only to find him sitting there with a calm, composed expression. Why are you all looking at me? If you're scared, just don't go. There's no shame in being a coward, it won't cost you your life, Gao Feng added fuel to the fire. If even an F rank like you isn't backing out, how could we possibly back out? Those who were afraid immediately retorted, determined not to lose to a so-called trash F rank. Gao Feng hadn't expected that they would find their confidence by comparing themselves to him. Alright, since no one wants to withdraw, let's head out. Li Yanjing led the group of over 300 students out to the school gate. Whoa, what is that? So badass, a boy exclaimed. You've never seen it before? Last year, when the senior students went out for training, I saw it once. It's an armored battle vehicle, super cool, another boy explained. At the school gate, 3 colossal vehicles stood parked. Their pitch-black metal exteriors gleamed ominously under the sunlight, with sharp, angular designs that exuded a futuristic vibe. 2 rows of massive wheels added an overwhelming sense of power and dominance. These are armored vehicles specifically designed for leaving the city. Everyone, board in an orderly fashion. Each vehicle accommodates 20 teams, and the interiors are spacious, so it won't feel crowded. After Li Yanjing finished speaking, the vehicle's doors opened, and 2 rows of ladders extended outward. The students lined up and boarded the vehicles in an orderly manner. Why aren't you getting on? Li Yanjing asked Gao Feng, who was standing by her side. Teacher, did you forget? I don't have a team, Gao Feng said pitifully. During the past month, while others trained in pairs, he had been left to do physical training alone. Worse yet, his talent was so useless that there wasn't even any point in trying to master it. Even Li Rui, another student with an unconventional talent, had vanished, probably undergoing some sort of specialized training. Then join that team over there, Li Yanjing said, pointing to a 5-member group in the distance. Gao Feng glanced over inside. Sure enough, it was the weakest team in the entire class, 4 D ranks and 1 E rank. In a school like 9th High, where A ranks were as rare as A ranks, this team was practically bottom tier. Teacher, how about I join that team instead? I'm just here to leech some experience anyway, Gao Feng said weakly, pointing toward the team with Hey Ho, the strongest team in the class. It consisted of 1 A rank, 1 B rank, and 3 C ranks, undoubtedly the top team. Li Yanjing narrowed her eyes at Gao Feng, her gaze clearly saying, do you think that's even remotely possible? Alright then, Gao Feng muttered dejectedly, trudging toward the weaker team. To make matters worse, as he approached, all 5 members of the team looked at him with expressions of disdain, clearly thinking, don't come over here. But under Li Yanjing's watchful eye, they had no choice but to accept the reality. Wow, You can see the entire outside world from inside the vehicle. This is amazing. Once inside, the students discovered that while the exterior of the vehicle was pitch black, the interior walls were transparent. Rumble, the vehicle's engines roared to life, and with a low, powerful hum, they began moving slowly toward the safe zone. The armored vehicle soon passed through the city gates. Gao Feng had seen the walls of the safe zone many times before, but each time they still stirred something deep within him. The walls stood a towering 50 meters high, imposing and grand. Their surface was coated with an unknown type of metal, giving them an incredibly thick and sturdy appearance. At the top of the walls, every 20 meters, extended long, thick black metallic cannons, which served as a powerful deterrent to any approaching monsters. Outside the safe zone, the landscape was desolate and bleak. Wild grass grew unchecked, scattered among jagged rocks and debris. From the windows of the vehicle, one could occasionally spot the ruins of collapsed skyscrapers and cracked highways. This place had likely once been a bustling metropolis, but under the relentless attacks of monsters, it had been reduced to a wasteland. Look over there. What's that? Someone suddenly shouted from inside the vehicle. Everyone turned to look in the indicated direction, where a 3-meter-tall black armored rage bear appeared amidst the ruins, its eyes glowing a menacing crimson. At that moment, Gao Feng itched to take out his combat glasses to examine the monster's stats. How could a black armored rage bear appear here? This area should have been cleared out. Could it have wandered in from elsewhere? An officer inside the vehicle frowned as he spoke. Moments later, they watched as the officer leapt out of the vehicle and charged toward the bear. As he sprinted, he drew a massive lance over 2 meters in length. Gao Feng immediately recognized it as a composite weapon forged from fragments, likely of black iron grade. The officer thrust his lance directly at the bear's head. The bear reared onto its hind legs, swiping a massive paw at the lance's tip. The officer pivoted his wrist, redirecting the lance toward the bear's chest. Caught off guard, the bear twisted its body in an attempt to evade. The lance pierced into its flesh but missed its heart. Roar! The bear let out a deafening roar, enduring the searing pain, and swung its other paw toward the officer. The officer kicked the bear squarely in the abdomen, using the force to retreat while simultaneously withdrawing his lance. He swung it in a wide arc, dodging the bear's attack and striking its head in the process. That was incredible. Absolutely amazing. When will I be strong enough to fight like that? That lance is so cool. I need one of those. The students inside the vehicle cheered nonstop. This was the first time they had witnessed a battle between a human and a monster up close. It was clear, however, that the black armored rage bear was no match for the officer. After a dozen exchanges, the bear was covered in wounds, and with one final thrust of the lance into its skull, it collapsed and died on the spot. Just as the group thought the officer would return, they saw him carefully removing the bear's metallic armor. These metals are highly valuable and extremely useful, the accompanying teacher explained. After returning to the vehicle, the officer pulled out his phone and dialed a number, likely to report the bear's appearance to the safe zone authorities. With that minor episode concluded, the vehicle resumed its journey. Half a day later, they finally arrived at the training destination. From a distance, they could see a massive void fissure stretching across the horizon, resembling a giant, ominous eye. Beneath the fissure was a small base, and above the base's gate, the words Little Jungle Dimensional Space were prominently displayed. Every dimensional space was guarded by a station team tasked with preventing monster outbreaks and checking individuals entering the dimensional space while collecting entrance fees. Inside the dimensional space's opening, there was also a designated safe zone with guards stationed at its borders. When the vehicle reached the base, everyone disembarked, their eyes fixed on the entrance to the dimensional space. By national regulation, high-level awakened individuals were prohibited from entering low-level dimensional spaces. These spaces were specifically designated for nurturing newcomers, allowing them room to grow. We're from Zone 5's 9th High School. These are newly awakened students here for their training today, Li Yanjing said, handing a set of documents to the base's officer. There were 22 teachers accompanying the students, all of whom exceeded the level requirements for this dimensional space. We've already been informed. Come with me, the base officer said after glancing over the documents. School-organized student training trips were typically exempt from entrance fees for their first visit. Over 300 students marched toward the entrance in an impressive procession. Li Yanjing led the teachers in first to scout the area and ensure safety before allowing the students to enter one by one. So this is a dimensional space? It's not what I expected. It's so beautiful here. The air is so fresh. The dimensional space spanned approximately 2,000 square kilometers. The environment was even better than that of Blue Star, with a unique and invigorating atmosphere. Everyone, listen up. Form your teams. Li Yanjing called out. Team 1, come forward and collect your equipment. The students began to chatter loudly. Combat equipment? Could it be composite weapons? Don't get your hopes up. Team 1 approached with eager anticipation. Each of you will receive a pair of combat goggles. They're bound to your identity and come with a distress flare, Li Yanjing said, tossing the equipment to them. The other students, upon seeing this, scoffed. That's it? They're just sunglasses. Just wait. You won't be laughing in a moment, Gao Feng thought to himself. Li Yanjing continued distributing equipment to the rest of the teams. Once everyone had put on their goggles, the crowd was filled with exclamations of amazement. This is incredible. Zhou Quan is only level 1 but already has 20 combat power. I'm C rank and only have 12. How is that fair? Look at Gao Feng. He's definitely the lowest, someone jeered. Gao Feng remained unfazed, but the E rank member next to him looked visibly uncomfortable. They both had a combat power of just 6. These combat goggles can detect monster information. They're a marvel of human ingenuity and can be used inside the dimensional space, Li Yanjing explained. Training comes with risks. I hope you'll rely on the knowledge you've gained to overcome them and avoid using your distress flares unless absolutely necessary. This training will last 1 month. Good luck. With those words, Li Yanjing concluded her address, and the students began organizing their gear. Gao Feng noticed that most of the equipment was imitation gear forged from monster materials. While it couldn't compare to composite weapons, it was still significantly stronger than standard alloy gear, giving them an edge in the early stages of monster hunting. What's your talent? I need to plan our combat strategy, Lu Yong, the leader of Gao Feng's team, asked him. Aside from Lu Yong, who had somewhat decent equipment, the rest of the team was outfitted with subpar alloy gear. Looting. Killing monsters allows me to steal a small amount of spiritual power, Gao Feng replied, not wanting to cause unnecessary tension with them. That talent's pretty useless, one of the others grumbled. Fine. Just be careful during fights, but don't expect us to leave kills for you, Lu Yong said. Gao Feng silently calculated his next move. He knew he needed to find an opportunity to separate from them. Only by working alone could he maximize his gains. We're entering monster territory. With our low combat power, we need to look for solitary monsters, Lu Yong instructed as he led the team into an open area, where the clear line of sight made scouting easier. There's a lone monster up ahead, Zhao Borui said, throwing a provocative glance at Gao Feng. Let's go check it out, Lu Yong said. The 6 of them approached the creature. The information displayed in their goggles read, Needle for Rat, Level 1, Combat Power 25, Skill, Needle Shot. Not bad. A Level 1 monster with relatively low combat power. Ding Mo, you'll handle defense. Shin Shibin and I will attack, and Li Yu will focus on healing, Lu Yong instructed as the group drew their weapons. Lu Yong's D-class talent, Iron Fist, could deal additional damage and knockback effects, increasing his combat power by 10 points. Ding Mo had a D-class Earth talent, Shin Shibin had a Beast-type Monkey talent, Zhao Borui wielded a longbow, and Li Yu's D-class Wood talent could only heal minor wounds. The needle-furred rat was half a meter tall, covered in gray-black fur as sharp as needles. The 6 of them began the fight, while Gao Feng could only stand by and watch. It was his first battle, and he was destined to just play a minor role. Upon seeing the group surround it, the needle-furred rat's eyes turned blood red in an instant, and it lunged at them furiously, its tail whipping through the air like a whip. Ding Mo raised his shield to block it, while Lu Yong and Shin Shibin flanked it from both sides. Gao Feng nodded secretly from the sidelines. Even though their combat power wasn't high, their tactics were decent. Ding Mo struggled to hold off the monster's attacks with his shield, but he managed to withstand them. Meanwhile, Lu Yong and Shin Shibin launched successful attacks, and Zhao Borui occasionally fired arrows from a distance. At this pace, dealing with this level 1 needle-furred rat shouldn't be a problem. Whoosh! Suddenly, several steel needles shot out from the monster's body, flying toward the 3 of them. Watch out, that's its skill. Lu Yong crossed his fists to block the needles, while Ding Mo had his shield for protection and remained unharmed. However, Shin Shibin, lost in the thrill of attacking, had completely forgotten that the monster might have skills. By the time he realized, it was too late to dodge. Swoosh off, the steel needles pierced his arm, and blood gushed out as Shin Shibin screamed in pain. Damn it! Lu Yong cursed. Someone getting injured in their very first battle would definitely slow their progress. Shibin, fall back and let Li Yu heal you. This monster's almost done for. Shin Shibin gritted his teeth and withdrew from the battlefield. Fortunately, the monster couldn't fire its skill repeatedly, and it was already injured. Losing one person didn't make much of a difference. Let me have the monster's spirit energy, Lu Yong suddenly said as the rat neared death. I'm the main attacker. If I level up to level 2, I can handle monsters better, and you guys can finish them off later. Everyone understood that this distribution method was the most beneficial for the team. Zhao Borui was the first to agree. If Brother Yong levels up, we'll all be safer. We can wait through 20 level 1 monsters. Though the others felt a bit uncomfortable, they had no choice but to accept. No one even bothered to ask Gao Feng's opinion. Lu Yong delivered the final punch, killing the needle-furred rat. The spirit energy flowed into his body. This feeling, not bad, he said, closing his eyes to savor the sensation. Zhao Borui, go collect the loot. The loot was the steel needle fur from the monster, which was a primary source of income for adventurers. As for fragments, that depended on luck. Shin Shibin, how's your arm? Just got treated, it's much better now. The bleeding in Shin Shibin's arm had stopped, and it had been bandaged simply. Wood element talents were limited in their early stages. Stopping bleeding was already good enough, but they became more powerful later on, capable of both attacking and defending. This was our first battle, so some mistakes are normal, but don't let it happen again, Lu Yong said. Shin Shibin knew he'd been careless and humbly accepted the criticism. Gao Feng thought to himself, Lu Yong is indeed a competent leader. He can make plans, take responsibility, and summarize lessons. If only his talent were a bit better. After a brief rest, the group continued searching for monsters. Killing a level 1 monster took only 5 minutes, but most of their time was spent finding them. By sunset, they'd killed a total of 28 monsters. Lu Yong had taken down 20 of them, leveling up to level 2, while the others had only gotten 2 kills each. Gao Feng could only watch helplessly. After leveling up, Lu Yong's efficiency at killing monsters had noticeably increased. Gao Feng initially wanted to suggest letting Ding Mo level up to level 2 next, but he decided against it. It would only cause dissatisfaction among the group. I need to find an opportunity to break away from them, Gao Feng thought. Staying with them won't let me spread my wings. I can't even gain any experience. Elsewhere, the Black Monkey team was handling monsters much more easily, taking on 4 violent rabbits at once. The B-class Vajra talent is truly impressive. Its defense is incredible, Zhou Quan remarked with admiration. Their team also had 2 attackers, 1 defender, 1 support, and 1 scout. In dimensional spaces, scouting talents were crucial. Each dimensional space had unique environments and monster traits, and the information from battle goggles was limited. Some monsters couldn't even be seen with the naked eye. Before long, the 4 monsters were defeated. By the end of the day, 4 out of their 5 members had reached level 2. This was the difference between a team with high-level talents and one with lower-level talents. In fact, Zhou Quan and Tan Kai could have started challenging level 2 monsters after leveling up, but they chose to proceed cautiously. Brother Monkey, there are 2 monsters up ahead. They don't seem to be violent rabbits. Level 2 monsters? Are you sure there are only 2? Don't worry, there are definitely no other monsters around. Alright, let's go for it. They hadn't planned to challenge level 2 monsters so soon, but since they encountered only 2, they decided not to hesitate. Besides, the spirit energy from 2 level 2 monsters was equivalent to the experience from 4 level 1 monsters. The battle began quickly. Level 2 monsters were noticeably harder to deal with than level 1s. Even though Tan Kai was already at level 2, he struggled to defend. Kai, hold on. I know, I think I can manage, Tan Kai replied with difficulty. The battle rooster, with 60 combat power, was much tougher than the violent rabbit, which only had 30. Zhou Quan and another teammate with a fire element talent sped up their attacks to ease Tan Kai's burden. Cluck cluck cluck. The battle rooster suddenly extended its wings, tilted its head to the side, and rammed toward Tan Kai. This was its skill iron shoulder slam. Clang, the collision between its wing and Tan Kai's shield sounded like metal clashing, and his shield dented inward. Tan Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, injured by the powerful hit. Kai. Seeing Tan Kai hurt, Zhou Quan's twin daggers moved even faster. His speed talent enhanced not only his movement but also his attack speed. The Black Monkey himself went all out, and they managed to take down one of the battle roosters quickly. After that, the fight became much easier. I didn't expect level 2 monsters to be so much tougher than 2 level 1 monsters. I underestimated it, Tan Kai said, injured. The Black Monkey felt partially responsible. He had been a bit greedy and overconfident. He then glanced toward the direction of Gao Feng's team. I wonder how Madman is doing now. I really should have brought him into our team back then. Brother Yong, we've been here for most of the day. It should be dark outside by now, but why hasn't it gotten dark here? Zhao Barui asked, trying to curry favor with Lu Yong. You weren't paying attention in class, were you? The teacher explained it. Dimensional spacetime is different from outside. Lu Yong shot him a glare. In this place, it seemed there was no day or night. The sky had remained exactly the same as when they first entered. Brother Yong, I found another lone monster. Zhao Barui shouted excitedly. Lu Yong quickly led the group over. Attack! With his command, the team sprang into action. Ever since Lu Yong had leveled up to level 2, battles that used to take 5 minutes could now be wrapped up in 3, with hardly anyone getting injured. Screech! Midway through the fight, another needle for rats suddenly emerged from the side. Lu Yong's face darkened. This is bad. While their team could handle a single level 1 monster without issue, 2 would be a serious problem. Zhao Barui, didn't you say there was only 1 monster? What's going on? Lu Yong roared in frustration. Brother Yong, I swear I only saw 1 earlier. Zhao Barui stammered, his voice trembling. He knew he was likely to be blamed, and as the weakest and least talented member of the team, he also knew that if someone had to be sacrificed, it would probably be him. Li Yu's hands shook in fear too. She was equally afraid of being abandoned. In fact, if someone can just lure this needle for rat away, the crisis would be resolved, Gao Feng said coldly. Brother Yong, not me. Please don't make me go. Zhao Barui cried out in terror. If worst comes to worst, I'll do it, Li Yu said, her voice quivering. She knew that if she went to distract the monster, she likely wouldn't make it back. Relax, no one needs to go. As long as we're alive, there's hope. At worst, we'll abandon this training session, Lu Yong said as he prepared to activate a distress flare. The second needle for a rat was closing in fast. Wait. Gaofeng suddenly charged toward the needle for a rat. Lu Yong was stunned. Gaofeng hadn't contributed much throughout the journey, nor had he received any spirit energy. Logically, he had no real ties to the team. Yet, in this critical moment, he was willing to sacrifice himself to give them a chance. What the others didn't know was that Gaofeng had long wanted to leave this team. He'd been waiting for this opportunity for a while. His earlier comments were merely to gauge everyone's reactions, indulging his own twisted sense of amusement. Gaofeng, Lu Yong started, but before he could finish, Gaofeng had already lured the needle for a rat far away. Snapping back to reality, Lu Yong shouted, "What are you standing around for? Finish off this monster and go save Gaofeng." He threw himself at the needle for a rat, punching it with both fists, disregarding its attacks entirely. Within moments, the monster was dead. There wasn't even time to worry about who struck the final blow. But Gaofeng, having seized his chance, wasn't about to let them ruin it. By the time they had finished off the needle for a rat and chased after him, Gaofeng was long gone. "Let's hope Gaofeng makes it out safely," Lu Yong sighed. "He brought it on himself. Who's to blame?" Zhao Borui muttered sarcastically. Smack! Lu Yong slapped him across the face. "If it weren't for him, we'd all be dead. Remember that." Zhao Borui, stunned by the slap, didn't dare say another word. On the other side, Gaofeng had led the needle for a rat far away. Once he was sure the others couldn't catch up, he pulled a black iron-grade battle blade from his storage ring. As soon as the blade was in his hand, his combat power on the virtual display screen shot up to 106. The weapon alone added 100 combat power, which was more than the average level 3 monster's combat power of around 100. In other words, with this blade, Gaofeng could take on monsters 2 levels higher than him. As expected of a synthesized fragment, Gaofeng said, gripping the blade tightly. He turned and slashed at the pursuing needle for a rat. Slash! The rat didn't even have time to react before it was cleaved in two. "This blade is incredible. I can use it all the way to level 5, maybe even level 10, Gaofeng muttered, donning his combat suit once more. The numbers on his virtual screen updated. Name, Gaofeng. Level 1, 23/100. Combat power, 207. Talent, F grade. Having just killed the needle for a rat, he gained 6 points of spirit energy, and his combat power increased by 1. With this F-grade equipment set, he could now shrug off attacks from monsters below level 3. He continued deeper into the dimensional space, where the chances of encountering other teams would decrease, eliminating the risk of being discovered. 6 points of experience, another 6 points. How am I still not in the level 2 zone? He advanced cautiously, still in the level 1 monster area. Finally, after taking down over a dozen monsters, he encountered his first level 2 monster. Monster, Iron Claw. Level 2. Combat power, 55. Skill, Rend. Wounds inflicted by its claws are hard to heal. This thing has less combat power than a battle chicken? Without hesitation, Gaofeng charged with his blade. The power gap was too great, the level 2 monster stood no chance. 2 slashes later, Gaofeng had gained 11 points of spirit energy and finally reached level 2. Level 2 monsters are nothing special, he scoffed, leaving the spoils behind as he ventured further. His instructor had mentioned that the highest level monsters in this dimensional space were level 5, with combat power estimated around 500. Gaofeng began charging through level 2 monsters, ignoring their attacks entirely, heading straight for the deeper regions. After nearly a day, he reached the level 3 monster territory. Strangely, though an entire day had passed outside, the sky inside remained unchanged, the sun still frozen in its rising position. Level 3 monsters resembled wild boars, with green faces, long tusks extending half a meter, and combat power readings of 124. Their skill was Tusk Charge. Though their combat power exceeded 100, Gaofeng dismissed them as insignificant and tried to bypass them. However, one of the monsters wasn't having it, charging straight at him. "If you're looking for death, I'll gladly oblige," Gaofeng said, raising his blade. Level 3 monsters were indeed tougher than level 2 ones, but they still couldn't withstand Gaofeng's attacks. In less than half a minute, the monster was slain, netting him 11 points of spirit energy. On his way to the level 4 zone, Gaofeng grew increasingly annoyed, killing 3 more level 3 monsters, each with combat power around 125. The level 3 area was significantly larger than the level 2 area, and it took him 2 days to reach the level 4 zone. Along the way, he cooked some steel fawn meat to replenish his strength. Checking his stats, he noted. Name, Gaofeng. Level 2, 45/500. Combat power, 219, 1 point of combat power per 10 points of spirit energy. Talent, F grade. The information on level 4 monsters appeared. Monster, Earth Wolf. Level 4. Combat power, 206. Skill, Earth Spike. Initially, Gaofeng thought the name sounded unimpressive, but he quickly realized this monster was an elemental type, presenting more of a challenge. He knew his combat power wasn't much higher than the Earth Wolf's and that he likely couldn't handle level 5 monsters yet, so he decided to level up to level 3 here first. Gripping his blade, he charged at the Earth Wolf. Level 4 monsters rarely traveled in packs. The earth wolf stood 2 meters tall, larger than Gao Feng, with coarse, dirt-colored fur, thick limbs, and floating shards of rock circling its body. As Gao Feng approached, the earth wolf immediately gathered rocks and unleashed its earth spike skill. Damn, this dirt dog goes straight for its skill? No honor at all, Gao Feng cursed, dodging quickly. He noted that the skill's cooldown corresponded to the time it took for the floating rocks to return. After dodging the attack, he gripped his blade with both hands and slashed at the coyote's abdomen. The coyote easily avoided the attack, causing Gao Feng to frown. This creature's combat instincts were surprisingly sharp. He adjusted his angle and aimed a thrust at the coyote's waist, its weak spot. However, the coyote's tail constantly guarded the area, making it difficult for Gao Feng to land a hit. After a few cuts, the coyote's stone fragments began to reform, ready to unleash its skill again at any moment. Realizing this, Gao Feng grew more cautious in his approach. After several exchanges, Gao Feng finally seized an opportunity and ended the coyote with a single strike. Took me 5 minutes, it was definitely challenging. Seems I can only handle level 4 monsters for now, he sighed, recomposing himself before continuing to wander through the level 4 zone. If others learned he had ventured this deep alone in just half a day, their jaws would undoubtedly drop. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yong and his team stumbled upon the corpse of a needle-fur mouse, with its loot still intact. Who's so wasteful that they'd leave the loot behind? These furs alone could sell for 50 Hua coins, one of them remarked. For an average family, 50 Hua coins could cover a week's living expenses. As they moved on, they discovered 2 more needle-fur mouse corpses. Which team could have left these behind? Are they all just filthy rich? Shin Qibin mused, perplexed. Could it have been one of the instructors? Li Yu speculated. Impossible, Lu Yong dismissed the idea. Instructors can't step in unless a student sends out a distress signal, and we haven't seen any signals. Li Yu then suggested, could it have been Gao Feng? He was heading in this direction, and we didn't find any traces of him leaving anything behind. Zhao Borui sneered venomously, no way. That trash? Without a team, how could he possibly kill a level 1 monster alone? He's probably already been eaten by one. Alright, it doesn't matter who killed them. For us, it's a good thing, Lu Yong said as he collected the loot and continued onward. After slaying the coyote, Gao Feng didn't leave the loot behind this time. Elemental monsters often had an elemental crystal core in their heads, which was worth significantly more than regular monster drops. He sliced open the coyote's head and extracted a dirt yellow, prism-shaped crystal stained with red and white matter. The crystal's shape was precise, almost like a delicate work of art. The virtual screen displayed, level 4 Earth Elemental Crystal Core, worth 200 Hua coins. Grinding in the dimensional space really earns money fast, Gao Feng thought, his mind immediately drifting to a dedicated trading platform for awakeners. Maybe I can use Hua coins to buy some fragments, he mused, his eyes lighting up at the potential for a lucrative investment. But soon, a pained expression crossed his face. I didn't collect loot along the way, lost out on billions. He pounded his chest in frustration, venting his anger on the coyote's corpse. This is awesome. That's the 8th Earth Elemental Crystal Core, 1600 Hua coins in total, Gao Feng muttered as he retrieved another crystal core from the coyote's head. Suddenly, he noticed a faintly glowing crystal shard beneath the coyote's body. Inside the shard was an image of a potion labeled with the word strength. Am I really this lucky? I've only killed a few monsters, and already a shard has dropped? Aren't these supposed to be super rare? Gao Feng stared at the shard in his hand, amazed by his fortune. Without overthinking, he activated his ancient jade, which emitted a cyan glow that enveloped the shard. Moments later, a potion materialized in his hand. Black Iron Grade Strength Potion, increases physical strength by 20 points, maximum usage, 10 times. Gao Feng had no concrete sense of what 20 points of strength meant. Well, I'll know after drinking it. He uncapped the potion and downed it in one gulp. The liquid melted instantly in his mouth, and soon he felt his entire body heat up like a cooked prawn, his skin turning red and steaming. It wasn't until some time later that the sensation gradually subsided. Testing his body, he felt a surge of strength coursing through him. He glanced at his combat power stat, it had risen to 272, a 40-point increase from the potion. Though black iron resources like equipment could increase combat power by 100 points, potions only added 40. Still, Gao Feng quickly came to terms with this. Unlike weapons and combat suits, whose effects didn't stack, potions were different. According to the description, the black iron grade strength potion could be used up to 10 times, meaning it could potentially add 400 combat points. Moreover, if there was a strength potion, there must be other types of potions too. If he maxed them all out, even with low level and talent, his combat power could reach an unbelievable height. Motivated by the discovery of the black iron shard, Gao Feng redoubled his efforts in slaying monsters. After killing another 10 coyotes, another shard dropped to the ground. Are shards really this easy to drop? Gao Feng wondered, feeling that something was off. Could it be because I'm killing monsters above my level? Still harboring a bit of doubt, he picked up the shard, which once again contained a potion, this time labeled Speed. Black Iron Grade Speed Potion, increases physical speed by 20 points, maximum usage, 10 times. Not bad, this is good stuff, Gao Feng muttered as he drank the potion, boosting his combat power by another 40 points. Just 10 more coyotes, and I can reach level 3, he thought. Despite his rapid progress, it was hard to imagine how slow other teams must be leveling up, considering he was soloing monsters above his level and still taking days to reach level 3. Of course, much of his time was spent traveling. Spurred on by his gains, he intensified his efforts, turning the level 4 monster zone into a scene of chaos and despair. On the 7th day of his journey in the dimensional space, Gao Feng finally reached level 3. After slaying the last 10 coyotes, another shard dropped as expected, another black iron great strength potion. Drinking it, he checked his stats panel. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 3, 7/1000. Combat power, 389. Talent, F grade. At just level 3, his combat power was nearing 400, an impressive feat at this stage. Yet, instead of venturing into the level 5 monster zone, he continued farming coyotes in the level 4 zone, determined to test his theory. I've killed 20 coyotes without any shard drops. It seems the drop rate really is tied to killing monsters above my level, he concluded. Moving at a steady pace, he continued to explore how many monsters he needed to kill for a shard to drop when, after 10 more coyotes, another shard finally appeared. A drop rate of about 1 in 30, it's not too bad, he thought. After drinking the speed potion from the shard, his combat power soared to 462. It's time to leave this place. I should be ready to take on level 5 monsters now, he declared, brimming with confidence. On the other side, Black Monkey stared at the data on the virtual screen, groaning, this is way too hard. We need to kill 100 level 2 monsters just to level up to level 3. The key issue was that their squad had 5 members, meaning they would need to kill 500 level 2 monsters for everyone to reach level 3. Monkey bro, if even a squad like ours levels up this slowly, how bad must it be for the other teams? At this point, they had been funneling all the spirit energy to Zhou Quan, but he was still more than 100 points away from leveling up. My combat power is already as high as 78, so killing level 2 monsters is pretty easy now. You don't need to give me all the spirit energy anymore, give it all to Tankai instead. Then we can start pulling 2 level 2 monsters at once. With their combat power steadily increasing, the team was full of confidence and continued hunting monsters, absorbing spirit energy to level up. Meanwhile, in a private combat training room next to the principal's office at District 5's 9th High School, the principal, wearing a kind expression, was looking at a graceful girl standing in front of him, the school's only student to awaken an S-rank talent, Shangguan Shui. Xiuxue, how are you coming along with mastering your talent after this past month? The principal asked. Principal, I've pretty much figured out how to use my talent. When can I enter the dimensional space for training? I've heard a lot of classes have already departed, Shangguan Shui asked eagerly. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. You'll be able to depart shortly, the principal replied gently. If any of the other teachers at the school saw his demeanor right now, they would surely be stunned. Really? That's great. Shangguan Shui jumped up with excitement. After 3 days of traveling through the level 4 monster zone, Gao Feng finally encountered level 5 monsters. Up until now, the terrain had been plains and hills, and he hadn't seen any forests. He had thought the name Little Jungle Dimensional Space was just a random title. Only now did he understand why it was called that. In front of him was a vast expanse of lush green forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the distance, the faint outlines of mountain peaks were visible. The forest was dense with vegetation, exuding a refreshing fragrance. This place is so complicated. How am I supposed to find monsters? And it's so easy to get ambushed, Gao Feng muttered as he stared into the jungle, feeling a bit troubled. Just then, the rustling of leaves caught his attention, and a monster emerged from the forest. Monster, Cloud Leopard. Level, 5. Combat power, 456. Skill, Cloud Leap, allows the monster to fly a short distance, increasing attack power and speed slightly upon landing. The virtual screen displayed the monster's information. It was a massive leopard, 3 meters tall and 5 meters long, covered in white fur spotted with black. Its pale blue eyes were particularly striking. As it moved, a mist swirled around its 4 limbs, giving it an elegant appearance. My combat power is just enough to deal with it, but I don't know how much its skill boosts its strength, Gao Feng thought with a frown. If the skill provided a significant boost, he could be in danger. No, it's too risky, he decided, turning to hunt level 4 Earth Wolves instead. He only needed to kill 30 more Earth Wolves to collect a fragment, which would make fighting level 5 monsters safer. Sorry, little Earth Wolves, Gao Feng murmured internally as he began his hunt. With his combat power now over 460, taking on the 200 combat power Earth Wolves was a breeze. The wolves could only use their Earth Spike skill once, making them easy prey. Luck was on his side. After killing 28 Earth Wolves, he obtained another speed potion. Do they only drop these 2 kinds of potions here? Can't I get something else? He wondered aloud. Despite his curiosity, he drank the potion, and his combat power surged to 533. Cloud Leopard, here I come. Now that his combat power outstripped the Cloud Leopard's by nearly 100, he felt confident he could handle it even if it used its skill. Without hesitation, Gao Feng stepped into the jungle. The first time, he stayed far from the cloud leopard, avoiding any trouble. But this time, he entered its attack range. Roar! The cloud leopard roared in fury, leaping into the air and charging at Gao Feng with incredible speed. Wow, starting off with a skill, huh? Gao Feng had anticipated this. Gripping his sword with both hands, he shifted his body slightly. As the cloud leopard closed in, he suddenly leaned backward, lifting his sword in an attempt to slice open the leopard's belly. The cloud leopard reacted quickly, using its skill to rise another 10 centimeters, evading the attack. When it landed, its combat power had risen to 508. Gao Feng was startled. That's quite a boost, he muttered. Still, his combat power was slightly higher. After absorbing spirit energy and drinking 4 potions, both his speed and strength were above average for awakened individuals. The cloud leopard, missing on its first strike, pounced again, its speed even greater this time. Without the speed potion, Gao Feng would have been at a disadvantage, but now he was just fast enough to keep up with the leopard. As the leopard lunged, Gao Feng sidestepped to the left, tilting his body slightly while holding his sword horizontally to stab at the leopard's left flank. Though the cloud leopard reacted swiftly, it still ended up with a 10-centimeter gash. Blood stained the surrounding grass, though to the leopard, it was no more than a scratch. Ignoring its injury, the cloud leopard continued its assault. For a full minute, Gao Feng was on the defensive, landing a few more minor cuts on the leopard. Its combat power dropped back down. Looks like the skill boost only lasts a minute, Gao Feng observed. Exhausted and panting heavily, the cloud leopard retreated a few steps to lick its wounds. Had your fun? Now it's my turn. Gao Feng swung his sword, closing in on the leopard. While Gao Feng was locked in an intense battle, other teams weren't faring as well. Out of the 61 squads, 8 had already called for help and withdrawn from the training, while 1 squad had suffered casualties and been forced to retreat. The remaining 52 squads were barely holding on. Surprisingly, the weakest squad under Lu Yan's leadership had yet to withdraw. Fighting monsters above my level feels so satisfying. The principal really treats me well, Shang Wanshui said, panting as she stood before the corpse of a level 3 monster, holding a black iron longsword and clad in a blue and white combat outfit. My base combat power is 30, and with this sword and my S-rank talent, fighting monsters 2 levels higher is just manageable. If I had a black iron combat suit, I'd go after level 4 monsters. The dimensional space she was in was different from Gao Feng's, with entirely distinct types of monsters. Here, the monsters started at level 3. I heard most people fight in 5-person squads, but I prefer working alone, Shang Wanshui said proudly, tilting her chin up as she ventured deeper into the space. This girl really does have a knack for combat, the principal remarked, appearing from thin air. He had been observing Shang Wanshui's battle the entire time. For her first fight against monsters, her handling of the situation and use of her talent were impressively skilled. Of course, it's mainly because I'm such a great teacher, the principal added smugly before quickly following her. She was his treasure and the school's future hope, nothing could be allowed to happen to her. Without its skill boost, the cloud leopard was little more than a lamb to the slaughter in Gao Feng's eyes. Strike while the iron's hot. Don't even think about using your skill again, Gao Feng muttered, ramping up his attacks as he noticed the mist reforming around the cloud leopard's limbs. Before it could unleash its skill a second time, he finished off the level 5 monster. Gao Feng glanced at the data on the virtual screen. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 3, 661/1000. Combat power, 536. Talent, F rank. The 16 points of spiritual energy brought him one step closer to leveling up to level 4. All he needed to do now was kill 22 more cloud leopards. Based on my calculations, I might even get another 2 fragments before reaching level 4. Thinking of this, Gao Feng felt even more motivated. He stepped into the jungle, and the light dimmed immediately, as the branches blocked his view. This area was far more dangerous than before, there was no telling when a monster might suddenly leap out. Having a sensory talent would be so useful right now. What good is my F-grade spiritual power talent? Gao Feng thought helplessly. He moved forward cautiously, when suddenly, a sharp crack sounded. A cloud leopard emerged from beneath a large tree to his rear left, staring at him with a ferocious gaze. It didn't even ambush me. Seems like it has some honor in combat, Gao Feng muttered as he raised his blade to charge. But I don't play fair. This time, he easily took down the cloud leopard, gaining 16 points of spiritual energy. As he ventured deeper, the monsters became increasingly cunning. Some leapt down from trees, while others emerged from burrows. Fortunately, Gao Feng remained vigilant and avoided any mishaps. For now, he was operating alone, with no support and only bandages and hemostatic medicine for healing. After killing 5 more cloud leopards, Gao Feng's eyes lit up. Beneath the corpse of one of the leopards, he found an iron-grade fragment. Iron-grade defense potion, increases physical defense by 20 points, maximum of 10 uses. He hadn't expected a cloud leopard to drop such a potion, but he didn't hesitate and used it immediately. Defense wasn't his first choice, but any boost to his strength meant greater safety. With the spiritual energy from 7 cloud leopards and the potion's bonus, Gao Feng's combat power had reached 586, just shy of the 600-point milestone, and he was still only at level 3. Hopefully, I can get 2 more fragments before reaching level 4. With this thought, he continued deeper into the jungle. As he walked, he noticed some small animals. The virtual interface showed no data on them, meaning not everything in this area was a monster. Roar! A sudden leopard's growl echoed nearby, signaling another fight. A cloud leopard emerged from behind a tree. Just as Galfong prepared to engage, another cloud leopard appeared from beneath the same tree. Damn it, 2 of them? He glanced around quickly and spotted a massive tree with a 10-meter diameter not far away. If I fight around that tree, maybe I can win. Running was not an option. The cloud leopard's cloud leap skill made them too fast. He had no choice but to fight. Galfong turned and sprinted toward the large tree, the 2 cloud leopards activating their cloud leap skill to chase him. Just as their claws were about to strike his back, Galfong slid behind the tree. SHHHK! The leopard's claws left 3 deep scratches on his iron-grade combat suit but failed to tear through it. Galfong grunted, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Though the suit had prevented external injuries, the impact on his back left him shaken. Still, the cloud leopard's combat power was only about 100 points higher than his, so their strength wasn't overwhelming, and his injuries weren't severe. Seizing the opportunity, Galfong positioned himself behind the tree. The leopards were fast in a straight line but slow to turn, and circling such a massive tree took time. As one leopard moved left and the other right in an attempt to flank him, Galfong dashed out from behind the tree toward one of them. With the tree's 30-meter circumference, Galfong had just enough space to play hit and run with the 2 leopards. While fighting, he silently counted the seconds. If he could endure for a minute, the leopard's skill boost would wear off, and he could counterattack. The minute passed quickly, and the leopard's combat power dropped to around 450. Galfong knew this was his chance. Gripping his blade with both hands, he charged at one of the leopards. With a 130-point combat power advantage, as long as he avoided being pincered by both leopards, victory was assured. Under Galfeng's hit-and-run tactics, one leopard soon fell. Roar! The remaining leopard let out a mournful cry upon seeing its companion slain, but it couldn't change its fate. In less than 2 minutes, both cloud leopards lay dead beneath the tree. Galfong cut off their claws as trophies, collected his spoils, and kicked the corpses. He hadn't expected to find more loot, but to his surprise, another fragment lay beneath one of the leopards. The fragment drop rate is this high? Galfong began to doubt his earlier assumptions. Could it be that fighting multiple monsters at once increases the drop rate? However, he had no time to test this theory. Picking up the fragment, it transformed into a jet-black dagger. An iron-grade dagger. Perfect for hey-ho. I'll give it to him when I get the chance. Galfong stored the dagger in his spatial ring. This fragment didn't increase his combat power, but Galfong didn't mind. Fighting cloud leopards was no longer much of a challenge. Luck was on his side as he continued. He didn't encounter another pair of cloud leopards. After slaying 13 more, his level finally reached 4, and he gained another fragment, which again synthesized into a defense potion. Name, Galfong. Level, 4, 13/2000. Combat power, 651. Talent, F grade. Seeing his stats, Galfong felt satisfied. At level 4, his combat power exceeded that of level 5 monsters by 200 points. If those S-grade and higher awakeners were at my level, how much combat power would they have, he wondered. But he knew that high-level awakeners had talents that significantly boosted their combat power. His talent offered no combat bonuses, so his stats reflected his true strength. Now that I'm level 4, killing level 5 cloud leopards yields fewer fragments and less spiritual energy. Galfong felt a tinge of regret. The highest level monsters in this dimensional space were level 5, and his current combat power was no match for level 6 monsters. Does this jungle even have an end? Looks like there's a mountain peak in the distance. As he continued hunting cloud leopards, he headed toward the mountain. Another fragment, he muttered, finding one after slaying his 58th cloud leopard since reaching level 4. He had found fragments before, but they always synthesized into defense potions. By now, his defensive strength was formidable. A level 4 monster's attacks barely fazed him. He had consumed 4 defense potions, increasing his defense by 80 points and effectively boosting his combat power by 160. Hiss! Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Galfong glanced around but couldn't locate its source. That's not a cloud leopard. Could it be another kind of level 5 monster? He scanned his surroundings warily. Whoosh! A sharp sound of something cutting through the air reached him. Galfong reacted instantly, tilting his head, turning, and raising his blade to block in one fluid motion. But the force behind the attack was overwhelming, pushing him back 5 or 6 meters and leaving deep grooves in the ground where his feet dragged. So strong? Galfang's heart sank. He had always thought his defense was solid, but this attack shattered that illusion. His hands trembled slightly as he held his blade. If he hadn't blocked in time, he would have been seriously injured. He looked up and saw a jade-green python, with a diameter of over half a meter, coiled around the tree trunk. Monster information appeared on the virtual screen. Monster, Forest Python, Elite. Level 5. Combat power, 782. Skills, Tail Whip, Venom Spray. It was the first time he saw a monster name with a suffix. Despite being the same level, this python's combat power was far higher than the clouded leopard's, and it had two skills. The python flicked its tongue and stretched its head out from the tree trunk. Gao Feng immediately retreated, and sure enough, two streams of venom sprayed out, landing on the spot where he had just stood. SSS. The venom corroded the ground, emitting white smoke and leaving a deep depression in the earth. This venom is too potent. If it touches me, I doubt the combat suit can hold up, Gao Feng thought, his heart still pounding as he stared at the venom. The python had used both of its skills, and Gao Feng decided to strike. His current combat power was 796, higher than the python's. Gripping his combat knife tightly, he charged at the python with full force, aiming the knife directly at its weak spot, the 7-inch mark. However, the python's tail intercepted the blade, deflecting it and knocking Gao Feng into the air. As expected of an elite monster, its combat instincts are far superior to the other monsters I've faced, Gao Feng muttered as he landed, immediately drawing his knife and launching another attack. He slashed wildly at the python's body, but the damage was minimal. The python's weak spot was well protected, and the other injuries were not fatal. Whoosh! The python's tail whipped toward him again, forcing Gao Feng to defend. After blocking the attack, he remained wary of the python's venom. He waited for a minute, but the venom didn't appear again. It seems this skill has a longer cooldown, he sighed in relief and resumed his assault. The python's scales were too tough, making it hard to break through its defenses. Suddenly, Gao Feng thought of a strategy. The python once again extended its head, preparing to spray venom. While attacking, Gao Feng calculated his position carefully. SSS. As the venom sprayed out, he suddenly accelerated, darting behind the python and delivering a powerful kick to its head. The venom's trajectory shifted, and half of it landed on the python's own body. Unable to withstand its own venom, the python's scales quickly lost their defensive capabilities. Gao Feng seized the opportunity, focusing his attacks on the corroded areas, slicing through the flesh until the python was finally slain. He cut open the python's head and extracted its venom sac. Forest python venom sac, 1,000 hua coins. At the same time, he noticed his spiritual energy increase by 51 points. Wow, elite monsters are really generous, he remarked. Too bad it didn't drop a shard. Gao Feng glanced at the empty ground beneath the python's corpse and sighed. However, he reminded himself that elite monsters had a higher drop rate than ordinary ones. With renewed determination, he began searching for more forest pythons, finding the clouded leopards no longer appealing. Elite monsters were indeed rare. It took him 15 minutes to encounter a second forest python. With the experience from his first fight, this time was much easier. He finished it off in 8 minutes and gained another 51 points of spiritual energy. Still no shards, Gao Feng lamented briefly before collecting the venom sac and continuing forward. As he ventured deeper, the jungle grew less dense, with the underbrush thinning out, leaving only towering ancient trees. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the foliage, creating a beautiful scene. But Gao Feng knew that despite its beauty, this place was filled with danger. At any moment, he could be struck by a giant tail or sprayed with venom. After another 20 minutes, he encountered a third forest python. At this rate, I'll reach level 5 today, he thought. Although he could only kill 2 elite monsters per hour, the spiritual energy they provided was 5 times that of regular monsters. With his growing combat power and experience, this fight only took 7 minutes. Did it drop something? While organizing the loot, Gao Feng finally saw what he had been hoping for beneath the python's corpse. To his surprise, the shard wasn't pitch black, but instead glowed with a faint green light. Could it be? He quickly picked up the shard and examined it. Holy crap, it's a bronze shard. Excitement filled Gao Feng's heart. He never expected to obtain a bronze-level shard in such a low-level dimensional space. He had always assumed that a shard's grade was determined by the monster's level, but now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. At the center of the shard was a combat knife, its blade marked with a flame symbol, looking far cooler than the knife he currently carried. Without hesitation, he activated the ancient jade. In the next moment, a flashy, flame-imbued bronze combat knife appeared in his hand. Bronze flame combat knife, 1000 combat power, attacks inflict flame burn effect. This knife was vastly superior to his black iron combat knife, increasing his combat power tenfold and adding bonus damage. It was incredible. But just as Gao Feng was fantasizing about wreaking havoc with his new knife, he realized he couldn't swing it. What's going on? It doesn't look heavy, why can't I use it? While he could lift the knife, he couldn't wield it in combat. Furthermore, the virtual screen showed that equipping the bronze combat knife had actually reduced his combat power by 100 points. Come on, what the hell is this about? Gao Feng shouted in frustration. It was like having a stunning beauty in front of him but being unable to do anything. What could be more agonizing? In the end, he had no choice but to reluctantly store the bronze combat knife and switch back to the black iron one. Maybe it's a level restriction. I'll try again when I reach level 5 or 10. In fact, the combat instructor had probably mentioned before that bronze-grade equipment required level 11 to use. But who would have thought that a level 4 student could obtain a bronze shard and even synthesize a complete item? After tidying up the battlefield, Gao Feng continued forward with his black iron combat knife. Even though he couldn't use the bronze knife for now, he was still thrilled. The bronze shard gave him a renewed sense of purpose, just having it on him was reassuring. As for the black iron potion reaching its usage limit, that wasn't an issue at all. When he returned, he could easily find plenty on the Awakener trading platform. Moreover, dropping a shard after just 3 elite kills was an absurdly high rate. Then again, very few people at this stage could defeat elite monsters beyond their level. Even an SSS grade Awakener, with an initial combat power of 50 points, would only have 410 points at level 4. Even if they equipped a full set of gear like him, they'd only reach 610 points. Of course, with the bonus from an SSS grade talent, they might be able to challenge elite monsters beyond their level, but SSS grade Awakeners were exceedingly rare. It was said that in the entire Jiangnan province, with its 6 districts, fewer than 10 SSS grade Awakeners had emerged this year. Considering that Jiangnan province was one of the 9 provinces in Hua Nation, with nearly a billion people and around 5 million students participating in the awakening process, the odds of awakening an SSS grade talent were unimaginably low. With the motivation of the bronze shard, Gao Feng fought with even greater vigor. Each encounter with a forest python took him less time. It seems this dimensional space only has this one type of elite monster. He went on to slay 4 more forest pythons, obtaining another bronze shard. This time, it was a potion. Bronze grade strength potion, increases strength by 200 points, maximum usage, 10. Another good item, but unfortunately, I can't use it. Gao Feng tried to open it, but quickly discovered it was impossible. He was already used to this, most items had level restrictions. Otherwise, if a level 1 newbie could equip silver or gold grade combat gear, they'd be unstoppable in the dimensional space. He glanced at the ring on his finger. This spatial ring, I've been able to use it since level 1. It must be a special type item with no level restrictions, probably because it doesn't directly enhance combat power and is purely functional. With this thought in mind, Gao Feng had roughly figured out the rules for using the synthesized items from shards. Anything that increased combat power had usage restrictions, while functional items did not. Time passed slowly, and the sun hung high in the sky, looking entirely different from when it had first risen 10 days ago. After more than 10 hours of hunting and fighting, Gao Feng had finally reached level 5. Along the way, he had slain 24 forest pythons, which yielded 6 bronze shards and 1 black iron shard. Among the 6 bronze shards, 2 were strength potions, and 3 were speed potions. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? Gao Feng picked up the black iron shard, his mouth slightly agape, his excitement spilling out in a string of expletives. The surprises from the 6 bronze shards paled in comparison to this 1 black iron shard. In the center of the shard was the image of a potion, with the word talent emblazoned prominently on it. It's a talent upgrade potion. I'm rich. Gao Feng was so excited he nearly jumped out of his skin. In the next instant, the shard transformed into a potion and appeared in his hand. Black Iron Grade Talent Upgrade Potion has a chance to upgrade F Grade Talent to E Grade Talent. Although it was only described as having a chance, that was more than enough for him. With enough quantity, there was always the possibility of success. Without hesitation, Gao Feng immediately drank the Talent Upgrade Potion. There doesn't seem to be any reaction. As expected, 1 potion alone wasn't enough to succeed. Black Iron Grade Talent Upgrade Potions weren't even that sought after in the outside world. Even if an F Grade talent was upgraded to E Grade, the improvement wasn't significant, and success was never guaranteed with just 1 potion. But to Gao Feng, it was priceless. The teacher said that once an Awaken reaches level 5, they can comprehend a talent skill, and every 5 levels after that, they can comprehend another one. Gao Feng glanced at his skill-less status and felt a pang of bitterness. An F-grade talent was practically useless, it didn't even help at level 5. For Awakened individuals who had comprehended skills, their strength would skyrocket, especially for those with elemental talents. The difference between having skills and not having skills was like night and day. With my crappy talent, even if I manage to comprehend something, it probably won't be worth much. He glanced at his virtual screen with a self-deprecating smile. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 5, 28/3000. Combat power, 927. Talent, F grade. He had consumed 4 defense potions, 3 speed potions, and 2 strength potions. Since talent upgrade potions drop here, I'll just keep grinding. Even if the drop rate decreases after reaching level 5, it's still worth it. He continued scouring the jungle for forest pythons. After reaching level 5, the spiritual energy gain from killing a python was halved, but it was still 26 points, enough to work with. Now it takes 3,000 spiritual energy points to level up. For those killing monsters of their own level, they'd need to slay 600 just to level up once. Gao Feng thought this was absurdly difficult. Thankfully, he could kill monsters above his level. But once others reached level 5 and comprehended their skills, they might also be able to do the same. That wasn't something he needed to worry about, though. As long as he had the ancient jade, he could stay ahead. His main task now was to gather enough talent upgrade potions to raise his F-grade talent to E-grade. The jungle's depths were dark and quiet, and no matter how bright the sun shone, it couldn't penetrate the canopy. Gao Feng wished there were more forest pythons around. It took him only 5 minutes to kill one, but finding them consumed a significant amount of time. Too bad this drop isn't a talent upgrade potion shard. After killing 10 pythons, he obtained a shard. Black iron grade mental potion, increases mental strength by 20 points, maximum usage, 10. Another new potion. This one seems quite suitable for elemental awakened individuals. Gao Feng inspected the potion, its liquid shimmering like a starry sky. Might as well drink it. He downed the potion in one gulp. Unlike other potions, the mental potion made him feel a surge of clarity and alertness. His exhaustion vanished in an instant. This mental potion is pretty interesting. While it didn't enhance his combat power as much as other potions, it made him feel refreshed and energized. Time flew by, and Gao Feng had been in the jungle for 3 days. Forest pythons were becoming increasingly difficult to find. What once took 20 minutes to encounter now took over 30. In 3 days, he had killed 100 forest pythons, and aside from the initial mental potion shard, he had obtained 9 additional shards. In total, he had acquired 3 talent upgrade potions, 4 mental potions, 1 black iron grade combat suit, and 1 bronze grade strength potion. It was a solid haul. This time, Gao Feng didn't immediately use the talent upgrade potions. He wanted to save them up and use them all at once. He believed the odds of success with a 10 pull were better than with single attempts. The shard drops are being really generous this time. Previously, he had obtained a black iron grade dagger, and now he had a black iron grade combat suit perfect to complete Black Monkey set. As for bamboo pole, his family was wealthy and could easily acquire such equipment. Have I reached the end? At the edge of the jungle, Gao Feng saw a mountain range rising ahead. Intrigued, he approached, observing the sloping terrain. The deeper parts of the jungle were home to elite monsters, so the mountain might harbor even stronger ones. Driven by curiosity, he began climbing. The training period in the dimensional space was nearing its end. The small jungle dimension resembled twilight, with the sun hanging low in the western sky, blood red in color. Teams were gradually returning, their shadows stretching long under the setting sun. Near the dimensional space's exit, more and more people were gathering. Leveling up is way too hard. I couldn't even reach level 5 in a month, and I almost died several times. Tell me about it. I'm still only level 4, with a combat power of 356, and that's with a C-grade talent. Oh my god, your combat power is that high? I'm only at 287. Most teams looked discouraged. The past month had been grueling. For a 5-member team to all reach a certain level, they would have had to kill an enormous number of monsters. Lu Yong, come with me. Li Yanjing spotted Lu Yong's team returning with only 5 members. Her face was filled with worry. Why are there only 5 of you? What happened to the others? Hearing their homeroom teacher's question, Lu Yong didn't know how to respond. Should he tell her they had let Gao Feng sacrifice himself so the team could continue training? He couldn't bring himself to say it. Speak up. There's still one more person, isn't there? Li Yanqing's voice was loud, and everyone at the scene heard it, turning their heads to look at her. If you don't explain today, your squad can forget about participating in any future training exercises, she said coldly. A student had gone missing, how could she possibly explain this to the others? Lu Yong remained silent. Fine, very well, Li Yanqing said, clearly furious. Teacher. At that moment, Zhao Borui spoke up from within the crowd. Zhao Borui, what do you want to say? Li Yanqing snapped her gaze toward him. Teacher, I'll tell you what happened with Gao Feng, Zhao Borui stammered, clearly intimidated by Li Yanqing's glare. Zhao Borui, if you dare say a word, don't even think about staying on my team, Lu Yong threatened. Oh, how bold of you, threatening a classmate right in front of me, Li Yanqing said with a bitter laugh. Zhao Borui, go ahead and speak. Lu Yong doesn't have the authority to kick you out. Even if he tries to ostracize you, I can arrange for you to join another team. Encouraged by Li Yanqing's words, Zhao Borui seemed to gain some courage. Brother Yong, you may not care about the training, but I still want to continue, he said, before recounting everything that had happened that day in full detail. So this is how you lead your team? Sacrificing your own members for personal gain? You could have sent out a rescue signal. Li Yanqing's lips trembled slightly, and her face turned pale as she listened to Zhao Borui's account. A student with an F-grade awakened talent, facing a monster alone at level 1, had virtually no chance of survival. Teacher, later we did head in his direction, but we found nothing, Lu Yong admitted. Since Zhao Borui had already spilled the details, there was no point in hiding the rest. He explained that they hadn't found Gao Feng's body or belongings, instead, they had picked up numerous monster spoils along the way. Hearing this, Li Yanqing frowned slightly and let out a helpless sigh. Let's hope he's safe. However, unlike Li Yanqing, the other students didn't feel much sympathy for Gao Feng. Instead, some even seemed to be gloating. Gao Feng had always been on bad terms with his classmates, often speaking in a sharp and confrontational manner. In the entire class, his only friend was Zhou Quan. And now, having awakened the weakest F-grade talent, he was nothing but a burden in their eyes. An F-grade? Isn't it normal for something to happen to him? The teacher said it herself, training comes with risks. Exactly. If you're weak, don't participate. Honestly, it's better this way, I won't have to think about transferring classes anymore. I was already planning to transfer schools. I only stayed because I heard the school was planning to expel him. Stop talking. Zhou Quan's team is back, someone announced as the discussions grew heated. A squad of 5, led by Zhou Quan, marched toward them with an air of confidence. This was the strongest team in their class. Madman, how was your training? Before the group even arrived, Zhou Quan's voice boomed across the field. But the moment he reached the scene, the heavy silence struck him like a physical force. Zhou Quan's eyes darted toward Lu Yong's squad, knowing full well that Gao Feng had been with him. Lu Yong, where's Madman? Why do I only see the rest of you? Noticing the strange atmosphere, Zhou Quan suddenly felt a pang of unease. Zhou Quan, I'm sorry, Lu Yong began, but before he could finish the sentence, Zhou Quan felt like something had lodged itself in his chest, making it hard to breathe. Had it not been for the significant strengthening of his body over the past month from absorbing spiritual energy, he might have fainted on the spot. Don't King tell me you're sorry. What happened? Zhou Quan roared, his voice filled with rage. No one had expected such a massive surge of energy from his slim frame. Zhou Quan, calm down, Li Yanqing stepped forward to intervene. How can I calm down? Everyone in the class is back, but I don't see my brother. How am I supposed to calm down? Zhou Quan was on the verge of losing control. Enough. Stop making a scene. I've told you all before, there are risks in training. Li Yanqing suddenly unleashed her own aura, forcing Zhou Quan to calm down. Although she understood his feelings, this was not the time or place to address the matter. Besides, the dimensional space was about to turn dark. Before the sun fully set, Li Yanqing and the other teachers led the students out of the dimensional space. There had been 306 students when they entered, but only 302 left. Even the lowest grade dimensional spaces were treacherous, where danger could strike at any moment. As they exited, the dimensional space plunged into darkness, and the moon began to rise. From a high vantage point, one would see countless crimson lights illuminating the entire dimensional space as day gave way to night. Meanwhile, Gao Feng was still climbing a mountain. Am I cursed or something? How have I been climbing for this long and still not reached the top? Gao Feng looked up, only to see that the summit was still far away. They've probably already left the dimensional space by now, he thought to himself. It had been over 10 days since he began his ascent. If not for the fact that he had no intention of leaving with the main group, he might have given up long ago. The reason he didn't want to go back was simple. His current combat power was too overwhelming to explain. How could someone with an F-grade talent already have a combat power exceeding 4 digits? It defied logic. He had already decided that once he left the dimensional space, he wouldn't return to school. They'd probably celebrate when they heard the news. I'll just have to keep this a secret from you two for now and make it up to you later, Gao Feng murmured. Along the way, he hadn't encountered many monsters. He had only killed 38 forest pythons over the past 10 days. However, these pythons dropped valuable loot. His storage ring now contained 5 bottles of black iron grade talent upgrade potions, 5 bottles of black iron grade mental potions, 4 bottles of bronze grade strength potions, 3 bottles of bronze grade speed potions, 1 bronze grade battle saber, 1 black iron grade dagger, and a full set of black iron grade combat gear. As night fell, Gao Feng's vision worsened. In the distance, a pair of crimson lights gleamed in midair, sending a chill down his spine. Could it really be a ghost this time? Gao Feng muttered as he looked around. The idea of a ghost encounter almost seemed plausible, given his current situation. The crimson lights started moving toward him. Damn it, it really is a ghost. Gao Feng cried out, instinctively stepping back. He had always been easily spooked, having read too many supernatural novels and watched too many horror films. He was terrified of such things. Fortunately, the night hadn't fully descended yet, and under the faint remaining light, Gao Feng managed to make out the figure moving toward him. It was a forest python. However, this forest python was a bit different. It had transformed into a forest python berserk elite. Its level remained at 5, but its combat power had soared to 1028, and it had gained 2 additional skills, tail whip and venom spray. No wonder the teacher said this training could only last a month, and we have to leave as soon as the time is up, Gao Feng thought to himself. It turned out that at night, the monsters would go berserk, making it far too dangerous for the students. But Gao Feng didn't fall within the danger zone. He glanced at his virtual panel. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 5, 1546/3000. Combat power, 1119. Talent, F class. His combat power was higher than the berserk forest pythons, so he wasn't afraid at all. With his blade in hand, he charged forward. After a few exchanges, he discovered that although the berserk forest python had higher combat power, its intelligence had dropped significantly. It fought purely on instinct and was relatively easy to deal with. In less than 2 minutes, the python was dead. Gao Feng searched its corpse but unfortunately didn't find any fragments. In the darkness, Gao Feng became even more cautious. However, he soon realized that being alert didn't make much of a difference because the forest python's eyes glowed like red lanterns, visible from far away. After killing several more pythons, he finally found a fragment. He initially thought that stronger monsters would have a higher drop rate for fragments, but it turned out to be the opposite. He drank a bottle of spirit potion, feeling his sensory abilities improve. Encouraged, he drank the rest of his spirit potions, enhancing his perception and hearing, and his combat power increased to 1375. But he knew that without an elemental talent, this combat power was somewhat hollow. He wanted to upgrade his talent but feared failure in wasting the potions. Ultimately, he decided to save up 10 bottles before attempting an upgrade all at once. He continued climbing toward the mountain peak. With the spirit potions boosting him, his speed increased, and he encountered fewer forest pythons. By the next day, the pythons had almost completely disappeared, and the surroundings grew even darker. He didn't dare to light a fire, fearing it would attract monsters. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Gao Feng was struck by a tremendous force and sent flying. "What the hell was that?" he muttered, clutching his chest in pain. Before he could react, he was hit again on his back, sprawling face-first onto the ground and sliding forward. He quickly scrambled to his feet, spitting out leaves from his mouth, and strained to sense his surroundings. Damn, is it some kind of invisible thing? But within his sensing range, there was nothing, no familiar glowing red eyes either. Gao Feng sighed. What a pity this visor doesn't have night vision or thermal imaging. Maybe such technology is ineffective in dimensional spaces. Crack, after being attacked several times, Gao Feng finally heard a faint sound, the snap of a dry branch underfoot. To the left. He sidestepped to the right and sensed a gust of wind brush past him, disappearing behind a tree. Without his heightened hearing, he wouldn't have noticed anything. Now, he was sure there was a monster, but he had no idea what it was. His best guess was that this creature specialized in stealth and speed, able to evade sensory detection. Fortunately, its attacks were still within the range he could withstand. Gao Feng focused all his attention on the tree ahead. Though he couldn't see it clearly, the presence he had sensed earlier was definitely hiding behind that tree. Snap, but this time, the sound came from behind him. Gao Feng had no time to react before he was knocked to the ground again, eating dirt. Damn it, could there be two monsters? At this point, the creature's combat power was undoubtedly very high. If there really were two of them, he wouldn't stand a chance. What should I do? It's too late to retreat down the mountain now. Damn curiosity is going to kill me. Gao Feng had no choice but to sharpen his senses, relying on sound to track the monster's movements. However, the creature seemed to be toying with him, launching sporadic attacks from behind different trees, gradually wearing him down. Yet this also confirmed for him that there was only one monster lurking. Time passed, and Gao Feng's injuries worsened, but there was no despair in his expression. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he even cracked a subtle smile. Taking a casual swing in one direction, his blade struck something with a sharp clang, sending sparks flying. Immediately after, he heard a heavy thud as something fell onto the dry leaves. Gao Feng's grin widened. Though he'd been taking hits all this time, he had finally discerned the monster's attack rhythm. Clang! Another swing of his blade produced sparks in midair, and this time, there was a faint cry of pain. Gao Feng began slashing wildly in seemingly random directions, yet each strike connected with something, producing sparks. After dozens of strikes, the monster realized it couldn't remain hidden any longer and revealed itself from the shadows. It stood about 20 centimeters tall, and its information appeared on Gao Feng's virtual screen. Monster, Shadow Mink, Rare. Level, 5. Combat Power, 1220. Skills, Shadow Shift, Phantom Strike, Invisibility, Passive. This monster's combat power was 3 times that of a normal monster of the same level, and it had 3 skills. The passive skill, Invisibility, allowed it to evade sensory detection. No wonder it had been so troublesome. This creature was of a higher class than an elite monster, and it had yet to enter its berserk state. Gao Feng realized how close he had come to being defeated by a monster with lower combat power than his own. Now, he was determined to take it down. Having grasped the Shadow Mink's attack rhythm, its defeat was just a matter of time. As his blade repeatedly clashed with the creature, the sparks grew fewer and farther between, eventually giving way to the sound of steel slicing into flesh. 7 or 8 minutes later, the Shadow Mink let out a final, agonized shriek before collapsing, motionless. Gao Feng felt a surge of warm energy flow into his body, and his virtual screen updated. One Shadow Mink had granted him 51 spirit points, 10 times that of an ordinary monster of the same level. Finally dealt with it. Gao Feng panted heavily, his body exhausted and drenched in sweat, his trembling hand still gripping his blade. This was the greatest crisis he had faced during his training. Fortunately, the creature's strength was offset by its focus on speed, otherwise, he might not have survived. Approaching the Shadow Mink's corpse, he expected soft fur but instead felt a layer of fine, scaled armor, now riddled with cracks from his blade. His virtual screen displayed new information: Shadow Mink carapace, 50,000 Hua coins. Gao Feng's eyes widened in shock. This thing is worth that much? 50,000 Hua coins is enough to buy half a black iron tier item. He stored the carapace in his storage ring, feeling immensely pleased. An unexpected bonus? Sure enough, beneath the Shadow Mink's corpse lay a crystalline fragment. Even in the pitch-black dimensional space, its silvery white glow was dazzling. A silver fragment? Gao Feng's hands trembled with excitement. The surprise was almost too much for him to handle. At the center of the silvery glow was a potion. Upon seeing it was a potion, Gao Feng felt a slight pang of disappointment. After all, he couldn't even use bronze-grade potions right now, let alone silver-grade ones. However, the word healing written on the potion reignited his interest. He activated the ancient jade, and a red potion appeared in his hand, resembling a Bloody Mary. Silver grade healing potion, heals 60% of injuries on the body, 10 uses. Isn't this just like the large healing potions in games? And it directly heals by percentage, this is insane. Gao Feng was genuinely shocked this time. Furthermore, the potion could be used 10 times. Without much thought, he took a sip. Unlike before, when potions were consumed in one gulp, only a tenth of the red liquid disappeared. After drinking it, he felt a warm sensation spreading through his body, and in less than a minute, most of the injuries caused by the shadow mink had healed. As expected of a silver-grade healing potion, the effects are immediate. He stored the potion away and continued heading toward the mountain peak. Now, if he encountered another shadow mink, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Bring on more shadow minks. Those silver fragments are just too tempting. He looked ahead into the darker areas, curious to see what awaited him at the summit. Although the view at the top might be breathtaking, he knew the path would certainly be riddled with thorns. However, what was dangerous for others was merely an opportunity for him. He fought under dim light and pressed forward through the darkness. Shadow minks were indeed rare creatures, appearing only once every half a day. Fortunately, the potential for leveling up in this dimensional space was limited, otherwise, staying here would have been untenable. Armed with prior experience, defeating the second shadow mink was much easier. 10 minutes later, he obtained a shadow mink armor fragment and a crystal shard. The second silver fragment turned out to be yet another potion. Silver grade speed potion, increases speed by 2000 points, 10 uses. Too bad I can't use it yet, otherwise, I'd be soaring through the air. Gao Feng felt like he was a treasure trove, yet unable to utilize any of his loot. Is the drop rate for rare creatures really this high? His eyes sparkled with excitement. However, over the next day, the 2 consecutive shadow minks he encountered didn't drop any fragments, dousing his enthusiasm with cold water. Still too naive, he muttered, shaking his head. Just then, he felt something blocking his path. There's clearly nothing ahead, why does it feel like there's an invisible wall? Could this be the boundary of the dimensional space? He tried every method he could think of but couldn't break through the invisible barrier in front of him. Looks like this is as far as I can go in this dimensional space. Stay alert, stay alert. Several guards stationed at the small forest's dimensional space exit noticed a silhouette approaching in the distance and quickly whispered warnings to each other. By now, the darkness of the dimensional night had lifted, and the eastern sky was faintly glowing. A thin layer of mist blanketed the entire space, creating a rather picturesque scene. Boss, judging by the silhouette, that's a person, right? Yeah, and besides, what kind of danger could there be in this low-level dimensional space? Though the guards had become more vigilant after being awakened, they weren't overly concerned. This kind of low-level dimensional space was typically only entered by students, and it was currently a restricted period. Better safe than sorry, we can't afford any mistakes in a dimensional space, the leader said with a righteous tone. Hello, Gao Feng approached the group and greeted them. At that moment, the guards relaxed, though a question popped into their minds. What was he doing here? Gao Feng was dressed in simple combat gear, issued by his school. Are you one of the students brought here by Teacher Li? One of them asked, as this dimensional space was exclusively used by Li Yinjing to train her students. The combat goggles worn by the guards displayed Gao Feng's information. Level 3. Combat power 175. Gao Feng knew he couldn't progress further toward the mountain peak, so he settled for hunting shadow minks instead. To attract them faster, he even took the risk of lighting a torch. Luckily, since the shadow minks were rare, they never appeared in pairs. On his way back, he killed one shadow mink, which dropped a crystal shard. This shard was the best item he'd obtained here. Silver-grade disguise potion allows the user to disguise their level and combat power, undetectable by anyone below level 30, effect lasts 30 minutes. This was also why the guards displayed information didn't match his actual stats. If they had seen his real data, they would have likely called for immediate backup, and Gao Feng might have ended up being sent to a research facility as a test subject. His actual stats were: Name, Gao Feng. Level, 5, 2764/3000. Combat power, 1521. Talent, grade F. Yes, I'm a student from Zone 5, School 9, Gao Feng replied. Without the disguise potion, he would have had to carefully plan his exit from the dimensional space to avoid suspicion. But now, there was nothing to worry about. How did you survive with such low combat power? The guards looked at Gao Feng as if he were some kind of anomaly. To them, the creatures in this space were no real threat, but how could a mere level 3 individual with barely 100 combat power survive? If I told you they thought I wasn't tasty enough to eat, would you believe me? I believe you're full of nonsense. One of the guards looked like he wanted to crack open Gao Feng's head to see what was inside. Actually, not long after the training started, I got separated from my team and got lost. When it got dark, I was scared, so I found a place to hide and only dared to come out when it got light again. Gao Feng quickly changed his story. This was the explanation he had prepared in advance. Though it was full of holes, the disguise potion made it impossible for the guards to detect anything suspicious. The guards exchanged glances. While they felt like their intelligence was being insulted, the data on their goggles matched Gao Feng's story well enough. Alright, get out of here and be more careful next time, one of them said, stepping aside to let Gao Feng pass. This kid surviving is nothing short of a miracle. A level 3 kid surviving a month in the dark? His ancestors must have been blessed with longevity. Still, I have a feeling he's not telling the whole truth. As Gao Feng left the dimensional space, the guards were left in varying states of shock and doubt. Did you just come out from inside? As Gao Feng stepped out, a military officer approached him. Gao Feng recognized this officer. It was the leader of the base who had greeted them earlier. Yes, Gao Feng repeated his earlier explanation. The officer gave him a puzzled look but said nothing more. Take off your goggles. It's best not to use them outside the dimensional space, the officer advised after a moment's thought. Also, in half a day, there will be a small combat vehicle heading back to the safe zone. You can ride it back then. Thank you, sir. Gao Feng saluted and waited nearby. Half a day felt excruciatingly long. While waiting, Gao Feng began organizing the spoils from this trip into the dimensional space. From the iron tier, he had used everything he could, leaving only a dagger and a set of combat gear. From the bronze tier, aside from a flaming combat blade, the rest were potions. From the silver tier, he had a strength potion, 2 speed potions, and a healing potion that had already been used once. The haul was substantial. Some people might not acquire as much in decades. Rumble, the combat vehicle roared to life. Gao Feng boarded the vehicle and glanced back at the dimensional rift behind him. One day, I'll find out what secrets lie behind those space walls. By the time he returned to the safe zone, it was nearly evening. I should stop by the trading post first, he thought. His storage ring was packed with spoils, and he needed to free up space. Besides, he needed money to buy fragments, and these spoils would be his first pot of gold. As for the money his parents had left him, he'd only use it when absolutely necessary. With that in mind, Gao Feng hailed a taxi to the trading post in the safe zone. He used to avoid taking taxis, as buses in the safe zone were free. Jiangnan continent was divided into 6 major districts, each with a large trading post primarily for awakened individuals returning from expeditions to trade their spoils. While prices there weren't fixed, they were generally fair, and there were always multiple buyers. It wasn't just a place to sell loot, one could also purchase what they needed. Before long, the taxi stopped in front of a massive building. As night fell, the trading post was brightly lit. Gao Feng had always felt a sense of longing whenever he passed by, but now that he was stepping inside, he was stunned. It was like a bustling marketplace. The 20-meter-high hall was packed with people, and the noise of animated discussions filled the air. Buying all kinds of venom sacks, the more, the better. Weapons and armor for sale, come take a look. Fragments. Selling or buying fragments. If you're willing to sell, I'm willing to buy. Take another look. This rare metal armor from a golden pangolin took me ages to collect. It's only slightly damaged, yet your offer is way too low. I'm here to do honest business. Don't try to scam me. Can you lower the price on this alloy longsword? The trading post was divided into a purchasing area and a selling area. Gao Feng squeezed through the crowded throng and finally reached a quieter purchasing counter in a more secluded corner. Before entering the trading post, he had already taken out all the loot from his storage ring. Seeing several large sacks placed in front of him, the purchasing clerk looked bewildered. Young man, we don't take trash here. Please take these away. The clerk, a disheveled-looking man in his 40s, still spoke kindly. In his eyes, Gao Feng was just a young kid, and whatever was in those sacks was unlikely to be anything valuable. Ha ha ha, is this kid here to make us laugh? What's he got in those big sacks, treasure? The clerks at the neighboring counters burst into laughter upon seeing Gao Feng. Old Zhang, you either don't open for business, or you go big, huh? Old Zhang, since when do you take junk? You should have told me. I could have brought you a pile from home. The man called Old Zhang seemed used to such mockery. He simply kept his head down and stayed silent. At that moment, Gao Feng suddenly felt a connection to Old Zhang. After his awakening, hadn't his classmates and teachers looked down on him the same way? It was as if his life had no value. If not for a few close friends and his homeroom teacher who cared about him, he wouldn't even want to return to school. Uncle, do I really look like I'm here to sell trash? Gao Feng knew his entrance was a bit awkward, but surely not so bad as to be mistaken for a trash dealer. Just as he was about to open one of the sacks, someone nearby panicked. He's not really going to open that sack here, is he? If you keep this up, I'll have to call the enforcement team. Gao Feng initially didn't want to engage with these people, but as their comments grew increasingly overboard, he had no choice but to push back. Why are you so concerned about something I'm not even selling to you? And as for calling the enforcement team, are you out of your mind? I haven't broken any laws. Kid, do you even know where you are? Talking nonsense in a place like this. And where is this, exactly? Your living room? Or your kitchen? Gao Feng shot back mercilessly, leaving the speaker speechless. After all, this was the safe zone, and Gao Feng had done nothing wrong. He couldn't be bothered with them. Uncle, just open it and take a look. I promise you won't be disappointed. Seeing Gao Feng's sincere expression, old Zhang hesitated but eventually decided to open the sack. Even if it turned out to be junk, at least he could put the matter to rest. His counter was in a remote corner, and his stubbornness meant he rarely got customers. It had been a long time since he'd received anything worthwhile, and if things continued this way, he wouldn't even be able to pay the rent. What is this? Old Zhang peeled back the corner of the sack, and his eyes lit up at the sight of its contents. As someone who had been in the purchasing trade for a while, he had seen his fair share of items, but the things inside the sack still managed to surprise him. What is it, old Zhang? Did the trash stink so bad it knocked you out? Ha ha. Nothing stinks worse than your mouth, Gao Feng retorted even more sharply. Kid, are you really planning to sell all this to me? Old Zhang didn't ask where the items came from. That was an unspoken rule among purchasers. He was just astonished that someone would bring such rare materials to sell. Of course. Why else would I be here? Just calculate how much they're worth. Old Zhang began pulling items out of the sack one by one. With each item he revealed, the clerks at the neighboring counters felt their hearts skip a beat. It wasn't because the items were particularly high level or valuable, but because many of them were rare materials, hard to come by despite their lower grades. Damn, I totally misjudged this. Kid, I don't think old Zhang can afford to buy everything you've got. How about letting us take some off your hands? Yeah, my prices are very fair. The clerks who had been mocking Gao Feng moments earlier now wore ingratiating smiles as they approached him. Gao Feng turned to look at old Zhang, who was still calculating the prices, as if to ask, are they telling the truth? Classmate, so far, the things you're selling are still within my purchasing ability, old Zhang said with a bitter smile. After all, the 3 sacks of items hadn't even been fully accounted for yet. It's fine. Finish calculating everything first, then we'll talk, Gao Feng replied. A few other buyers nearby overheard old Zhang's comment and cursed him silently in their hearts. If you can't afford it, why act like such a big shot? An hour later, all the items in the 3 sacks had been tallied. Classmate, the total comes to 1,235,832 yuan. Hearing this number, Gao Feng wasn't particularly shocked. It was pretty much in line with his estimate. While the 3 sacks were filled with numerous items, most came from low-level monsters and weren't worth much. The most valuable items were 12 shadow mink exoskeletons and nearly 200 venom sacks from forest pythons. How about this? Considering the bulk of materials you've provided and some of them being rare, I'll offer you a fair price and round it down to 1.2 million. Gao Feng was utterly baffled. Didn't he just say 1,235,832 yuan? Whose idea of a fair price was this, mine or his? Are you being serious? Gao Feng asked, speechless. Young friend, I'm really a bit short on cash right now. Could you do me a favor and cut me some slack? Old Zhang truly wanted to purchase this batch of materials, but his funds were indeed insufficient. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to negotiate the price downward. I recently acquired a few fragments, but I haven't been able to sell them yet. That's why my funds are a bit tight, but don't worry. Fragments? What fragments? Gao Feng was actually trying to ask about the fragments grade, but old Zhang misunderstood his question. You don't even know about fragments? Old Zhang began to doubt whether these materials were truly Gao Feng's own spoils of battle. I'm asking what kind of fragments you have. If you've got something I'm interested in, I might consider trading for them, Gao Feng replied, realizing how naive he'd been in the past. Are you serious about that? Old Zhang asked, his eyes lighting up. He hurriedly pulled out all the fragments he had on him. There were a total of 8 crystal fragments, 5 emitted a faint black glow, 2 shimmered with a greenish hue, and the last one sparkled with a silvery brilliance. Well now, a silver fragment, huh? Gao Feng felt a surge of excitement. He examined them one by one. The 5 black iron fragments were all useful to him. They included 1 each for strength, speed, defense, a mental elixir, and a healing elixir. The 2 bronze fragments, however, didn't interest him as much. One was for a defense elixir, and the other for a mental elixir. Even if he combined them now, they wouldn't be of much use to him. By the time he reached level 10, he probably wouldn't need them anymore. Finally, his gaze landed on the silver fragment. Within the shining silver crystal fragment was a book titled Heavenly Fiend Blade Technique. It suddenly became clear to Gao Feng why old Zhang had this silver fragment. It turned out to be a martial arts fragment. In the early days of the Awakening era, martial arts fragments like this were incredibly valuable. Back then, even governments would step in to collect complete sets of martial arts fragments. But as replica technology was developed, the effectiveness of replicas dropped to only a third of the original, but it made martial arts much more accessible. Nowadays, few people bothered to collect martial arts fragments unless it was for a brand new technique. That explained why old Zhang had been unable to sell this silver fragment. Most people would rather spend a bit more money to buy a complete replica of a martial art than to purchase a single, useless fragment. But Gao Feng was different. Replicas could only demonstrate 30% of a martial art's full effect, while the original could reach 100%, a difference in quality that was worlds apart. Many people opted for lower-grade martial arts when they were at lower levels. Studies had shown that below level 10, the probability of mastering a black iron replica martial art was 50%, a bronze replica was only about 10%, and a silver replica was less than 1%. However, with an original, anything below gold grade was almost guaranteed to be fully learned. I think all 8 of these fragments are good, Gao Feng said. deciding to take even the 2 bronze fragments to ease old Zhang's concerns. Young man, take a closer look at that silver fragment, one of the other buyers chimed in. They all knew old Zhang had been stuck with an unsellable silver martial arts fragment and tried to warn Gao Feng. I've seen it. Even if I can't use it, it's worth collecting, Gao Feng replied calmly. This time, he didn't snap back, as he could tell they were just trying to help. You're really serious about taking this silver fragment too? Old Zhan was almost ready to kneel and call Gao Feng his savior. Not only was Gao Feng letting him acquire a huge amount of materials, but he was also willing to take the unwanted silver fragment off his hands. Stop wasting time and calculate the value already. Black iron fragments, 15,000 each, bronze fragments, 50,000 each, silver fragment, let's say 120,000. That comes to a total of 295,000, old Zhang muttered as he punched numbers into his calculator. Young friend, I'll transfer you another 960,000. I don't have cash on me. Is a bank transfer okay? Sure, just transfer it to my card, Gao Feng replied. He handed over his bank card, seeing no issue with it. His phone had been confiscated by his teacher when he entered the dimensional space, so he could only use his card. It was the one his parents had set up for him to receive his living expenses. Old Zhang eagerly stuffed the 8 fragments into Gao Feng's hands while transferring the money to his account. Young friend, if you've got more materials in the future, please come to me again. As the saying goes, a happy occasion lifts the spirits. Moments ago, old Zhang had been dispirited, but now he was brimming with energy and cheer. Gao Feng waved him off and headed toward the sales area. With money in his pocket, he felt secure. Humming a little tune, he walked into the bustling marketplace. The sales area was far more crowded than the purchasing area, with a dazzling array of goods on display. The variety of weapons here is crazy, Gao Feng thought as he glanced at the weapons section, marveling at the wide selection. Most of the weapons were crafted from monster materials. While they couldn't compare to equipment synthesized from fragments, they were affordable and decent for temporary use. Classmate, the saber in your hand is modeled after a bronze-grade Thunderstrike saber. It can boost your combat power by over 300 points and is equipable at level 10. For just 250,000 yuan, it can be yours, the seller enthusiastically pitched. Gao Feng looked at the saber he was holding. It seemed decent, but compared to the flame saber in his storage ring, it was far inferior. His flame saber could provide a combat power boost of around 1,000 points. These imitation weapons simply couldn't compete. Classmate, how about 220,000? No? Fine, 200,000. I really can't go any lower, the seller said desperately as Gao Feng turned to leave. But Gao Feng wasn't interested, he already had better equipment, so there was no way he'd settle for this. Passing through the weapons section, Gao Feng skipped over the martial arts section entirely. All the martial arts here were replicas, which held no appeal for him. Finally, he arrived at the fragment section, only to find that the selection was quite sparse. Most vendors only had basic attribute elixir fragments. After all, people with fragments typically preferred to trade on platforms, only selling them outright if they were in urgent need of cash. Gao Feng stopped in front of a shop, picked up a piece of green crystal shard, and asked, "How much for the shard?" Behind the counter was a frail-looking girl who seemed malnourished, but her smile was extraordinarily pleasant, giving off a warm and friendly vibe. She was wearing a school uniform, clearly having rushed over right after school. This is a bronze-grade sleeve dart shard, classified as a hidden weapon, which counts as auxiliary equipment, the girl replied professionally. This type of shard is relatively rare. Are you sure you want to buy it? Gao Feng glanced at her school uniform and asked, "Are you from District 5 Second High School? Awakened this year?" The girl nodded slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. "Don't tell me all these shards were brought back by you from the dimensional space?" Gao Feng asked casually. The girl didn't reply, only smiling at him, which was an implicit confirmation. Gao Feng was stunned. This frail-looking girl could actually defeat elite monsters of her level? Her talent must be extraordinary. I want to give it a try. Add these together and tell me the total price. Gao Feng randomly picked up a silver-grade martial arts shard and 2 basic black iron shards. The girl smiled and calculated, altogether, it's 201,000. I'll round it down for you, 200,000. Gao Feng didn't haggle and handed over his bank card directly. The 960,000 he had just received instantly dropped by 200,000, but he didn't feel the slightest sting. On the contrary, he felt a bit excited. If he could combine these shards and resell them, he would definitely make a considerable profit. Come again next time, the girl said sweetly as Gao Feng left. He wandered around the sales section, picking up some miscellaneous items, and then headed home. By the time he got back, it was already past 9 o'clock. Luckily, he lived alone, so no one would nag him. Time to combine some shards. Gao Feng took out all the shards he had bought from the trading post. He started with a few black iron-grade shards, resulting in 2 bottles of strength potions, 2 bottles of speed potions, 1 bottle of defense potion, and 1 bottle of mental potion. Without hesitation, he drank all 6 potions in one go, and the overwhelming sensation was indescribable. Most people would focus on specific potions, like Zhou Quan, who prioritized speed potions with strength potions as a secondary choice. Elemental awakeners would mainly use mental potions with speed potions as a secondary option. However, Gao Feng was extravagant, aiming to max out every type of potion he could. After finishing the potions, Gao Feng took out the bronze shard, which combined into a small sleeve dart. Too bad I can't use this until I reach level 10. Hidden weapon equipment differed from other weapons as it provided bonus effects. He put away the sleeve dart and 2 bronze potions, then turned his attention to the 2 silver shards he was most excited about. One was a blade martial arts shard he got from old Zhang, and the other was a movement martial arts shard he had purchased from the schoolgirl. Under the glow of the ancient jade's green light, a translucent miniature jade book appeared in his hands. Silver grade martial art, heavenly fiend blade technique. Number of insights, 10. Gao Feng couldn't put the book down, playing with it fondly. He pressed the book against his forehead and closed his eyes, causing a black and white ink painting to appear in his mind, a black figure wielding a combat blade, performing a majestic blade technique with fluid and breathtaking movements. That's it? As the demonstration ended, Gao Feng realized he hadn't retained anything. This is way too difficult. No wonder they say the higher the grade of the martial art, the harder it is to learn. Unwilling to give up, he pressed the book to his forehead again, this time focusing entirely on the shadow's movements. After 5 consecutive attempts, he finally set the book down, and a rudimentary understanding of the blade technique began to form in his mind. That's enough for today. I'll continue tomorrow. He glanced at the clock on the wall, it was already close to midnight. Picking up a watermelon knife, he began practicing at home. Despite it being just a watermelon knife, he could faintly sense the sharpness of the blade technique. After half an hour, he was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. This silver-grade martial art really isn't something I can fully handle at my current level. He decided to call it a night and continue practicing the next day. He picked up the other miniature jade book, silver-grade martial art, Phantom Step. Number of insights, 10. Ah, this feels so good. Gao Feng stretched lazily. In the dimensional space, he had to remain alert and tense every day, with no time to relax. Now back in the real world, he slept like a log. When Gao Feng finally woke up and glanced at the calendar, it read April 28th. What the? He jumped out of bed in shock. He distinctly remembered going to sleep on April 25th. How had 3 days passed in the blink of an eye? He rubbed his head, doubting the calendar was accurate. Turning on the TV, the date was displayed clearly, Awakening Year 321, April 28th. The news on TV reported significant events. Early yesterday morning, the Shenlong dimensional space experienced a riot, with a horde of monsters attacking the space's exit. Many lives were lost. After 5 hours of intense battle, the monsters were finally subdued. Yesterday, a level 58 expert, Long Zhanya, ventured alone into the nether dimensional space. His status remains unknown. Reports indicate that a dimensional space in beautiful country has gone out of control, resulting in the deaths of all those training inside. Gao Feng silently vowed to himself, one day, I'll be part of these major events too. He turned off the TV and headed out to school. He gave himself an excuse to retrieve his phone. With a stealth potion in hand, as long as he avoided the higher-ups at the school, he figured he'd be fine. The truly powerful individuals were usually either training in dimensional spaces or out on missions, not wandering around campus. Report. During the morning class, Li Yanqing stood at the podium while hundreds of students quietly worked on their assignments. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the doorway, causing everyone to turn their heads. Li Yanqing rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. You're Gao Feng? The other students looked equally stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. After Gao Feng's disappearance, their class 32 had risen to second place within the school. On the surface, the school mourned the loss of students who had perished during their training, but deep down, they were secretly pleased, especially about the disgraced Gao Feng finally disappearing. The school had even discreetly rewarded Li Yanqing, though she had declined the offer. Madman, you're back? Black Monkey shot up from his seat, his voice trembling. Gao Feng grinned cheekily. Teacher, it's been a while. Surely you haven't forgotten me? He waved at his classmates and, under the stunned gazes of Li Yanqing and the entire class, walked over to the seat next to Black Monkey. Madman, I've been saving this seat for you all along, Black Monkey stammered, his voice still shaky. The classroom fell silent for a moment but quickly became lively again. How did he come back? How's that possible? How did someone survive in the dimensional space alone? Ah, looks like the title of second place in the grade is gone again. Everyone was talking about Gao Feng. Gao Feng, step outside for a moment. Li Yanqing quieted the noise in the classroom and called Gao Feng out. Gao Feng had just sat down when he was called away. What do you want? Li Yanqing was momentarily stunned upon seeing Gao Feng come out, then asked in a flustered tone. Teacher, I just want to get my phone back. What are you thinking? Gao Feng extended his hand with a smile. Li Yanqing looked at Gao Feng's strange smile and was so angry she wanted to hit him, but she held back. I'll give you your phone later. First, tell me, what's going on with you? Li Yanqing was still confused. Is there something wrong with me? Aren't I fine now? Gao Feng put on an exaggerated look of anguish. It's precisely because you're fine that something feels wrong. Li Yanqing was even more puzzled by Gao Feng's behavior. Teacher, so it turns out you can't stand to see me doing well. You're just like the others. Gao Feng lowered his head, looking heartbroken. No, that's not what I meant. Listen to me. Li Yanjing, flustered by Gao Feng's words, didn't notice the smile he was trying to stifle. You little rascal, you dare to tease your teacher. Only when she saw the corners of Gao Feng's mouth sneaking a grin did Li Yanjing realize she had been tricked. Now, tell me what really happened in the dimensional space. Li Yanjing's expression turned serious. Gao Feng stopped joking and truthfully fabricated a story about the events. The more Li Yanjing listened, the more her brows furrowed. By the time he finished, her brows were practically tied in a knot. Teacher, don't you believe what I said? Gao Feng asked, looking hurt. Your story wouldn't even fool a ghost. Getting lost, fighting monsters, picking up spiritual energy by chance, and hiding in a cave until a few days ago, do you even believe it yourself? Li Yanjing was left speechless by the absurdity of Gao Feng's narrative. Then, teacher, what should I say to make you believe me? Gao Feng's question left Li Yanjing stunned. Logically, an F-rank awakened individual shouldn't have been able to survive in such conditions, but Gao Feng was standing right in front of her, alive and well. It's good you're back. No matter what others say, you're still my student. Go back to class. Li Yanjing chose not to press further. Is there anything else? Li Yanjing asked, noticing that Gao Feng hadn't left. Teacher, I want to take a 2-month leave of absence. Gao Feng had already made up his mind. Instead of wasting time at school, he'd rather train in the dimensional space. Gao Feng, there's no need for this. I promised to handle things at school for you, Li Yanjing said, thinking Gao Feng was still upset about the earlier incident. Teacher, just agree to it. I'll be fine. Really? Alright, take this time to adjust your mindset properly. Got it. Thank you, teacher. Gao Feng sincerely thanked Li Yanjing. He considered himself lucky to have a teacher like her. Li Yanjing secretly pulled out her goggles but was disappointed by the results she saw. Could what he said really be true? Gao Feng hadn't even reached the classroom door when the inside had already turned into a noisy marketplace, with everyone discussing him. The most surprised person, however, was Lu Yong. He had previously doubted whether Gao Feng had truly died and whether the spoils of battle were left behind by him, but every time he doubted, he dismissed the thought. He simply couldn't believe that an F-rank awakened individual could accomplish such feats. Madman, I want to know too, what's your deal? Black Monkey leaned in close and asked in a low voice. Kid, stop prying into adult matters. Gao Feng wasn't about to reveal anything now, especially with so many in the class having awakened hearing-related abilities. What level are you now? What's your combat power? Black Monkey asked. Already at level 5, combat power 872, Gao Feng replied. Damn, you're level 5 and already have such high combat power? Black Monkey exclaimed in shock. Hee hee, I awakened an A-rank ability. The school rewarded me with some money, sold off some training spoils, and my parents chipped in. You used potions? Yeah, I bought 6 speed potions and 3 strength potions. 9 potions, that's tens of thousands of credits. You're doing well for yourself, bud. Gao Feng was genuinely happy for Black Monkey too. Madman, when I level up and get stronger combat power, I'll make sure to set you up too. Deal. The two exchanged a smile and burst into laughter. Next period is combat training, Li Yanjing said as she left the classroom, signaling the end of the morning class. Black Monkey, after today, I won't be coming back to school, Gao Feng told him. Why not? With me around, anyone in the class who dares badmouth you will get beaten up, Black Monkey, now even more arrogant after taking potions, declared. Alright, I know you're tough. There are some things I can't explain right now. You'll understand later. Just focus on improving your level and combat power. With that, Gao Feng got up and went after Li Yanjing. Teacher, where's my phone? After retrieving his phone from Li Yanjing, Gao Feng didn't return to the classroom. There was no need. All that mattered was letting the people who cared about him know he was fine. Practicing martial arts at home really isn't convenient. There's no room to move. Yesterday, while practicing with a watermelon knife at home, he'd almost destroyed his furniture. Luckily, the noise wasn't too loud, otherwise, the neighbors might have called the police. Earlier, while trying to master a stealthy footwork technique, he knocked over more furniture, leaving the room in a complete mess. Might as well head directly to the dimensional space train while I explore. Gao Feng made up his mind. Early the next morning, he took a bus to the trading hub. He skipped the first floor and went straight to the second. The second floor of the trading hub was where missions were issued. Many awakened individuals came here to find missions that allowed them to train in the dimensional space while earning some money. The hall featured 5 large screens that constantly scrolled through various mission details. There were missions issued by the Safe Zone government, tasks from major powers, personal requests, and even team recruitment notices. The number of fire spirits in the Fire Rock Mountain dimensional space has surged. Requesting eliminations, 10,000 credits awarded per 100 kills, verified by the number of fire crystals. Requirements, level 15 or combat power above 12,000. Purchasing rare material, frost snowman hearts. No limit, any quantity accepted. Heading to the storm dimensional space to slay the elite monster Stormhorn Antelope. Loot will be evenly distributed. Recruiting one elemental awakened individual of C rank or above, preferably ice element. Payment, 50,000 credits. Below the large screen, there were numerous smaller screens, and almost every screen had someone operating it. These smaller screens were used to filter missions. Gao Feng walked to the first screen below the large display, found an unused one, and began searching for a mission. This one looks good. He finally found a mission that suited him. A creature surpassing the normal level has appeared in the Half-Autumn Mountain dimensional space. Investigate the cause and resolve the issue. Requirements, level 6 to 10, combat power above 3000. Judging from the mission requirements, this was undoubtedly a level 5 or higher dimensional space, meeting Gao Feng's standards. Although his current combat power did not meet the requirement, he believed that once inside the dimensional space, he would quickly reach it. Gao Feng pressed the button to accept the mission, and a transparent water-like card emerged from the device. This card served as proof that he had accepted the mission. Once inside the dimensional space, he could bring the card close to his combat visor to input the mission details. After accepting the mission, Gao Feng headed to the transportation center next to the trade building. Every day, numerous armored vehicles departed from here to various dimensional spaces. After waiting for a while, Gao Feng boarded an armored vehicle heading to the Half-Autumn Mountain dimensional space. It was a small armored vehicle with over 10 awakened individuals inside, all young, none older than 18. Most of them were grouped in teams of 5, leaving only Gao Feng sitting alone, drawing quite a bit of attention. Brother Long, could it be that kid plans to take on the Half-Autumn Mountain alone? Maybe he awakened an SSS level talent. SSS level talents aren't exactly cabbages, how could one just randomly awaken? Gao Feng ignored their chatter. With the ancient jade in his possession, he was destined to walk a solitary path of strength. Hey, friend, I noticed you're by yourself. Want to join our team? At this moment, someone from another team approached him and asked softly. After all, anyone daring to venture solo into a dimensional space was either incredibly strong or incredibly foolish. Gao Feng withdrew his gaze and looked at the speaker. The man was about 1.78 meters tall, with a square face, sharp brows, and bright eyes, exuding an air of righteousness. Sure, Gao Feng replied cheerfully. I could tell at a glance that your team is extraordinary, absolute experts. Joining you must mean I won't have to do anything, right? Just finish off the week and collect the spoils? Gao Feng widened his eyes and looked at him with a seemingly innocent expression. Long Bin was dumbfounded by Gao Feng's response. Weren't experts supposed to be proud? Had he misjudged him? Sorry for bothering you, Long Bin said awkwardly, retreating with a sheepish expression. Brother Long, I told you that guy's unreliable, but you just had to go talk to him. He does seem a bit dim. I must have been mistaken. The armored vehicle roared through the wilderness, and by late afternoon, they arrived at the Half-Autumn Mountain dimensional space. You youngsters are lucky no monsters showed up in the wilderness, the driver said with a hearty laugh as he jumped out of the vehicle. After disembarking, everyone headed to the dimensional space's entrance to undergo level and combat power checks. Gao Feng had already adjusted the effects of his concealment potion, now displaying his level 6 with a combat power of 890, ensuring he wouldn't raise suspicion during the check. Good luck in the dimensional space, the base guardian said after completing their checks, bowing slightly before allowing them entry. Once inside the dimensional space, Gao Feng immediately donned his combat visor, and his information reappeared on the virtual screen. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 5, 2764/3000. Combat power, 1561. Talent, F level. Due to not having hunted any monsters recently and only relying on potions, his combat power hadn't increased much. Finding a secluded spot, he equipped his battle blade and combat suit, instantly raising his combat power to 1761. Too bad I couldn't get any talent upgrade potion fragments at the trade market last time. Such items were rare at the market and snatched up the moment they appeared. The Half-Autumn Mountain dimensional space was a sprawling range of hills, not tall, but densely forested. Its name came from the foliage on the trees, which were perpetually tinged yellow, resembling an eternal autumn. Gao Feng stepped onto the half-yellow grass and ventured into the forest. Before long, a 2-meter-tall rhino appeared, its two thick, sharp horns giving it a fierce appearance. Monster, Iron-Horned Rhino. Level, 6. Combat power, 764. Skill, Iron Horn Charge. My combat power far exceeds these monsters now, Gao Feng thought as he glanced at the rhino, finding it unchallenging. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered another purpose for coming to the dimensional space. Then let's use you for practice. He gripped his battle blade and assumed the starting stance of the Sky Fiend blade technique. Channeling his spiritual energy, he slashed forward, the blade's edge carrying a faint black aura. SHHK, the battle blade brushed past the iron-horned rhino. His spiritual energy increased by 11 points as the rhino fell apart, split cleanly in two. Damn, that was sharp, Gao Feng muttered. He had done similar feats before, but never with such ease. Looks like learning martial arts didn't significantly boost my combat stats, but it's definitely enhanced my fighting ability. For the first time, he felt the allure of martial arts. In the Half-Autumn Mountain dimensional space, the wind rustled, causing leaves to fall and cover the mountain path like a golden, shimmering road. Stepping on the fallen leaves, Gao Feng listened to the rustling beneath his feet, finding it oddly enjoyable. Over the next few days, he traversed through areas dominated by level 6 and level 7 monsters and finally encountered an 8th level beast. Along the way, he casually dispatched several monsters, raising his level to 6. Now, he stood face to face with a fierce tiger, black and white in color. Its front half appeared normal, but its tail resembled a scorpion's, its sharp stinger gleaming ominously. Monster, scorpion-tailed tiger. Level, 8. Combat power, 1580. Skill, Poison Tail Frenzy. Now this is interesting, Gao Feng thought. The level 6 and level 7 monsters he'd encountered earlier hadn't even given him a chance to exert himself. Roar, the tiger roared furiously, its territory invaded. Its scorpion-like tail swayed menacingly as it charged straight at him. As the tiger sprinted forward, its tail rose high, resembling a venomous snake poised to strike, evoking a sense of unease. Good timing. Gao Feng showed no fear, gripping his blade and charging forward. With a slight hop, he stepped in a peculiar rhythm, his movements becoming elusive and unpredictable. It was the phantom step technique he had recently mastered. The scorpion-tailed tiger, which had already locked onto him, suddenly lost sight of its target, its movements faltering. Perfect opportunity. Gao Feng activated his footwork, appearing on the tiger's left rear side in an instant. With a flash of his blade, he aimed directly at the tiger's hindquarters. People always say you can't touch a tiger's but, well, today, I'll give it a try. Gao Feng muttered to himself. The scorpion-tailed tiger only reacted when the blade had already pierced 10 centimeters into its flesh. Its tail swept violently, the sharp tip aiming straight at Gao Feng. Gao Feng swiftly withdrew his blade, turned on his heels, shifted his footing, and dodged the incoming tail. With a quick motion, his blade sank into the tiger's right hindquarters. Roar! The scorpion-tailed tiger let out a pained howl, both furious and humiliated. Now this is the rhythm I like, Gao Feng muttered, his feet moving continuously in the elusive steps of his technique, his blade radiating killing intent. He dominated the scorpion-tailed tiger, leaving it utterly defenseless. In just 2 short minutes, the beast, boasting combat strength several hundred points higher than his own, collapsed to the ground. Can't waste the spoils of war. This scorpion tail will fetch a good price. Gao Feng severed the scorpion tail and stored it in his spatial ring, earning himself an extra 1,000 hua coins. Rare materials are always worth more. The materials from a level 5 elite monster were worth 2,000 before. Gao Feng reminisced about the generous drops from elite monsters and hoped he'd encounter more rare creatures. He didn't proceed deeper into the area. Level 8 monsters were already sufficient for him to absorb spiritual energy and practice his martial arts. After taking down dozens of level 8 scorpion-tailed tigers, 3 of them suddenly roared in unison. Gao Feng was in the middle of gathering his loot when he found himself surrounded by the 3 beasts. This isn't right. How did 3 of them appear at once? Gao Feng frowned. Tigers weren't pack animals, yet he remained unflustered. Having fought scorpion-tailed tigers before, Gao Feng had mastered 2 silver-tier martial techniques. The only challenge was the strain of using them back-to-back. Alright then, let's see how good my elusive steps really are, Gao Feng said to himself. His combat strength had just reached 2,000, making it risky to face 3 scorpion-tailed tigers, each with a strength of 1,500. But he had 2 bottles of iron-tier speed potions, ensuring he could escape if necessary. He decided to focus on taking down 1 tiger at a time, better to break a finger than to injure all 10. Gao Feng charged at one of the scorpion-tailed tigers, feinting with a deceptive move. At the last moment, he shifted his blade and, using his elusive steps, lunged at another tiger. The sudden change threw the 3 beasts off completely. Monsters will always be monsters, brains just aren't their strong suit, Gao Feng sneered, driving his blade into the soft underbelly of one scorpion-tailed tiger. Yow! The tiger let out a pitiful scream, its tail trembling violently. Gao Feng relentlessly attacked, his strikes so fierce that the other 2 beasts hesitated, their attacks growing noticeably weaker. Before long, Gao Feng had taken down one of the scorpion-tailed tigers. The remaining 2 didn't hold up much longer and were soon dealt with as well. Luck was on his side. Among the loot, the 3 tigers had dropped an iron-tier speed fragment. Gao Feng drank a potion, further boosting his speed. Now I can handle 3 level 8 monsters at once. Wonder how strong I'll be when I reach level 10. Gao Feng pondered as he refrained from venturing further into the area. Instead, he began exploring the surroundings. The sudden appearance of 3 scorpion-tailed tigers earlier had left him uneasy. The territory of level 8 monsters was vast, and he wasn't in a hurry to enter the level 9 region. Encountering several level 9 monsters at once could be dangerous. Fighting higher level monsters is always satisfying, more spiritual energy, better drops. Gao Feng picked up another fragment. By now, he had maxed out his speed potion effects, and his strength potion was nearly at its limit too. As he progressed, he encountered several instances where multiple scorpion-tailed tigers appeared together, but he found nothing particularly unusual. Gao Feng glanced at his virtual panel. Name, Gao Feng. Level 6, 3392/4000. Combat strength, 2745. Talent, F grade. The effects of the potions were becoming increasingly negligible. Roar! In the distance, the sound of a scorpion-tailed tiger's roar echoed, accompanied by the sounds of battle. Someone else is fighting? Gao Feng frowned. Dimensional spaces were vast, and low-level spaces like this one rarely had many people. Encounters with other awakened ones were uncommon. Following the sounds, Gao Feng quickly arrived at the edge of the battlefield. He saw 3 scorpion-tailed tigers surrounding a lone figure. The person, clad in a black and red combat suit, appeared slender and wielded a 3-foot-long sword. The blade shimmered, emitting a faint hum, while their ponytail swayed with their movements. Despite their graceful appearance, their combat suit was drenched in blood, painting a grim picture. The fighter exchanged blows with the tigers, only to be forced back 10 meters. Their hands trembled from the strain of gripping the sword, their body hunched over, gasping for breath. They were clearly on the verge of collapse. "It's her?" Gao Feng exclaimed in surprise when he caught a clear glimpse of the person's face. Bailey Luyun was breathing heavily, utterly exhausted, leaning on her sword for support. She had just used all her strength and her most powerful skill to barely force back 3 scorpion-tailed tigers, but she hadn't managed to kill them. Am I really going to die here? Why did so many scorpion-tailed tigers suddenly appear? Her heart was filled with despair. In the past, dealing with 2 of them was manageable, but now she had reached her limit. No, I can't die here. There's still so much I haven't done. She tried to pull her sword out of the ground, but her hands were too weak. The 3 scorpion-tailed tigers, enraged, roared and charged at her again. Need some help? Just as Bailey Luyun was on the verge of collapsing, a deep voice sounded from behind her. It was Gao Feng. Bailey Luyun froze, recognizing the young girl she had met at the trading post that day. "It's you?" She turned her head, a mix of surprise and joy on her face. But her expression quickly changed as she hastily urged Gao Feng, "Don't worry about me, run." She saw that Gao Feng had come alone, and the virtual screen showed that he was only level 6, with a combat power of just over 1,500, completely no match for the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers. She didn't want to drag him down with her. "This place isn't right. You need to get to the safe zone and report this." Bailey Luyun was frantic, but the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers were already closing in. She shut her eyes, thinking this was the end. She waited for what felt like an eternity, but the expected attack never came. Instead, she heard the sounds of battle, and then, silence. Opening her eyes, she found Gao Feng's face right in front of hers, so close their noses almost touched. She could even feel his breath. Bailey Luyun jumped in fright, hastily backing away. Her face flushed red as her heart raced uncontrollably. Are you okay?" she stammered. "Do I look like I'm not okay?" Gao Feng chuckled softly. He had easily dealt with the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers without breaking a sweat. Bailey Luyun turned to look back and saw the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers lying on the ground, their heads completely severed. You killed them?" Her jaw dropped in disbelief. "Who else could it be? Do you see anyone else here?" Gao Feng replied with a teasing smile. "What's your name?" Bailey Luyun finally realized that her life had just been saved. "Bye. Bailey Luyun," she answered, her face still red. "Clear skies for miles, flowing clouds for hundreds of li. What a fitting name for someone as graceful as you," Gao Feng complimented her. It's the Lu with the grass radical," Bailey Luyun corrected him softly, feeling a little shy. "My name is Gao Feng," he introduced himself succinctly. "Thank you for saving me. All the loot from these scorpion-tailed tigers is yours." Bailey Luyun offered the spoils to Gao Feng. "It was mine to begin with." Gao Feng chuckled, walking over to the scorpion-tailed tigers and beginning to collect the loot. If I hadn't heavily injured them first, do you really think you could have killed them?" Bailey Luyun thought to herself, feeling a bit indignant, though she kept her thoughts to herself. "Are you here to train as well? Your talent must be pretty impressive, right?" she asked deliberately, trying to catch Gao Feng's attention. "Don't pry into things you shouldn't. Besides, being curious about someone usually means you're interested in them," Gao Feng said casually while continuing to gather loot. Bailey Luyun's face flushed red. This guy really had no filter. "Fragments. There's a fragment under the scorpion-tailed tiger." Bailey Luyun's sharp eyes spotted something and quickly alerted Gao Feng. "I see it. It's just a fragment," Gao Feng replied, picking it up casually and tossing it into his backpack. He didn't want to reveal his spatial ring in front of others. "So, what are you planning to do next?" Bailey Luyun asked. "Obviously, I'm going to keep killing monsters and leveling up." "What, did you think I came here for sightseeing?" Gao Feng retorted. "And no, it's just that there's something wrong with this dimensional space. We should think about leaving and reporting this to someone higher up," Bailey Luyun said, clearly concerned. "If you want to go back, go ahead. My mission is to investigate this place," Gao Feng replied, heading further into the mountain range. "Aren't you afraid of dying? With your low combat strength, if I hadn't weakened those scorpion-tailed tigers earlier, you wouldn't have stood a chance." Bailey Luyun began to argue, but Gao Feng suddenly stopped. "Why are you following me? Go find somewhere else to be," Gao Feng said coldly, clearly not wanting her around. He had secrets he didn't want exposed. "I'm also heading in this direction for monster farming. Why can't I go?" Bailey Luyun shot back defiantly. "If you keep following me, do you believe I won't kill you with one strike?" Gao Feng suddenly drew his blade and pressed it against her neck. Bai Li Luyun froze in fear. She could feel the murderous intent emanating from him and the warm blood trickling from her neck. She realized that if she continued to follow him, she might actually die. Gao Feng stared at her, conflicted. Bai Li Luyun was undoubtedly beautiful, with an impressive figure, but he had no interest in dragging someone else along. He just wanted to solo grind in peace. Finally, Gao Feng sheathed his blade, gave her a cold glance, and turned away. After parting ways with Bai Li Luyun, he continued farming monsters. His current top opponent remained the scorpion-tail tigers. It wasn't long before he encountered another two, glaring at him from opposite sides. I handled 3 before, 2 is nothing, Gao Feng muttered, darting toward one of the tigers. With 4 or 5 swift strikes, he brought it down, earning himself 16 points of spirit energy. The other tiger, enraged, leapt at him, only to meet the same fate, adding more spirit energy to his total. Another black fragment, Gao Feng murmured, pocketing it into his storage ring with a satisfied grin. He estimated that at his current combat strength, he could probably take on a level 9 monster, though he decided to stick to the level 8 zone for a while longer to play it safe. He planned to level up further or down a few potions before venturing into higher level territory. For the next few days, Gao Feng continued farming scorpion-tail tigers in the level 8 zone. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit dissatisfied. When will I get a good talent, he sighed, watching others wield flashy skills while he relied on his plain longsword. He knew, however, that stealing someone else's talent was far too risky and not worth killing over. Solo farming is efficient, but damn, it's boring, Gao Feng muttered, swinging his sword absent-mindedly at the surrounding foliage as he walked. Having someone like her tag along wouldn't be bad, but no, I've got too many secrets to keep. Before long, 3 roars echoed in the distance. Monsters were becoming increasingly unpredictable in this area, appearing in groups of 2 or 3 more often. Gao Feng peered ahead and spotted 3 scorpion-tail tigers, one of which was noticeably larger than the others. Checking its stats, he confirmed that its combat strength was indeed significantly higher. Wonder if killing it will give me more spirit energy, Gao Feng pondered as the larger tiger launched itself at him, its tail whipping through the air like a lash. This one's definitely fiercer than the usual ones, Gao Feng thought, dodging effortlessly with a step of his phantom footwork. He targeted the smaller tigers first, his blade slicing through the air with a chilling aura. They posed little challenge, giving him an opportunity to practice his newly learned martial techniques. SHRRK, his blade slashed across one tiger's waist, leaving a deep wound. Before it could even howl in pain, Gao Feng had already moved to its other side, delivering a clean strike to its neck. Blood sprayed everywhere, and a final thrust to its head finished it. Now, only 2 tigers remained, the large one and a smaller one. The big one turned to see its companion fall and charged at Gao Feng in a rage. Meanwhile, Gao Feng made short work of the smaller one. Big guy, you've got no backup now. Still feeling cocky? Gao Feng taunted as the large tiger let out a deafening roar. Still acting tough, huh? Gao Feng gripped his blade tightly, the aura around it intensifying. With a single powerful step forward, he brought his blade down in a deadly arc, splitting the tiger cleanly in 2. Gao Feng exhaled deeply, feeling the strain. His martial techniques didn't consume spirit energy, but they were exhausting, and overuse could leave him drained. 48 spirit energy points. Even stronger monsters don't give any extra. What a ripoff, Gao Feng grumbled as he rested briefly to recover his stamina. Once he felt better, he collected the spoils and continued on his way. The level 9 zone is just up ahead. Should I enter? He glanced at his level, noticing he was just shy of reaching level 7. Better not risk it. If I run into 3 level 9 monsters, and one's a powered-up version, I might not make it. He decided to play it safe. After spending another half day in the level 8 zone, he finally hit level 7, downed 3 bottles of black iron elixir, and boosted his combat power to nearly 3,000. Only then did he step into the level 9 monster area. With this combat power, I should be fine here, he said to himself, taking his first step into the new zone. Almost immediately, a massive black bear blocked his path. A striking white stripe ran down its back, making it stand out. Well, looks like some free spirit energy just showed up, Gao Feng smirked and charged forward. But his strike met a shockingly tough defense, the blade didn't even penetrate. Roar! The black bear bellowed, and its combat strength surged from 2,320 to 2,648 in an instant, gaining over 300 points. This skill is too powerful. Gao Feng was still in shock when the black bear's paw swiped at him. His reflexes were quick, but not quick enough to avoid being grazed by its claws. A few scratch marks were left on his combat suit, and he sustained minor injuries. I can't be careless. This guy's combat strength is almost on par with mine now. Gao Feng snapped back to reality and began to seriously deal with the black bear. He enveloped his blade in a layer of lethal energy, the deadly aura of the Heaven's Fiend blade technique he had recently mastered. With this aura, the black bear's previously formidable defenses lost their edge, and Gao Feng quickly took it down. A level 7 Gao Feng had taken out a level 9 black bear, earning only 16 points of spiritual energy in the process. At first, it wasn't too bad, he only encountered a single black bear. But as he ventured deeper, the bears became more numerous, with more frequent instances of 2 bears appearing together. Right now, Gao Feng had no issues handling 2 black bears at once, but 3 would push him to his limits. A day and a half later, he came across 3 black bears together. In that battle, he sustained injuries to his forearm and thigh. Luckily, he emerged victorious in the end, though he was utterly exhausted, nearly to the point of collapse. He slumped against the trunk of a large tree to rest and glanced at his virtual panel. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 7, 2982/5000. Combat power, 3565. Talent, F rank. Sigh, dealing with 3 black bears still isn't manageable. After resting for a while and letting his wounds heal, Gao Feng set off again. By now, he could take down a black bear without even needing the Heaven's Fiend blade technique, his combat power overwhelming them. But if he encountered 2 or more, things would get troublesome. The ensuing battles went relatively smoothly. At most, he came across groups of 3 black bears. Seeing his spiritual energy bar nearing full, and knowing he was close to reaching level 8, Gao Feng felt quite pleased. Roared suddenly, 5 roars sounded simultaneously. 5 black bears emerged from behind 5 trees, encircling Gao Feng. How is this even possible? Gao Feng broke out in a cold sweat. He could handle 3 at most, 5 was absolutely out of the question. Should I take a gamble? He thought. After all, he was already surrounded, and fighting his way out was inevitable. Besides, if he managed to take down 4 of them, he would level up to 8. He considered employing the tactics he used against the cloud leopards last time, but the open terrain here offered no cover or obstacles to use. Fine, let's do this. Gao Feng gripped his blade tightly, the weapon's surface quickly shrouded in lethal energy. He needed to eliminate one of them as quickly as possible, otherwise, he wouldn't hold out. Come on, you damned bears. Gao Feng raised his middle finger at the black bears, provoking them. All 5 roared furiously before charging toward him. Gao Feng quickly calculated their speed and distance. Timing it just right, he ducked low, evading 3 of the bears' lunges, and dashed toward the last one, plunging his blade straight into its head. There was no time to wipe the blood off his face as he yanked his blade free and rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the swipe of the 4th bear's paw. Meanwhile, the first 3 bears collided with one another, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Feng dealt with the 4th black bear. Using the Heaven's Fiend blade technique and his phantom step consecutively had drained him significantly, but he had already managed to take down 2 of the bears. Now, with only 3 bears remaining, their strengths were evenly matched. After another 15 minutes of grueling combat, Gao Feng finally defeated the last 3 black bears. He collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, unable to muster any strength to move. If even a level 1 monster appeared now, it could easily finish him off. In my state, if it were any other awakened, they'd be dead for sure in this situation. Gao Feng rested against the ground for over an hour before he finally recovered. Thankfully, I've finally reached level 8. He looked at his combat power, now nearing 4,000, and grinned. Time to keep moving forward. It's about time to head into the level 10 monster zone. Just as he stood up, a black bear's roar echoed in the distance. Why on earth are these monsters roaring out of nowhere? Gao Feng frowned, puzzled, and began making his way in the direction of the noise. It wasn't long before he heard a loud shout. Brother Long, how's it going on your side? I can't hold them off much longer. Hold on, or we're all done for. Brother Long, I really can't hold on anymore. Xiao Ji, hurry up and heal Dezhuang. Brother Long, and my spiritual energy is almost depleted too. Gao Feng and Longbin approached the source of the commotion. There, they saw a small team being besieged by 2 ash-backed black bears. The situation was dire. A defense-talented awakened was grappling with one of the black bears, covered in wounds and struggling to hold on. The team's 2 main attackers were focusing on the second bear, but they were clearly in a precarious situation. One support member, with water-based abilities, was occasionally casting healing spells, but the effects were minimal, and they were visibly nearing exhaustion. The second support member, a scout, could only fumble clumsily with a basic crossbow at a distance. Gao Feng stood at a distance, stroking his chin as he analyzed the situation. This isn't good, he muttered. But he decided to intervene anyway. After all, lives were at stake, and taking down the black bears would still net him some spiritual energy. As soon as he joined the fight, the team's crisis was immediately alleviated, though Gao Feng didn't go all out, he only helped them escape the immediate danger. In the end, they worked together to take down the 2 black bears, and Gao Feng claimed the spiritual energy for himself. This place isn't right. I'd suggest you leave as soon as possible, Gao Feng said while collecting his spoils. It's you? The team leader, Long Bin, recognized Gao Feng. They had been on the same transport vehicle earlier. Long Bin was level 9 with a combat power of 2,258, making him average among his rank, roughly equivalent to an ash-backed black bear. If a black bear activated its skill, Long Bin wouldn't stand a chance. His other teammates were in similar, if not worse, conditions. They could handle 1 bear, but 2 was a gamble. If you don't want to die, leave now, Gao Feng advised, partly out of their prior acquaintance. After gathering his spoils, Gao Feng habitually kicked one of the black bear corpses, revealing a fragment of a dark, glossy crystal. Well, this is a nice surprise. Gao Feng bent down to pick it up, but suddenly, the secondary attacker, Lu Liang, shouted, "Wait!" We were just about to kill those two monsters when you came in and stole the spiritual energy. That fragment should stay with us. Lu Liang, shut your mouth. Long Bin was furious. If it hadn't been for Gao Feng, their team would have been wiped out. Am I wrong, Brother Long? This guy obviously came to take advantage of us. Otherwise, that fragment would have been ours, right? What do you all think? Lu Liang looked at the other team members, his eyes brimming with greed. The others exchanged hesitant glances but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the fragment. Brother Long, I think Lu Liang is right. The fragment should stay with us. Long Bin was livid, but there was little he could do. With all his teammates siding with Lu Liang, he was helpless. Hearing this, Gao Feng didn't bother picking up the fragment. Instead, he stepped on it with his foot. You want the fragment? Come and take it, he said, glaring at them with disdain. Lu Liang's eyes gleamed with avarice. Brother Long, that loot belongs to us. Long Bin's team was fairly balanced in composition. Lu Liang, the secondary attacker, had a gold element talent, a versatile ability strong in offense, capable of both ranged and melee combat, and later stages even provided defensive capabilities. If any of you try to take the fragment, we'll go our separate ways from now on. Long Bin's words were resolute, but he didn't step forward to stop them. Though he was the team leader, with all four of his teammates insisting, he had no choice but to back down. Hand over everything you've got, and maybe I'll spare your lives. Lu Liang, flanked by several others, stepped forward, their eyes locked on the ring on Gao Feng's hand. Gao Feng instantly understood. They weren't after the fragments, they were after everything he had. He hadn't gone all out in his earlier displays of strength, and the effects of the camouflage potion had misled them into believing he wasn't very powerful. Just you lot? Gao Feng said disdainfully. Lu Liang flinched slightly but regained his confidence upon glancing at the virtual panel. Your combat strength is about the same as ours, but there are 5 of us. Is that so? Gao Feng glanced at Long Bin, who remained silent and looked away. Seeing Long Bin's indifferent attitude, Gao Feng felt no further hesitation. Scan the area. Are there any other teams nearby? He asked the scout in the group. Brother Liang, I've scanned. There's no one else. Brother Liang, you're not seriously thinking of. The scout suddenly realized Lu Liang's intentions and stared at him in terror. Look at his clothes, his weapon, and that ring on his hand. Lu Liang's eyes shone with greed. Fortune favors the bold. If we pull this off today, we'll strike it rich. With more money and gear, we can increase our combat strength more quickly. With Lu Liang's words, the other team members fell into a frenzy, even Long Bin clenched his fists tightly. Human greed, once ignited, is insatiable. Like gamblers, one win pulls them deeper into the abyss. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for meddling and for carrying such wealth. Lu Liang smirked as he formed a golden elemental spear in his hand. Take this step, and there's no turning back, Gao Feng said coldly, his eyes fixed on Lu Liang, already sensing the killing intent emanating from him. Boy, if you won't hand over your treasures, then die. The golden spear shot toward Gao Feng at lightning speed. The others, seeing no way back, also entered combat stances. Gao Feng raised his hand, casually deflecting the golden spear with his battle blade. How is this possible? Lu Liang was dumbfounded. That attack had been his full strength, yet the opponent had effortlessly countered it. De Zhuang, charge forward. Shao Ji, water element interference. Ahui, provide crossbow support. Lu Liang barked out orders. A bunch of clowns blinded by greed. Do you really think I was only playing support earlier? Gao Feng raised his sword and advanced with a precise, fluid stride. Ah, my hand. Lu Liang screamed in agony as Gao Feng's sword swept through the air, leaving a ghostly trail. Lu Liang's entire hand was severed at the wrist, blood gushing like a fountain. Brother Liang, are you okay? Kill him. Lu Liang, now hysterical, roared. Ah! Another scream pierced the air. The water element user clutched his ears, his face contorted in pain. Ah! 2 more cries followed. De Zhuang's shoulder was pierced clean through by Gao Feng's blade, while Ahui had a large chunk of flesh sliced off his thigh. The scene was a blood-soaked mess, unbearable to witness. Enough! Long Bin finally couldn't hold back anymore, stepping between Gao Feng and the others. While he knew his teammates were in the wrong, he couldn't stand by and watch them be brutalized. You're standing up for them? Gao Feng sneered. Brother, let it go. To forgive is divine, Long Bin said, attempting to mediate. And if I don't? Gao Feng had held back from delivering fatal blows, just to see if Long Bin would intervene. Brother, we were wrong. Save us, please, save us. The half-dead teammates, seeing Long Bin step in, clung to him like drowning men grasping at straws, crying out desperately. Brother, they've been with me in the same team from the start. I can't just watch them die, Long Bin said, his face a mix of guilt and determination. And when they tried to kill me, where were you? Isn't it a bit too late to step in now? Gao Feng asked coldly. No matter what, let's end this here, Long Bin pleaded, trying to defuse the situation. Ha, you say it ends here, and it ends here? Who do you think you are? Gao Feng dismissed him with a chilling laugh, raising his sword to strike at the 4 injured men again. Clang! Gao Feng's blade clashed with a massive axe, sparks flying. Gao Feng's sword remained unscathed, but a noticeable notch appeared on Long Bin's axe. Do you know why they were so tempted? Look at what we're using. If we had gear like yours, maybe we wouldn't have needed you to save us earlier, Long Bin said bitterly, staring at the notch in his axe with a resentful expression. For people like him, with mediocre talent and little education, how could they not covet the treasures Gao Feng carried? Heh, so that justifies murdering and looting? Gao Feng sneered, charging forward again. He had no patience left for words. Long Bin's intervention seemed to reignite the spirits of the beaten group, who now coordinated their attacks against Gao Feng. At least you've got some fight in you. But if you've made mistakes, you must pay for them. Gao Feng unleashed two martial techniques simultaneously. Though he hadn't fully mastered them, even partially comprehended silver-grade techniques were devastating. The others could no longer track Gao Feng's movements. His figure blurred, his battle blade emanating a black glow, like a harbinger of death. Splurt! A head flew through the air, blood spraying everywhere. Lu Liang didn't even have time to react before Gao Feng ended his life. After killing Lu Liang, Gao Feng froze. He realized his spiritual power had increased by 2 points. What the hell was going on? He suddenly recalled his talent description. Talent, plunder. Killing an enemy has a chance to plunder a portion of their spiritual power, with an extremely small chance to plunder their talent. So, the wording specifically said enemy, not monster. I can gain spiritual power from killing humans too? This is too inhuman. A cold sweat ran down Gao Feng's back, and his murderous intent faltered slightly. You killed Brother Liang. You murderer. You deserve to die. A shrill scream broke the silence as a metal arrow pierced into Gao Feng's chest. Blood trickled from the wound. Gao Feng's face darkened, but fortunately, his black iron-grade combat suit had absorbed most of the impact, and the arrow hadn't penetrated deeply. Gao Feng grasped the arrow and yanked it out. The pain reignited his fury. In no time, the remaining 3 were sprawled in pools of blood, leaving only Long Bin desperately holding his ground. Why? Why did it have to end like this? They made a small mistake, and you did this? Long Bin's eyes turned bloodshot as he trembled, staring at his fallen teammates. If my combat strength had been weaker than theirs, would I be the one lying there now? Would you still say the same thing then? Gao Feng countered coldly. Long Bin fell silent, and the battlefield descended into an uneasy stillness. The sprouting of evil thoughts isn't what's terrifying, it's the moment you act on them. Gao Feng swung his blade, and Long Bin fell. This was the first time Gao Feng had killed anyone, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Staring at the gruesome state of the 5 bodies, a wave of nausea churned in his stomach, making it hard for him to breathe. After a few deep breaths, he managed to calm himself. If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. Gao Feng understood clearly that these individuals had intended to kill him, leaving him no choice but to retaliate. Though there was a murderous intent in him, he had no desire to slaughter the innocent. Unfortunately, I only gained a sliver of spiritual energy and didn't manage to plunder any talents. Gao Feng sighed. The opponent's metal affinity ability had been something he greatly desired, even if it was just D or E rank, it would have been invaluable to him. After cleaning up the scene, Gao Feng left the area quickly, avoiding unnecessary trouble. He walked away while glancing at his virtual panel. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 8, 5/5000. Combat power, 3940. Talent, F rank, plunder. Among the 5 people, only 2 had provided spiritual energy, totaling 4 points. Nobody can ever know about this, or I'll become humanity's sworn enemy. Gao Feng knew that if others discovered his ability to use his own kind as prey to grow stronger, there would be no place for him to hide. Too bad the secondary talent trigger didn't activate. That minuscule probability is probably akin to winning the lottery. He thought to himself. Gao Feng wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately for a bit of spiritual energy or a faint chance at a talent. But if someone came looking for trouble, he wouldn't mind obliging. Should I deliberately flash some wealth as bait and set a trap? Gao Feng pondered for a moment but quickly dismissed the idea. He didn't want to test human nature. Otherwise, his hands would be stained with blood, and he would end up no different from the people he despised. Better to stay cautious. The dimensional space has been particularly unstable lately. Son, you still think I don't know your abilities? Just me alone, Dad. Aren't you worried? At the entrance of the Bankyo Mountain dimensional space, a middle-aged man nagged incessantly, giving stern warnings to a young man standing beside him. Dad, relax. In a place like this, no one can lay a finger on me. The young man spoke confidently, then stepped toward the dimensional space's entrance. Dad, I'm going in. I won't come out until I've reached level 10. The middle-aged man watched his son's back with a satisfied expression. Patriarch, should I go in with him? No need. Don't disrupt the dimensional space's rules. If he can't even handle a low-level dimensional space by himself, how will he have the face to return and see me? The Patriarch's words were full of authority and pride. Finally, I don't have to team up with those useless fools. As the young man entered the dimensional space, his expression darkened, filled with gloom and malice. I heard you're training here too. Just wait for me. He adjusted his gear and headed toward the hills. Clad in black combat attire with gold trim, he stood out amidst the fallen leaves. Suddenly, a level 6 iron horn rhino charged at him. Courting death. The young man extended his right hand. It wasn't a hand, it was a claw, covered in black scales with razor-sharp talons. With a swift motion, his claw slashed through the rhino's flank. Schlick, 5 deep gashes appeared, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Such fresh blood. The young man licked the blood off his claw with a look of satisfaction. The iron-horned rhino roared in agony, but the young man wasn't done. He continued slashing it until no more blood flowed. Humph, monsters deserve to die. He left without even collecting the spoils. 5 days later, Gao Feng stood at the border between the level 9 and level 10 monster zones. For the past 5 days, he had been fighting non-stop, steadily increasing his combat power and speeding up his monster hunts. However, he hadn't encountered another group of 5 monsters together since. After 5 days, Gao Feng's level remained at 8, but he was on the verge of reaching level 9. It's about time I see what the level 10 monsters are made of. With that, he stepped into the level 10 monster zone. Monster, Spirit Ape. Level, 10. Combat power, 2880. Skill, Crushing Blow, swings an iron staff with tremendous force. The Spirit Ape stood 3 meters tall, wielding a massive metal staff even larger than itself. Wearing rudimentary armor, it exuded an intimidating presence. Reincarnation of the Monkey King? Gao Feng stared at the Spirit Ape, momentarily stunned. Though the Spirit Ape looked fierce, its combat power was average. Gao Feng figured he could have handled it even when he was level 7. Now, with a combat power exceeding 4,000, dealing with the Spirit Ape would be a breeze. Most level 9 awakened individuals had a combat power of around 2,500. Even with enhancements, they likely couldn't withstand a single strike from the Spirit Ape. Senior brother, take my blade. Gao Feng shouted and swung his blade toward the Spirit Ape. The Spirit Ape bared its fangs, twirling its massive staff with ferocious momentum. It suddenly leaped into the air, raising its staff high above its head before slamming it down with immense force. So this is Crushing Blow? Impressive. Gao Feng braced himself, raising his blade to block the attack. Clang, the staff collided with the blade, sparks flying everywhere. Gao Feng was forced back several steps, his feet sinking into the muddy ground. This beast's strength isn't bad. Though the strike didn't injure him, it was a bit humiliating. Pushing back the Spirit Ape with his blade, Gao Feng freed his feet and activated his Phantom Step ability, maneuvering behind the ape. Take this, 1,000-year strike. His blade pierced the Spirit Ape's weak spot with precision. Roar, the Spirit Ape howled in pain, its eyes turning blood red as its tail lashed out wildly. Finish it while it's down. Gao Feng used Phantom Step again, delivering a fatal blow to the Spirit Ape. Is the staff its loot? Gao Feng's eyes widened as he stared at the massive metal staff. The staff was so large that even his golden storage ring couldn't hold it. Looks like I'll have to leave it behind. But then, the metal staff suddenly shrank, stopping at a manageable size of 20 centimeters. Even the loot is so considerate? Gao Feng picked up the staff, muttering to himself, so heavy. Though small, the staff weighed 100 pounds. His visor indicated the staff could sell for 8,000. Now that's a price I like. The value of level 10 monster loot was immense. As he thought about higher level loot, Gao Feng felt a surge of excitement. Still, the costs of entering dimensional spaces, purchasing tools, and repairing gear were high. Many awakened individuals spent their entire savings just to grow stronger. With so much money on the line, I'll stick around and hunt a bit longer. The Spirit Apes were easy to kill, and their loot was valuable. The day passed quickly, and soon the sun set, darkening the dimensional space. Gao Feng glanced up, aware that night was falling. Having experienced the spaces night before, he wasn't too concerned. Suddenly, 2 metal staffs came hurtling toward him from different directions. The Spirit Apes in this area loved to ambush from the treetops, but Gao Feng was already used to their tactics. Activating Phantom Step, he dodged one staff while blocking the other with his blade. Once the first wave of attacks was dealt with, the rest was easy. The Spirit Ape's Crushing Blow had a 1-minute cooldown, more than enough time for Gao Feng to kill one. After claiming 32 points of spiritual energy and picking up 2 small metal staffs, Gao Feng continued forward. The night grew darker as the outside world was shrouded in twilight. Suddenly, a scream echoed in the distance. It's almost nightfall, someone's still out here? And it's a woman. Gao Feng originally didn't want to interfere, but the sound was getting closer and closer. He squinted to take a better look and saw a slender figure running ahead, with a pair of red glowing eyes chasing behind. There's a ghost. The person in front was trembling with fear. Damn, why is this woman still here? Gao Feng muttered. As the figure came near, Gao Feng saw clearly it was Bai Li Luyun, and what was chasing her was a berserk spirit ape. Free spirit energy delivered right to my doorstep, I'd be a fool not to take it, Gao Feng said with a smirk. He flashed forward, positioning himself in front of the spirit ape. In less than a minute, he absorbed 16 points of spirit energy. It's you? You saved me again, Bai Li Luyun said, her voice tinged with relief. Are you out of your mind? It's almost dark, and you're still here? Gao Feng retorted sharply. Putting on his protective goggles, he scanned her stats. Her level hadn't dropped, and her combat power was nearing level 10. Although her decision-making seemed questionable, Her determination was undeniable. I wanted to investigate the strange occurrences here, she explained hesitantly. Stay away from me, Gao Feng said, taking a few wary steps back. I'm afraid of the dark. Bai Li Luyun lowered her head in shame. Gao Feng cursed her silently hundreds of times in his heart, afraid of the dark and still staying out here so late? What's wrong with her brain? Go back the way you came. Now. Can you do that? Gao Feng pointed to the path behind her, his tone strict. I can't. Why don't you escort me? I'm really strong now, she stammered, almost pleading. Gao Feng suspected she was faking it, but seeing her trembling so much, it didn't seem like an act. Bai Li Luyun screamed suddenly and clung to Gao Feng's shoulder, not daring to look ahead. Looking ahead, Gao Feng saw another spirit ape. What are you screaming for? It's just a spirit ape, he said, peeling her off and straightening her up. Sense it yourself. Don't cling to me, I can't tell which way is forward. Bai Li Luyun slowly opened her eyes. The spirit ape was already charging toward them. Watch out, she cried. Gao Feng pushed Bai Li Luyun aside and rushed to confront the creature. No regard for women at all, Bai Li Luyun mumbled, nearly falling from the shove. Still, she managed to overcome her fear and focus on sensing the monster's status and power. Its combat power is so high. 30% higher than usual, she observed. The spirit ape's massive club struck the ground, sending fallen leaves flying. Still just more of my spirit energy, Gao Feng remarked casually as he deftly handled the attack. Within moments, the spirit ape was incapacitated. If you're not satisfied, I'll send you on your way, he said, bringing his blade down to finish the creature. Can I stay with you? I'm really scared to be alone, Bai Li Luyun asked, her voice trembling. Looking at her frightened expression, Gao Feng's heart softened. Fine, but you'll follow my lead. If not, get lost, he said firmly. After a moment's thought, he agreed. The situation was different now. Before, she could survive on her own. Now, being alone meant certain death. In the dimensional space at night, perception diminishes significantly. Be careful, Gao Feng reminded her as they started walking again. Gao Feng, you seem very familiar with the darkness of the dimensional space, Bai Li Luyun said, trying to strike up a conversation to ease her fear. Shut it. Don't talk, Gao Feng snapped. Oh, Bai Li Luyun quickly covered her mouth. They hadn't gone far when another berserk spirit ape appeared. You're up, Gao Feng said. If you're not going to fight, then leave, he barked bluntly. If she couldn't fight now, she'd be dead weight later. Fine, I'll do it. Bai Li Luyun said, her voice wavering with tears as she drew her sword and approached the spirit ape. She was clearly terrified and soon got injured by the creature. Gao Feng didn't intervene, simply watching from the side. She had to overcome her fear, otherwise, there was no way forward. After a period of adjustment, Bai Li Luyun finally set aside her fear and managed to kill the spirit ape. Thank you, she said, panting. Sometimes, people only grow when pushed to their limits. The night stretched on endlessly. Only when monsters appeared did it feel like time was moving. Remember, in nighttime combat, perception is key. If you get the chance, take all the mental strength potions you can, Gao Feng advised. Got it, Bai Li Luyun replied. With her help, they managed to take down 3 berserk spirit apes with ease. You take the iron staff, the shards are mine. No objections, right? Gao Feng said. None, Bai Li Luyun replied, agreeing to everything he said. After all, she owed her survival to him. Gao Feng, there's a black iron shard, Bai Li Luyun said excitedly after killing the 3rd spirit ape. She pulled a crystalline fragment from beneath the creature. Let me see, Gao Feng said as he took the shard. There was a small pouch attached to it. This is a black iron-grade storage bag shard. It's valuable, he said, inspecting it fondly. Too bad you need 10 shards to assemble one, Bai Li Luyun remarked. Gao Feng didn't reply, simply pocketing the shard. 10 shards? That was a problem for ordinary people, not for him. We're probably approaching the elite monster zone now. After 4 or 5 days of traveling in the dark, the two had gained quite a bit. Gao Feng glanced at his stats. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 9, 2278/5000. Combat power, 4205. Talent, F grade, Plunder. He looked at Bai Li Luyun, level 10, combat power 3700. Her combat power was starting to catch up. Can we handle a level 10 elite monster now? Bai Li Luyun asked, a bit worried. After 5 days in the dark, she'd grown somewhat accustomed to it. Probably. We'll find out when we try, Gao Feng replied. He was also eager to see the drop rate for elite monster shards. Most of his early wealth had come from elite monsters. The more spirit energy he absorbed and the higher his level, the stronger his perception of the surrounding environment became. The two exited the level 10 monster zone and officially entered an area that even awakened individuals avoided. Boom! A basin-sized fireball hurtled toward them, its brightness cutting through the darkness. The two had sensed it early and dodged quickly. The fireball hit the ground, igniting the dry leaves. Damn it, setting the forest on fire? Go rot in prison, Gao Feng cursed, glaring at a pair of crimson eyes in the distance. Monster, Fire Demon Crow, Elite, Berserk. Level, 10. Combat power, 3864. Skills: Fireball, Black Feather Pierce. Elite monsters were far stronger than ordinary ones. In Berserk mode, this one's combat power exceeded that of a regular level 10 monster by more than 1,000. Bailey Luyun had just reached level 10 and taken potions, but her combat power still fell short. Did you unlock any new skills? Can you attack from a distance? Gao Feng asked. He had no good method for dealing with flying monsters. Yes, I think I can, Bailey Luyun replied. I'll distract the monster. You focus on attacking, Gao Feng said, curious to see what skill she had unlocked. Alright, I'll give it a try, Bailey Luyun said nervously. She hadn't tested her new skill yet and wasn't sure how effective it would be. Gao Feng charged forward, heading straight for the monster. Judging by its name, it was likely a ranged attacker. Caw! The fire demon crow screeched in rage as Gao Feng approached, flapping its wings and taking to the sky. Gao Feng pushed off the ground with all his strength, leaping into the air to close the distance. Using a tree trunk for leverage, he propelled himself even higher, raising his blade to strike the crow. But the fire demon crow, being an elite monster in Berserk mode, wasn't stupid. It frantically flapped its wings to gain altitude, widening the gap between them. At the same time, countless black feathers rained down from above. Damn, that's so unfair, Gao Feng grumbled, forced to retreat and defend himself before looking for another opportunity. While Gao Feng tested the waters with the fire demon crow, Bailey Luyun wasn't idle. She began familiarizing herself with her second skill. Rise. Bailey Luyun let out a soft cry, and the long sword lying on the ground trembled slightly, as if something was stirring it. It seems like I'm starting to feel something. Bailey Luyun's heart filled with joy. Rise. The sword on the ground began to shake more violently, and then, to her amazement, it floated in midair right in front of her. Is this sword control technique? How magical. At this moment, Bailey Luyun felt as if the floating sword before her was an extension of her own hand. Go. With just a thought, the sword shot forward with a swish, speeding toward the battlefield. What the hell is that? Gao Feng, who was in the middle of fighting the demon fire crow, was startled by the sudden appearance of a sharp weapon behind him. Just as he was about to dodge, the sword curved around him in an arc and pierced through one of the demon fire crow's wings mid-air. Yaha! Caught off guard, the demon fire crow let out a screech as one of its wings was completely pierced through. Both the demon fire crow and Gao Feng were stunned by this unexpected attack. Is this her second skill? That's ridiculously cool. The sword aura from earlier was still within the realm of martial arts, but this is straight-up immortal cultivation. Gao Feng was practically drooling. Such talent, such a skill, it was overwhelming. If only I had this kind of talent and skill. Gao Feng didn't dare let his imagination run further. He feared that if he kept thinking about it, he might just develop murderous intent. After piercing the demon fire crow's wing, the sword turned in midair and targeted its heart once again. The demon fire crow, with its injured wing, was no longer able to fly. If the sword struck this time, it would either die or be gravely injured. Hoof! Just as the sword was about to pierce the demon fire crow's heart, it suddenly clattered to the ground, and a muffled groan came from behind. Gao Feng had no idea what had just happened. He quickly finished off the struggling demon fire crow on the ground and rushed over to Bailey Luyun. Are you alright? I'm fine, just a little mentally drained, Bailey Luyun replied, shaking her head to assure him she was okay. Then rest here for a bit. For dealing with flying monsters, Bailey Luyun's abilities were proving to be invaluable. A good start. The first elite monster, and it dropped loot. Gao Feng sliced open the demon fire crow's chest, retrieved a fire element crystal core, and picked up a shimmering green crystal shard beneath its body. Not bad. A bronze-grade shard. Bailey Luyun's eyes lit up as she looked at the shard in Gao Feng's hand. Although she had seen many shards before, including higher-grade ones like gold or amethyst, this was the first time she had obtained one from a monster she had personally defeated. A spirit recovery potion shard. If I can synthesize it, I can use it right away. Bailey Luyun was thrilled. This type of recovery potion had no level restriction, but its synthesis was far more challenging than potions of the same grade with elemental attributes. Its drop rate was low, it required multiple shards to synthesize, and it was consumable, making it rarely used. Don't worry. Elite monsters have a high drop rate for these shards. We'll find more. The only annoying thing about the elite monsters here is that they can fly. But your second skill came at just the right time, it completely counters them. I'm rested now. Let's keep going. Hearing this, Bailey Luyun's spirits were instantly lifted. The fatigue from her earlier mental exhaustion seemed to vanish, almost like a miracle of medicine. Hold on. Rest a bit longer. We don't want you collapsing after just a little effort. You're the one who collapses after a little effort. With their spirits high, the two, now familiar with each other after a few days of cooperation, began to banter. Once Bailey Luyun had fully recovered, they set off again. What's your talent? Gao Feng hadn't intended to ask, but her skill was too captivating for him to hold back. A person's innate talent wasn't much of a secret, it was revealed to everyone on the first day of awakening. Only the skills they learned later were truly private. You really haven't heard of me before? Bailey Luyun found it strange. Among their peers, many people knew her. She was one of the rare few who had awakened in SS grade talent. Are you famous? I'm one of the 2 people in District 5's second high school who awakened SS grade talents. Anyone who knows a bit of information should know this. With that, Bailey Luyun turned her head slightly, a hint of pride in her expression. SS grade, huh? That is impressive. But, well, it's not that amazing. To others, an SS grade talent was something unattainable, but Gao Feng believed he would reach that level sooner or later. Sour grapes, much? Bailey Luyun muttered under her breath. Is it related to swords? It's called Heavenly Sword Soul. It gives a massive attack boost when using a sword. Heavenly Sword Soul? That's said to be unmatched in attack. Gao Feng couldn't help but feel envious. Then why don't you train in sword techniques or martial arts? My uncle wouldn't let me. He says I'm like a blank canvas right now, and any sword technique or martial art would be a stain. Only the sword techniques I create myself will be the most beautiful masterpiece. Hearing this, Gao Feng immediately understood. Your uncle must be extraordinary. Of course. My uncle is a sword master. Since you've told me so much, it's only fair I tell you about my talent. Truthfully, Bailey Luyun was also curious about Gao Feng's talent. My talent? It's F grade. I get a bit more spiritual energy when I kill monsters. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. Don't make up excuses. Believe it or not. Then why is your combat strength so high? Don't ask. Gao Feng shut down the topic decisively. The 2 didn't discuss their talents any further and continued working together to hunt monsters. Bailey Luyun would first disable the demon firecrow's flying abilities, and then Gao Feng would finish them off. Their cooperation was seamless and highly efficient. However, after defeating each demon firecrow, Bailey Luyun needed to rest, which slowed their progress. I need to find a way to solve her problem, Gao Feng thought. Still, he was thankful for her help. There was no way he could have progressed this quickly on his own. Over the past few days, they had hunted many elite monsters, collecting a substantial number of shards. However, they were still a bit short of synthesizing a bronze-grade spirit recovery potion. He had considered synthesizing a potion for Bailey Luyun first, but the risk was too great. His secret must not be exposed. I'll just have to take things one step at a time. A few more days passed, and the dimensional space entered its darkest period. This must be the darkness before dawn. The 2 had been fighting in the night for 14 days now. After splitting the spiritual energy evenly, Gao Feng's level had risen to just above level 10, though he was still far from level 11. Bailey Luyun had stopped finishing off monsters after reaching level 11, as the spiritual energy gained from killing level 10 monsters was minimal for her. Once Gao Feng hit level 10, the drop rate of shards also decreased. His inventory was now filled with shards from elite monsters, mostly bronze grade, with a few black iron grade and some special crystal shards like fire thunder orbs, which were incredibly powerful. You stay here. I need to take care of something. Before Bailey Luyun could respond, Gao Feng ran off. I need to synthesize a black iron grade storage bag first. To avoid revealing the ancient jade, he had been carrying the shards on his back, which was inconvenient. Finding a spot where Bailey Luyun couldn't see him, he took out a shard and activated the ancient jade. A flash of azure light and a black iron storage bag appeared. However, Gao Feng didn't expect that the azure glow of the ancient jade would shine so brightly in the dark night. Startled, he quickly stowed away the ancient jade. But it was already too late. Caw! The sound of crows echoed through the air, growing nearer and nearer. Gao Feng, what's going on? Bailey Luyun had also sensed something was wrong and asked anxiously. She could see pairs of scarlet eyes lighting up in the distance, eerily conspicuous. It's over. I've caused trouble. Gao Feng hadn't thought that his small effort to make things easier for himself would create such a mess. In that case, I might as well make it shine a few more times. He took out a bottle of spiritual energy recovery potion and several bronze tier attribute potions, converting all the fragments into usable potions. This wave depends on you. Returning to Bailey Luyun's side, Gao Feng shoved the potions into her hands. Bailey Luyun accepted the potions, her eyes wide with astonishment. In her hands were 2 bottles of bronze tier strength potions, 2 bottles of speed potions, 3 bottles of mental enhancement potions, 1 spiritual energy recovery potion, and 1 healing potion. How do you have so many finished potions? These past few days, she had been with Gao Feng the entire time and knew exactly how many fragments they had. It shouldn't have been possible to synthesize so many potions. Don't ask. Let's survive this wave first. In the darkness, the scarlet eyes multiplied, drawing closer and closer. More of them lit up in the distance. Realizing the dire situation, Bailey Luyun took Gao Feng's potions and downed them all in one go. She kept the other 2 bottles close to her, ready to use them at any time. Did we stir up a monster nest or something? Why are there so many of them? Gao Feng stared at the dense swarm of demonic fire crows, feeling his scalp tingle. Beside him, after drinking the potions, Bailey Luyun's entire body began to emit a red glow brighter than the monster's crimson eyes. The first wave of demonic fire crows began their attack, launching fireballs the size of basins and sharp black feathers into the air. We have to hold this wave off. Gao Feng stood in front of Bailey Luyun, activating his Heavenly Fiend sword technique. Ignoring the drain on his spiritual energy, he relied on the spiritual energy recovery potion in his pocket for reassurance. But the fireballs and feathers came too densely packed, there was no way for him to block them all, and he had no choice but to endure the hits. After the first wave of attacks, Gao Feng's body was covered in wounds. His black iron combat uniform was tattered and soaked with blood. Fortunately, the demonic fire crows were ranged attackers. After unleashing a volley of attacks, they didn't approach further, giving Gao Feng a brief moment to catch his breath. He drank both the healing and spiritual energy recovery potions, his injuries slightly improving, but he couldn't overuse them, or their effects would be significantly reduced. Are you ready yet? I can't hold on much longer. Gao Feng saw the second wave of attacks building up and grew more anxious. He regretted giving Bailey Luyun so many potions. Truthfully, he could have given her even more, but he feared exactly this kind of situation. Beside him, Bailey Luyun's red glow had dimmed slightly, she hadn't fully absorbed the potions yet. Why did I have to be so reckless and activate the ancient jade at night? Gao Feng regretted his actions so deeply he wanted to slap himself. He could only grit his teeth and prepare to endure another wave, silently praying Bailey Luyun would finish absorbing the potions quickly, his life depended on her now. Boom! The second wave of attacks came. Standing in front of Bailey Luyun, Gao Feng swung his battle blade, desperately deflecting fireballs and flying feathers. By the end of the second wave of attacks, Gao Feng was on the verge of collapse. His body was riddled with wounds, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Just as he was about to catch his breath, a new group of demonic fire crows approached. Watching the fireballs and feathers swarm toward him again, Gao Feng's arms fell limp in despair. Clang! A sword's cry rang out from behind him, and countless sword-lights shot forward, slicing into the demonic fire crows. Huff, huff! Gao Feng finally caught a breath. Wherever the sword lights went, the demonic fire crows scattered in panic. Those that failed to flee were slain, with dozens falling in an instant. Gao Feng turned to look at Bailey Luyun. Her combat power had soared to 7,364, double what it had been before she took the potions. Gao Feng, are you alright? Bailey Luyun looked at Gao Feng, who was drenched in blood and panting heavily, her face full of concern. I'm fine. It's your turn to take the stage now, Gao Feng said weakly. What do you mean by take the stage? Bailey Luyun was momentarily confused. Just deal with the mess in front of us. I need to recover. Gao Feng was truly at his limit. All right. You protected me with your life just now it's my turn to guard you. Bailey Luyun spoke resolutely. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, a young man dressed in black was slaying monsters. Suddenly, the demonic fire crows around him flapped their wings and flew off. What's going on over there? The black-clad youth looked toward the direction the crows were flying. A strong azure light had just erupted there. Could it be that another treasure has emerged from the dimensional space? A sinister smile spread across his face. Whatever it is, it's mine. At the same time, other small teams hunting monsters in the night noticed the scarlet glow deep in the mountains and were terrified. This feels like a monster outbreak, someone said in a panic. Retreat! Retreat now! Even a single monster from there would be enough to ruin us. Members of several teams fled in haste, stumbling over themselves to retreat toward the entrance. After some time recovering, Gao Feng opened his eyes. He was greeted by the sight of countless demonic fire crow corpses scattered around. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Gao Feng, you're awake, Bailey Luyun said. If I weren't, all my spiritual energy would have been wasted on you, Gao Feng teased. It's not like I wanted this. With my combat strength now, the demonic fire crows can't even withstand a single sword strike from me. Bailey Luyun had already slain over 100 demonic fire crows. Unless they were elite monsters, she couldn't even gain 5 spiritual energy points from each kill. Gao Feng checked his status. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 10, 3826/10,000. Combat strength, 4,426. Talent, F tier, plunder. Let's stick to the plan, Gao Feng said. Bailey Luyun immediately understood, switching her skill from sword chi slash to sword control. With the boost from 3 bronze tier mental enhancement potions, her sword control became even more nimble. With a single thought, her long sword pierced through the wings of demonic fire crows one by one. The crows in the sky dropped like dumplings into boiling water. Oh, my precious spiritual energy and fragments, here I come. Gao Feng drew his battle blade and began harvesting the fallen demonic fire crows on the ground. In this short period, he felt like he had slain more demonic fire crows than in the past half-month combined. He was getting closer to level 11. It took 10,000 spiritual energy points to level up from 10 to 11. Without the bonus from level disparity, the number of monsters he needed to kill had sharply increased. After reaching level 11, the spiritual energy required to level up would double to 10,000 points per level. However, the conversion rate of spiritual energy to combat strength would also increase. Every 10 points of spiritual energy would add 2 points of combat strength for levels 11 through 20. As time passed, the number of demonic fire crows rushing over began to dwindle. When the first rays of sunlight broke free from the horizon, piercing through the darkness, dawn finally arrived, and the shadows of the night retreated. What is going on here? Could it be that the military intervened? Chu Sangming followed the demon fire crow over, and the scene before him left him utterly stunned. The ground was scorched yellow, littered with black feathers, and the corpses of demon fire crows sprawled in grotesque positions. The sight was unbearably tragic. In the distance, the sorrowful cries of demon fire crows could still be heard intermittently. At this moment, the battle between Gao Feng and Bailey Luyun was nearing its conclusion. From nightfall to dawn, no more demon fire crows had shown up. Huff, huff. Gao Feng felt, for the first time, that even absorbing spiritual energy could be this exhausting. It's harvest season, he said, his excitement unmistakable as he looked at the ground covered with demon fire crow corpses. So many elite monsters, there were bound to be plenty of spoils and crystal fragments among them. Bailey Luyun joined in on the collection of loot. However, both of them harbored questions in their hearts. Gao Feng thought, why did the ancient jade emit such a powerful blow during the night in the dimensional space? What drew so many monsters here? Bailey Luyun, meanwhile, pondered, what was that green light earlier? Why does he have so many completed fragments on him? Just who is he? But soon, these doubts were overshadowed by the allure of the demon fire crow crystal cores and the scattered fragments. Gao Feng, we're going to strike it rich, this is way too much. Bailey Luyun exclaimed, her hands cradling a pile of fragments, her excitement practically overflowing. But my storage pouch is almost full. She had only brought one storage pouch when she left home, never expecting it to fill up. Quick, put them in mine, Gao Feng said, pulling out his storage pouch. When did you get a storage pouch? Obviously, I synthesized it. Bailey Luyun didn't think too much of it and placed all the fragments into his pouch. Who's there? Come out. Bailey Luyun suddenly commanded sharply, her long sword drawn. She had consumed 3 bottles of bronze-tier psychic potions, making her perception far sharper than Gao Feng's. Don't get worked up, it's me. A figure stepped out from behind a tree, only to find Bailey Luyun's sword pointed right at him. It's you? Chu Sangming. That's right, little Yun, it's me. Chu Sangming flashed what he thought was a kind smile, though to the two of them, it came off as rather unsettling. He had already witnessed Bailey Luyun's combat prowess from behind the tree and knew he was no match for her. Little Yun? You know him? Gao Feng asked curiously in a low voice. After all, the other man's stats were putting a lot of pressure on him. Level 10. Combat power 4734. This guy must have maxed out on potions and was probably decked out in a full set of black iron tier equipment. Who gave you permission to call me that? Just call me Bailey Luyun, Bailey Luyun said, a little tense, worried that Gao Feng might misunderstand. Little Yun. Still calling me that? Bailey Luyun activated her swordsmanship, pressing the tip of her longsword against Chu Sangming's brow. Alright, I won't call you that anymore. Chu Sangming raised his hands in surrender. I was hunting elite demon fire crows here too, then saw the monsters flying in this direction, so I decided to come over and check it out. How about we team up from now on? Look at this field full of demon fire crows, do you think there's still any need for teaming up? And who are you to interrupt when I'm talking to Bailey Luyun? Chu Sangming, already seething, exploded upon hearing Gao Feng's words. What's the deal with this guy? Why is he so arrogant? Gao Feng was baffled. He hadn't even said much. He does have the right to be arrogant, Bailey Luyun explained. In the entire Jiangnan province, only 2 people have awakened SSS level talents, and he's one of them. Plus, he's from the Chu family. SSS level talent? What kind of talent? Gao Feng asked curiously. Are you even an awakened from the 5th zone? How do you know nothing about high-level talents? Bailey Luyun rolled her eyes. Beast-type dragon. Dragon? What kind of dragon? Gao Feng's thoughts immediately turned to the totemic divine dragon of China. I heard it's a black dragon. Black dragon? That's a disgrace among dragons, Gao Feng scoffed dismissively. You bastard, you'd better stay away from Bailey Luyun, Chu Sangming fumed, seeing how close Gao Feng and Bailey Luyun were standing to each other. Oh, and what if I don't? Gao Feng deliberately stepped a little closer, his chest almost pressed against Bailey Luyun's back, making them appear very intimate. Bailey Luyun's cheeks flushed red, but she didn't pull away. You're courting death. Chu Sangming's hands transformed into dragon claws as he lunged at Gao Feng. Just what I needed, a chance to see how much an SSS level talent is really worth. Gao Feng drew his blade and charged toward him. Gao Feng, watch out. Bailey Luyun shouted in concern. Black Dragon Sky Rend. Chu Sangming's claws carried a ferocious power, one aimed at Gao Feng's head and the other at his chest, as if to tear him in half. His combat power was indeed at the pinnacle of this stage. Gao Feng had to rely on his misdirection step to dodge the attacks. The force from the claws grazed past his face, leaving his skin stinging painfully. Blow after blow, Gao Feng was barely holding on, unable to counterattack. Clang, the dragon claw struck Gao Feng's battle blade, the immense force rebounding the blade and causing it to vibrate, emitting a faint hum. Gao Feng shook his numbed hand, feeling helpless. Facing someone born with a silver spoon and such overwhelming talent, he truly had no countermeasures. I didn't expect you to be able to fight me to this extent, Chu Sangming said, somewhat incredulously. Let's see if you can handle my next move. A sinister smile spread across his face as his feet suddenly swelled into dragon claws. Boom, the moment he stomped the ground, a sonic boom erupted. Gao Feng, caught off guard by the advanced level of Chu Sangming's transformation, was struck unprepared. The dragon claw left a deep, bone-revealing gash on his arm, rendering his black iron tier battlesuit useless. Consider yourself lucky, Chu Sangming said grudgingly. He had genuinely intended to end Gao Feng's life with that move, but Gao Feng had narrowly avoided it. No doubt about it, SSS level talent is formidable, Gao Feng muttered, glancing at the wound on his arm before downing a healing potion. The situation had been extremely perilous. If not for his deeper understanding of misdirection step at the critical moment, he would have been in serious trouble. What the hell? Are healing potions cabbages to you? Do they cost you nothing? Chu Sangming was stunned by Gao Feng's casual use of the potion. He started to feel like he was the one pretending to be a prince, while the real spendthrift royal was standing before him. After all, that was a silver tier healing potion, even he only used bronze tier ones. This thought made Chu Sangming begin to doubt Gao Feng's background. Are there any prominent families with the surname Gao in Jiangnan province? Doesn't seem like it. Chu Sangming, that's enough. Seeing Gao Feng injured and Chu Sangming still pressing him, Bailey Luyun made her move. Using her swordsmanship, she sent her longsword flying to strike Chu Sangming, knocking him down and leaving the sword hovering before him. Are you sure you want to help him? Think it through, Chu Sangming said darkly, half lying on the ground, his gaze fixed grimly on Bailey Luyun. My business is none of your concern. Get lost. Chu Sangming wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, stood up with a sinister grin, and stared at Gao Feng and Bailey Luyun without a word. Then, he turned around and walked away. This guy is a major problem. Letting him go today will surely cause trouble in the future, Gao Feng said softly. However, he couldn't defeat the man himself, nor could he force Bailey Luyun to kill him. Gao Feng, the forces behind him are too powerful, and the involvement of an SSS-level awakened talent is far too complicated. If he dies here, we won't be able to escape the consequences, Bailey Luyun said, her voice filled with concern. There were things she couldn't openly discuss with Gao Feng in this place. The people you defeat are your responsibility. You don't need to explain yourself to me, Gao Feng said, his expression darkening. Bailey Luyun tightened her grip on the sword in her hand inside. If something happened to Chu Sangming in this dimensional space, everyone who had entered during this timeframe would likely end up on the Chu family's blacklist, not to mention the implications it would have on her own family. She decided to shake off these troubling thoughts and suddenly turned to look at Gao Feng. I have so many questions right now. No, you don't. Gao Feng turned and started walking away. You? Bailey Luyun was furious. She genuinely had many questions to ask him, but he clearly had no intention of answering. Hey, where are we going now? Shouldn't we be leaving? Bailey Luyun asked, puzzled as she saw Gao Feng heading deeper into the area. I already told you, I came here with a mission. I need to investigate the truth behind the issues in this dimensional space, Gao Feng replied. Ever since the scorpion-tailed tiger, things have felt off. I need to figure it out. Then, I'll risk my life to accompany you, nobleman, Bailey Luyun said, following behind him. Truth be told, during their time fighting together, she'd gained much. Her combat strength had increased significantly, so it was impossible for her to leave him alone now. Why are you still following me? You won't gain much spiritual energy here anymore. You'd be better off taking advantage of your current strength to level up in another dimensional space. Besides, I saved you once, and you saved me once, now we're even, Gao Feng said. Well, Bailey Luyun hesitated for a while. That doesn't count. If it weren't for your potion, neither of us would have made it out alive. You basically saved yourself. Gao Feng thought to himself, that reasoning feels a bit far-fetched. Fine, but don't expect to get a share of the monsters here, he replied. Perhaps due to their earlier slaughter of too many demon fire crows, they hadn't encountered a single monster in the last 2 days. Could it be that we wiped out all the demon fire crows? Bailey Luyun looked around, feeling a bit bored. You're overthinking it. When have you ever heard of an entire dimensional space being cleared of monsters? Gao Feng said. I was just saying. What, you think you know better than me? Bailey Luyun retorted. Based on my calculations, we should be nearing the rare monster zone, Gao Feng said. Rare monsters? I've only ever heard of them but never seen one. Hurry up and take me there. Bailey Luyun was already impatient with excitement. With my current combat strength, I'm not sure if I can take on a rare monster. For awakened ones, every 10 levels marked a significant stage, and the closer one got to the end of a stage, the harder it was to increase their combat power. That's why I'm here, isn't it? I'll knock it out, and you finish it off, Bailey Luyun said confidently, patting her chest, still undeveloped but full of determination. Alright, but if it doesn't work out, we'll retreat for now. Gao Feng, whose combat strength was nearing the 5,000 threshold, felt he still had a chance, especially with the hidden boosts from his martial skills. The two continued forward, and it was as if the demon fire crows had vanished entirely. They didn't encounter even one. Monster, Millennial Demon Maple, Rare. Level, 10. Combat Power, 4,826. Skills, Demon Vine Lash, Absorb, Thick Bark and Tough Flesh. At that moment, a massive maple tree appeared in the distance. Its trunk, dozens of meters in diameter, was covered in deep wrinkles, and its slender branches swayed like demonic vines. Golden leaves hung densely from its crown, falling continuously with the movement of the branches. If not for the occasional terrifying growl emanating from its trunk, the scene might have been quite picturesque. So it's a tree spirit monster. Isn't that just a giant stationary target? Bailey Lu Yun remarked. Easy for you to say while standing there, Gao Feng shot her a glare. Swordsmanship was indeed quite advantageous at this stage. I'll give it a try first, Gao Feng said, drawing his blade and walking toward the millennial demon maple. There was a sense of tragic determination, as though he were walking into a cold wind before a final battle. Whoosh! As Gao Feng got within 30 meters of the tree, over a dozen branches shot toward him like lightning-fast vines, aiming to skewer him like a pincushion. You sly old hag, so vicious. Gao Feng cursed, moving with a fluid footwork technique to narrowly evade the branches. His blade flashed horizontally, severing several vines that fell to the ground. Roar! The demon maple seemed enraged, letting out a furious growl as a wrinkled old face emerged on its trunk. More branches lashed out like whips, aiming directly at Gao Feng. This must be its first skill, Gao Feng muttered as he dodged and countered. The countless branches were so overwhelming that even Bailey Lu Yun, watching from the sidelines, felt a chill run down her spine, gripping her sword tightly in nervous anticipation. This is completely unfair. Since when was the old hag this strong? Gao Feng grumbled, forced to retreat as the branches pushed him back, nearly out of the tree's attack range. This won't work. If I can't get close to its main body, I'll never be able to kill it, he thought to himself. However, the tree's first skill was undeniably troublesome. Gao Feng, want me to help? Bailey Lu Yun asked. Are you kidding? I can't handle a little monster like this? Gao Feng snapped back, his pride refusing to let him accept her offer. At this moment, he was determined. One more charge. It can't possibly keep using its first skill every time, he muttered, gripping his blade tightly as he rushed into the tree's attack range again. Sure enough, this time the demon maple didn't use its demon vine lash. However, countless branches still blocked his path, creating an impenetrable barrier out of the 30 meters between him and the trunk. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Gao Feng growled, retreating once more, feeling frustrated. On his third attempt, he decided to go all out, activating two martial arts techniques simultaneously. His Heaven's Calamity Blade technique created a wind barrier around him, deflecting the branches as he pushed forward. Leaves and twigs scattered in all directions as he forged ahead, finally crossing the 30-meter gap and reaching the trunk. Let's see if I can stab you, Gao Feng exclaimed, thrusting his blade into the tree trunk. The demon maple's twisted face let out a pained roar as bright green liquid oozed from the wound. Gao Feng maneuvered around the trunk to evade the attacking branches, leaving deep gashes in the bark. However, the tree's passive skill made it difficult for his blade to penetrate deeply. As long as I keep attacking, how can I not take you down? Gao Feng thought to himself. The holes on the tree trunk multiplied, and the ground was covered in oozing green liquid. The branches of the demon tree swung slower and slower. Just as Gao Feng thought he was about to finish off this rare monster, the branches on the tree suddenly spread out, stabbing into the surrounding trees and embedding themselves. Gao Feng saw something flowing along the branches into the trunks. Damn it, each of this monster's skills is more unfair than the last. The holes Gao Feng had pierced in the demon tree's trunk began to heal, and the withering tree trunk regained its vitality. There are only so many trees around here. Let's see how many times you can absorb. I can still recover. Gao Feng gulped down a mouthful of spirit recovery potion and continued attacking the trunk. The demon tree used its absorption ability 3 more times, turning all the surrounding trees into lifeless, dried husks, unable to be drained any further. Humph, you've got nothing left to absorb, but I still do. Gao Feng drank another bottle of spirit recovery potion. Finally, 5 minutes later, he succeeded in slaying the rare monster, the 1,000-year demon maple. Wow, you really did it. Bailey Lu Yun ran over to help collect the loot. Gao Feng, exhausted, plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily. The battle had lasted for over half an hour, and he was thoroughly spent. Gao Feng, look! A silver-grade fragment! Bailey Lu Yun excitedly exclaimed, pulling a silver crystal shard from the base of the tree. Let me see what kind of fragment it is. Gao Feng thought to himself. He had used several bottles of spirit recovery potions for this fight. If it wasn't worth it, it would feel like a huge loss. Ah, it's just the least valuable martial arts fragment. Your luck is terrible, Bailey Lu Yun said, handing the fragment to Gao Feng with a sigh. What do you even know? Gao Feng cursed inwardly. He understood the potential of silver-grade martial arts. Even the least valuable fragment had its worth. Hand it over. Even a mosquito is still meat, Gao Feng said as he took the fragment and stuffed it into his storage bag. That 1,000-year tree heart isn't worth much. You can have it, Bailey Lu Yun said happily. The 1,000-year tree heart was worth 10,000 Hua coins. Though it couldn't compare to the fragment, it was still a rare material. Let's keep going, Bailey Lu Yun suggested. No, my current combat power makes it too difficult to deal with the 1,000-year demon tree. Let's head back for now, Gao Feng said. Spending so much time and effort on one rare monster seemed unwise. Besides, there were things Bai Li Luyun couldn't know about, so he had to find a way to send her away and come back later. Huh? You're not going to investigate the dimensional space anomaly anymore? Bai Li Luyun asked, puzzled. My strength isn't enough, forcing it won't help, Gao Feng replied, leading the way back to the entrance. Bai Li Luyun had no choice but to follow. Without Gao Feng, hunting monsters wasn't fun for her. At level 11, killing level 10 monsters yielded pitiful spirit energy, and fragments rarely dropped. Even rare monsters weren't worth it. A few days later, the two returned to the entrance of the dimensional space. Shall we head back to the safe zone together? Bai Li Luyun suggested. Aren't you forgetting something? Hand over the fragments, Gao Feng said. I'll give them to you back in the safe zone, Bai Li Luyun replied. Hand them over now. I won't say it again, Gao Feng said firmly. Fine, here. Bai Li Luyun reluctantly handed over all the fragments from her storage bag. You go back first. I have something to take care of. Don't ask. Gao Feng interrupted her. Fine, don't tell me then, Bai Li Luyun huffed, turning on her heel and leaving in a huff. Soon, the rumble of her vehicle echoed as she drove away. Watching the dust settle, Gao Feng finally felt at ease. So many fragments. Looks like I'm about to make a fortune. Without a second thought, he re-entered the dimensional space. He pulled out several black iron-grade fragments, and with a flash of green light, 8 bottles of potions appeared in his hand. Now, all his black iron-grade attribute potions had reached saturation, and his combat power broke past the 5,000 threshold, reaching 5,262. Once I reach level 11, my combat power will skyrocket, Gao Feng thought, clenching his fists, feeling like the future was bright. It's time to upgrade my talent. The magma fire crow he had slain earlier had yielded a decent number of black iron-grade talent upgrade fragments. Gao Feng took them out and counted, there were 12 in total. Next, 12 bottles of black iron-grade talent upgrade potions appeared in his hands. I don't believe that 12 bottles won't be enough to upgrade my talent, he muttered as he downed the first bottle, but there was no reaction. He drank the second, then the third. It wasn't until the 8th bottle that something changed. Gao Feng felt as if he had returned to the day he awakened his talent. A mysterious and profound sensation surrounded him. Then, a description of his talent appeared in his mind. E-level talent, Plunder. When killing an opponent, there is a chance to plunder a portion of their spirit energy, with a very small chance to plunder their talent. The talent had upgraded from F level to E level, but the description remained almost the same, changing only from an extremely small chance to a very small chance. Moreover, Gao Feng discovered a critical issue. Even after upgrading to E level, he still hadn't unlocked any associated talent skills. 9 bottles of talent upgrade potions, for this? Gao Feng finally understood why black iron-grade talent upgrade potions weren't very popular. Spending so much money to upgrade, only to end up with a mediocre result, made being a regular person in the safe zone seem more appealing. Damn it! This talent is such a scam. Even after upgrading, it doesn't come with skills. If there had been a table nearby, Gao Feng would have flipped it out of sheer frustration. It was just too unfair. He pulled out the silver-grade martial arts fragment he had obtained earlier. On it were the words, Silver-grade martial art, Falling Blossom swordplay. Comprehension attempts, 10. It turned out to be a sword art. Gao Feng wasn't particularly interested, he preferred the domineering style of battle blades. Looks like I'll have to trade this on the marketplace, he thought, putting the fragment away and beginning to sort through his recent gains. Most of what he had collected were basic attribute fragments, nothing special. There was also a bronze-grade item, Thunderfire Orb, a one-time use item that Gao Feng had been eager to try out but hadn't had the chance. Let's give the demon tree a taste of this thing's power later, he thought, looking at the dozen or so Thunderfire Orbs in his hand with satisfaction. The rest of his inventory didn't hold much excitement, mostly attribute potions and recovery potions. Gao Feng thought, I need to deal with those rare monsters quickly. Otherwise, once I hit level 11, the rewards will diminish, and that would be such a waste. With that, he charged deeper into the semi-autumn mountain, thinking, I need to finish the task before nightfall and return. He sprinted ahead, ignoring any monsters in his path. Onlookers were stunned, wondering if he had gone mad or had a death wish. Strangely, the number of magma fire crows remained low, and the elite monster zone seemed eerily quiet. Gao Feng's target was the rare monster area. The demon tree he had killed earlier was gone, leaving only a large pit behind, with new trees growing around it again. He thought the dimensional space was quite magical, but there was no time to dwell on it. Before long, he encountered a second millennial demon tree. Take this, my Thunderfire Pearl, he shouted, picking up a pearl and hurling it directly at the demon tree's trunk. The demon tree hadn't even had time to react before the Thunderfire Pearl detonated. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the ground, and thick smoke rose from beneath the tree. The demon tree let out a shrill scream before going completely silent. As the smoke cleared, Gao Feng was stunned. A massive 5-meter-wide hole had been blown into the trunk of the tree, with flames still licking at the edges, and its branches drooped lifelessly. This power is insane, Gao Feng muttered as he approached the demon tree. Seeing its miserable state filled him with satisfaction. He also noticed that this demon tree provided one more point of spiritual energy than the previous one, likely a result of his upgraded talent. While it was only one extra point, it was already impressive. An awakened individual gaining this much from killing monsters of the same level would see a 20% boost in combat power. I'll need to gather more single-use item fragments in the future, he thought, putting away the remaining Thunderfire pearls. However, he realized that not only had the Thunderfire pearl been used up, but the millennial ancient tree core had also been completely obliterated, leaving not even a shard behind. Looks like I'll have to kill them with my own hands to maximize the benefits, he concluded. He pressed onward, drinking some basic attribute potions along the way, which significantly boosted his combat ability. The 5 bottles of defense potions he consumed especially increased his margin for error. Shortly after, he encountered a third demon tree. This time, he first destroyed the surrounding trees, ensuring the demon tree couldn't regenerate. As expected, it was unable to recover and was dealt with in less than 15 minutes. With this newfound experience, his progress became much smoother. Without using any items, the drop rate for silver fragments was significantly higher, and he was even able to retrieve intact ancient tree cores. Rare monsters dropping silver fragments almost never yielded basic attribute potions like the lower level ones. As night began to fall, Galfong had spent 4 days in the rare monster area and finally reached the deepest part of the dimensional space. He had already leveled up to 11 and consumed all the bronze-grade basic potions he had, except for 2 bottles of mental energy potions that he had yet to drink. Absorbing all these potions had taken him the better part of half a day. After finishing the potions, he equipped a bronze-grade flame battle saber and combat suit, along with a wrist-mounted dart launcher. Checking his virtual screen, he was startled by the numbers. Name, Galfong. Level, 11, 32 tenths, 000. Combat power, 23,358. Talent, Grade E, Plunder. Who else can compare to me, he thought arrogantly. Even Bailey Luyun, with her SS grade talent, had a combat power of just over 7,000 after using the potions he gave her. Now, his combat power was 3 times hers. Bronze grade potions were 10 times more effective than those of the black iron grade. He pulled out the ancient jade hanging from his chest, kissed it a few times, and thought to himself how incredible it was. At the deepest point of the dimensional space, he came across a wall of gas. The wall seemed to mark the edge of the world, leaving an eerie sense of unreality. But Galfong no longer cared about such things. He knew that without sufficient strength, curiosity alone was meaningless. He began to explore along the edges of the gas wall. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was growing darker. Looks like I won't be able to complete the mission before nightfall, he thought, just as he was about to retreat. Suddenly, a shadow flickered past not far from him. Was there something just now, he muttered, running toward the direction the shadow had passed. He found nothing. Then, a faint rustling came from behind him, like dry leaves being crushed underfoot. Turning around, he saw nothing again. Damn it, is it another one of those disgusting shadow martens, he muttered under his breath. As the sky darkened further, Galfong calmed his mind and began using his mental sensing abilities. Having consumed 10 black iron grade mental potions and 8 bronze grade ones, his sensory perception was now extremely sharp. So that's how it is, he exclaimed, realizing there really was a beast nearby, not one that could block his senses, but one moving so fast that his eyes couldn't keep up. The beast, realizing it had been discovered, stopped playing its mind games. It was getting nauseated from its own antics anyway. Only then did Galfong clearly see the creature, a silver fox, its entire body gleaming silver white, with eerie green eyes and a sly, human-like smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Human boy, the fact that you can sense me means you've earned my recognition. Leave now, and you'll live, the silver fox declared, its tone commanding and authoritative. Yet Galfong's goggles seemed to have malfunctioned. All the information about the creature was marked as unknown. Could this be a new monster that hasn't been recorded in the database yet? Galfong speculated. Getting your recognition, am I supposed to kneel and thank you or something? He replied, rolling his eyes. The fact that the monster could speak didn't surprise him. His teacher had mentioned before that many monsters in high-level dimensional spaces were capable of speech. Still, he hadn't expected to encounter such a creature in this level 10 limited dimensional space. Boy, I've given you a chance to live. Don't throw it away. The silver fox's tone turned icy, its fur bristling as it emanated a terrifying aura. But Galfong, having just boosted his combat power, wasn't about to back down. Tell me first, are you the one behind the scorpion-tailed tigers and demon fire crows ambushing humans? Galfong asked. What if I am? What if I'm not? Who are you to question me? Sparing your life is already an act of great mercy, the silver fox retorted. Hearing this, Galfong's smirk deepened. Although his goggles couldn't display the fox's combat power, he could tell it was bluffing. Monsters never showed mercy to humans. Oh, I'd like to see how merciless you can be, Galfong said, drawing his flame battle saber. The fiery patterns on the blade were strikingly vivid. The silver fox snorted coldly and lunged at him like a shadow. Clang, its sharp claws collided with the saber, sending sparks flying. Speed alone won't save you. You can't escape my perception, Galfong said, closing his eyes and tilting his head slightly, his saber angled downward. He looked incredibly composed. The silver fox, unfazed, continued its assault. Suddenly, Galfong let out a muffled grunt as his body was flung backward, as if struck by a speeding car. Now do you understand? Retreat while you still can, and you'll live, the silver fox said, standing atop a large stone, looking down at Galfong. But Galfong slowly got up, dusted off the leaves clinging to him, and shook out his arms as though nothing had happened. How is this possible? The silver fox stammered, visibly shocked. Did you dump all your points into speed? Your strength is ridiculously weak, Galfong taunted. The silver fox didn't rise to the bait. Instead, it took a few cautious steps back. It wasn't an ordinary monster, it was intelligent. And Galfong's sensory and defensive capabilities were starting to make it feel genuinely threatened. What's the matter? Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Galfong stepped closer to the silver fox, one step at a time. Human, what exactly do you want? The silver fox asked. First, tell me what happened in this dimensional space. And how did you even show up here? Galfong demanded. He was certain that this silver fox had far surpassed the limits of this dimension. These matters are not for a little brat like you to know. I can only tell you this dimensional space isn't as simple as you think, the silver fox replied. Galfong, having traveled through time for 10 years, didn't know the full truth, but he had long guessed that something about Blue Star wasn't simple. No final words? Galfong prepared to strike. Do you really think I'm so easy to deal with? The silver fox scoffed coldly, then bolted away in a flash. Damn it, talking all tough but running at the first chance, Galfong cursed as he chased after the silver fox in the direction it disappeared. Though his speed wasn't quite a match for the silver fox, he wasn't far behind. Before long, he sensed the silver fox's location again. Human boy, must you push this to a fight where neither of us walks away? The silver fox looked tired, its fur dull and lifeless. A fight to the death? If you were really that determined, you wouldn't have run just now, Galfong said with a smirk. Looks like I really need to teach you a lesson, the silver fox said in a deep voice. Suddenly, the silver fox's tail stood upright, and with a twitch, it split into 2, then 3 tails. As the 3 tails swayed, Galfang's mind began to blur, and everything around him turned hazy. In the dense white mist, an alluring figure appeared faintly, striking all sorts of seductive poses. Come on, have some fun, a mesmerizing voice echoed from within the mist. Fighting monsters comes with perks like this? Galfong rubbed his chin, looking into the mist with a look of anticipation. Human males are all the same, the silver fox said disdainfully. Galfong began stumbling toward the enticing figure, his steps unsteady as if he were drunk. Just as the silver fox was feeling smug, the ringing sound of a blade echoed, rippling through the air like waves. Galfang's previously dazed eyes suddenly turned sharp. A battle blade appeared in his hand, radiating an imposing aura as it slashed toward the silver fox. How is this possible? Weren't you trapped in the illusion? The silver fox shrieked. The blade left a deep wound on its body, staining its fur red with blood. Did you really think your little tricks would work on me? Galfong said with a steely glare. The silver fox let out a sharp cry, staring in disbelief at the human standing so close. It couldn't comprehend how this human had been so difficult to deal with. By all logic, a level 10 dimensional space shouldn't have contained anyone stronger than it. Now, are you ready to tell me the truth? Galfong pressed the battle blade against the silver fox's neck, his intent clear. If it refused, he would strike it down without hesitation. Human, I advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, this dimensional space will become a forbidden zone for low-level practitioners, the silver fox threatened, even with a blade at its throat. SHK, Galfang's blade sliced through, and the silver fox's head fell to the ground. Still daring to threaten me at this moment? You're asking for death, Galfong said coldly. He didn't care whether this dimensional space became a forbidden zone for humans, such matters were for the safe zone's administrators to decide. Even if every monster in the space went berserk, it would merely mean abandoning this training ground. After slaying the monster, Galfong stood there in a daze. The silver fox had directly provided him with 377 spirit points. Based on the rules of spirit point acquisition, he calculated that this creature was likely level 15, a grade even higher than rare. Since the combat goggles didn't send a notification, I can take the entire silver fox corpse back with me. Fortunately, the silver fox wasn't too large. Galfong stored it in his spatial ring. Suddenly, he noticed a golden, glimmering crystal shard lying near the silver fox's body. Well, a golden shard, Galfong thought with joy, surprised by this unexpected bounty. For others, it might take dozens of shards to piece together a single item, but for him, this was essentially a complete golden item. Sigh, I haven't even used up my silver tier items, and now I've got a gold tier 1 already, Galfong sighed. If anyone else heard him, it would undoubtedly spark jealousy and outrage. He picked up the golden shard, which contained something resembling a handgun but larger and exuding a sleek, futuristic aesthetic. This is definitely a top-tier tool. Among shard-synthesized items, attribute potions were the most common and the least valuable. Next came recovery potions and equipment. Finally, there were martial techniques and tools. While martial techniques had lost some of their former value, tools remained highly prized. This looks promising, Galfong muttered as he activated his ancient jade. A stylish, futuristic handgun materialized in his hand. Golden tier laser pulse gun, powered by light energy, it fires immensely powerful and highly penetrating laser pulse bullets. Charging time, 24 hours. Fully charged, it can fire 8 bullets. Good stuff, Gao Feng exclaimed. On Blue Star, technology wasn't allowed to enter dimensional spaces, but here, he could synthesize such advanced tech. He glanced at his combat goggles, suddenly feeling they were no longer impressive. Once I hit level 31 and wield this laser pulse gun, I'll be the most dazzling guy in the whole dimensional space, he said as he stored the gun in his spatial ring and began tidying up. With the sky now entirely dark, it was time to wrap up this training session. Carrying his spoils, he walked toward the dimensional space's exit, his silhouette framed by the setting sun and the fallen leaves beneath his feet. What Gao Feng didn't know was that his slaying of the Silver Fox had thrown the originally stable dimensional space into chaos. Before the sun had fully set, the monsters within had already gone berserk. Son of a, what's wrong with these monsters? It's not even nighttime yet, and they've gone mad. Stop complaining and deal with this spirit ape already. Something feels off, one teammate urged another as small training squads found their rhythm disrupted by the berserk monsters. Weaker teams suffered immediate casualties. Boss, there was a notice before saying that some dimensional spaces were acting up. Half-Autumn Mountain was one of them, but you insisted on coming here. Now what? Some teams, surrounded by 2 or more berserk monsters, were on the verge of despair. Boss, this dimensional space seems to have some issues. Just as many teams were planning to withdraw, one team was moving against the flow. That's not something we need to worry about. All we have to do is complete young Master Chu's task, the leader said in a deep voice. Boss, it's getting dark, and we haven't even seen a shadow of anyone yet. In this space, does it matter if it's dark or not? Stop saying useless things. As long as we complete young Master Chu's task, we'll get 5 million Hua coins. That's enough for 5 pieces of bronze-grade equipment, the leader said, a greedy look flashing across his face. 5 pieces of bronze-grade equipment? Our team could work for 2 years and still not manage to gather that, and we'd have to take major risks. Now, we just have to kill a 10th-level middle schooler, and it's worth the gamble. Besides, young Master Chu said the target has no background and won't cause us any trouble. From the look on young Master Chu's face at the time, he seemed to despise this person. Once we complete this task and build a connection with young Master Chu, do you think we'll ever lack money or equipment in the future? Boss. The leader's fantasy was interrupted by one of his subordinates. What are you making a fuss about? Hurry up and find the target. No, boss, look over there. Isn't that the person young Master Chu described? About 1.8 meters tall, delicate features, pale complexion. Except for the fact that he's not carrying a combat blade, he matches perfectly. The 5 members of the team all looked in the direction the scout was pointing. A figure emerged from the shade of the trees, exuding a carefree and unruly air. The person was none other than Gao Feng, on his way back. Hey, do you even know how to describe people? What do you mean by pale complexion? Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander. Gao Feng, with his sharp senses, had heard their conversation clearly. The team members froze at Gao Feng's words. What was going on? What kind of opening line was that? Kid, since you overheard our conversation, you should already know why we're here, the leader, recovering quickly, spoke with composure. Put your purpose aside for now. Let's talk about this pale complexion thing. If you don't explain it clearly, none of you are leaving here, Gao Feng said as he casually picked his nose and walked toward the group. What the hell? Do you think we're joking with you? The leader laughed angrily at Gao Feng's words. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson first. Young Master Chu said we should make him suffer a bit. Before he could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling scream escaped his lips. The sound was horrifying. Like this? Gao Feng had stomped down on the leader's foot, crushing the front half of it, shoe and all, into a flattened mess of flesh. Boss. The other team members finally realized what had happened. Their leader's foot had been crushed before they even had time to react. The speed was too bizarre, they hadn't even seen Gao Feng move before he was already standing in front of their boss. Quick, get him. The leader gritted his teeth through the pain and commanded his subordinates. At the leader's order, the team members were just about to attack when a series of crisp smack sounds rang out. 4 of them were sent flying, their faces swollen with large bruises, unable to get back on their feet for a long time. The leader stood there, mouth agape, frozen in place. Only one thought echoed in his mind: impossible. Absolutely impossible. Their team's combat strength wasn't weak. At this stage, they could be considered experts. Each member was at least level 10, with combat power approaching 4,000. A team like this could dominate in the dimensional space, even taking on 2 or 3 scorpion-tail tigers without breaking a sweat. Unfortunately, they had encountered Gao Feng. You were sent to deal with me? Who is this young Master Chu? Gao Feng walked over to the only one still standing, the leader, and asked with a smile. Seeing Gao Feng's smile sent chills down the leader's spine, as if he had seen a ghost. If I tell you, will you let us go? He asked tentatively. Ha! Do you think you're in any position to negotiate with me? Gao Feng sneered. I'll talk. The leader, seeing Gao Feng raise his combat blade, trembled all over and quickly spilled the truth. It's young Master Chu Tsangming. He sent us in here to eliminate you. We had no choice, he's the young master of the Chu family. If we refused, we wouldn't be able to survive in Jiangnan district. At the mention of Chu Sangming, Gao Feng's mind pieced everything together. If you want to play, then I'll play with you, Gao Feng said, a mischievous smile curling on his lips. Can we leave now? The leader asked cautiously. Of course, not. Gao Feng's reply sent the leader's hopes crashing down. F***********. I'll fight you to the death. The leader, knowing he was doomed, launched a desperate attack. But the gap in strength couldn't be bridged by sheer determination. 5 people, 5 seconds. The ground was now littered with 5 corpses. Only one of them contributed 100 spirit points to Gao Feng. It seems that after my talent upgrade, the spirit points gained from killing have been reduced to 2%. But the probability hasn't changed, Gao Feng muttered as he examined the data. A chill ran down his spine. This ability was terrifying. He glanced at his virtual panel. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 11, 2134/10,000. Combat power, 23,768. Talent, A grade, plunder. The talent hadn't changed, indicating that the second attribute hadn't been triggered yet. Gao Feng collected the group's backpacks and equipment, storing them in his inventory. Although these items weren't marked, he decided to be cautious. Exiting the dimensional space, he returned to the base. Outside, the area was filled with uniformed soldiers, looking imposing. You, come here, a commanding voice called out. It belonged to a level 28 officer with a combat power of 82,348. Sir, what are your orders? Gao Feng jogged over. You just came out of the dimensional space. What happened in there? The officer asked. What happened in there? Gao Feng hesitated, pondering how to respond. Sir, take a look at this. He pulled out the corpse of a silver fox, thinking it best to explain everything outright. The officer examined the silver fox's body. The information displayed on his visor caused his expression to shift from shock to doubt, then to solemnity. This is a new type of monster. Did you kill it? He asked Gao Feng. Yes, I encountered it near the edge of the dimensional space. It seems to be of a tier higher than rare monsters, Gao Feng replied. The officer, growing increasingly alarmed, told him to wait before rushing into a nearby building. Surrounded by soldiers, Gao Feng felt uneasy. Before long, the officer returned, his face now adorned with a warm smile. Young man, what's your name? He asked. Gao Feng, unsettled by the sudden friendliness, replied, Sir, you're scaring me with that smile. The officer's expression froze, his face twisting into something resembling constipation. The surrounding soldiers struggled to stifle their laughter. Follow me, the officer said, turning abruptly, his body trembling slightly. Seeing the officer's displeasure, Gao Feng quickly followed behind. On the other side of the story, in the luxurious villa district of Jiangnan Prefecture's 5th sector, on the top floor of a 5-story mansion, Chu Sangming held a wineglass in his hand, his gaze dark and brooding as he stared into the distance. That wretched fool must have perished in the dimensional space by now, he said sinisterly. In all of Jiangnan's 5th sector, no one dares to cross me, Chu Sangming. His words made the air in the study grow chillingly cold. Suddenly, something came to mind. The glass in his hand shattered, and red wine flowed down his arm, dripping onto the floor. And that wench by Li Liyun, he sneered malevolently. Someday, I'll make you understand my power, not anywhere else, but in bed. Ha ha ha. His laughter was twisted and perverse. Young master, the master requests your presence downstairs. A figure appeared behind him, speaking respectfully, as if blind to the scene that had just transpired. Understood. I'll head down immediately. Chu Sangming's expression shifted instantly, transforming into that of an obedient child. Meanwhile, Gao Feng followed an officer to the entrance of a pitch-black metal room at the base. The officer stood at the door and gestured to him with a wave of his hand, go in. The room was airtight, with no windows, just a single door sealed tightly with metal. Gao Feng hesitated, suspicion rising in his heart. Could there be traps inside? He muttered nervously, glancing warily at the officer, dragging his feet and too hesitant to step forward. Stop dawdling and move it. The officer, irritated by Gao Feng's reluctance, lifted his foot and kicked him squarely on the rear, shoving him into the room. Rubbing his backside, Gao Feng muttered in annoyance, was that really necessary? As soon as he entered, the room opened up brightly before him. The lights were dazzling, and on the wall hung a massive display screen. On the screen, an elderly man with white hair and a lab coat was staring at him intently. Young man, you're the one who brought out the silver fox's corpse, aren't you? The old man spoke, his voice calm yet piercing. Don't be afraid, I'm Professor Bai from the Talent Research Institute. Gao Feng quickly put on a shy smile. Hello, Professor Bai. He was well aware that although the researchers at the Talent Institute lacked combat prowess, they were among the nation's top minds. The silver fox was killed by me on Bankyo Mountain. Can you tell me the full details? This is a new species of creature, with immense research value, Professor Bai said with an eager expression. Sure, Gao Feng began recounting his encounter with the silver fox, sharing his observations and deductions. After he finished, Professor Bai suddenly asked, did you kill it all by yourself? Gao Feng froze for a moment. What does that have to do with researching the silver fox? But he still answered honestly, yes. Immediately, Professor Bai followed up with another question. What's your current level? What's the grade of your talent? What's your combat power? Cold sweat broke out on Gao Feng's back. Why was this now about him? Professor Bai, aren't we here to study the silver fox? Why are we suddenly researching me? Professor Bai chuckled. Don't be nervous. I'm just curious how you managed to kill it. Based on your account, your deductions make sense, but the fact that you killed it is the key. He began analyzing. Bankyo Mountain has a level cap of 10. Even if you leveled up to 11 inside, with an SSS grade talent, your base combat power would only be around 6,000. Even if you consumed all the black iron grade potions, your combat power would just barely reach 7,600, far from enough to take down the silver fox. After saying this, Professor Bai stared at Gao Feng, who remained silent, simply watching him in return. Gao Feng thought to himself, I won't say anything. Whatever you guess, it has nothing to do with me. Young man, is there really nothing you want to share? Professor Bai asked again. Gao Feng stayed silent, his expression unyielding. Alright, if you don't want to talk, I won't force you. Thank you for cooperating with the Silver Fox matter. Once the corpse is delivered to the Research Institute, I'll conduct further studies. We're done for today. Here's my contact information. Call me if you need anything. As Professor Bai finished speaking, a string of numbers appeared on the screen, which then went dark. Gao Feng let out a sigh of relief. Talking to a research fanatic like him was mentally exhausting. Just as he relaxed, the screen lit up again, and Professor Bai asked, Young man, can you at least tell me your name? Gao Feng's heart leaped into his throat. Professor Bai, I'm just a kid. Please don't scare me. My name is Gao Feng, and I'm just a student, he said hurriedly. After that, the screen went black again. He originally wanted to ask about the mission rewards, but now there was no opportunity. Well, the mission reward of a few 100,000 huabi, gone is gone. When Gao Feng exited the room, he thought the officer might interrogate him further, but to his surprise, the officer directly escorted him to a military vehicle heading back toward the safe zone. Well, that saved him some trouble. He had entered in early May, but by the time he came out, it was already late June. School must be nearing summer break. How are those two guys doing? Gao Feng thought to himself. He had previously planned to give 2 pieces of equipment to Black Monkey, but after being away for so long, he had almost forgotten. The military vehicle roared as it sped toward the safe zone. In the center of Jiangnan Prefecture's safe zone stood a towering skyscraper. Deep beneath the building lay a massive laboratory, brightly lit and filled with instruments and equipment. Researchers in white lab coats and masks busied themselves, bustling from one station to another. In the largest laboratory, Professor Bai held the silver fox's corpse in his hands, marveling at it. It's practically a work of art. He then summoned an assistant, whispered some instructions, and watched as the assistant left. Afterward, Professor Bai resumed his research on the silver fox. Once the military vehicle returned to the safe zone, Gao Feng headed straight to the trading post. He had a batch of materials to deal with, and regardless of whether his task was complete, he needed to make a delivery. The trading post was bustling with people. Ah, young friend, you're here. Old Zhang greeted him eagerly. Last time, thanks to Gao Feng's materials, his store had turned a profit. Yeah, I've got some materials to sell, Gao Feng said. He pulled out a storage pouch filled with the items he wanted to offload. Count them up and give me a price. After tallying everything, old Zhang said, altogether, it's 887,650. I'll round it up to 900,000 for you. Sure, Gao Feng replied, accepting the money and turning to leave. As he stepped out, he glanced back at the familiar shop but saw no familiar faces inside. Returning to his small room, Gao Feng began taking stock of his haul. This time, his gains were significantly larger than before. Just one golden grade artifact alone was worth a fortune. He had also killed a number of elite demon fire crows and millennium demon maples, obtaining numerous bronze and silver fragments, most of which had already been synthesized into complete items. The remaining fragments were set aside for trading on the platform for special pieces. He also had several completed items ready to be sold. Gao Feng walked into his parents' room, which was clean and tidy. Who would have thought this smart brain is still useful, he mused, gazing at a small, 20-centimeter square metal box with a pinhole emitting a red light. Jones! Gao Feng called out. The red light turned blue, and a virtual screen appeared. Long time no see, young master. What can I do for you? Jones, the name of the smart brain, responded. When Gao Feng had first crossed into this world, he often played with it, as it was a true artificial intelligence. Jones, open the fragment trading page, Gao Feng instructed. All right, young master. Countless pieces of trade information appeared on the virtual screen. Some were barter transactions, some were direct sales, and some were buy requests. From black iron level to red radiance level, everything was available, and there were even people collecting god level fragments. Help me search for disguise potion fragments above the silver level, Gao Feng instructed, feeling that disguise potions were quite useful. If he could find higher level fragments, it would make it easier for him to enter and exit dimensional spaces. Disguise potions were relatively rare, many prominent families had their guardians use them to protect their heirs. However, each use consumed 1, making them not easy to come by. Young master, I found 56 results, 38 fragments at the gold level, 11 at the purple radiance level, and 7 at the red radiance level. 7 colored god level fragments were simply too rare. Gao Feng glanced at the prices and was startled. Gold level fragments were priced between a minimum of 800,000 huabi and a maximum of 1 million, and to synthesize a disguise potion, 85 fragments were needed. The further Gao Feng browsed, the more he marveled at the power of the ancient jade. He made up his mind to buy all those fragments. Since the potion's effect only lasted 30 minutes, he would need to use it often in the early stages, so he skipped analyzing the first 2 levels and went straight to the highest, red radiance level. On the trading platform, the lowest price for a red radiance disguise potion fragment was 1.78 million huabi, a price that most awakened families couldn't afford, and ordinary awakened individuals wouldn't consider buying such fragments. Gao Feng shook his head. Although he had no money now, he was determined to acquire those fragments. I have some items to sell. Help me search the platform for the lowest prices of similar products and sell mine at those prices, Gao Feng said, taking out all his unused black iron items, basic attribute potions, weapon equipment, and various tools. Young master, are you sure you want to sell them at the lowest price? Jones inquired. Yes, sell them, Gao Feng confirmed. With the ancient jade in hand, he wasn't concerned about a bit of money. Plus, online transactions were now highly secure, buyer and seller addresses were hidden, and deliveries were handled by smart machines, so there was no need to worry. Before long, Jones reported back, Young master, we've sold 15 bottles of strength potion, 23 bottles of speed potion, 18 bottles of defense potion, and 7 bottles of mental potion, totaling 4.8384 million huabi, with an average price of 76,800 each. Gao Feng was stunned by the numbers. In his past life, he had worked tirelessly but had never seen so much money. Now, selling a few items casually earned him such an amount. As more items sold, his balance kept increasing, and he became numb to the figures. As soon as the first payment was received, he immediately purchased the Red Radiance disguise potion fragments and other disguise fragments. For the foreseeable future, he would rely on these potions to protect himself, avoiding trouble and suspicion. He then searched the trading platform for high-grade fragments he could use. The platform displayed a dazzling array of fragments, but most weren't useful to him at the moment, and it wasn't worth wasting money. He figured he could acquire these fragments naturally when he visited other dimensional spaces in the future. Suddenly, a bronze-level trap fragment caught his attention. It could be synthesized into a trapping device, and the idea intrigued him. Without hesitation, Gao Feng placed an order for 3 fragments, costing only 60,000 huabi in total. He spent the entire afternoon browsing the trading platform. By nightfall, when the delivery robot arrived to pick up the sold items, he finally left his room. Just as he took out his phone, the ringtone went off. Gao Feng glanced at it and saw dozens of messages, mostly from Li Yanjing, Black Monkey, and Bamboo Pole, along with some spam messages. Over the past period, his phone had been stored in his spatial ring while he was in the dimensional space, leaving it without signal. Li Laoshi called? Gao Feng quickly answered the phone. Hello, Teacher Li. Gao Feng, you brat. You haven't contacted me for so long. I thought something happened to you. Taking a leave of absence doesn't mean you can just disconnect from the school, you know that, don't you? Li Yanjing scolded him harshly right from the start. Gao Feng could only hold the phone further away and listen silently. When Li Yanjing finally finished, he cautiously explained, Teacher Li, I've been training in the dimensional space. Don't lie to me. With your talent, training in the dimensional space is dangerous. You should stay in the safe zone, you can still achieve great things in the future, Li Yanjing said. Gao Feng smiled faintly but didn't respond. Teacher, don't worry about me. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait. The final exam is coming up. You need to come back and take it. If you pass the cultural subjects, you won't have to repeat a grade, Li Yanjing instructed. Gao Feng's interest was piqued. Taking a leave of absence had been his fallback plan. He had originally intended to drop out after this semester. But now that this opportunity presented itself, he wasn't going to let it slip away. Teacher, are you serious? When's the exam? July 13th. I've already applied to the school on your behalf. You just need to pass the cultural subjects, Li Yanjing replied. Gao Feng was touched. Li Yanjing must have put in a lot of effort. The vice principal had been adamant about opposing it, arguing that Gao Feng would have to repeat a year if he returned after a leave of absence, which was a disadvantage. It was only after much persuasion that Li Yanjing's proposal was approved. After hanging up, Gao Feng suddenly felt at a loss for what to do. Picking up his phone, he dialed a number. Madman, where are you? Let's get together tonight. Got it. I'll arrange it right away. The sky grew darker as the city lights flickered on. Summer evenings always felt leisurely, and it wasn't until almost 8 p.m. that the sky fully darkened. The three of them met at the usual spot, the street corner where night markets thrived. When Zhou Quan and Zhao Jingmu saw Gao Feng, they sprinted over, each throwing an arm around his shoulders. Madman, where have you been for over a month? Why couldn't we reach you? Zhou Quan asked. I had some personal matters to handle. Enough about me, how are you two doing now? Gao Feng, whose combat strength now surpassed most of his peers, was more concerned about his two brothers' situations. Zhou Quan and Zhao Jingmu exchanged a glance and chuckled. Madman, I awakened an A-level talent. I'm now one of the school's key protégés, Zhou Quan said proudly. We even went to the dimensional space for training. I'm currently level 8 with a combat power of over 2,500. Not bad. Over 2,500 combat power at level 8, you must have used a lot of potions, huh? Gao Feng teased with a grin. Of course. 2 rounds of training, and the materials were worth a fortune. The school even rewarded us, Zhou Quan said smugly. What's there to brag about? Zhao Jingmu said sourly from the side. His B-level talent garnered little attention at their prestigious school in District 5. Madman, I'm level 9 now, with a combat power of 3,120. Impressive, right? Zhao Jingmu grinned, waiting for Gao Feng's praise. Not looking, Gao Feng said dismissively. Zhao Jingmu froze, as if struck by lightning, while Zhou Quan doubled over with laughter. That thing's no better than a toothpick. I'm not looking either, Zhou Quan added. You two are too much. Zhao Jingmu's face turned as dark as coal. Alright, we get it. You've got money and can make up for your lack of talent with it, Zhou Quan teased. In truth, he envied Zhao Jingmu a little. Zhao's family had an SS-level talent powerhouse, giving their family significant influence in Jiangzhou. Zhou Quan and Gao Feng, on the other hand, came from ordinary awakened families and had to rely on themselves. If not for his A-level talent, Zhou Quan figured he'd have remained unremarkable. He glanced at Gao Feng. Gao's parents had perished during training, and his talent was relatively low. Zhou Quan couldn't help but wonder how far Gao Feng could go in the future. Bamboo pole, what are you treating us to tonight? Gao Feng interrupted Zhou Quan's thoughts. Wasn't it you who suggested going out? Why is it on me again? Zhao Jingmu asked. Because you're the one with money. If you don't treat us, who will? Gao Feng teased. So just because I have money, I automatically become the target? Zhao Jingmu retorted. Fine, I'll treat. What do you guys want to eat? Grilled skewers, Gao Feng replied. The three of them slung their arms around each other's shoulders, cheerfully heading toward the barbecue shop, with Heiho following close behind. This was probably what pure friendship looked like. In the barbecue shop, the three ate and chatted. I was thinking of dropping out of school, Gao Feng admitted, but today, Teacher Li called me. She said as long as I pass the cultural subjects in the final exams, I can still be a senior next year. That won't be a problem. You've always been the top student in the entire grade, Heiho reassured him. Hearing this, Zhao Jingmu and Zhou Quan both understood that Gao Feng could continue his studies. For next year's college entrance exams, which universities are you guys aiming for? Gao Feng asked. Of course, the Awakening Academy of Jingping University, Heiho answered immediately. It was his dream. Keep dreaming. Even with an A-level talent, that's not enough. Unless you somehow reach level 30 within a year, Zhao Jingmu shot him down. That's still better than you. Even if you reach level 30, you wouldn't get in either, Heiho retorted. Reaching level 30 within a year, especially starting from level 8, was practically impossible. The higher the level, the harder it was to advance. Under normal circumstances, grinding monsters to level up, hitting level 20 was already considered impressive. I might as well just find a college in Jiangnan Prefecture. My parents don't want me going too far, Zhao Jingmu said, sounding a bit downcast. Why are you acting all miserable? I bet you're just dying to stay here. Otherwise, wouldn't your many girlfriends miss you to death? Heiho saw right through him. Hey, don't talk nonsense. That's slander, Zhao Jingmu hissed, glancing around nervously. His shifty demeanor made the other two burst out in laughter. Good times always seemed to pass too quickly. In what felt like no time, 3 hours had flown by. Let's wrap it up. We'll meet again when we have time. You'll probably be off training in the dimensional space during summer break anyway, Gao Feng said, waving as he headed home. By the time they get back, those things should have arrived, Gao Feng thought to himself with a sly smile. He had anonymously sent the two of them some gifts. For Zhou Quan, he prepared a set of black iron grade equipment and a few bottles of bronze grade strength and speed potions. For Zhao Jingmu, there were 2 bottles of bronze grade mental energy potions. He couldn't send too much, though, for fear of raising suspicion. But at the very least, these would give the two of them a significant boost when they reached level 11. When Gao Feng got home, he sprawled out completely, waiting for his packages to arrive. Some of the items, being from the same safe zone, had already been delivered, while others would take a bit more time. With half a month left until the final exams, Gao Feng decided he wouldn't go out to mess around anymore. He planned to stay honestly within the safe zone. Meanwhile, Bai Li Luyun was having a rough time. Ever since returning from Banqiao Mountain, she had been under constant pressure from her family. Normally, her skyrocketing combat power would have been a good thing, but because of the incident with Chu Sangming, she was now being forced to apologize. Luyun, listen to your father. Just apologize to young Master Chu. Do you want to anger your grandfather to death? Besides, I heard that young Master Chu admires you a lot. If you marry into the Chu family, our Bai Li family. Bai Li Jingcheng began. Bai Li Jingcheng, say one more word, I dare you. Are you trying to sell your daughter for glory? Sheen Faping exploded on the spot. She only had this one precious daughter, whom she treated like treasure. The mere thought of her husband saying such a thing made her furious. Am I wrong? The Chu family is rich and powerful. Young Master Chu has an SSS level talent. And with our Liu Yun's SS level talent, they're a match made in heaven. I'm thinking about our daughter's future, Bai Li Jingcheng argued back, unwilling to back down. Your so-called thinking about her future is just wishful thinking. You're just hoping to latch onto the Chu family's coattails to rise up yourself. Do you think you have what it takes? Sheen Faping was even angrier now. Even if you did manage to climb up, you'd still be the same useless man. Do you think you're worthy? Enough! Stop arguing, Bai Li Lu Yun shouted. The last place she wanted to be right now was home. Every time she came back, it was the same scene. Dad, no matter what you say, I'm not apologizing. I didn't do anything wrong. She silently added in her heart, if I made any mistake, it was not finishing him off with one strike back then. Lu Yun, you know our family is in the materials business. The Chu family is the largest buyer of materials in Jiangnan Prefecture. Being under their roof, we can't afford not to bow our heads, Bai Li Jingcheng said earnestly. But Bai Li Lu Yun ignored him, retreating to her room and leaving her parents to continue their argument. Ah, that was a good nap. Gao Feng yawned as he got up from his bed. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Sure enough, he had slept for 3 days again. After what had happened last time, he was no longer surprised. After washing up, Gao Feng left his room. The kitchen was so spotless it could reflect his face, and even a mouse would starve in there. The July sunshine was painfully bright, even in the early morning. He went to a nearby breakfast shop and shouted, "Boss, give me a bowl of 3 liang rice noodles, 2 steamed baskets of buns, 2 shumai, 2 steamed rolls, 2 fried dough sticks, and a bowl of soy milk." Everyone around him froze. People who ate this much were usually awakeners, but awakeners rarely came to such small eateries for breakfast. Kiddo Gao, just back from the battlefield? Why not go to a proper restaurant for awakeners? The owner, a warm and cheerful woman in her 50s, asked with a smile. Aunt Chang, I've gotten used to eating here. I still prefer the taste of your cooking, Gao Feng replied, his words muffled as he stuffed a bun into his mouth. Well, eat as much as you like then, Aunt Zhang said, delighted by the compliment. Being appreciated by others always made her happy. Gao Feng was wholeheartedly enjoying his meal when suddenly, he heard a voice in his ear. It was soft and distant, yet it seemed to pierce through him. A foreign wanderer, 10 years adrift. A vast realm with bustling souls, yet a lonely heart persists. All around are carefree travelers. Where in this world can true wisdom be found? At first, Gao Feng paid no attention, too focused on eating. But as the words continued, his body stiffened, and he didn't even dare to turn his head. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, stretching unbearably. It was unclear how much time passed before the poem ended, leaving the breakfast shop so silent that even a pin drop would have been deafening. Then, a figure sat down beside Gao Feng and asked, "Mind if I sit here?" If it were any other day, Gao Feng would have cracked a joke. But this time, all he could do was nod stiffly. These fried dough sticks and soy milk look good. Can I have some? The man asked. Gao Feng nodded again. The man helped himself, eating leisurely. When he finished, he wiped his mouth and remarked, "I didn't expect the food here to be so delicious." Only after the man finished eating did Gao Feng feel the world around him return to normal. The shop's usual liveliness resumed. He turned to see an old man dressed in coarse linen, wearing dark sunglasses, with snow-white hair and beard. Beside him was a cloth banner that read, "Heavens will above, mortal fate below." Gao Feng thought to himself, this guy sure talks big. I don't believe in fate, I control my own destiny. However, recalling the poem from earlier, he decided it was best to show some respect. Young man, I see a dark shadow over your forehead. You may be facing a calamity of bloodshed, the old man said. Gao Feng's throat moved as if he wanted to speak, but no words came out. He muttered inwardly, why does this sound like the lines of some phony fortune teller? Don't be nervous, young man. Follow me, the old man said, standing up and grabbing a cloth banner as he headed outside. Gao Feng didn't dare hesitate and quickly followed. After walking a few steps, Gao Feng began to feel uneasy. Why does this path feel so familiar? Isn't this the way to my house? Sure enough, within half an hour, they arrived at the base of Gao Feng's apartment building. Aren't you going to invite me up? The old man chuckled. Master, of course, please. Gao Feng replied respectfully. Back at the apartment, the two of them sat silently, staring at each other without speaking. Gao Feng wondered, what's this guy trying to pull? Am I pretending to be profound, or is he deep in thought? The old man was growing anxious too. I'm waiting for him to speak first, he thought. Finally, Gao Feng broke the silence. Master, what did you mean by calamity of bloodshed? It's exactly as it sounds, the old man replied curtly. And how do I resolve it? Gao Feng pressed. By sacrificing wealth to avert disaster, the old man said. How much money does the master need? Gao Feng felt a tinge of doubt, was this guy a scammer? The money isn't for me, the old man replied. Then who's it for? Gao Feng asked. You'll find out when the time comes, the old man said, refusing to elaborate. Gao Feng cursed inwardly, this guy is so annoying. Always leaving things half said, it's maddening. Master, What about that poem you recited earlier? What does it mean? Gao Feng asked. This was what he truly wanted to know. Whatever your heart desires, that's the meaning, the old man said cryptically, maintaining his enigmatic demeanor. Gao Feng was growing more suspicious. What on earth is this guy up to? Once again, the two of them fell into silence. Eventually, Gao Feng couldn't take it anymore and asked, Master, are you an awakened one as well? Indeed, the old man nodded. Could it be that your awakened ability is also a lifestyle-based talent? Gao Feng asked. Why would you think that? The old man looked surprised. Or, is your ability an F-grade talent? The question seemed to strike a nerve. The old man couldn't stay calm anymore, his expression faltered, and he muttered, impossible. How could an F-grade talent user possibly alter my fate? Gao Feng was utterly baffled. What's going on? What does that even mean? Are you truly an F-grade talent user? The old man grabbed Gao Feng's arms in a panic. But the moment he did, he noticed something was off. No way. Your arms are strong and powerful, clearly infused with significant spiritual energy. This is not something an F-grade talent user could achieve. Yet Gao Feng found himself with a different impression. When the old man first appeared, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Then, with his mysterious demeanor, he seemed almost untouchable. But now, he seems kind of weak, almost powerless. Just now, his voice even softened, Gao Feng thought. The hands pressing on his shoulders felt more like they were giving him a massage, soft and feeble. He began to wonder if he was being played for a fool. You're not seriously just a lifestyle talent user, are you? Gao Feng rolled his eyes, questioning whether he was being overly sensitive. Had he really been intimidated by this guy? Tell me the truth. What exactly is your talent? It's crucial to me, the old man's voice grew sharper. You're supposed to be so skilled. Why are you asking me? Gao Feng pointed at the cloth banner that read heavens will above, humanity's fate below. The old man, left speechless, could only gape in silence. My ability is currently sealed. I originally thought you were the one who could unseal it, but now it seems I was mistaken. The old man turned to leave. In his eyes, even if Gao Feng wasn't an F-grade talent user, he didn't seem like someone capable of lifting the seal. 10 years ago, he had been just a high school sophomore, eagerly awaiting the unified awakening day like everyone else. Standing in front of the awakening stone, filled with ambition and dreams, he touched it. A golden light shot into the sky, startling the entire school. Everyone cheered for him, and for a moment, he felt like the protagonist of a grand story, a future powerhouse. But the unexpected struck too soon. F-grade talent, deep thought. The awakening host's announcement plunged the school into silence, and his heart into despair. He wanted to explain, but no one believed him. The cheers turned into ridicule and insults, and he left school in a daze. He retreated to a desolate place to examine his talent description. Talent, Destiny, SSS grade, self-sealed, currently F-grade. Effect unknown. Awaiting activation by a chosen one. It had no discernible effect, and the conditions for unsealing were vague. He didn't even understand what a chosen one referred to. The F-grade talent robbed him of the chance to train in dimensional spaces. No one wanted to team up with him, so he was left to survive on his own. Just as he was about to give up, his talent provided a hint. 10 years later, in Jiangnan District 5, the destined one will appear. The light of destiny will return to the world. For those 20 words, he endured, disguising himself as a fortune teller and roaming the safe zones daily. Today, his talent provided another hint. By reciting that poem, he could sense the chosen one who could unseal him. But apart from the slight reaction when they met, his talent had since gone silent. Had he waited 10 years for nothing? Wait, Gao Feng called out to him. What's wrong with you? You haven't even resolved my calamity of bloodshed, and now you're leaving? If you believe, then it exists. If you don't. If I don't, then it doesn't? Gao Feng interrupted. I never said I didn't believe. The point is, you haven't even told me how to resolve it. The old man stopped in his tracks. My name is Gao Feng. May I know the master's name? I wouldn't dare call myself a master. I am Wanrun Longyu, the old man said, stroking his beard with an air of mystique. Master Wanrun, what's this about your talent being sealed? Can you tell me more? Gao Feng pressed further. He decided to keep the old man around because the initial sense of pressure and the momentary feeling of time standing still lingered vividly in his mind. If I told you I have an SSS grade talent, would you believe me? Wanrun Longyu asked. Gao Feng pulled out his protective goggles, glanced through them, and immediately took them off. Sure, I believe you. Believe you're full of nonsense. Just moments ago, the virtual display had shown Wanrun Longyu's stats. Level 1, Combat Strength 5, the exact combat strength Gao Feng had when he first awakened. An F-grade weakling. Wanrun Longyu didn't catch the sarcasm in Gao Feng's tone. Thinking Gao Feng genuinely believed him, the old man's face lit up with joy. 10 years, finally, someone believed he had an SSS grade talent. Could Gao Feng really be the one to unseal him? He began recounting the changes that occurred during his awakening, though he didn't specify the exact time. So, you're saying that I'm the one who can unseal you? Gao Feng listened, slowly beginning to believe him. If the hint is correct, then it might be you, Wanrun Longyu replied, though he didn't sound particularly confident. Does your gift have any other instructions right now? Gao Feng asked. Wenran Longyu shook his head. The last guidance from my gift was, find you, and follow you. Follow me? Gao Feng rubbed his chin. At this point, he was inclined to believe the other man. He had considered the possibility that Wenran Longyu might have approached him with ulterior motives, but he doubted it. After all, he was merely an F-grade awakener from an ordinary family, there wasn't much about him worth scheming over. Besides, the other man had recited that poem, a poem that seemed tailored specifically for him. If it really was a hint from Wenran Longyu's gift, it meant his ability wasn't ordinary. Having someone like him around didn't seem like a bad thing. Since you're going to follow me, I'll definitely find a way to help you unseal yourself, Gao Feng said, making a vague promise. Whether he could actually do it was another matter. Thank you. Wenran Longyu expressed his gratitude. Well, that's all for today. Let's exchange contact information and stay in touch. Gao Feng was clearly hinting that it was time for the guest to leave, but Wenran Longyu remained rooted to the spot. Is there something else? Gao Feng asked. Where will I be sleeping? What, you're planning to sleep here? No, absolutely not. Gao Feng felt like this was the point where spending money to avoid trouble was really worth it. Here, this is 1,000 Hua coins. Find a place to stay nearby. He hadn't expected that Wenran Longyu didn't even have a place to stay. Taking the money, Wenran Longyu turned and walked away with an air of nonchalance, a demeanor that carried a faint sense of otherworldly grace. Gao Feng frowned as he watched his departing figure, feeling a bit unsettled. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock at the door. Gao Feng opened it reluctantly, thinking the old mystic might have returned. Instead, it was a robot holding a package. Please sign for your delivery, the robot said, handing the package to Gao Feng before clanking off. Oh, so the fragment I ordered has arrived, Gao Feng said happily. He opened the packaging to find a sealed metal box with a place to input a code. This was the standard delivery method for valuable items, only the correct code could open it, preventing loss. Gao Feng, of course, knew the code. Once he entered it, the box opened to reveal a dazzlingly bright red fragment, along with a vial of potion. With this potion, unless someone from the heavenly rankings shows up, I won't have to worry about exposing my combat strength, Gao Feng muttered. He went back to his room, shut the doors and windows tightly, and retrieved an ancient jade piece along with the delicate potion. Red Radiance Grade Disguise Potion, awakening levels below 60 cannot see through the disguise effect. He downed the potion in one gulp, feeling nothing afterward. Items like this, which didn't enhance combat power, were generally not very popular. The person who sold the fragment probably hadn't expected to find a buyer. Now that he had the fragment, Gao Feng didn't have much else to look forward to. In the height of summer, the days were long, and the nights felt short. Time seemed to crawl by. Soon enough, the end-of-term exams for the second year of high school at 9th High School had arrived. Gao Feng left home early that morning, having been cooped up for 10 days with nothing interesting at the trading post. From a distance, he saw Hey Ho waving at him. Gao crazy. Over here. Hey Ho shouted. Alright, I see you. Stop waving, Gao Feng replied. The two of them boarded the bus to school. Hey Ho leaned in and said, Gao crazy, something weird happened yesterday. Yesterday? Weren't we out having late-night snacks? What could possibly have happened? Gao Feng asked, although he already had a good idea of what Hey Ho was about to say. I'm talking about after we finished eating. Let me tell you, Hey Ho looked around cautiously before lowering his voice. When I got home, my mom said several packages had arrived. They contained a full set of black iron grade equipment and a few potions, all sent anonymously. For real? There's such a good thing? Gao Feng asked, feigning surprise. I think my parents are hiding something from me. They're probably super rich but don't want me to know because they're afraid I'll squander the money. Do you think I might be a secret rich second generation? Gao Feng rolled his eyes. This guy sure had an overactive imagination. At least he wasn't suspecting Gao Feng. Could be. Did you interrogate them about it? If not, you should go back and press them harder. I did ask. I almost got beaten for it. Haha, the two friends joked and laughed all the way to school, where the atmosphere was lively. Everyone was excited, knowing that summer vacation would start as soon as the exams were over. Gao crazy, how confident are you about the exams today? Hey Ho asked. Don't worry. I've got this, Gao Feng replied. Academic exams were a walk in the park for him. In his previous life, he'd been a top student at a 985 university, high school level knowledge was child's play. As they walked, Gao Feng noticed people pointing and whispering about him. While their comments didn't affect him, they were still unpleasant to hear. Hey Ho only relaxed when he saw that Gao Feng wasn't bothered. Being low-level has its perks, low perception means I can't hear all that nonsense. Not bad, Hey Ho thought to himself. The end-of-term exams were spread over 2 days. The first day was for academic subjects, held in their regular classrooms. At the entrance to the exam room, Gao Feng ran into their teacher, Li Yanjing. Teacher, thank you. After the exams, let me treat you to a big meal. It's the thought that counts. Just do your best. If you fail the academic subjects, even I won't be able to help you. Don't worry, teacher. These little brats are no match for me, Gao Feng said before heading into the exam room. Hey Ho followed him in. Teacher, when Gao Crazy treats you to a meal, you have to come. Hey Ho called out. You two troublemakers, Li Yanjing said, shaking her head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Inside the exam room, the atmosphere was even worse than outside. Some students didn't bother whispering, they insulted Gao Feng openly. Gao Feng, why are you even here? Just when we were starting to enjoy some peace, you had to show up and ruin it. Yeah, are you here just to disgust us or what? Hey Ho's face darkened. Zhou Quan, you're an A-grade talent. Can you protect him forever? Exactly. Do you think you can take on all of us by yourself? As long as I'm in this class, I'll protect him. Don't like it? Come at me. Hey Ho snapped. He had a fiery temper and was ready to fight anyone who badmouthed Gao Feng. Exams are about to start. Anyone who speaks again will have their scores cancelled, Li Yanjing said coldly from the doorway. The room instantly fell silent. Gao Feng smiled faintly and took his seat. These people weren't even worth arguing with. A truly strong person wouldn't waste energy on the complaints of ants. The day wore on, and the sun dipped lower in the sky. Before long, the first day of exams was over. Ding, ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of the academic exams. It's over. I feel like I bombed the academic tests. I might not even pass. Pass? You think it was hard? I've got no hope at all. Sigh, I've spent all this time focusing on improving my combat strength and training in dimensional spaces. I completely neglected academics. You all should be more careful. I heard that even though the academic standards for Awakener schools aren't high, they're still not something you can ignore. Some students were relieved, while others were worried. They chattered as they left the exam room. Tomorrow morning at 8, gather at the Practical Combat Building lobby on time. Go back and prepare well. The exam rules will be sent to your phone tonight, Li Yanjing said after finishing her own test, giving a brief instruction before dismissing everyone. Monkey, good luck tomorrow, someone said. Don't worry, madman. I'm the only one in our class with an A-level talent awakening, and it's combat-focused, Monkey replied confidently. Alright, then. That's settled. After exchanging a few words, the two went their separate ways. Gao Feng had no intention of worrying about the rules for tomorrow's practical exam. He was already eager to find a high-level dimensional space where he could showcase his combat prowess. Beep beep beep, the phone rang, and when it connected, an elderly voice came through. What is it? Master Wanrun, I'm planning to head into a dimensional space for training tomorrow, Gao Feng said. And what does that have to do with me? The old man replied curtly. Gao Feng was puzzled. Just yesterday, the man had said he would accompany him to help lift his talent seal. Now he was backing out? Aren't you coming? How would I? You can't enter the low-level ones, and I can't handle the high-level ones. No worries. If you want to go, I have a way. Fine. Click, the call ended abruptly before anything could really be arranged. Let's touch base tomorrow morning before we set off, Gao Feng muttered to himself before pulling out 2 mini manuals to continue his study of martial arts techniques. Each manual still had 5 opportunities for comprehension left. Thanks to his increased mental attributes, he no longer needed to practice at home physically, he could refine his techniques directly in his mind. Finally, a chance to enter dimensional space, someone else cheered nearby. In a small apartment less than a kilometer from Gao Feng's home, a fortune-teller dressed in coarse linen jumped up and down with joy, completely abandoning the demeanor of a reclusive sage. His voice was clear and youthful despite his aged appearance. 10 years of silence, and now I can finally train in dimensional space again, Wanren Longyu muttered, tears streaming down his face. He knew he'd found the right person this time. Knock knock knock, a series of urgent knocks interrupted Gao Feng's dreams, pulling him back to reality. Who is it, disturbing me so early in the morning? Gao Feng grumbled, half opening his eyes as he dragged himself out of bed. When he opened the door, there stood none other than the self-proclaimed sage, Wanren Longyu. Wanren Longyu immediately turned his back upon seeing Gao Feng shirtless. Gao Feng frowned in confusion. What is it? Put on some clothes first. We're supposed to leave, Wanren Longyu stammered, struggling to maintain his composure. Gao Feng glanced down at his defined chest and abs, puzzled by the reaction. Master, isn't this a bit much? At least let me get ready, I just woke up. Wanren Longyu realized he might have overreacted. Fine. Just hurry up. I'll wait outside, he said, slamming the door behind him so quickly it nearly hit Gao Feng's nose. He's so frantic, where's the sage-like demeanor? Gao Feng muttered as he scratched his head and walked back into his room. He didn't have much to prepare, just needed to grab his spatial gear. Once dressed, Gao Feng stepped out of his room. Master Wanrun, before entering the dimensional space, drink this first, Gao Feng said, handing over a small vial of potion. Wanren Longyu took it and, upon closer inspection, his hand trembled. A gold-grade camouflage potion, he exclaimed. Don't ask, don't question. I don't want anyone to know I'm secretly wealthy, Gao Feng said with a straight face, leaving Wanren Longyu momentarily stunned. A secretly wealthy man, taking the bus? Wanren Longyu quipped. That's the point of being secretly wealthy, Gao Feng replied, missing the sarcasm entirely as he headed toward the bus stop. Looks like I'll need to get myself a proper ride soon, Gao Feng thought as they walked. The two soon arrived at the trading hub. What are we buying here? One Run Longyu asked curiously. First, I'll get you a pair of combat goggles. Then we'll head up to the second floor to check for suitable missions in dimensional spaces, Galfong explained. Combat goggles were a common necessity, and most people kept spares since no one could guarantee they wouldn't break during a fight. After purchasing the goggles, One Run Longyu restrained his curiosity and followed Galfong to the second floor. Galfong quickly locked onto a target mission after scanning the task hall. Alright, let's go, Galfong said, holding the task card as they made their way to the transportation center. The dimensional space they were heading to was far from the safe zone, requiring an entire day of travel by armored vehicle. The journey to a dimensional space was always dull. Though the vehicle was crowded, everyone kept to themselves, conserving energy for the trials ahead. The trip passed without incident, and by the next morning, the two had arrived at their destination. Master, have you set the parameters for the camouflage potion? Galfong asked. Relax, it's done, One Run Longyu said, stroking his white beard and giving a reassuring thumbs up. You set it to level 11. Are we heading to a level 11 dimensional space? One Run Longyu asked, slightly concerned. What's wrong with that? Bringing someone like me along, won't that be a bit risky? One Run Longyu asked. Don't worry. If I bring you with me, I won't gamble with your life, Galfong replied. It's not that I'm afraid of dying. I just don't want to hold you back, One Run Longyu said. Galfong thought to himself, you're all talk. If it weren't for you, I'd be aiming for a level 15 dimensional space. As soon as they stepped out of the vehicle, they were greeted by a noisy scene. Why won't you let us in? It's not easy for us to come out here to train. What's wrong with these dimensional spaces lately? If it's not one thing, it's another. I've been to several, and they're all like this. Ugh, let's just wait. What else can we do? They're only thinking about our safety, someone lamented. A crowd had gathered outside the base. After some inquiries, Galfong and One Run Longyu learned that this dimensional space had encountered some issues and was temporarily closed. Sir, what's going on inside? Galfong asked an officer. After all, there had been no warnings when he'd accepted the mission. Don't ask. Just wait, the officer replied curtly, his stern expression leaving no room for argument. Since we can't get in, why don't we head to a lower-level dimensional space? One Run Longyu suggested, visibly relieved. Hold on. Let me figure something out, Galfong said as he walked to the side and pulled out his phone. The call connected quickly. Ah, Galfong, my young friend. How have you been? A familiar voice greeted. Professor Bai, hello? Galfong responded politely. The call was with Professor Bai from the Talent Research Institute, whom he'd previously contacted at the Bankyo mountain base. Professor Bai had been intrigued by Galfong ever since their last interaction. Afterward, he'd even tried looking for talented students named Galfong across Jiangnan Prefecture. However, the most talented student he'd found was only S-ranked, far from the person he was seeking. He'd begun to suspect Galfong might have been bluffing. What can I do for you, young friend? Professor Bai asked. Here's the thing, I want to train in the skeleton dimensional space, but it seems something's happened there. I was hoping you could tell me more about the situation. That's it? Give me a moment, I'll check, Professor Bai said, frowning slightly. After a short pause, Professor Bai returned with an answer. The skeleton dimensional space has indeed encountered an issue. It seems similar to what happened at Bankyo Mountain. Professor Bai, I want to go inside and take a look. Can you help me? You have a decent skill level, young friend, but that dimensional space isn't low level. Don't worry, Professor Bai. I'll be fine. Galfong patted his chest confidently. Alright, I'll help you this time. But you must be careful. With that, Professor Bai hung up the call. Now you've given up, right? Let's head back. One Run Longyu immediately tried to drag Galfong away as he returned. What's the rush? Let's wait a bit longer. Wait for what, bullets? One Run Longyu looked puzzled. Excuse me, which one of you is Galfong? At that moment, an officer walked over. That's me. Galfong immediately stepped forward. Please come with me, the officer said. Now do you see how impressive I am? Let's go. Galfong raised an eyebrow at One Run Longyu. Though One Run Longyu was reluctant, he could only follow along. Why can that little brat go inside, but we have to wait out here? The crowd outside began to stir after seeing Galfong enter. Everyone, quiet. The officer stepped forward to restore order. Galfong, since you have Professor Bai's authorization, I can let you in. But I can't guarantee what will happen inside. I've already discussed this with the professor, the officer said solemnly as he led Galfong to the entrance of the dimensional space. Rest assured, sir. I know my limits. Galfong entered the dimensional space with One Run Longyu. The sky inside the dimensional space was a bleak, oppressive gray. The ground resembled an ancient battlefield, littered with broken weapons and tattered fabric. Many areas were dark red, reeking of a pungent, bloody stench. The two of them put on their gear in the safety zone near the entrance and got ready to proceed. I remember giving you a black iron combat suit. Why aren't you wearing it? One Run Longyu asked. I'm used to this. Besides, with my combat ability, it doesn't make much of a difference. With you here to protect me, I think I'll be fine. Galfong looked at him curiously, sensing something off in his tone. As soon as they stepped out of the safety zone, they encountered their first monster, a skeleton blade soldier. Level 11. Combat power 3868. Skill, tetanus strike. The skeleton blade soldier was about the same height as a human, with glowing green eyes and a rusty, jagged blade in its hand. The name of that skill is quite apartment. If you get slashed by that blade, you'd definitely get tetanus, Gao Feng thought to himself. I'll weaken it first, and you finish it off, Gao Feng said, preparing to charge forward. But he noticed Wenrun Longyu turning his back, trembling. Don't tell me you're afraid of skeletons? And no way. How could I be? Wenrun Longyu stammered in denial. Alright, stop pretending. I saw right through you. With that, Gao Feng charged ahead. Thud. A grayish-white mass fell at Wenrun Longyu's feet. Asterisk at #%end. Wenrun Longyu froze, his mind blank as he stared at the thing near his feet. Hurry up and finish it off. Gao Feng hadn't expected Wenrun Longyu to be so terrified of skeletons. Wenrun, if you don't act now, the skeleton's going to get back up. Hearing this, Wenrun Longyu panicked and swung his blade wildly, accidentally decapitating the skeleton blade soldier. Alright, that's enough. You're about to chop it into pieces, Gao Feng said, unable to watch anymore. Did I kill the monster? Wenrun Longyu stopped and asked in confusion. This is what absorbing spiritual energy feels like. It's so soothing. He felt warmth coursing through his body, a pleasant flow of energy spreading within him. Not scared anymore? How much spiritual energy did you gain just now? Gao Feng asked, smiling. What are you doing? Wenrun Longyu jumped back as Gao Feng slung an arm over his shoulder. Why are you so close? I agreed to follow you, not to become your sworn brother. Alright, Wenrun, stop pretending. Gao Feng clapped his hands, picked up his warblade, and sliced open the skeleton's skull, pulling out a grayish, granular object, a soul crystal. This item, unique to the skeleton dimensional space, could fetch a good price at the trading post. Wenrun Longyu's stomach churned as he saw the object. Take it and put it in your storage pouch. Wenrun Longyu quickly took the gray crystal and stashed it away. Wenrun, drop the act. There's no need to hide it from me anymore. How did you figure it out? I didn't notice at first, but there was a moment when your voice became very clear. That made me suspicious. After paying attention to your movements, I was certain. So I was exposed all along. Wenrun Longyu sighed like a defeated rooster, pulling off his fake white eyebrows and beard. Beneath them was a fair, delicate face that resembled a young nobleman's. If it weren't for your Adam's apple, I might have thought you were a girl, Gao Feng said, studying his face intently. Do you always stare at people like that? Wenrun Longyu instinctively touched his Adam's apple and stepped back. Why are you acting like a girl? Are you shy or something? Gao Feng shook his head. Gao Feng, that monster just gave me 50 spiritual energy points. Wenrun Longyu, now rid of his disguise, grew more cheerful and grinned at Gao Feng. Of course. You just defeated a monster 10 levels above you. The spiritual energy reward is definitely higher. Let's keep going and get you to level 11. Gao Feng had suddenly become a power-leveling companion. But inwardly, he was puzzled why hadn't the skeleton blade soldier dropped any fragments from such a high-level fight. Something felt off. The two soon encountered another skeleton blade soldier. Wenrun Longyu swiftly defeated it, gaining another 50 points of spiritual energy and leveling up to level 2. You handle the loot yourself from now on. Don't make me do it every time, Gao Feng said, unwilling to move. Wenrun Longyu had no choice but to crouch down and retrieve the soul crystal from the skeleton's skull, though he kept his head turned away, unable to look directly at it. How are you going to survive in this dimensional space like this? Gao Feng sighed, thinking Wenrun Longyu was wasting his SSS level talent. Gao Feng kicked aside the skeleton's remains. Something's not right. What is it? Is something wrong? Wenrun Longyu asked. Very wrong. 2 kills in a row, and no fragments dropped. Gao Feng looked up at Wenrun Longyu. Be honest, does your talent have some hidden trait, like extreme bad luck or something? Fragments are always rare drops. This is normal. You have no idea. The greater the level gap, the higher the drop rate. I've tested this. Could I really be cursed with bad luck? Wenrun Longyu began to doubt himself. How about we try again? Maybe these two are exceptions. After this, Wenrun Longyu fully believed that he was cursed with bad luck. Along the way, Gao Feng had let him kill all the monsters, yet not a single fragment had dropped. Maybe you shouldn't follow me anymore, Gao Feng said with a bitter expression, feeling like he'd suffered a huge loss. His SSS grade talent hadn't surfaced yet, and he'd already wasted a bottle of golden grade potion. No way. How can I go back on my word? Wenrun Longyu refused outright. He was thoroughly enjoying the leveling up process. In just half a day, Wenrun Longyu's level had risen to level 5. We should head further in. The monsters here don't provide much spirit energy anymore, Wenrun Longyu said after reaching level 5. With the added spirit power and equipment, he was no longer as fragile as when he first entered. Gao Feng also wanted to investigate what exactly had gone wrong in this dimensional space. Soon, the two entered the territory of level 12 monsters. A skeletal axe wielder spotted Gao Feng and immediately hurled its twin axes at him. Starting trouble right off the bat, huh? Gao Feng flicked his battle blade, sending the axes flying. The skeletal axe wielder froze in place, stunned. Without its axes, how was it supposed to fight? Gao Feng almost burst out laughing when he saw its dumbfounded expression. Ah, this is hilarious. Wenran Longyu couldn't hold back his laughter. What's so funny? Finish it off already. Gao Feng scolded, and Wenran Longyu joined in to finish the monster. Reaching level 6 required 3,000 spirit energy, so Wenran Longyu's leveling speed began to slow down. 5 days later, the two reached a deeper part of the dimensional space, and Wenran Longyu finally hit level 10. To his surprise, his talent showed signs of activity. Gao Feng, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Can't you just say both at once? Gao Feng rolled his eyes. You're no fun at all, Wenran Longyu grumbled. The good news is, my talent has awakened, and I've learned 2 new skills. Really? Gao Feng felt like his efforts hadn't been in vain. Let me finish, there's bad news too. Then just spit it out already. Stop dragging it out. The bad news is, my talent isn't fully awakened yet. I can only use one of the 2 skills. Gao Feng's excitement plummeted from its peak to rock bottom. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Gao Feng almost shouted. So, to what extent has it awakened? What are the 2 skills? Any new hints about your talent? My talent level is currently at E. One of the skills is a passive called Insight, which can detect disguised or invisible monsters within a 200-meter radius. This one is usable. The other skill is called Prediction, but I can't use it yet. Wait a second. You're telling me you only reached E-grade talent at level 10? Gao Feng's expression darkened. Yeah, it seems like that's the case, Wenran Longyu replied nervously. I'm sending you back. These past few days can be considered a freebie. As for your talent, let whoever wants to unlock it deal with it. Why? We were getting along fine. My talent is awakening, isn't it? Wenran Longyu looked like he was about to cry. Do you even realize? At this rate, you'll need to reach level 80 to fully awaken your SSS grade talent. Level 80. Gao Feng nearly shouted in frustration. For you, isn't that a piece of cake? I got to level 10 in just 5 days. By that calculation. Enough, stop talking. Gao Feng felt like he was about to cough up blood. Forget about that for now. Is that insight skill of yours any good? It's good. Really good. Wenran Longyu quickly explained. It has a detection range of 200 meters, and the functionality is pretty comprehensive. Gao Feng's eyes lit up. This skill wasn't bad. As the level increased, the range would likely expand further. Well, at least we've got a scout now, Gao Feng muttered, feeling slightly consoled. At that moment, a skeletal knight appeared. It rode on a skeletal warhorse over 2 meters tall, clad in black armor, and wielded a long spear. Gao Feng, this thing is way too strong. We should retreat, Wenran Longyu said nervously. Ni-ei. The skeletal warhorse let out a piercing cry and charged toward them. Now you want to back out? It's a bit late for that, Gao Feng said as he shoved Wenran Longyu aside and charged toward the skeletal knight with his blade drawn. Despite the power gap, the skeletal knight didn't last long before being reduced to a pile of bones. This time, Gao Feng didn't let Wenran Longyu deal the finishing blow. Gao Feng himself was nearly out of energy and completely exhausted. After extracting the soul energy from the heads of the skeletal knight and its warhorse, Gao Feng kicked aside the shattered bones and discovered a silver fragment. See now? Do you finally understand just how unlucky you are? Gao Feng picked up the fragment and stored it in his spatial ring, inwardly delighted. This was the first decent loot he'd obtained in a long time. I'm not just unlucky, I'm a walking disaster, Wenran Longyu said miserably. How about we try again? Maybe elite monsters are different. He was still unwilling to give up. Don't even think about it. From here on out, it's all elite monsters. Letting you finish them off would be a waste, Gao Feng said sharply. He knew very well that after killing so many monsters, not once had they dropped a fragment. Besides, he himself needed to absorb spirit energy to increase his power. Killing an elite monster 4 levels higher yielded a significant amount of spirit energy. Just one skeletal knight gave him 127 spirit energy points, equivalent to 25 combat power. I'm going into slaughter mode now. Stay safe, Gao Feng said, then headed deeper into the dimensional space. The surroundings were always shrouded in a gray haze, and the environment shifted unpredictably. Moments ago, it had been a forest. Now, it transformed into an open plain, perfect for the skeletal knight's charge. Clop, 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 the sound of galloping hooves echoed. Gao Feng, this is bad. 3 skeletal knights are charging at us from different directions. Wenran Longyu shouted in panic, having detected them with his insight skill. With 3 skeletal knights charging simultaneously, Gao Feng might not be able to cover him. Gao Feng frowned. This situation was eerily similar to what had happened at Bankyo Mountain. Could there be over-leveled monsters here as well? The thought sent a thrill of excitement through him, and he couldn't help but tremble. Gao Feng, are you scared? Are we going to die here? Wenran Longyu noticed Gao Feng shaking and was nearly in despair. Boom! Boom! 2 massive explosions interrupted his wild thoughts. Small mushroom clouds rose into the air, and 2 of the skeletal knights were blasted away, vanishing into the dust. Gao Feng charged directly at the remaining skeletal knight. As the dust settled, a 2-meter-wide crater appeared on the ground, filled with shattered bones and bits of mangled armor. On the other side, Gao Feng had also dealt with the last skeletal knight, the entire encounter taking less than 10 seconds. What was that just now? That was incredible. Wenran Longyu exclaimed in shock. Just a small gadget. Stay calm, Gao Feng replied, clearly satisfied with the power of the Thunderfire Pearl. He used such one-time use tools partly to ensure Wenran Longyu's safety and partly because even a single silver fragment drop would make it worth the cost. Searching through the skeletal knight's remains, his luck held, he found a silver fragment. At his current level, there was about a 30% chance of fragments dropping from skeletal knights. Moreover, in this level 11 plus space, the odds of bronze and silver fragments dropping from over-leveled elite monsters were roughly the same. Wenran Longyu was beginning to think that Gao Feng was secretly some kind of hidden tycoon. Over-leveled elite monster kills really feel amazing, Gao Feng remarked as he pocketed the fragment and glanced at his stats panel. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 12, 1247/10,000. Combat power, 25,600. Talent, A-grade, plunder. Over the past few days, his combat power had only increased marginally, mostly thanks to the spirit energy absorbed from nearly 70 skeletal knights. But even so, his strength in this dimensional space was already considered top tier. A prodigy like Chu Sangming, heir to a major family, might have managed to boost their early stats using bronze-grade potions, but Gao Feng was confident that his advantages would snowball as time went on. Some fragments were strategic-level items, impossible to buy even with money, and he only needed one to unlock them. Are we going further? Wenran Longyu asked timidly, unsure how many more one-time use tools Gao Feng still had. Of course, Gao Feng said without hesitation. He had originally planned to leave this area once Wenran Longyu hit level 10, especially since there was a zombie-themed dimensional space nearby. If Wenran Longyu found out about it, he'd probably quit on the spot. The two pressed forward, continuing to crush skeletal knights with ease. Whenever more than 3 charged at once, Gao Feng would use another one-time use tool. Back at home, he had spent a lot of time browsing trading platforms and had acquired a considerable stash of bronze-grade one-time use tool fragments, such as Thunderfire Pearls, explosive grenades, and freeze bombs. They were highly effective against monsters, and to him, the cost was negligible. Gao Feng, I admit it, you're a true tycoon, Wenran Longyu said, awestruck. He had never seen anyone use bronze-grade one-time use tools for farming monsters. Those were typically reserved for life and death situations. Good that you know. Now keep moving, Gao Feng replied, stashing his loot and heading onward. He suspected they were close to encountering rare-level monsters. Sure enough, after crossing a series of small hills, the pair came upon a massive, solitary fortress. The city walls towered dozens of meters high, pockmarked with scars from countless battles. The half-open gates were stained with blood. Let's head in. There should be rare-level monsters inside, Gao Feng said, leading the way. The city was desolate, filled with debris and ruin, exuding an eerie sense of abandonment. Gao Feng, this place is creepy, Wenran Longyu muttered, sticking close as a gust of wind sent a chill through him. What's there to fear? Everything here will fall to my blade, Gao Feng said confidently, gripping his flaming battle blade as he strode forward. The city was vast, with roads branching in all directions. Soon, at a corner, they encountered a monster. Monster, Skeleton General, Rare. Level, 15. Combat power, 14,820. Skills, Summon, Reinforce Charge, Devour and Recover. The Skeleton General resembled a skeletal knight but was bulkier, clad in an ornate set of silver armor. As expected from a rare-level monster with 3 skills. Its combat power is nearly 15,000, Gao Feng muttered, gripping his battle blade tightly as he prepared for a tough fight. Meanwhile, Wenran Longyu had already bolted to a safe distance. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hooves echoed once again as the Skeleton General urged its skeletal warhorse into a frenzied charge, accelerating instantly and aiming directly at Gao Feng. So this is reinforced charge? Gao Feng thought, his heart skipping a beat. But he remained unfazed. His mastery of the phantom step technique made dodging such linear attacks a breeze. With small, precise movements, he easily sidestepped the charge, rendering it ineffective. The Skeleton General roared angrily and launched into a fierce melee assault. Unfortunately, the gap in combat power was too great. The Skeleton General was quickly beaten back, its silver armor reduced to tatters under Gao Feng's relentless strikes. Realizing it was outmatched, the Skeleton General retreated a few steps and suddenly drew its long sword, raising it high as it let out a furious bellow. Crack! The ground split open, skeletal arms emerging from the cracks, followed by 20 skeletal guards. Gao Feng's visor displayed their stats. Monsters, Skeleton Guards. Level, 15. Combat power, 8,800. Skills, none. This was the Skeleton General's first skill, Summon. The guards weren't particularly strong, but their numbers posed a threat. Gao Feng swung his blade at the nearest skeleton guard, slicing through it like paper with his flaming battle blade. However, as he observed the aftermath, he realized he didn't absorb any spirit energy from them. Frustrated, he had no choice but to cut down all the guards in the area. Meanwhile, the skeleton general's injuries began to heal as it absorbed the remains of its guards. Devour and recover? That's just shameless. Gao Feng cursed internally. He had no choice but to eliminate all the summoned guards, though by then, the skeleton general had already recovered nearly 80% of its health. Gao Feng launched a second wave of attacks, finally killing the skeleton general before it could summon another batch of guards. Even with a 10,000-point combat power advantage, that was a grueling fight. What an infuriating monster, he muttered. Still, he was excited, as he suspected that overleveled kills of rare monsters in level 10 plus dimensional spaces might drop gold fragments. Kicking aside the skeleton general's corpse, he discovered a silver fragment. Though it wasn't gold, upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an exceptionally rare item fragment, a silver-grade spatial tool. Wenran Longyu only dared to step out from the street corner after seeing Gao Feng finish off a monster. The two began to stroll through the ruined city. The closer they got to the city center, the more skeleton generals they encountered, sometimes even two at once. Gao Feng had no choice but to use more disposable items to deal with them. At one point, a skeletal guard almost touched Wenran Longyu, but fortunately, Gao Feng noticed in time and fired 3 wrist-mounted arrows to resolve the crisis. Gao Feng said to Wenran Longyu, "In the future, when I'm fighting, try to stay farther away. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." Wenran Longyu didn't dare to argue, the situation just now had been far too dangerous. Before long, the two arrived at the center of the city, where a massive palace loomed before them. Although the palace was in disrepair, it still exuded grandeur. They ascended the steps and walked toward the palace. Gao Feng thought to himself that the final boss of this dimensional space was likely inside this palace. Passing the steps, they reached the main entrance of the palace. The grand doors were tightly shut, and the interior was pitch black. Gao Feng instructed Wenran Longyu to stand a bit farther from the doors, then walked up to the 5-meter-tall doors himself. With a gentle push, the doors creaked open. The hall inside was vast and dimly lit, with only faint rays of light seeping in through the cracks in the windows. Gripping his blazing battle blade, Gao Feng stepped cautiously into the depths of the hall. When he was about 100 meters away from a shadowy figure, information finally appeared on his virtual screen. Monster, Skeleton King, Commander, level 15, combat power 21,780, skills, Skyward Sword Strike, summon all generals, blood-sucking aura, passive, Immortal King. The Skeleton King stood up, towering 3 meters tall. Its entire body was clad in golden armor, its bones glimmering with a golden hue. A crimson cape billowed behind it, and it wore a crown of gold and jade. If not for its skeletal face, it would have radiated an aura of imperial dominion. With over 20,000 combat power and 4 fearsome-looking skills, the Skeleton King brought immense pressure to Gao Feng. He glanced at his own combat power. After killing more than 40 skeleton generals earlier, he had absorbed some spiritual energy and increased his combat power to 27,055. He thought to himself, with such a significant advantage in combat power, this should be manageable. Though he was aware that higher-tier monsters often concealed additional hidden power, he also had his own hidden strength. The Skeleton King suddenly roared, "How dare you disturb my slumber? You shall die." It drew its long sword and charged at Gao Feng. Gao Feng cursed under his breath, another intelligent monster. Tightening his grip on his battle blade, he activated his Shadow Step technique and unleashed his Heavenly Fiend blade art, meeting the charge head-on with no intention of backing down. Clang! The battle blade and longsword clashed, sparks flying everywhere. The fight had officially begun. The two opponents stepped back a few paces, now standing face to face. What tremendous strength, Gao Feng thought. He had just downed 10 bottles of black iron grade and bronze grade strength potions. Facing such a formidable opponent, Gao Feng couldn't help but feel exhilarated. One tall and one short, one clad in gold and the other in black, the two figures clashed in the empty hall. Their strength was roughly equal, but the Skeleton King's movements were somewhat stiff, like a rusted machine. Thanks to Shadow Step, Gao Feng often had the upper hand, landing strikes while the Skeleton King could do little but take the hits. Its golden armor was gradually reduced to tatters. Roar! The Skeleton King suddenly let out a furious roar and swung its longsword upward with great force. Gao Feng instinctively slashed downward with his battle blade. Boom! Gao Feng was sent flying back dozens of meters. Damn it, using a skill out of nowhere? How shameless, he muttered, clearly feeling that this strike was different from the rest. Skyward Sword Strike, huh? Interesting. Gao Feng shook out his arm and resumed his attack. Though that last blow had caught him off guard, it was far from enough to truly harm him. The Skeleton King, realizing its first skill had failed, seemed enraged by the perceived insult to its authority. Gripping its sword with both hands, the Skeleton King plunged the blade into the ground with great force. "Rise, my servants," it bellowed, much like when the skeleton generals had summoned reinforcements earlier. From the sword's tip, countless cracks began to spread across the hall. The cracks widened, and one by one, skeletal warriors clad in silver armor emerged. Monster, Skeleton Lieutenant, summon. Level, 15. Combat power, 12,534. Skills, none. Gao Feng stared at the silver-armored skeleton lieutenants filling the hall, momentarily stunned. So this is its second skill, summon all generals? At least it's not literally summoning thousands. These skeletons were utterly shameless, calling for backup when they couldn't win. He counted a total of 30 skeleton lieutenants. Thankfully, these summon creatures had straightforward combat power and no skills. Damn, if I could use silver-grade items, I'd blast all of you to pieces in one go, Gao Feng thought bitterly. From his spatial ring, he retrieved several thunderfire orbs and grenades. Kill, the Skeleton King roared, and all the skeleton lieutenants charged toward Gao Feng. This is the moment I was waiting for. Gao Feng hurled 3 thunderfire orbs and 3 grenades into their midst. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted one after another, shaking the entire hall. The skeleton lieutenants at the center of the blast were instantly obliterated, while those farther away were blown off their feet. Even the Skeleton King was forced back dozens of steps, its armor shattered into fragments, exposing the golden bones beneath. I was planning to fight you fairly, but you resorted to sneak attacks and summoning minions. Fine, no more pretending, I've got plenty of items to spare. Gao Feng grinned as he looked at the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King, of course, couldn't understand him. It let out a furious roar and charged again. Oomph, without your underlings, you're nothing. Gao Feng's blazing battle blade now emanated a dark aura. The murderous energy of the heavenly fiend blade art had little effect on skeletons, but it could corrode armor. As the battle dragged on, the Skeleton King's armor became increasingly damaged, with cracks appearing in its golden bones. Crack, crack. After another quarter of an hour, the Skeleton King's bones shattered, and it collapsed to the ground. Finally, it's over, Gao Feng exhaled in relief. What's going on? He noticed that after killing the Skeleton King, he hadn't absorbed any spiritual energy. Could it be? Gao Feng stared at the pile of shattered bones, only to see them reassembling into a new Skeleton King, now kneeling on one knee. King, eternal and undying, the Skeleton King growled, using its sword to prop itself up as it slowly rose. Damn it, it can fully resurrect? Is there no justice? Gao Feng had no choice but to continue the fight. After another quarter hour, the Skeleton King finally fell for good. This time, Gao Feng felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. Though it only increased his power by 400 points, it was equivalent to killing 80 ordinary monsters. With the Skeleton King defeated, it was time to collect the spoils. His goggles displayed 2 rare materials from the Skeleton King, a soul crystal from its skull and an undying heart. Together, they were worth over 1 million yuan, making them the most valuable materials Gao Feng had ever obtained. The most thrilling moment has arrived. Gao Feng rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed on the pile of golden skeletal fragments as he carefully sifted through them. A streak of violet light shone through the fragments, and Gao Feng's eyes widened in amazement. It's really a violet crystal-grade fragment. According to his calculations, in dimensional spaces ranging from level 11 to level 15, there was a slim chance that defeating a commander-level monster above one's rank could drop a violet crystal-grade fragment, but the probability was extremely low. Did I just use up all my luck for today? Gao Feng carefully pocketed the violet crystal fragment, feeling that today's trip had been more than worth it. Amidst the purple crystal fragments, there was a very ordinary necklace, devoid of any pendants. What is this? Gao Feng was just about to take out the ancient jade to synthesize the necklace when he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, suffocating and oppressive. Not good. Without sparing a glance at the items in his hand, he hurriedly dashed out of the great hall. The sky, once shrouded in a dull gray, had turned eerily dark, and snowflakes began to drift down. Wanran Longyu was lying on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Struggling to speak, he called out to Gao Feng, run, quickly. Gao Feng looked up and saw a massive figure looming in the sky, its enormous form blotting out the heavens. Seeing that figure, an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within Gao Feng. Monster? Level? Combat power? Skills? The information instantly reminded Gao Feng of the silver fox he had encountered last time in the Half-Autumn Mountains. However, the pressure from this creature before him was 10 times greater. Even though he was now level 12 and had nearly maxed out on bronze-grade potions, it was still far beyond him. You stay in the Great Hall. As long as I don't come looking for you, do not come out. Gao Feng's expression turned grave as he stared at the terrifying figure in the sky. He was all too familiar with that silhouette. In his previous life, in the game, he had encountered it countless times. It was identical to the Frost Dragon from Warcraft. The Frost Dragon's entire body was composed of icy blue bones. Its dragon eyes burned with blue flames, its mouth exhaled freezing frost, and with every flap of its wings, snowflakes scattered. Its claws were razor-sharp and menacing. Ruhr the Frost Dragon, as if aware of Gao Feng's gaze, let out a low growl. Instantly, a layer of frost spread across the ground. I knew it would come to this. Gao Feng had long suspected that the strange occurrences in this dimensional space couldn't have been caused by the Skeleton King. Although the Skeleton King could speak human language, its words sounded pre-programmed, mechanical and stiff. Moreover, it was just a regular monster of this space, well within the level range. But the Frost Dragon was different. It clearly exceeded the level of this dimensional space, and by a significant margin. This thing is way too powerful. I can't possibly fight it. Whether I escape or not depends entirely on luck now. Gao Feng glanced at the Great Hall one last time before bolting toward the outskirts of the city. The frost dragon, seeing Gao Feng attempting to flee, snorted disdainfully, then swished its tail and chased after him. It had already deemed Wenran Longyu inside the Great Hall as nothing more than an appetizer. Damn, this thing is fast. Gao Feng had barely reached the city gates when he realized escape wasn't an option. Beyond the city lay an empty void. If he ran out, it would be tantamount to throwing himself to his death. Human, what's the point of running? I can smell its scent on you, the frost dragon growled, its voice cold and disdainful as it bore down on Gao Feng. Just as Gao Feng turned a corner, the frost dragon unleashed a blast of icy dragon breath. He quickly used his shadow step technique to change directions, narrowly avoiding the attack. The ground and walls touched by the dragon's breath were instantly frozen and soon after shattered into fragments. Gao Feng didn't dare look back. A chilling sensation crept up his spine, freezing him to the core from head to toe. This dragon is terrifying. If I'd been grazed by that breath, I'd be crippled for sure. Cold sweat poured down Gao Feng's face as he pushed himself to run faster. But the danger was far from over. Gao Feng suddenly remembered one of the synthesized items he'd collected before, a rare golden-grade potion fragment that might save him. It was an invisibility potion fragment he had purchased on the trading platform. When he first saw the potion, he had been ecstatic. Who wouldn't love the ability to turn invisible? However, the potion only lasted for half an hour. If he drank the potion, he could escape, but Wenran Longyu would undoubtedly be in mortal danger. I don't have much choice. I need to lose it first. Gao Feng pulled out the potion, ready to drink it. The frost dragon continued chasing him, periodically unleashing its icy breath, but Gao Feng managed to dodge each attack by a hair's breadth. Human, did you kill a silver fox? The frost dragon suddenly asked. What silver fox? I don't know what you're talking about. Gao Feng paused just before drinking the potion, intrigued by the question. He realized he might be able to extract some information from the dragon. Sure enough, the frost dragon stopped spewing its breath. As it continued pursuing him, it said, humans are all deceitful. Don't play dumb. Only someone who's killed it would carry its scent. Are you here for revenge? Gao Feng countered. Revenge? It's not worthy of that. But because you killed it, you've disrupted certain plans. For that, you must pay with your life. The frost dragon shook its massive head, clearly skeptical of Gao Feng's words. What if I hadn't entered this dimensional space today? Gao Feng asked curiously. My appearance here is purely coincidental. Even if it weren't me, another being like me would have found you and killed you. Unless, of course, you never enter a dimensional space again, the frost dragon replied. One last question, what plans are you talking about? Gao Feng pressed on. The frost dragon hesitated. It realized it had already revealed too much but felt no regret. After all, it was certain Gao Feng was as good as dead. Die now. Once you're dead, you'll understand. Before the frost dragon could finish its sentence, Gao Feng vanished from its sight completely, leaving not even a trace of his presence behind. Roar! The frost dragon felt enraged and humiliated. It roared in fury, human, you cannot escape. You won't escape. It began indiscriminately spewing its icy breath across the city, but no matter how many areas it froze, it couldn't find Gao Feng. At that moment, Gao Feng was hiding in a secluded corner, watching the dragon's breath rain down across the city. I need to think of a way to deal with the frost dragon, or Wenran Longyu will be in real danger. Gao Feng's mind raced. He had brought Wenran Longyu into this mess, and he was determined to ensure his safety. Wait, I still don't know what that violet crystal grade fragment is. Gao Feng quickly retrieved the fragment and summoned the ancient jade for synthesis. An ancient, bone-like necklace materialized. It had no pendant but was inscribed with intricate, mysterious runes. Violet crystal grade undying bone chain. Effect, negates one fatal area of effect attack and reflects double the damage back to the attacker. Can be used once every 24 hours. No equipment restrictions. Reading the description, Gao Feng's heart surged with joy. This couldn't have come at a better time. He began to strategize on how to use the necklace against the frost dragon. If executed correctly, he might be able to kill it or at the very least, deal it a devastating blow. Thinking of this, Gao Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. The frost dragon circled the city, venting its fury. Once satisfied, it prepared to fly back to the Grand Hall to feast on Wenran Longyu first before anything else. You dumb dragon! I'm right here. Come and bite me if you dare. Suddenly, Gao Feng's voice rang out. The frost dragon whipped its head around, and sure enough, it was that same ant from earlier. Wretched human! How dare you show yourself again? The frost dragon roared, its rage intensifying. But Gao Feng knew this wasn't enough. He had to stoke the flames further. Enraged beyond control, the frost dragon bellowed and spewed its icy breath as it charged towards Gao Feng. Its intent was clear, it wouldn't stop until Gao Feng was frozen into an ice sculpture. Closer, just a little closer, Gao Feng muttered to himself, his nerves taut. He was calculating the distance between himself and the dragon while gripping the thunderfire beads in his hand so tightly that his palms were slick with sweat. Take this. As the dragon's breath surged to within 20 meters of him, Gao Feng leapt into the air, hurling all 9 thunderfire beads in his possession in one swift motion. Before the icy breath could reach him, the thunderfire beads collided midair with a deafening boom. The explosion's flames surged forward, overwhelming the frost breath and even rebounding back towards the frost dragon. The frost dragon charged headlong into the flames. The attack didn't cause it any substantial harm, but the sheer humiliation it suffered was unbearable. Already on the brink of madness, the frost dragon completely lost its reason. It was as if it had activated a berserk mode akin to the ultimate skill of Dianwei in a popular mobile game, unstoppable and ferocious. Human, you are unforgivable. The frost dragon howled in fury, its body emanating an ominous and terrifying aura. Gao Feng realized that his plan was halfway to success. It's coming, isn't it? The sky grew increasingly oppressive, and a biting wind began to howl, stinging Gao Feng's face. What is that? Gao Feng looked up and saw a shadow high in the sky, descending rapidly. As the shadow drew closer, Gao Feng finally made out its shape. It was a massive ice spear, so enormous it could pulverize him into dust. The moment the ice spear appeared, Gao Feng knew there was no way to dodge it, no matter where he ran. This is a locked-on attack skill, he thought. But Gao Feng had no intention of escaping. Opportunities like this were rare, and he had to seize it. I just hope this skill's damage is within the threshold of the undying bone chain. According to the artifact's description, it had a damage absorption limit. Time seemed to slow down, but in reality, only a few seconds passed from the moment the ice spear appeared to when it crashed down onto Gao Feng. Boom! The ice spear struck, creating a massive crater that engulfed Gao Feng and the ground beneath him. The surrounding buildings were instantly obliterated, reduced to rubble, as a cloud of dust and debris shot into the sky. Roar! Just as the frost dragon was certain its attack had turned Gao Feng into a pulp, it suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. The agony made it howl in despair. Looking down at itself, the frost dragon saw cracks spreading across its icy blue bones, fissures that deepened and multiplied. As the dust settled in the crater, Gao Feng stood there, completely unharmed. "Ahhh, you cursed human! How could this be? What have you done to me?" The frost dragon roared in disbelief as it dragged its injured body away, retreating into the distance. It was terrified, truly terrified. Its strongest attack hadn't injured the human, and instead, it had suffered a backlash. Unfortunately, this strike wasn't fatal for it. Gao Feng sighed as he watched the frost dragon flee in disgrace, a hint of regret in his voice. Although it hadn't gone as planned, at least he had managed to scare the beast away. "Come out. Let's go," Gao Feng said as he approached the Grand Hall's entrance, calling out to Wenran Longyu. "Gao Feng, why you're still here?" Wenran Longyu asked in astonishment. "What? Did you think I left you in the Grand Hall to run off and save myself?" Gao Feng replied, a bit annoyed. "And no, I just meant," Wenran Longyu stammered, trying to explain. "Alright, enough. Let's go quickly. If that thing comes back, we'll be in big trouble," Gao Feng interrupted, cutting him off. The two immediately dashed toward the dimensional space's exit. A few days later, they safely reached the exit of the dimensional space without further incident. Several guards stood at the exit, their expressions tense and on high alert. "What's going on?" Gao Feng asked as he approached. "Are you two alright? A few days ago, a terrifying pressure erupted within the space. What happened in there?" The guards recognized Gao Feng and hurriedly questioned him. "I'll report the details to the officer in charge," Gao Feng replied casually. He waved them off and led Wenran Longyu out of the dimensional space. As soon as they exited, they were greeted by a scene similar to that at Bankyo Mountain last time. Crowds of people gathered outside, watching anxiously. "Gao Feng, my young friend, you've finally come out." "I thought," the officer in charge visibly relaxed upon seeing Gao Feng. "Officer, the situation inside is a bit complicated," Gao Feng said, giving him a meaningful look. The officer immediately understood. "Come with me," the officer said, leading Gao Feng to a secluded spot. "What exactly happened?" the officer asked urgently. "Well, here's the thing. There's indeed a serious problem with this dimensional space. A terrifying, beyond-level monster appeared. You might need to bolster the security forces here," Gao Feng explained, offering a half-truth. "Thank you, young friend, for this crucial information. I'll report it to the higher-ups immediately," the officer said, his efficiency evident as he swiftly got to work. Gao Feng didn't linger. He turned to Wenran Longyu and said, "You've seen how dangerous it's been these past few days. Following me is too risky. Sometimes, I can barely protect myself. Now that your talent has been unsealed and your abilities are decent, it's time for you to find a team and train on your own." The Frost Dragon's words had left Gao Feng with a sense of foreboding. He knew that future expeditions into dimensional spaces might bring encounters with even more terrifying entities. He needed to act alone. Wenran Longyu understood the truth in Gao Feng's words. He was a burden at the moment and had no choice but to accept the reality. "Let's head back," Gao Feng said, and the two began their journey home. The armored vehicle was quiet, with just the two of them inside. Despite being a small car, it felt empty. Gao Feng, Wenran Longyu hesitated, as if wanting to say something. "What is it?" Gao Feng asked curiously. "When will we meet again after this?" Wenran Longyu asked. "If you want to see me, just come find me. It's not like you don't know where I live." Gao Feng smirked, feeling his friend was being overly sentimental. Oh, the vehicle fell silent once more. A day later, the two returned to the safety zone. Their first stop was the trading hub. Gao Feng had previously accepted a task to acquire soul crystals, so he skipped the first floor where materials were sold and headed straight to the second floor to submit the task. Soon, a man dressed in a suit, wearing glasses, and looking every bit like a butler approached them. "Are you here to complete the task of turning in soul crystals? Come with me." He led the two into a reception room. "How many soul crystals have you acquired?" the steward asked. Wenran Longyu took out a storage pouch and poured its contents onto the table. "Only the lowest grade soul crystals?" The steward looked slightly disappointed, though the quantity was indeed considerable. "Let's talk about the price first," Gao Feng said calmly. "For these lowest quality soul crystals, considering the quantity, I can offer 5% above the market price," the steward said. "And how about this one?" Gao Feng took out a soul crystal dropped by an elite monster. "For this, I can offer 10% above the market rate." The steward's eyes lit up. "And what about this?" Gao Feng produced yet another soul crystal, this one from a skeleton general. This is? The steward was instantly excited. "Young man, please, you must sell me this crystal." He stood up quickly and handed Gao Feng a business card. Gao Feng glanced at the card, which read, Longxiang Material Research Company, Ltd. General Manager, Zhao Huai. Isn't this the company owned by that tall guy's family? Well, that makes things straightforward. Gao Feng thought to himself as he took out all the soul crystals he had. "Uncle Zhao, here they all are. Please count them." "Just go with the prices you mentioned earlier," Gao Feng said cheerfully. Zhao Huai was still regretting his earlier excitement, fearing the other party might raise the price, but he hadn't expected Gao Feng to be so straightforward. As Gao Feng poured out the last soul crystal, Zhao Huai's eyes widened. It was a nearly transparent soul crystal, mesmerizing in its beauty. A pure soul crystal. This is actually a pure soul crystal. Zhao Huai could hardly believe his eyes. This was something that could only be found in monsters of commander level or higher. He felt incredibly fortunate. He'd come to the trading hall on business today, and by chance, stumbled upon this treasure. "Since you've addressed me as Uncle Zhao, I will make sure not to shortchange you on price. By the way, young man, how should I address you?" Zhao Huai asked. "Wenran Longyu," Gao Feng blurted out. There was no way he could use his real name, especially since this man might have close ties to that tall guy. Wenran Longyu, who was sitting nearby, stared at Gao Feng with a face full of question marks, thinking, "What's going on? I'm right here, and you're pretending to be me? All right, young Master Wenran, I'll get started with the count." Zhao Huai began tallying the crystals. In the end, the total value of all the soul crystals exceeded 1.5 million, with the last one alone worth over 500,000. "Young Master Wenran, I hope that if you come across good materials in the future, you'll think of us first," Zhao Huai said with a smile, sending them off. "All this money is yours now. Consider it your starting capital for future training," Gao Feng said, handing all the proceeds from the sale to Wenran Longyu. "Get in touch if you need anything. See you." Gao Feng waved and hopped onto a bus. With that, the two officially parted ways. Wenran Longyu watched Gao Feng's carefree figure as he departed, a bit dazed. Actually, he could have followed him after all. The place he rented was near Gao Feng's home, and he hadn't terminated the lease. But he felt there was no need. Gao Feng was right, with his talent unlocked, he could now protect himself. Wenran Longyu turned back and went up to the second floor of the trading hall, muttering to himself, "Time to find a team." After parting ways with Wenran Longyu, Gao Feng hurried home. He needed to prepare for his upcoming journey into the dimensional space. Invisibility potions are amazing. Perfect for escaping. But I need to find high-tier ones, otherwise, they'll be useless against stronger enemies. Gao Feng spoke to the air. "Jones, help me find invisibility potion fragments of gold grade or higher." "Yes, master," a voice responded. Moments later, rows of trading information appeared before Gao Feng's eyes. Gold grade invisibility potion fragments, 510,000. Amethyst grade invisibility potion fragments, 980,000. Although there were many listings, only these two grades were available. Crimson Radiance grade and Rainbow grade? Forget it, those were nowhere to be found. Invisibility potions were different from disguise potions. If used well, they could save lives, which naturally made them expensive. Gao Feng gritted his teeth. "I'll buy them anyway." He purchased a few fragments of both gold and amethyst grades. "Jones, search for special items for me, any grade," Gao Feng said again. "Yes, master." The interface immediately displayed a variety of items, dazzling Gao Feng. Some made him laugh, like the black iron yo-yo, high damage to canine monsters, increasing with the monster's level, or the bronze-grade fashion skate shoes, a transportation tool for smooth surfaces in dimensional spaces. With so many items to sift through, finding something useful would take time. Gao Feng could only go through them slowly. Fortunately, after a few days, he managed to find quite a few good items. Looking at the pile of tools in his storage ring, Gao Feng felt much more confident. This time, even if I encounter another frost dragon, I'll be ready. He hopped on a bus, heading straight for the trading hall. This time, his target was still the zombie dimensional space, as he'd heard that the level 16 white-haired zombies there had a relatively high chance of dropping bronze-grade talent upgrade potions. The armored vehicle roared to life, and Gao Feng set off alone. Although fighting solo was lonely, becoming stronger required enduring such challenges. A day later, Gao Feng arrived at the entrance to the zombie dimensional space, where more than 10 teams were also gathered. Strangely, there were almost no women in these teams. Gao Feng wanted to remind the base officials that something might be wrong, but he realized he lacked credibility and might just annoy them, so he let it go. After all, the Frost Dragon had said such creatures were likely only after him. Once inside the dimensional space, everyone scattered to hunt. Gao Feng equipped himself, donned his goggles, and headed toward a less crowded area. Dimensional spaces had a peculiar trait: no matter which direction you traveled in, you'd eventually reach a single endpoint, which felt abruptly cut off. Not long after, Gao Feng encountered his first monster, a level 16 white-haired zombie, with a combat power of 10,086 and the skill Poison Claw. This zombie was covered in white fur, its face pallid, its fangs stained with blood, a truly terrifying sight. No wonder there aren't many women in those teams. This thing is just too creepy. Gao Feng swiftly took it down with one slash, but it didn't drop a bronze-grade talent upgrade fragment, just some corpse poison. Determined to get the bronze-grade talent upgrade fragment, Gao Feng began hunting white-haired zombies relentlessly. His luck wasn't great. After killing over 30 zombies, he only managed to collect 5 or 6 bronze-grade fragments and 1 talent upgrade fragment. Using an ancient jade, he turned the fragments into a potion and drank it, but his talent showed no immediate change. He wasn't discouraged. This is just a matter of time. I need to pick up the pace. He took out a tool resembling a bear trap, a bronze-grade trapping device. This thing could emit a scent that lured monsters. Gao Feng placed it in an open area and climbed up a tree to wait. 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and there was no movement. Just as Gao Feng was about to complain, a commotion came from the distance. A white-haired zombie was hopping its way over. Then, more and more white-haired zombies started to appear. Half an hour later, over 100 white-haired zombies had gathered at the spot. Time to clean up. Gao Feng pulled out a few thunderfire orbs from his storage ring and tossed them near the trap. Boom! A series of loud explosions erupted, wiping out most of the zombies. Gao Feng jumped down from the tree and dealt with the remaining dozen or so zombies. This wave earned him nearly 3,000 spiritual energy points. He began rummaging through the items dropped by the zombies but only found 3 bronze-grade talent upgrade shards. I think that guy passed his bad luck onto me, Gao Feng muttered, staring at the shards in his hand, his face full of frustration. 3 bottles of bronze-grade talent upgrade potions, that should be enough. Gao Feng grabbed a bottle and downed it. As usual, nothing happened. He gulped down the second bottle, but still, there was no reaction. Damn it! Who can even afford this? The success rate of bronze-grade upgrade potions is obviously much lower than that of iron-grade ones. Gao Feng cursed in anger. If talent upgrade potions were so effective, humanity would have long since produced a horde of high-level talents. Forget it, do or die. Gao Feng gritted his teeth and chugged down the last bottle of bronze-grade talent upgrade potion. Still, there was no reaction. He was so furious he stomped his foot. I refuse to believe this. He took out another trapping device and moved to a new spot to continue farming monsters. Not far away, several small teams were also hunting white-haired zombies. The talent upgrade potions dropped by these creatures were highly valuable. Boss, why are there so few white-haired zombies here? Yeah, these are supposed to be the lowest level zombies in this area. There should be a ton of them. After searching for a long time without spotting even half a zombie, the teams found it odd. Boss, look at that pile of white stuff over there. What is it? One of the teams approached the area where Gao Feng had previously been farming. Let's go check it out, the team leader said, leading his group over. As they got closer, several people gasped. The ground was littered with the corpses of white-haired zombies, and in the middle was a trapping device. Who's this ruthless? Using a trapping device to farm zombies for upgrades. No wonder there are no white-haired zombies in the area. The team leader, who recognized the situation, realized there was no point in staying and led his group elsewhere. Meanwhile, Gao Feng had relocated over 10 kilometers away and set down another trapping device. After waiting for a few minutes, white-haired zombies began to appear. He threw several thunderfire orbs again, but this time only 2 shards dropped. These things are so hard to get, he grumbled, turning the shards into a potion and drinking it, only to be met with no change once again. Over the next few attempts, Gao Feng used the trapping device 3 more times, eventually gathering 8 bottles of bronze-grade talent upgrade potions. If this doesn't work, he muttered to himself as he drank one bottle after another. After downing 5 bottles in a row, still with no reaction, he exclaimed, "No way. I've already gulped down 12 bottles. The probability is way too low. It has to be that cursed one ring guy." With despair on his face, he took the last 3 bottles and drank them one by one. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished the first bottle, Gao Feng felt a surge of heat rise from his heart and spread throughout his body. Ah! He couldn't help but let out a groan. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, sensing that something had changed. He quickly checked his stats panel. Name, Gao Feng. Level 13, 2451/10,000. Combat power, 30,461. Talent, Grade D, Plunder. His talent had upgraded to Grade D, and the description had changed: Grade D talent, plunder. When killing an enemy, there is a chance to plunder a portion of the opponent's spiritual energy, with a very small chance to plunder the opponent's talent. However, he wasn't too excited about the ability for now. After all, the very small chance seemed negligible. What frustrated him most was that the skill he had been longing for still hadn't appeared. "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? My talent's already at grade D, so why is there still no skill?" he growled through gritted teeth, staring at the empty skill slot in frustration. Since his talent had successfully upgraded, Gao Feng decided there was no need to keep farming white-haired zombies. Time to head deeper in. I want to see what kind of monsters are waiting to ambush me. With large strides, he ventured forward. The monsters grew increasingly stronger as he progressed. Level 17 monsters were green-haired zombies with combat power around 12,000, level 18 were red-haired zombies, and at level 19, a new creature called Iron Corpses appeared. Their bodies were as hard as steel, with combat power reaching 16,380, and they had a skill called Iron Bones. Gao Feng swung his blade at an iron corpse, only for his weapon to get stuck in the creature's bones. "So Iron Bones literally means iron bones, huh?" he muttered, pulling his blade out, which was now covered in rotting flesh and emitting a foul stench. He hurriedly used the flame energy imbued in his battle blade to burn off the grime, then unleashed his heaven-slaying blade technique, finally taking down the iron corpse. That got me 38 spiritual energy points. After leveling up, the extra energy gain has increased by another point. By this calculation, killing monsters of the same level yields a 60% boost in gains. However, as one's level increased, talent development among awakened individuals became more advanced, and they generally avoided killing ordinary monsters. Satisfied with his progress, Gao Feng pressed on, aiming for the level 20 elite monsters. "Teacher, which dimensional space are we going to this time?" At the gates of District 5's 9th High School, over 10,000 students crowded together, with hundreds of armored vehicles parked nearby. Students kept pestering their teachers, eager to know their destination. The final exams were over, but there was no chance of a break. Today marked the beginning of the unified training exercise for the second-year students, soon to be third years, of 9th High School. "Everyone, quiet down," the vice principal said loudly. "Every summer break, our school organizes a training exercise, just like all the other schools. The goal is to help you improve your combat power before your senior year, so you'll be ready for the college entrance exams. This year, we've carefully chosen 10-dimensional spaces. Each group of 3 classes will enter one dimensional space. This training exercise will include a competition. Rankings will be determined by the value of materials collected by each class, and the top-ranking classes will receive rewards. So do your best. And one last thing, winning comes second, safety comes first. Now, move out." As the vice principal finished speaking, the students began boarding the armored vehicles. "This time, Class 32 will definitely claim a spot in the rankings," said Hey-Ho, Black Monkey, gripping an iron-grade dagger someone had sent him. Confidence filled his heart. 2 days later, Gao Feng passed through the territory of level 20 copper corpses and finally laid eyes on an elite monster. Monster, Silver Zombie, Elite, Level, 20. Combat Power, 21,609. Skills, Super Defense, Pounce. These zombies all look pretty similar, but the Silver Zombie is clearly more formidable. For Gao Feng, this thing isn't much of a challenge, he just has to be careful of its second skill. As soon as the fight began, the Silver Zombie started bounding toward him in large leaps. It looked clunky, but it was surprisingly agile. Gao Feng slashed at it with his blade, but the Silver Zombie deftly sidestepped. Then, with a sweep of its arms, its sharp claws nearly grazed Gao Feng's neck. "Damn, this Silver Zombie isn't simple." Gao Feng quickly dropped into a crouch, dodging the claws. His blade swept horizontally, aiming for the zombie's legs. The two of them, one man and one zombie, were locked in an intense back-and-forth skirmish. Suddenly, the Silver Zombie leapt away into the distance. Gao Feng thought it was trying to flee, but instead, it crouched down and sprang toward him with explosive speed. It was too fast for him to dodge in time, and its sharp claws tore through his bronze-grade combat suit, leaving a bloody gash on his arm. "Damn it, my combat suit!" Gao Feng cursed. Getting the suit repaired would cost him 100,000 Hua coins. In all his previous fights, he'd rarely gotten injured. But as long as the suit wasn't completely destroyed, it could still be repaired back in the safe zone. Gao Feng glanced at the wound on his arm and glared at the Silver Zombie. "You'd better drop me a good shard today." It didn't take long before Gao Feng brought the Silver Zombie down. The loot from this area mostly consisted of zombie venom, but the venom varied based on the zombie's level. After collecting the venom, Gao Feng kicked the zombie aside and noticed a bronze-grade shard lying on the ground. "What a ripoff!" Gao Feng shook his head in frustration. If he'd known this would happen, he wouldn't have mentioned Wanren Longyu's name. It must have brought him bad luck. Still, a bronze shard was a rare material, so it was some consolation. Pocketing the shard, he resumed hunting silver zombies. Their level and combat power were just right for his training, and most importantly, they provided a decent amount of spiritual energy. Each silver zombie yielded 178 spiritual energy points. Since he was grinding monsters 7 levels above his own, the rewards were substantial. Gao Feng stayed in the area for several days, nearly reaching level 15, but he hadn't encountered any particularly noteworthy monsters. He wondered to himself, will the monster that Frost Dragon mentioned ever show up? Then again, he thought, maybe it's better if it doesn't. He chuckled at his own thoughts and continued grinding. Half a day later, Gao Feng finally leveled up to 15. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 15, 68/000. Combat power, 33,680. Talent, Grade D, Plunder. He was long accustomed to not unlocking any skills and was now only focused on challenging stronger monsters. Exiting the elite monster zone, he ventured deeper into the area. By this time, the sky in the zombie dimension began to darken. The already gray and murky sky became even more dim and oppressive. Looks like nightfall is coming. What lousy timing. Gao Feng frowned. Once it got dark, he didn't dare use the ancient jade. His previous experience still haunted him. He still hadn't figured out why that incident had occurred. In the dim forest, a glimmer of gold caught his eye. This creature was clearly more powerful than the silver zombie. Monster, Gold Zombie, Rare. Level, 20. Combat power, 26,540. Skills, Golden Armor Rebound, Passive, Weakening Roar, Body Expansion. The gold zombie looked far more imposing than the silver zombie, radiating a dazzling golden glow that was almost blinding. Without hesitation, Gao Feng raised his blade and charged forward. Having just gained 2 levels, his combat power had significantly increased, making the gold zombie less of a threat to him. Clang! Gao Feng's blade struck the gold zombie's golden armor, producing a crisp sound and leaving a gash a few centimeters deep. From beneath the armor, the rotting flesh emitted a pungent and sickening stench. Disgusting! Gao Feng quickly retreated to distance himself from the foul odor. He noticed a faint scratch appear on the skin beneath his combat suit. This must be the gold zombie's first skill, Golden Armor Rebound, he muttered, frowning. While his defense potion could counteract it, the passive rebound damage was still bothersome. Fortunately, such minor injuries would heal in a matter of minutes. Roar! The gold zombie let out a deafening bellow after being injured, sending a wave of foul air toward Gao Feng. He immediately felt something off with his body. Let's end this quickly, Gao Feng grumbled, unable to bear the stench any longer. He swung his blade again, leaving another bone-deep wound on the gold zombie. However, he groaned as a wound 10 times larger appeared on his own body, staining his combat suit with blood. This thing is revolting, Gao Feng muttered. He realized that if this zombie just stood still, some teams might struggle to deal with it, potentially suffering casualties. The combination of Golden Armor Rebound and Weakening Roar was a nasty one. But this rebound effect shouldn't apply to ranged attacks, he mused. After drinking a healing potion and treating his wounds, he decided to avoid close combat until the Weakening Roar effect wore off. Retreating to a safe distance, he raised his left hand and fired a wrist-mounted arrow. The arrow struck the gold zombie's existing wound, causing a spray of pale green liquid. As I thought, ranged attacks result in much less rebound damage, and the farther the distance, the lower the effect. This makes things easier. The gold zombie wasn't fast enough to catch Gao Feng, and with his phantom step technique, it couldn't even get close. Gao Feng kept his distance, continuously firing arrows. He had plenty of arrows stored in his spatial ring, so there was no need to worry about running out. Just as he thought he could take it down easily, the gold zombie activated its final skill. Its arms suddenly elongated, stretching out like tentacles that whipped toward Gao Feng. What the hell? That's cheating! Gao Feng dodged quickly, but the arms could bend and twist, relentlessly pursuing him. Think I'm scared of you? Gao Feng pulled out his blade and unleashed his Heavenly Fiend blade technique, slicing through the zombie's arms in a single strike. However, 2 large gashes appeared on his own hands, dripping with blood. With its arms severed, the gold zombie was no longer a threat and was soon taken down by Gao Feng's wrist arrows. After collecting the gold zombie's venom, Gao Feng glanced at the ground and smirked. I knew my luck would turn around eventually. He picked up a golden crystal shard, feeling quite pleased. He originally planned to use the ancient jade to synthesize the shard into a potion, but upon looking up, he realized it was completely dark. Reluctantly, he stashed the shard away, thinking, I'll deal with this once it's daylight or when I get back. He then continued his hunt for gold zombies. Though they were troublesome to deal with, gold zombies provided a substantial amount of spiritual energy and dropped shards that were at least silver grade or higher. Initially, everything was going smoothly, but after nightfall, the frenzied gold zombies became easier to kite with ranged attacks. That was until 2 gold zombies appeared at once. Gao Feng realized something was manipulating them from the shadows, though it had yet to reveal itself. He thought to himself, alright, let's see what you really are. With plenty of items in his arsenal, he wasn't too worried. Worst case, he'd make a run for it. Facing the 2 gold zombies, Gao Feng remained unfazed. Their main strength was their defense, with relatively weak offensive capabilities. This time, he combined his wrist arrows with disposable items, aiming for a swift resolution. As he continued grinding, Gao Feng accumulated more and more spiritual energy. After taking down the 40th gold zombie, he finally hit level 16, with his combat power increasing by another 2,000. There shouldn't be any more golden zombies ahead, right? Gao Feng muttered as he saw the path ahead blocked by a towering mountain wall, with a 5-meter-high cave entrance at its base. The cave was pitch dark, and nothing could be seen inside. He thought to himself, looks like this is the end of the zombie dimensional space. Trusting his extraordinary senses, he stepped directly into the dark cave. As soon as he entered, a foul stench assaulted his nose, making him feel like retching. This smell was completely different from the rotting flesh odor of the zombies he'd encountered before. Pinching his nose and frowning, Gao Feng moved deeper into the cave. The tunnel twisted and turned until he reached a relatively spacious cavern. Hanging from the ceiling was a crimson crystal emitting a faint glow. Under its dim light, a tall figure stood at the far end of the cavern. Monster, Immortal Corpse King, Leader. Level, 20. Combat Power, 32,126. Skills, Boundless Corpse Chi, Twin Hammer Strike, Corpse King's Tablet, Borrowed Rebirth. So it really is a leader-level monster. Immortal Corpse King, huh? The name's intimidating enough, Gao Feng murmured as he moved closer. The Immortal Corpse King was a shriveled corpse standing 10 meters tall. It had no external armor nor the stench of rotting flesh. Massive iron chains were shackled to its wrists, with enormous iron balls attached to the ends. On its back, it carried an enormous stone tablet inscribed with strange symbols. Roar! The Immortal Corpse King took a step forward, the iron chains clanging loudly. Whoosh! It suddenly shook its arms, sending the 2 iron balls hurtling toward Gao Feng with a sharp whistling through the air, as if it intended to give him a refreshing massage. Gao Feng had no intention of experiencing such a massage, and immediately activated his phantom step to dodge. Over the course of recent battles, his mastery of the movement technique had become increasingly refined, thanks to the spiritual energy he had absorbed that strengthened his physique. Boom! The 2 iron balls collided midair with a deafening crash. Gao Feng's heart skipped a beat. If that hit me, my brain would be smashed to bits, he thought. Raising his hand, he fired a sleeve arrow, but it merely bounced off the Immortal Corpse King's body. Such strong defense. Even my bronze-grade sleeve arrows can't harm it, Gao Feng muttered, pulling out his battle blade and preparing for close combat. The Immortal Corpse King, seeing its skill dodged, began swinging its chains, sending the iron balls flying in a relentless assault. Gao Feng weaved deftly between the chains and iron balls, gradually closing in on the Corpse King. Suddenly, a grayish-green gas began to emanate from the Corpse King's body. As soon as Gao Feng's battle blade and combat outfit came into contact with the gas, they emitted a sizzle and were corroded in small patches. Such a domineering corpse aura. This thing is really hard to deal with, Gao Feng muttered, forced to retreat temporarily. Although his combat power was slightly higher than the Immortal Corpse King's, the advantage was minimal. The real issue was that he didn't have any skills, putting him at a significant disadvantage. Once the corpse aura dissipated, Gao Feng charged again. Without the gas, he managed to slice the Corpse King's body, but it only left a shallow mark. Damn, this thing is ridiculously strong and heavily armored. What a headache, he grumbled, switching to his Heaven's Wrath blade technique. A dark blade light cut through the air, finally leaving a notable wound on the Corpse King's body. Looks like I need to find some higher-tier martial arts techniques when I get back, he thought to himself. With the first wound inflicted, it was only a matter of time before the Corpse King fell. However, just as Gao Feng was relentlessly attacking, the ground suddenly shook violently. Boom! The massive stone tablet on the Corpse King's back was slammed onto the ground. Gao Feng quickly stepped back, curious to see what this mysterious tablet was. As it hit the ground, the tablet began to emit large amounts of grayish-green corpse gas. As the gas coalesced, 1-meter-tall mini-zombies started to appear around the tablet. Roar! The Corpse King let out a thunderous roar, and the mini-zombies swarmed toward Gao Feng as if suicidal. Strangely, even his goggles couldn't display any information about these mini-zombies. He tested a sleeve arrow on one, and it pierced through the mini-zombie, which immediately dissolved into corpse gas and returned to the stone tablet. Looks like I need to destroy the Corpse King's tablet, otherwise, these mini-zombies are endless, Gao Feng realized. The strange symbols on the tablet glowed with a green light as the Immortal Corpse King gripped its chains, glaring at Gao Feng with an intense focus. The gas emanating from the tablet was also continuously healing the wounds on the Corpse King's body, further solidifying Gao Feng's determination to destroy the tablet first. Gripping his battle blade, Gao Feng targeted the tablet. But after attacking for a while, he noticed that the Corpse King was obsessively protective of it, willing to take damage itself to shield the tablet from harm. Gao Feng suddenly had a suspicion. Could it be, this tablet isn't as indestructible as it looks? However, the sheer number of mini-zombies and the relentless attacks from the chains and iron balls made it nearly impossible to get close to the tablet. Gao Feng thought to himself, looks like it's time to use some tricks. He retrieved a boomerang from his storage ring, a bronze-grade item called the Phantom Boomerang. When thrown, it would split into numerous illusions. Although each illusion's damage was minimal, their sheer number was excellent for distraction. As the Phantom Boomerang was thrown, it split into countless illusions in midair. The sight left the Immortal Corpse King momentarily bewildered, forcing it to swing its chains wildly at the phantoms. At this moment, the iron balls attached to the chains became more of a hindrance than an asset. Gao Feng simultaneously fended off the frenzied mini-zombies while keeping a close eye on the situation. Finally, with a faint crack, one of the boomerang illusions slipped past the Corpse King's defenses and struck the tablet. A small crack appeared on the seemingly indestructible surface. Looks like I was right, Gao Feng smirked. If the tablet could be broken, the battle wouldn't be so difficult anymore. He pulled out another phantom boomerang, throwing it while constantly shifting his position. The immortal Corpse King began to show signs of panic, overwhelmed by the barrage of illusions and the unpredictable movements of Gao Feng. Now's the time. Gao Feng found a perfect angle, raised his left arm, and fired over a dozen sleeve arrows in rapid succession. The Corpse King turned at the sound, swinging its iron balls, but it was too late. While several sleeve arrows were deflected, the rest struck the tablet directly. Roar! The Corpse King let out an enraged howl as the stone tablet shattered into countless fragments, disintegrating into rubble. The mini-zombies pursuing Gao Feng dissolved into green smoke and vanished entirely. After the stone tablet was shattered, the Corpse King could no longer release that particular skill, allowing Gao Feng to regain the upper hand. Now, only one skill remained untriggered. Gao Feng had been keeping a close eye on this matter, but even when the Corpse King collapsed with a thud, the final skill still hadn't been activated. What he didn't know was that the skill Revenant Rebirth required nearby corpses to activate. In fact, monsters like the Corpse King weren't designed to be taken down by a single player, they required the cooperation of one or even several teams to defeat. During such team battles, the appearance of even a single casualty would trigger the final skill. Unfortunately for the Corpse King, this time it had encountered Gao Feng. Captain Sheen, what was that noise just now? Could it be another top-tier team hunting the Corpse King? That's impossible. I've done my research, no powerful teams have entered this dimensional space recently. At that moment, a team of 20 people advanced toward the depths of the zombie dimension, their target being the immortal Corpse King's lair. Pick up the pace. I want to see which team dares to compete with me for the Corpse King, commanded the man referred to as Captain Sheen, gesturing for everyone to move at full speed. Soon, the team approached the entrance to the Corpse King's cave. Captain Sheen, it's so quiet inside. Could the team inside have been wiped out by the Corpse King? At this, even Captain Sheen looked puzzled. Logically, any team daring to challenge the Corpse King wouldn't be weak, so how could they have been wiped out so quickly? Li Si, go investigate and see what's going on inside. Li Si, the team scout, had an awakened C-grade talent for heightened senses, giving him a much stronger perception than the average person. Li Si returned shortly after his reconnaissance. See Captain Sheen, I think there's something wrong with my talent. What exactly happened? Captain Sheen asked, knowing that Li Si was a reliable scout who had never made a mistake before. There's only one person inside. And the Corpse King? I didn't detect any other life forms. How is that possible? This time, it wasn't Captain Sheen who spoke but rather the collective gasp of disbelief from the surrounding team members. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe, some people's faces already showed faint smiles of intrigue. The group of 20 passed through the winding tunnels and arrived at the depths of the cave. There, they saw a lone figure squatting next to the enormous body of the Corpse King, rummaging through its remains. Hold on a second, I'll be done soon, the figure said as soon as the group appeared. Gao Feng had already sensed their presence. He had intended to quickly collect the loot and fragments before leaving, but the sheer size of the Corpse King's body was making it difficult for him to retrieve the fragments. The 20 people stood dumbfounded at his words. As they approached, they realized it was a boy, no older than 15 or 16. Hey, kid, what are you doing? One of them asked. Gao Feng ignored the question and continued searching beneath the Corpse King's massive body. Ha, found it, he muttered, pulling out a crystal fragment shimmering with a deep violet hue from beneath the Corpse King's heart. The moment they saw the fragment, the eyes of all 20 people turned red with greed. It was a fragment of amethyst-grade quality. Kid, what was that just now? Hand it over, now. Boy, if you know what's good for you, you'll cooperate. Don't make us force you. One after another, the group began threatening him, not even pausing to consider why Gao Feng was here or who had actually defeated the Corpse King. Only Captain Sheen remained silent, his expression heavy. Although Gao Feng's stats didn't seem remarkable through his tactical visor, Sheen couldn't shake a sense of unease. Blocking Gao Feng's path, he said, young man, we're a professional hunting squad from Jiangnan Corporation. I'm Team 5's captain, Qin Xiaopeng. The Corpse King was our target this time. Gao Feng had heard of professional hunting squads before, teams trained by major corporations to hunt high-tier monsters in dimensional spaces. These squads would intentionally suppress their levels to ensure they could operate within the parameters of certain dimensional spaces, much like gold farming teams in old online games, targeting high-quality materials and fragments. Gao Feng glanced at the group and noticed that 5 of them had combat power exceeding 25,000. Their gear was top-notch, and they had clearly consumed a fair amount of performance-enhancing potions. Raising an eyebrow, he said coldly, Captain Sheen, does your target mean that no one else is allowed to touch it? Everyone knew that Jiangnan Corporation belonged to the Chu family. You must be joking, young friend. Captain Sheen, enough with the pleasantries. The Corpse King's loot must be handed over. A man with a fierce expression stepped forward from behind Qin Xiaopeng. As soon as he spoke, the others chimed in, surrounding Gao Feng tightly. Captain Sheen, is this how Jiangnan Corporation conducts itself? Gao Feng had originally only disliked Xu Songming, but now he realized that these people were all cut from the same cloth. Qin Xiaopeng frowned. He hadn't intended to escalate things so quickly, but now he had no choice but to steel himself and say, "What my brothers mean is what I mean. Young man, hand over the loot. We came all this way, we can't leave empty-handed. The Corpse King won't respawn for another week." Gao Feng looked at Qin Xiaopeng's false smile and felt a wave of disgust. "So, what? You want to kill me and take it? What if I don't hand it over? That's not up to you." Before Qin Xiaopeng could respond, someone in the crowd had already lost patience. A long sword shot straight toward Gao Feng's heart, clearly aiming for a fatal blow. The attacker was incredibly fast, clearly possessing a speed-based talent and using a skill. Gao Feng slightly shifted his body, easily dodging the attack. Thanks to the potions he had taken, the attacker's speed couldn't touch him. However, the person standing behind Gao Feng wasn't as lucky and was struck in the shoulder, crying out in pain. "You little brat, how dare you dodge?" The attacker was infuriated, having not only missed Gao Feng but also injured an ally in the process. Gao Feng hadn't expected the attacker to act so rashly, resorting to violence without warning. Naturally, he wouldn't tolerate such behavior and immediately drew his blade. The attacker, having exhausted his momentum, couldn't evade in time and was decapitated in one swift strike, blood spraying everywhere. The cave fell silent, the tension so thick that even a pin drop could be heard. You dare kill someone," someone stammered in shock. "Brothers, avenge Deng Butai." Without waiting for Qin Xiaopeng's command, the remaining members entered battle mode. At level 20, even support class members possessed offensive capabilities. "Well, since you're offering me soul energy, I won't hold back." Gao Feng sneered inwardly. Despite being outnumbered, he felt a strange excitement building within him. "Insolent fool! You dare defy us even after learning we're from Jiangnan Corporation? Kill him." Qin Xiaopeng abandoned all pretense and gave the order to eliminate Gao Feng. With a single command, various attacks surged toward Gao Feng. First came the long-range assaults, arrows, fireballs, ice blades, and the like. Gao Feng activated his phantom step, evading most of them, and deflecting the rest with his warblade. After the ranged attacks, 8 or 9 individuals charged in with weapons in hand, Qin Xiaopeng among them. Defenders, hold the front. Surround him at all costs. Elemental users, disrupt with targeted skills. Healers, watch the team's injuries. Let's move. Their teamwork was seamless, advancing and retreating with precision, putting immense pressure on Gao Feng. For the moment, he couldn't find an opening. While dodging, Gao Feng pulled a disposable item from his storage ring. "Never used this before. Hope it works." He held a small green vial, not a potion for enhancing attributes. "Take this biochemical attack." Gao Feng hurled the vial toward the opposing support and ranged combatants. The vial shattered upon impact, releasing green smoke. Those nearby had their clothes corroded, skin sizzling audibly, while those farther away coughed violently, some even vomiting, rendering them nearly incapacitated. What a venomous tactic! You must not be spared. The opponents panicked, oblivious to the hypocrisy of their own inhumane assault. Gao Feng sneered, "Against you lot, this method is just right." The dimensional space was a lawless zone where deaths were common. These people didn't seem strangers to such acts, striking with calm faces, some even grinning maliciously. With the ranged attackers neutralized, Gao Feng found dealing with the melee fighters much easier, not even bothering to use more items. "Not good. Zheng Quan, He Mingming, Xie Jifa, you three, get up there." Qin Xiaopeng, realizing Gao Feng was about to counterattack, hurriedly directed the defenders. But the trio couldn't hold Gao Feng off, each was forced back several steps after just one strike. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Feng broke through the encirclement. Seeing this, Qin Xiaopeng's face turned pale. Gao Feng had already been hard to handle while surrounded. Now that he was free, he was like a fish back in water. Worse yet, their ranged attackers were effectively wiped out. While Qin Xiaopeng was still worrying, disaster struck again. Gao Feng charged out and slashed at a defensive type Awakened. The opponent raised a shield to block, but the force of the strike caused him to cough up blood, leaving him unable to fight further. As the battle proceeded, Qin Xiaopeng's expression grew increasingly grim, sweat beading on his forehead. In just a minute, 4 of their 9 melee fighters were down, one of them clearly beyond saving. "Young man, this was a misunderstanding. Let's talk this through. Spare us, and I'll give you 10 million in the safe zone, plus a set of silver-tier equipment. Don't you trust the power of the Jiangnan group?" Qin Xiaopeng was filled with regret, realizing he had provoked a formidable opponent. But Gao Feng couldn't care less about money and equipment, his attacks remained relentless. Qin Xiaopeng knew Gao Feng wouldn't stop. "Then let's see how you handle this." He pulled a bronze-colored rope from his storage pouch. Go! The bronze rope flew toward Gao Feng, aiming to coil around his waist. "What the hell is this?" Gao Feng was startled and quickly dodged with his phantom step. Yet the rope pursued him relentlessly, as if it had a will of its own. "This is a rare one-time use item, the Bronze Immortal Binding Rope. For the duration of one incense stick, you won't be able to move a muscle." Qin Xiaopeng grinned smugly as he saw Gao Feng entangled. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, Gao Feng's pressure had been suffocating, and they had thought their end was near. At first, Gao Feng tensed up when bound, but he soon realized the rope had no effect on him. His level and combat power were beyond the rope's constraints. Crack, boom. Gao Feng flexed his arms, snapping the rope with ease. If you had a silver tier immortal binding rope, I might have been in trouble today, Gao Feng said, shaking his arms casually. How is this possible? How could you break free? Could it be? Qin Xiaoping's face turned ashen, his heart skipping a beat. No more tricks up your sleeve, huh? Then it's my turn. Gao Feng unleashed his anger on them while silently reminding himself to stay vigilant in the future. Qin Xiaoping felt a chill in his heart. Even his trump card had failed. Everyone, attack together. Breaking free from the rope must have drained his spiritual energy. It's the perfect time to take him down. Qin Xiaoping shouted, but he himself retreated, heading toward the cave entrance to escape. Think you can run? Gao Feng sneered internally. With a few swings of his warblade, he scattered the attackers and pursued Qin Xiaoping, firing concealed darts as he ran. Seeing their leader flee, the others were filled with both rage and despair. No one dared to block Gao Feng anymore. A dart pierced Qin Xiaoping's leg, and he fell to his knees, screaming in pain. Wait, Qin Xiaoping's words were cut short as Gao Feng decapitated him. His head flew into the air. I don't care who you are. Even if you were the Heavenly King's father, you'd die here today, Gao Feng said coldly. Seeing their leader killed, the remaining attackers turned pale and abandoned all resistance. Gao Feng showed no mercy, killing them all. The cave filled with the stench of the corpse king's decay and the metallic tang of blood. Gao Feng, however, seemed oblivious, standing still with a dazed smile. Is this real? He muttered, staring at his stats panel in disbelief. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 17, 7683/10,000. Combat power, 39,272. Talents, D tier, plunder, B tier, elemental ice. Gao Feng's body trembled as he stared at the newly appeared talent on his panel. Though it was only B tier, he knew this talent could grant him countless abilities in the future. But then doubt crept in. Could it be I'm destined to have no skills? He glanced at the panel, which didn't even have a skills section. Probably because I just acquired the talent, it hasn't developed yet, so naturally, there are no skills. Gao Feng reasoned, beginning to experiment with his new talent. With a thought, a faint icy mist rose around him. Condense, he commanded softly. The mist slowly formed a small ice spike, but it shattered almost immediately. Interesting. Gao Feng looked at the shards on the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. He had begun to understand how elemental talents worked. The air was full of elements, and those with talents could harness them for combat. How much they could harness depended on their mental attributes. The power depended on the talent's tier. Immersed in refining his ice element talent, Gao Feng was suddenly jolted back to reality by a rumble. Boom, boom, boom. The cave shook violently as rocks tumbled from the ceiling, threatening a collapse. Damn it! Gao Feng snapped to attention, realizing he'd been too caught up in his success and had almost forgotten the danger. The tremors didn't last long, but a massive crack opened beneath the corpse king's body, widening steadily as if to split the cave in two. Then, an eerie figure slowly rose from the chasm, hovering in midair. Gao Feng's eyes widened in shock. Although his goggles were filled with garbled data, he immediately recognized this figure. It was a robust form, bare-chested, each muscle defined like chiseled stone, adorned with sinister, demonic patterns. Its lower body was clad in crimson armored pants, secured by a wide silver belt at the waist. Its arms hung loosely, with long, sharp, and hardened nails. The head was gaunt, its skin stretched tightly over bones. Isn't this the damned zombified ancestor Ho Qing? Gao Feng's heart jolted. This was no ordinary zombie, this was the progenitor of all zombies, the grandmaster of the undead. How had it ended up here? Suddenly, a bone-chilling, sinister laugh echoed through the cave. He, what a splendid show. Humans never change, always ruled by their greed. Without hesitation, Gao Feng downed a vial of his highest-grade invisibility potion, a Z-level concoction, and bolted for the cave's exit. There was no time to waste chatting with this thing. But just as he neared the cave mouth, he felt a cold wind sweep against his back. Instinctively, he dove and rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack. Yet, he was still a step too slow. A deep gash appeared on his right shoulder, blood pouring out as the flesh around the wound began to rot. Hurriedly, Gao Feng pulled out a golden-grade healing potion, but the wound healed agonizingly slowly, far from the usual efficacy of such a potion. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up and kept running, cursing under his breath, damn it. All this over killing a little fox? Was that really necessary? Human, where do you think you're running to? Ho Cheng suddenly materialized in front of Gao Feng, completely blocking his escape route. Shit, flying zombies are so damn fast. Realizing his invisibility potion was useless, Gao Feng decided to stop running. He reached into his storage ring and pulled out a silver capsule, crushing it without hesitation. Ho Ching seemed to recognize the capsule's dangerous potential and lunged forward to stop him. The moment the silver capsule shattered, a spatial gate appeared behind Gao Feng, pulling him inside. But just as he was being sucked in, Ho Ching's claw struck out toward his chest. Pooh! Gao Feng spat out a mouthful of blood as his figure vanished entirely into the spatial gate. Ho Cheng licked the blood off his claws, staring at the spot where Gao Feng had disappeared, muttering to himself, a scratch from me is a death sentence. Looking down, Ho Chang noticed a small wound had appeared on his own chest. However, he paid it no mind and turned away, disappearing into the shadows. 30 kilometers away, Gao Feng suddenly materialized out of thin air, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Ho Chang's attack had landed squarely on him. If not for the undying bone necklace deflecting 95% of the damage, he would already be dead. Thank you for your service, Gao Feng said softly, removing the undying bone necklace from around his neck. The moment it left his body, the necklace disintegrated into fine powder, scattering into the wind. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he turned his gaze back in the direction of the cave, his eyes filled with anger. Whoever had sent that abomination to ambush him had gone too far. After drinking another golden-grade healing potion, Gao Feng gritted his teeth and pressed on toward the dimensional rift's exit. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him, not daring to relax for even a moment. Only after diving out of the dimensional rift entirely did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. If Ho Ching had followed him out, there was no one in the base capable of stopping it. The roar of an armored vehicle filled the air as it carried Gao Feng toward the safety of the secure zone. Finally, he allowed himself to relax. He looked down at himself, his bronze-grade combat suit was in tatters, barely holding together. A large section of his chest was exposed, revealing hardened, muscular flesh marked by 5 ghastly scars. Even the healing potion couldn't fix it, he muttered, running a hand over the scars on his chest with a resigned sigh. Along the way, he'd consumed an entire bottle of yellow-grade healing potion. While it had healed the wounds, the scars remained. Back in the safety zone, Gao Feng skipped the trading post entirely and headed straight home. Finally safe. If it weren't for the spatial capsule and the undying bone necklace, I would have been a goner, he muttered, still shaken by the close encounter. He thanked his thorough preparations before setting off. He stepped into the bathroom and let cold water cascade from the showerhead, drenching him from head to toe. Crack, the water froze upon contact with his skin before spreading back up toward the showerhead and stopping the flow entirely. A second later, the ice melted, and the water resumed. Gao Feng found himself playing with the cycle, entertained. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed through his mind. He felt a newfound comprehension of ice elements. In an instant, every drop of water in the bathroom froze solid. Gao Feng's heart skipped a beat. My first skill, he exclaimed in surprise. After drying himself off, he donned his battle goggles and checked his skill menu. Sure enough, the words glacial spike appeared. Finally, my weakness in ranged attacks is covered. Feeling reinvigorated, Gao Feng turned his attention to his storage ring. It was filled with zombie toxins, the ancestral zombie's spine and immortal-grade bone worth 800,000 credits, and various crystal shards. Most of the shards were bronze, with a mix of silver and a few gold. The item he was most eager to inspect, however, was the purple-grade shard dropped by the Zombie King. Taking out an ancient jade, Gao Feng activated it, summoning a small tower. Zing grade item, Demon Suppressing Tower. Increases damage to demonic creatures by 50%, with a chance to trigger a demon suppressing strike. Gao Feng was a bit disappointed. While the item was powerful, it wasn't particularly useful to him. Remembering the dimensional space beneath Pinghai State's Awakener Academy, he began formulating plans. Next, he pieced together the shards into complete items, producing 32 silver grade, 5 gold grade, and numerous bronze and black iron grade items. After drinking 2 mental potions, Gao Feng replenished all his bronze grade potions and listed some items on the trading platform. He also anonymously sent some bronze grade potions and equipment to Hei Ho and Zhu Gan as a gesture of goodwill. Now, let's see what surprises these have in store for me. Gao Feng pulled out 4 bronze storage pouches and a silver storage bracelet, all looted from the 20 people he'd dealt with earlier. The storage pouches were filled with materials, including over 30 bronze shards. Combining everything, he then opened the silver storage bracelet. Holy crap, he exclaimed. Inside were high-grade materials, most of them harvested from rare monsters, including some from commander-level creatures. Overjoyed, Gao Feng discovered a dozen shards, the lowest being silver grade and the best a vibrant purple. Using the ancient jade once more, he summoned a palm-sized heart guard. Zing grade item, Xuanwu Heart Guard. Usable 3 times daily, capable of erecting a powerful spiritual shield. Finally, Gao Feng had a life-saving tool. With that, Gao Feng finished tallying the spoils of his dimensional zombie space expedition. Despite using some precious items, the rewards were substantial. Most importantly, he'd unlocked a new talent. I need to start preparing talent upgrade potions of various grades soon. Too bad those shards are so hard to come by, looks like I'll have to rely on myself, he calculated in his mind. Meanwhile, as Gao Feng stepped off the vehicle, a suspicious figure made a call to Chu Tsangming. Young Master Chu is currently training in a dimensional space. If you have something to report, speak to me, answered a middle-aged man on the other line. Greetings, Uncle Tai. The target's movements have been located, the shady figure reported respectfully. Keep tailing him and report back regularly. When young Master Chu returns, I'll inform him. If he doesn't make it out, I'll handle it, the voice on the other end replied after a brief pause before abruptly hanging up. In Chu Tsangming's villa, a middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes and a face chiseled as if by an axe muttered to himself, Tsangming, you focus on your training. I'll handle this trivial matter for you. Gao Feng finished counting his belongings and dove straight into slumber. A day later, he groggily climbed out of bed, suddenly remembering that his phone was still in his storage ring. Hastily, he retrieved it. As the screen lit up, a series of notification sounds echoed in succession. He opened the messages and found they were all from Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole. Black Monkey had sent the most, rambling about the school organizing a grade-level trial competition, announcing rankings, then mentioning that Shangwan Shui from Class 6 had also participated, and their class secured second place. Finally, he added that Li Rui had returned, copying an impressive B-level innate talent, and that his position as the boss of his own class was now under threat. Gao Feng read through the messages and couldn't help but chuckle while shaking his head. That guy is still such a chatterbox, he thought. Bamboo Pole's messages were much simpler, mostly bragging about his combat power improvement, saying he'd already found a team, that his leveling speed wasn't slow, and expressing excitement about reuniting with Gao Feng in the future. Wenran Longyu had also sent a message, saying he'd found a good team, that everyone treated him well, and his leveling speed was impressive. He hoped that by the next time they met, his bad luck would have dissipated. Gao Feng replied with words of encouragement, urging him to keep improving his combat power, assuring him that he would be waiting for him. The last message, however, tightened Gao Feng's heart. Gao Feng, call me back as soon as you see this message. He quickly dialed back, but the phone rang endlessly with no one answering. Panic began to creep into his mind. Was the sender in trouble, or had they entered a dimensional space? He called again, but still, no answer. Unable to sit still any longer, Gao Feng hailed a cab and headed straight for the trading post. At the counter, he approached a middle-aged woman and asked, "Hello, has there been a young lady selling items here before?" He gestured as he spoke. "Are you talking about Miss Lu Yun? She often comes by to help out." The middle-aged woman responded immediately, clearly recognizing who he meant. "Yes, that's her. Where is she now?" Gao Feng asked urgently. "You don't have any improper thoughts about her, do you, young man? Let me give you a piece of advice, give it up. She's someone the young master of the Chu family has his eyes on," the woman said, casting a sidelong glance at Gao Feng. Hearing this, Gao Feng felt a sense of relief. It seemed Bailey Lu Yun was safe for now. He quickly replied, "Oh, no, nothing like that. We're just classmates. I was just checking in on her." With that, he left the counter. Shaking his head, he made his way toward the purchasing area. Since he was already here, he might as well offload the materials he was carrying. "Uncle Zhang, wake up. There's a fire." Old Zhang, who had been napping, jolted upright at the words, looking around frantically. "Huh? Where? Quick, get some water." "Uncle Zhang, stop messing around, it's me." Gao Feng laughed. "I've got some good stuff for you." Rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn, old Zhang asked, "Kid, what treasure have you brought me this time?" Gao Feng retrieved 2 bronze-tier storage pouches from his storage ring and tossed them onto the table. "Go ahead, take stock." Old Zhang's eyes lit up as he took the pouches and began inspecting their contents. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. "Boy, you struck gold. Just a modest haul. Keep it low-key," Gao Feng said, raising a finger to his lips and winking. "Wow, this batch of materials might be too much for me to handle," old Zhang admitted with a frown. "The quantity is a bit high, and I don't have enough funds at the moment." Gao Feng felt a twinge of concern but quickly brushed it off. "Oh, is that all? No big deal. Just tally it up and let me know the number. The total value comes to 7.42 million huabi, but I only have 6 million on hand right now," old Zhang said apologetically. "How about you take the 6 million first, and I'll give you the rest after I've sold some of these materials." "Got any fragments?" Gao Feng asked. "Of course. But I'm not sure if you'd want them," old Zhang replied, retrieving 1 gold and 2 silver fragments from a cabinet. "Uncle Zhang, you've even managed to get your hands on a gold fragment?" Gao Feng said, his tone laced with a hint of surprise. Taking the fragments, he added, "I'll take all 3, but they're not worth 1.42 million. I'll pay you 900,000 for them." "How about this? I'll owe you for now and settle the rest once I sell the materials," old Zhang suggested hesitantly. "Fine, I'll come back to you for the remaining 550,000 later," Gao Feng said, uninterested in haggling over a few thousand huabi. "Deal. See you next time," Gao Feng replied casually. Ding! 6 million huabi deposited into your account. The notification sound from his phone confirmed the transaction. Gao Feng pocketed the phone and left without further ado. Heading to the second floor of the trading post, he submitted a task related to the zombie dimensional space and handed over the corpse toxin to an employee from Longshan Corporation. However, the person receiving the goods wasn't Zhao Huai but an ordinary staff member. "Is Uncle Zhao here?" Gao Feng asked. "Which Uncle Zhao?" The employee looked puzzled. "Zhao Huai," Gao Feng clarified. "Oh, you mean Director Zhao? He wouldn't be here. Please hand over your task items, and I'll purchase them at a price above market rate," the employee replied, taking the corpse toxin and starting to inventory it. This toxin has such high purity?" the employee exclaimed in astonishment upon examining the last bottle. "Are you sure you want to sell all of this to us?" he asked. "Yes, just calculate the price," Gao Feng said nonchalantly. After all, he was selling to Bamboo Pole's family business, so it didn't matter who handled the transaction. Please hold on a moment. The employee quickly completed the inventory. The highly pure toxin is priced at 880,000, 10% above market rate. Combined with the rest, the total value is 2.567 million huabi. No problem. Go ahead and settle it now, Gao Feng replied, not bothering to double-check the math as long as it seemed roughly correct. With over 2 million more in his account, Gao Feng accepted a business card from the employee. On it was written the name Chu Han. Gao Feng frowned slightly but didn't think much of it. After all, the surname Chu was exceedingly common in Jiangnan province. By the time he returned home, the sun was already setting. The orange-red rays poured through the sheer curtains, casting dreamy patterns of light and shadow across the room. Standing in the glow, Gao Feng reflected on his recent experiences, as if lost in a surreal dream. Yet, despite everything, he felt a hollow emptiness inside. The days felt dull, wandering the streets by day and browsing trading platforms at night in search of useful fragments. Outwardly relaxed, his heart was weighed down by an invisible burden. Suddenly, his phone rang. Without checking the caller ID, Gao Feng answered. Sure enough, it was by Li Luyun's voice, light and urgent. Gao Feng, I finally got through to you. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Gao Feng asked. Do you remember Chu Tsangming, the young master of the Chu family? He's been asking around about you recently. It seems like he's planning something against you. For now, you'd better stay away from dimensional spaces and remain in the safe zones, Bai Li Luyun said, her voice tinged with worry. Oh. Gao Feng dragged out his response. You don't realize how serious this is, do you? Bai Li Luyun said, her voice tinged with urgency. I understand. I'll be careful. He didn't do anything to you, did he? Gao Feng asked. And no, Bai Li Luyun replied, her tone evasive. Gao Feng's heart sank. He wanted to press her further, but ultimately held back. He knew that he was barely able to protect himself at the moment. What right did he have to meddle in someone else's affairs? All right then. If you need help, give me a call, Gao Feng said before ending the call. These past few days, he had felt like someone was tailing him, though he could never catch them in the act. It seemed like he was already under the surveillance of Chu Tsangming's people. They were likely holding back only because they were in a safe zone. Back at home, the lazy expression on Gao Feng's face vanished. Speaking into the air, he said, Jones, search for all items above the silver tier, regardless of function or price. Split the screen and also search for all dimensional spaces that drop talent upgrade fragments. Understood, young master, Jones' voice replied. Elsewhere, in a secluded valley, Chu Tsangming was panting heavily. His arms were covered in dark scales, and his hands had transformed into menacing claws, blood dripping from their tips. In front of him lay the corpse of a monstrous creature resembling a lizard. A level 20 commander-class monster, the Earth Dragon King. Let's hope your dragon blood is worth something, Chu Tsangming muttered as he poured the creature's heart blood into his mouth. The blood flowed down his throat like molten lava, hissing as it went, but he seemed unfazed. With one gulp, he swallowed it all, steam rising from his body. Ah, that's the stuff. Chu Tsangming shouted as his black scales gleamed brighter and his claws grew even sharper. He picked up a golden fragment, turned, and left the valley. 3 days later, Chu Tsangming emerged from the dimensional space. No sooner had he stepped out than his phone began to ring. Beep, beep, beep. Young Master Chu. Uncle Tai, how are things looking while I was away? Chu Tsangming asked. Don't worry. Everything's been arranged. Not a single one of the people young Master Chu once dealt with will escape, Uncle Tai replied. Then I'll wait for your good news. Chu Tsangming said, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Shortly after Chu Tsangming exited, Gao Feng stood at the entrance of another dimensional space. He had spent several days deliberating before choosing the frozen dimension. Not only was this place ideal for utilizing his new talent, but it also had a chance of dropping silver-tier talent upgrade fragments, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He glanced back briefly, smirked, and stepped into the dimensional space. Hope you all bring plenty of reinforcements, he thought to himself. As he ventured in, Gao Feng noticed that at least 3 teams in the same vehicle had been keeping a close eye on him. The moment he entered, those teams followed suit. Inside the frozen dimension, everything was a vast expanse of white. On clear days, the sharp contrast between the blue sky and the white snow was beautiful. But when it snowed, the entire world blended into a single color, making it impossible to discern direction. Fortunately, the weather was clear when Gao Feng entered, no snowstorm in sight. He pulled out a pair of skate shoes, stepped into them, and began gliding deeper into the icy wilderness. My skate shoes, the trendiest of trends, he hummed a little tune, thinking, hope you can keep up. He didn't want to confront those teams this early. The outer regions of the dimensional space were crowded. Even if they encountered him, it would be hard to make a move. The other teams likely had the same thought. Soon, Gao Feng encountered his first monster, a forest snow wolf. It was a level 21 common monster with a combat power of 29,806, over 5,000 points higher than a typical level 20 monster. Most awakeners would only enter a level 21 dimensional space after leveling up to 21 in a level 20 space for safety. Let's test out my new skill on you, Gao Feng thought. With a flick of his mind, a half-meter-long ice spike appeared, floating in the air. If my ice element talent reaches grade A, this spike should be at least a meter long, he mused. The snow wolf bared its fangs and charged at Gao Feng. Its speed outclassed that of a level 20 zombie by far. However, the ice spike was just as fast, gleaming with a cold light as it shot forward. The snow wolf leapt to the side to dodge, but a second spike was already barreling toward it, piercing its hind leg. Since it was Gao Feng's first time using the skill, his aim was slightly off, otherwise, the attack could have been lethal. My high mental attribute really does make skill conjuration faster, Gao Feng thought, satisfied. Determined to master the ice spike skill, Gao Feng avoided close combat for the entire fight. The snow wolf, its mobility greatly reduced by the injury to its leg, was soon brought down by several more ice spikes. Close combat relies on agility and adaptability, while ranged combat tests prediction and accuracy. Gao Feng reflected as he began relentlessly practicing in the level 21 monster zone. Whenever he encountered other teams, he would steer clear, avoiding unnecessary contact. This was an unspoken rule of dimensional spaces. Unless someone explicitly called for help, approaching others would be seen as provocation or an attempt to steal their kills. Not far away, a small group was toying with a snow wolf. "Boss, are we just going to keep following him?" one of them asked. "What else can we do? This area is full of teams farming snow wolves. Unless we can take him out in an instant, making a move will definitely attract attention," their leader replied, clearly frustrated. "Don't worry. Once we're in a quieter area, that'll be the end of him." The frozen dimensions weather was notoriously unpredictable. One moment, it could be clear skies, the next, a blizzard could be raging. In such conditions, hunting snow wolves was far harder than usual, and success often came down to luck. But none of this concerned Gao Feng. In the 2 days he'd been here, he had already taken down nearly 600 snow wolves, reaching level 19 in the process. If there were fewer people around, his efficiency would have been even higher. The loot from snow wolves included 4 frost fangs each, a prime material for crafting imitation silver tier equipment, highly sought after by material traders. This was why so many teams chose to hunt here. Additionally, snow wolves had a decent drop rate for fragments, though most were attribute potion fragments. Gao Feng glanced at his stats panel. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 19, 1124/10,000. Combat power, 41,764. Talents, Grade D, Plunder, Grade B, Element, Ice. Skills, Frost Spike, Ice Armor. Over the past 2 days, he had unlocked a second ice element skill, Ice Armor, a powerful defensive technique. He had even tested it by tanking a snow wolf's Ice Fawn Strike. Although the armor shattered, it successfully blocked the attack. "You're probably getting impatient by now," Gao Feng thought, scanning his surroundings before heading deeper into the dimensional space. This was no place to rely on his Grade D plunder talent for scraps. He wanted to make full use of the opportunity. Soon, Gao Feng arrived at the area populated by level 24 monsters. There were even more people here than in the Snow Wolf Zone, as this was the production site for silver-grade talent upgrade potions. Gao Feng didn't rush to take action. First, he needed to familiarize himself with his new talent. Second, he wanted to improve his combat power. And third, he intended to throw off the people tracking him. As soon as he arrived, he noticed several teams fighting against snowmen, the battlefield bustling with activity. When they saw Gao Feng approaching, the team slowed their attacks, looking slightly wary. Anyone who dared venture here alone was not to be trifled with. Monster, Snowman. Level, 24. Combat power, 47,680. Skill, Eat My Snowball. Gao Feng glanced at the monster's stats and calmly walked in another direction. "Carry on, don't mind me," he said with a smirk in his heart. "Damn it, how is this guy so fast?" The teams trailing him arrived belatedly. They had planned to make their move in either the level 22 or level 23 monster zones, particularly in the Ice Bear zone at level 22. The bare paws of ice bears were a delicacy that could quickly replenish energy, but they paled in comparison to the loot that boosted combat power. That area should have been the perfect ambush spot, but they hadn't accounted for Gao Feng's hover shoes, which allowed him to easily avoid their trap. "We'll just have to wait a little longer." The pursuers ground their teeth in frustration but had no choice. The density and quantity of normal monsters far exceeded those of elites, so there was no need to fight over them. However, for monsters above level 20, the leap in combat power was significant. Each ordinary monster now had a combat power far higher than Gao Feng's. "This is the kind of pressure I thrive on," Gao Feng muttered as he eyed a snowman. It wasn't the cute, round kind of snowman people imagined, but a 2-meter-tall humanoid monster made entirely of snow. As soon as Gao Feng conjured an ice spike, the snowman already had 2 snowballs in its hands, one in each. This thing's speed is faster than mine." Gao Feng felt as if his casting speed had been completely outclassed. He used his ice spike to block one snowball and dodged the other with a sidestep. Since entering this dimensional space, Gao Feng had refrained from using melee combat. He wasn't sure what his pursuers knew, but at the very least, this strategy would keep them guessing. Even so, his speed at defeating the snowman was slow. After all, its combat power far outstripped his. The people chasing Gao Feng saw him heading toward a crowded area and suppressed their killing intent, choosing to follow from a distance instead. Boss, do you think he's noticed us? One of them asked. So what if he has? There's no way he can escape from us with so many of us here, the leader said confidently. Though they'd been outsmarted before, he was convinced he wouldn't make the same mistake again. You, go contact the other teams and set up a surround. After giving his orders, the leader and his group stayed in place, farming snowmen. They were already at level 25, so killing snowmen only gave them a single point of spirit energy and barely dropped any fragments, an effort that wasn't worth the reward. From a distance, they watched as Galfong struggled against the snowman, eventually panting heavily as he took down a monster. I'll admit, being able to solo a snowman is impressive, but against us, he wouldn't last a second, one of the pursuers remarked. Boss, look. He dropped a fragment, one of the subordinates exclaimed, pointing at Galfong. Really? The leader squinted. A flash of silver light confirmed it was a silver-grade fragment. Excellent, just excellent. The leader's eyes gleamed. Boss, are we about to strike it rich? Several of his subordinates understood the plan instantly. Let Galfong live a little longer, let him work for them, and then swoop in to reap the rewards when he was done. Given the current situation, even if Galfong absorbed some spirit energy and boosted his combat power, he still wouldn't be able to defeat them. Not bad, the first monster dropped loot. Galfong looked at the silver-grade talent upgrade potion in his hand, the grin on his face nearly reaching the back of his head. Some of the other teams nearby noticed the silver fragment drop, but instead of trying to steal it, they doubled down on killing monsters themselves. Galfong stashed the potion in his storage ring. With so many people around, he wasn't about to drink it now. If the upgrade succeeded, his secret would be exposed. He continued his performance, killing snowmen around him. To make it look convincing, he rested after every kill, maintaining a pace of 3 snowmen per hour. 5 days later, after slaying nearly 300 snowmen, Galfang's storage ring held 20 bottles of silver-grade talent upgrade potions. Killing the snowman in front of me will push my level to 20, he thought. 15 minutes later, the 2-meter-tall snowman collapsed, scattering a flurry of snow. Finally, level 20. Just as he finished speaking, Galfong suddenly felt a jolt, a familiar yet mysterious sensation washing over him. Closing his eyes, he seemed to be in deep concentration, even as the falling snowflakes around him appeared to slow. This was the precursor to skill comprehension. Suddenly, Galfang's eyes snapped open, a look of ecstasy on his face. It's actually a skill derived from the plunder talent. He'd assumed that this talent would never grant him a skill, but now, at level 20, it finally had. When he saw the name of the skill he had comprehended, he was dumbfounded. Skill, seize what others love. Effect, designate and plunder one skill from a target, making it your own. The target will temporarily lose the stolen skill. The skill's effect lasts for 3 days, with a cooldown of 1 month. This skill is insane. Galfong could hardly believe it. To think this was a skill from a D-grade talent. Then again, considering others had 4 skills while he had only just unlocked his first, he felt slightly more balanced. The skill's power lay in its lack of restrictions. Whether it was a human or a monster, he could steal their skill. However, the drawbacks were obvious. The cooldown was too long, and the stolen skill could only be used for 3 days. If I could get my hands on a powerful skill, even 3 days of that would be worth it, he thought. Of course, the person whose skill was stolen would undoubtedly be terrified. Losing a skill out of nowhere would be enough to frighten anyone. I wonder if this skill will change once my talent upgrades, Galfong mused, glancing at his storage ring. It's time to upgrade my talent. He also knew that after 5 days, his pursuers wouldn't be able to hold back much longer. With that, Galfong headed toward the level 25 monster zone. In the ice and snow dimensional space, the level 25 ice bears were considered the most troublesome monsters. Their thick hides made them difficult to kill, and their loot wasn't particularly valuable. The deeper Galfong ventured, the fewer awakened teams there were. As he walked, he steadily consumed potions. Boss, this is our chance. Let's move. Follow him. The leader knew this was the best opportunity. Apart from them, 4 other teams were closing in from different directions. Seriously? Is my luck this bad today? Galfong had already downed 15 bottles of potion, and he could feel the overwhelming urge to run to the bathroom, yet his talents still hadn't leveled up. Frustrated, he muttered, "Come on, big guy, I'm begging you here. I'm so close to leveling up, don't let me down." He gulped down 2 more bottles, but still, there was no reaction. With no other choice, he chugged the last 3 potions in one go. As the final bottle settled in his stomach, Galfong knew he had made the right gamble. That feeling finally came. However, by that time, he had already wandered into the territory of a level 25 ice storm bear. Galfong came to a halt, standing in the snow, waiting for his talent to upgrade. Just then, a nearby group of people approached him. "Boss, looks like we got lucky, this prey is ours." "Hold on," the leader interrupted, stopping his men. He understood that even if they killed Galfong, they wouldn't be able to claim all the spoils. It would be more entertaining to wait for the other teams to arrive so they could all share the fun. Before long, 4 other teams arrived on the scene. "Olju, can you really hold back?" someone teased. "What else can I do? Surrounded by all of you?" Olju chuckled, choosing not to say more. "What's he doing?" All 5 teams now stood together, watching Galfong, who was sitting with his eyes closed in the distance. Who cares? Let's just assume he's waiting to die. Isn't it a bit overkill for Uncle Tai to send 5 teams to deal with this guy? You clearly don't know Uncle Tai well enough. He doesn't tolerate the slightest mishap. Altogether now, Olju commanded, and 25 attackers launched their assault at once. At that moment, Gao Feng opened his eyes. Right on time. His talent had upgraded to C rank. A new talent entry appeared before him, C rank talent, Plunder. Upon killing an enemy, there is a chance to plunder a portion of their spiritual energy, with a very small chance to plunder their talent. Most importantly, the skill he had just grasped, Snatch What Others Love, now had its effect duration extended from 3 days to 5. Gao Feng was overjoyed, but his movements remained composed. In one leap, he covered a distance of 5 meters, his speed now matching that of those who awaken A-rank speed talents. The 8 trigrams Wandering Dragon step really is impressive, worthy of being a gold-tier martial art. Gao Feng had learned this martial art at home, along with another gold-tier blade technique called 3 Forms of the Frenzied Blade. With these 2 martial arts, he had mastered them in just 5 comprehension attempts. Step through the trigrams, move like a wandering dragon. Gao Feng dodged all incoming attacks with a single step, with only a few elemental targeting skills landing on his ice armor. The 20-some attackers exchanged bewildered glances. Earlier, when they had seen Gao Feng struggling against snowmen, he had appeared utterly disheveled. How could he suddenly be this formidable? Was he faking it all along? This thought lingered in their minds. Gao Feng didn't waste any time. A 5-meter-long ice dragon formed in front of him. Ice Dragon Break. This was a skill he had previously comprehended. The ice dragon charged toward the crowd, but a fire element awakener quickly extinguished it with a fireball. Ranged attackers, suppress him. Melee fighters, go in for the kill. No way he can turn the tables on us, right? The 5 teams now realized that Gao Feng wasn't as weak as they had initially thought. In truth, Gao Feng's combat power couldn't match any of theirs. Every 10-level increment was an uphill battle for him. But he dared to stop and fight because he had plenty of trump cards. Beyond martial arts, he had also collected many rare and peculiar artifact fragments. We can't drag this out, both Gao Feng and his opponents thought simultaneously. Gao Feng pulled out an item resembling a crude bomb and tossed it to the ground. Instantly, thick smoke enveloped the entire battlefield, and the 20-some attackers lost all visibility, their senses dulled to the extreme. This was the gold-tier single-use item, Soul Lock Smoke Bomb. Originally designed for escape, it now served perfectly for a counterattack. With ranged attacks unable to lock onto Gao Feng and melee fighters unable to find him, chaos erupted in the smoke. My arm. Who slashed me? Heal, quick. The smoke-filled battlefield descended into pandemonium, with most injuries coming from friendly fire. The smoke bomb only lasts a minute. I need to act fast. Gao Feng unsheathed his blade and began a massacre within the smoke. Don't panic. The smoke has a range, just get out of it. Several team leaders remained calm, guiding their people to charge out of the smoke. Gao Feng couldn't stop everyone, so he focused on killing as many as possible within the limited time. As the seconds ticked by, the sounds from within the smoke grew fainter. Some managed to escape, while others fell forever. The agonizingly long minute finally ended, and as the smoke dissipated, Gao Feng stood there gripping his blade. The tip of his sword pierced through someone's chest. He sheathed his original tang blade and switched to a broader, heavier one. Around him, 11 bodies lay sprawled across the blood-soaked snow. In just 1 minute, half of the 25 attackers had perished, leaving only 13. Looks like my luck really was good last time. Gao Feng hadn't plundered any new talents, but his spiritual energy had increased significantly. Among the 12 surviving attackers, 2 had provided him with spiritual energy. At level 25 and with his C-rank plunder talent, the plunder rate was 4%, and those 2 alone had given him 1,600 points of spiritual energy. Who would have thought I'd gain a tenth of my progress in one go? The speed of this power-up made Gao Feng consider the possibility. Killing people to level up was much faster than killing monsters, and the spiritual energy plundered would only increase as he progressed further. You're a demon. The remaining 13 attackers were petrified by the murderous aura Gao Feng had displayed earlier. What are you afraid of? Without the smoke, what can he do against us? He's got gold-tier single-use items, he's definitely loaded. If we kill him, we'll make a fortune. The leader quickly rallied their spirits, and greed replaced their fear. Kill him. Avenge our brothers. They charged at Gao Feng. Gao Feng pulled out another item. Martial arts alone couldn't bridge the gap in power, so he had to rely on his wealth. This time, he revealed the gold-tier single-use item, Soul-Severing Cannon. It resembled a firecracker. Gao Feng smashed it to the ground and simultaneously sealed off his own spiritual perception. Pop! The small firecracker hit the ground, and the 13 attackers surrounding Gao Feng suddenly froze as if struck by lightning, their souls seemingly detached from their bodies. The soul-severing cannon was immensely powerful. Anyone below level 30 was essentially doomed unless they had consumed enough spiritual medicine. The 13 attackers stood there blankly, like lambs awaiting slaughter. Gao Feng knew the cannon's effects were short-lived. Activating both the 8 trigrams Wandering Dragon Step and the 3 forms of the Frenzied Blade, he unleashed a storm of attacks. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the 13 attackers didn't even have time to scream before they perished. Gao Feng cleaned up the battlefield, collecting the storage bags of the 5 teams, and then disappeared into the snowy winds. There seems to be a battle over there. Even Froststorm Bears are being taken down by someone? A squad rushed over, just in time to catch a glimpse of Gao Feng's departing silhouette. One of them was just about to speak when the captain covered his mouth. The captain scolded, "Are you looking for death? If they notice us, we might all end up dead as well." Only after a while did the captain let go. "Let's go, retreat quickly and report the situation back." One of the team members added, their equipment looked pretty good, and none of it was looted. The other's eyes lit up. "Captain, how about we go back and take another look?" The captain hesitated for a moment but was ultimately swayed by greed. "We're going back." They returned to the scene of the incident and stripped the gear off more than 20 bodies, incidentally cleaning up the battlefield for Gao Feng. Beneath the snow and ice now lay 25 nameless corpses. Gao Feng was unaware that someone had been there. He stood in an open snowy plain, with a fallen Froststorm Bear in front of him. Staring at his stats panel, he felt a little dejected. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 20, 4238/20,000. Combat Power, 45784. Talents, C rank, Pillage, B rank, Element Ice. Skills, Steel Love, Glacial Spike, Ice Armor, Ice Dragon Strike. Looks like my luck wasn't great this time. Even with my talent upgraded and more people around, I still couldn't plunder any talents. However, Gao Feng wasn't discouraged. After all, it was a low probability event, and he believed he'd have another chance. Killing Froststorm Bears isn't that fun. With my current combat power, taking down level 25 elite monsters is still a bit challenging. Gao Feng thought for a moment before turning toward the snowman territory. His plan was to first level up to 21, then tackle the level 25 elites. Playing it safe was something Gao Feng had long since abandoned. He began hunting snowmen at an increasing pace, killing over 600 of them in 3 days and finally leveling up to 21. At last, I can use silver-grade potions. He had already stored the potions in his inventory ring, waiting for this moment. Silver-grade strength potion, increases physical strength by 1000 points, maximum usage limit, 10. Bronze-grade potions could boost attributes by 200 points, but silver-grade potions offered a less dramatic increase. 1 potion adds 2000 combat power, 10 potions give 20,000. If I max out all 4 types of potions, my combat power will skyrocket. Fragment synthesis items truly are the GOAT. As Gao Feng walked toward the elite monster area, he downed potion after potion. After consuming 40 bottles, his body felt feverish, and in the freezing weather, steam rose from his skin. He checked his updated stats. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 21, 12/20,000. Combat Power, 140384. His combat power had soared past 140,000, a terrifying figure. With this level of power, he could almost sweep through every monster in this dimension. Even the heirs of top families and organizations probably can't max out silver-grade attribute potions at this stage, Gao Feng used. Moreover, the higher the level, the harder it was to gather attribute potions. The demand was immense, with factions, families, and even countries competing for them. Individual players would struggle to farm enough on their own. Soon, Gao Feng arrived in the elite monster zone. Before him stood an ice sprite, about half a meter tall, with 2 pairs of wings, a small ice staff, and a crystalline, adorable appearance. It had 2 skills, Ice Amplification and Blizzard, clearly relying on elemental attacks. With its combat power, it's a good thing I waited until I hit level 21 to come here, otherwise, I might not have been able to take it down. Gao Feng had already equipped a new set of silver-grade battle attire and wielded a silver-grade combat blade, adding another 10,000 combat power to his stats. What a cute little thing. Almost makes me reluctant to kill it. The ice sprite unleashed a blizzard, resembling a tornado, but Gao Feng effortlessly cleaved it in half with a single strike. Ice shards scattered across the ground. Killing ordinary monsters between level 20 and 40 had a chance to drop silver-grade fragments, while elite monsters had a chance to drop gold-grade fragments. Gao Feng picked up the crystal orb atop the ice sprite staff, a loot item called the Ice Spirit Crystal. This is nice. It can help me attune to ice elements, enhancing my talent abilities. Monster materials had various uses, some could forge weapons, armor, and tools, some could make recovery potions, and others could directly improve talent abilities, albeit only slightly. Stingy little thing, not even a single fragment. The ice sprite's tiny corpse made it clear at a glance that there were no fragments. For level 25 awakened individuals, as long as they weren't too weak, their combat power would generally exceed 60,000. So, the elite monster zone was still bustling with small squads farming monsters. When they saw Gao Feng, a young man, venture in alone, they looked at him with a mix of curiosity and surprise. "Hey, young man, why are you here alone? Where's your team? If you got separated, you can join us for now," someone kindly offered, but Gao Feng politely declined with a smile. He continued forward, killing ice sprites whenever he encountered them, but he wasn't actively seeking them out. His real targets lay deeper in the dimensional space, rare-grade monsters and leader-grade monsters. In this dimensional space, lower-level monster zones sprawled horizontally, while higher-level zones extended vertically. The deeper he ventured, the colder it became. Fortunately, his silver-grade battle attire had a temperature-regulating function, preventing him from freezing. Gao Feng also noticed that the ice elements in this area were particularly active, making it easier for him to develop his ice element abilities. During this time, he'd used all the ice spirit crystals on himself and found that his skill potency had noticeably increased. His glacial spike, which originally extended only half a meter, had grown slightly larger. This must be the most effective way to enhance abilities when there's no way to upgrade talents, he thought. 2 days later, Gao Feng left the ice sprite area and entered the rare monster zone. Before him stood a frostbird, a level 25 creature with a combat power of 78,610. Its skills included Frost Feathers, Icy Abyss, and Ice Egg Rebirth, triggered once. Let's test my taunt skill first, Gao Feng murmured, looking up at the frostbird. He pointed a finger at it. You, come here. The combination of his taunting finger and lion's roar technique had no effect. The frostbird circled in the air before hurling a shiny but foul-smelling blob at him. Gao Feng suddenly felt like he was the one being taunted. How dare you! Furious, Gao Feng willed 2 ice dragons into existence. He downed 10 bottles of mental energy potions, significantly speeding up his casting. The 2 ice dragons roared as they lunged toward the sky. The frostbird retaliated, shedding countless frost feathers that rained down like bullets toward Gao Feng. Most of the frost feathers collided with the ice dragons, while the rest hurtled toward Gao Feng. He dodged them effortlessly, but the ice dragons weren't as fortunate. The 2 dragons shattered the frost feathers completely before continuing their charge at the frostbird. Giant, the ice bird let out a shrill scream, flapping its wings frantically to dodge to the side. What a shame Ice Dragon Break isn't a homing skill, Gao Feng muttered with a hint of frustration. As he sighed, the ground beneath him suddenly shifted. Ice and snow surged, forming a vortex that resembled a bottomless abyss, as if it intended to swallow him whole. Gao Feng realized, standing at the center of this vortex, his entire body was quickly freezing stiff, his movements slowed to a crawl. Sharp snowflakes, like tiny blades, continuously scraped against him. Though the damage was minor, the frequency of the attacks was overwhelming. Gao Feng glanced upward, noting the considerable range of the skill. No wonder it's a rare tier monster. This is definitely a tough one, he remarked. Summoning 2 ice dragons once more, this time instead of targeting the icebird, he aimed them directly at the ground. Boom! Snow and ice exploded in every direction as the ground beneath the vortex twisted and buckled before gradually returning to normal. The icebird's powerful skill had been neutralized. Gao Feng began moving swiftly across the snowy terrain, repeatedly launching frost spikes at the icebird. Agile as it was, the icebird couldn't withstand this Gatling gun-style assault. Before long, its body showed signs of injury, and it finally plummeted to the snow-covered ground. Just as Gao Feng thought he had claimed victory, the icebird's body transformed into an egg roughly the same size as the bird itself, glowing with a golden light. Looks like its third skill has been triggered, Gao Feng said, raising his blade to strike the egg. Clang! The sound of metal striking stone echoed as his blade rebounded violently, nearly injuring him in the process. What did this skill even comes with an invincibility effect? Gao Feng was tempted, should he acquire this skill for himself? After all, having multiple lives was undeniably advantageous. But the thought of turning into an egg was less appealing. As the golden light faded, cracks appeared on the eggshell, and a completely unharmed icebird emerged once again. Giant, it spread its wings, preparing to take flight, but Gao Feng wasn't about to let it escape. With a swift motion, he unleashed his triple dominator blade technique. The icebird, now grounded like a helpless chicken, was utterly subdued by Gao Feng. Its second life was extinguished even faster than the first. As loot, the ice bird dropped an ice element crystal core. While this item couldn't enhance an ice element talent directly, it was a top-tier material for crafting ice element staffs, capable of significantly amplifying the power of an ice element awakener's skills. Gao Feng pocketed the loot but, after some searching, still couldn't find a piece of the fragment he sought. He surmised that the higher the fragment's grade, the lower the drop rate, even when defeating monsters beyond his level. Gao Feng then began grinding monsters in the icebird area. Despite being flying creatures, icebirds were no longer a hassle for him now that he had ranged attack capabilities. This time, nothing strange seems to be happening, Gao Feng mused after taking down a dozen or so icebirds. According to the Frost Dragon, special monsters would always take notice of him the moment he entered a dimensional space. But this time, he felt none of that. Well, that's fine by me. I can focus on grinding and leveling up in peace, he thought, dismissing his concerns as he ventured deeper into the dimensional space. Heh, not bad, I managed to snag a golden fragment, Gao Feng said with satisfaction. Even silver-tier fragments are decent, better than nothing. As he continued grinding monsters, he eventually arrived at a particularly scenic location. If there weren't any monsters here, this would make for a great tourist spot, he remarked. Not far from him, nestled among towering mountains, lay a massive lake that resembled a tranquil maiden lying still. The lake's surface was covered with a thick layer of ice, gleaming blindingly under the sunlight. Gao Feng stepped onto the ice, scanning his surroundings for signs of potential monsters. Could the monster be lurking beneath the lake, he wondered. The area was wide open, with no place for monsters to hide. As Gao Feng glanced down at his feet, a massive shadow suddenly surged upward from beneath the ice, growing larger at an alarming speed. Holy! Gao Feng exclaimed, quickly activating his movement skill to dodge to the side. Boom! The spot where he had been standing shattered as the ice cracked, sending shards flying in all directions. A colossal creature burst forth from the lake, rising into the air and casting a shadow over the entire area. Gao Feng squinted to get a better look. It was a gigantic serpent, its body covered in icy blue scales, with a small horn adorning its head. Monster, Frost Drake Python, Commander. Level, 25. Combat Power, 95,620. Skills, Dragon Tail Sweep, Absolute Frost Breath, Pseudo Dragon Power, Passive, Frozen Domain. As the Frost Drake Python emerged from the lake, its massive tail swept toward Gao Feng. He quickly cast ice armor on his arm to block the attack. Crack! The ice armor shattered, and Gao Feng was sent flying dozens of meters, skidding across the ice and leaving 2 deep trails behind. Roar! The python, now suspended in midair instead of returning to the water, let out a thunderous roar from its partially dragon-like maw, its spittle nearly spraying onto Gao Feng's face. You've got some nerve. Time for my ice dragon break, Gao Feng retorted. 2 ice dragons rapidly materialized by his side. Though they were still smaller than the python soaring through the air, they were much larger than when Gao Feng had first mastered the technique. Each dragon, now 10 meters long, charged at the python from opposite directions. The python glanced at the approaching ice dragons with disdain, not even bothering to defend itself. The ice dragons collided with its icy blue scales, leaving only faint white marks without dislodging a single scale. This is trouble. Those dragon scales have ridiculously high resistance to elemental attacks. Looks like I'll have to rely on melee combat, Gao Feng concluded, drawing his battle blade. Every time the python swung its massive tail, Gao Feng seized the opportunity to launch an attack, but his efforts yielded minimal results. Although his combat power now surpassed the python's by a significant margin, the damage he inflicted was far below expectations. At this rate, I'll just have to wear it down slowly. The python's first 2 skills were manageable, but its final skill, Frozen Domain, was a nightmare. It covered a vast area, enveloping the entire lake. Inside, snowflakes swirled like blades, and ice storms raged uncontrollably, leaving no room to dodge. The only option was to endure it, though fortunately, the skill's duration was brief. Thinking about the python's skills, Gao Feng suddenly froze. Wait a second. With defenses this high, could it be due to its 3rd skill, he wondered. If I could steal this skill. Gao Feng hesitated. If the pseudo-dragon power passive skill truly was behind the python's incredible defenses, it would be an invaluable asset. But if it wasn't, he would have wasted a powerful ability, not to mention the skill's long cooldown time. Whatever, I've got to test this skill's effects, he decided. Dodging the python's tail sweeps, Gao Feng once again summoned 2 ice dragons. As they charged toward the python, it remained as confident as ever, neither dodging nor defending. Now's my chance. Gao Feng activated a skill he had never used before, seized the prize. The moment the ice dragon break struck the python, its pseudo-dragon power passive skill vanished from its status. Simultaneously, a new skill appeared in Gao Feng's skill bar. Pseudo-dragon power, passive immune to 90% elemental attacks, immune to 50% physical attacks. Seeing this skill description, Gao Feng couldn't help but exclaim, how could such an overpowered skill appear on a level 25 leader class monster? And if pseudo-dragon power is already this ridiculous, what would true dragon power be like? He grinned mischievously, but now, it's mine. Though he only had it for a brief 5 days. After losing the pseudo-dragon power, the flood dragon was struck head-on by the ice dragon, resulting in 2 gaping holes in its abdomen. Blood and entrails spilled from the sky like a gruesome fountain. Roar! The flood dragon howled in agony, writhing its massive body violently and spewing a relentless stream of icy breath from its mouth. I'd like to experience what it feels like to be bathed by a skill. Watching the icy breath approach, Gao Feng didn't dodge but let the seemingly powerful attack land directly on him. This breeze is indeed a bit chilly. After the breath passed, Gao Feng stood in place, appearing to enjoy the sensation. This pseudo-dragon power is truly a nightmare for elemental awakeners. Without the pseudo-dragon power, the ice dragon flood serpent was like a defenseless chicken in front of Gao Feng. It didn't take long for him to finish it off. The ice dragon flood serpent left behind 2 spoils of war. One was the essence blood from its heart, a great supplement for beast-type talent users. The other was a short horn from its head. After putting away these 2 items, Gao Feng exerted a lot of effort to extract a purple crystal from the massive corpse. It emitted a mesmerizing glow. He quickly took out an ancient jade. Looks like I've got something good again. As green light shone onto the shard, a small conch appeared in his hand. Purple epic class item, illusory sound conch. Blow the conch to create a random illusion for enemies with mental attributes lower than yours. The duration depends on the opponent's mental attribute. What a treasure, truly a treasure, Gao Feng muttered as he admired the item in his hand. Suddenly, his expression changed. Blub, blub bubbles began rising from the bottom of the lake, growing larger and larger. Gao Feng's heart tightened as a wave of pressure swept over him. Not this again, he muttered nervously, feeling that something powerful was about to emerge from the lake. Quickly gathering his things, he turned and ran toward the lakeshore. But before he had taken more than a few steps, the surface of the lake cracked with a sharp crack, shattering into shards of ice. Moments later, a massive wave rose from the center of the lake, crashing outward with tremendous force. Gao Feng, still running, was hit by the wave on his back, sending him flying and crashing onto the lakeshore. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his back burning with pain. Looking down, he saw his combat suit in tatters, and his heart skipped a beat. If not for the pseudo-dragon power protecting him, this blow would have left him gravely injured. When he looked up, a dragon-like monster appeared before him. Its entire body was covered in ice-blue scales, as beautiful as a work of art, yet its 4 claws were both ferocious and powerful, glowing faintly with a blue light. 2 horns on its head seemed to pierce toward the heavens. Could this be a true dragon? Gao Feng wondered, his thoughts racing. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on his visor. Monster, Ice Abyss Dragon, Epic, Juvenile Stage. Level, 30. Combat Power, 158,920. Skills, Ice Dragon Breath, Dragon's Roar, True Dragon Power, Passive, Glacier Prison, Heaven Sealing Lock Ice. One glance at this information, and Gao Feng felt a chill run down his spine. This creature was far too powerful, completely out of his league. In a panic, he pulled out his hoverboard shoes and bolted toward the dimensional space's exit. As he fled, he reasoned that the Ice Abyss Dragon likely wasn't allied with the previous monsters. Otherwise, he would have already known about its presence. Moreover, if even Ho Ching couldn't handle him, this weaker dragon likely wasn't here specifically to target him. Roar! The Ice Abyss Dragon let out an enraged roar upon seeing Gao Feng flee. The sound carried an earth-shaking pressure that made Gao Feng's heart tremble, nearly causing him to stop. Fortunately, his mental attributes were strong enough, and his hoverboard shoes propelled him forward relentlessly. Finally, he vanished into the snowy storm. The Ice Abyss Dragon roared a few more times before retreating back into the icy lake. As he ran, Gao Feng's mind raced. How could such a powerful monster exist in this place? Could there be something wrong with the dimensional space? He didn't dare linger on the thought, focusing instead on getting as far away as possible. Along the way, various ice and snow creatures attacked him, but he ignored them, intent solely on escaping. Inwardly, he vowed, once I level up, I'll come back and settle the score with you. Back at the dimensional space's entrance, Gao Feng glanced at his personal stats panel. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 21, 12-258/20000. Combat Power, 144,062. Skill Slot, Pseudo-Dragon Power, 3 days 5 hours remaining. Exiting the dimensional space, he didn't go far before dialing Professor Bai's number. Young Gao, calling me for help again? Professor Bai answered with a chuckle. Professor Bai, I need to ask about the ranks of dimensional space monsters, Gao Feng said urgently. Aren't they just normal, elite, rare, and leader monsters? Professor Bai replied, puzzled. What about epic monsters? Gao Feng pressed further. Professor Bai fell silent for a moment before asking, how do you know about epic monsters? Have you seen one? Gao Feng didn't tell the truth, replying instead, I heard about it from someone and wanted to confirm with you. With a sigh, Professor Bai explained, alright, I'll tell you. You know how Awakeners face a huge bottleneck at level 50, which many can't surpass in their lifetime? That bottleneck is directly tied to epic monsters. To break through from level 49, an Awakener must utilize both the battle spoils and talent of an epic monster. Wait, talent? Gao Feng interrupted. Yes, epic monsters possess talents, Professor Bai confirmed. Gao Feng was startled and asked, so if I kill an epic monster, I can break through? In theory, yes. But epic monsters never reappear after being killed, they're one of a kind. That's why anyone who discovers an epic monster keeps it a secret, Professor Bai cautioned him. Do I have to wait until I'm level 49 to kill it? Gao Feng asked. No, you can kill it at any time to break the shackles. However, once an epic monster appears, the dimensional space it inhabits loses its level restrictions, Professor Bai explained. After hearing this, Gao Feng's excitement grew. This epic monster, I'm definitely going to get it. He hung up the phone, turned to look at the icy dimensional space, and made a silent vow. Meanwhile, Professor Bai stared at his phone, muttering, could that kid have actually encountered an epic monster? That kind of luck is unreal. Gao Feng, however, was already seated in his armored vehicle, heading straight for another dimensional space. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Gao Feng left the base, a phone call was made. Uncle Tai, something bad has happened, said the panicked voice on the other end. Uncle Tai's voice carried both reproach and expectation. What are you panicking about? Speak up, what's going on? Uncle Tai, he's out, and he's fine. The other end of the line went silent for a moment before a bone-chilling voice responded, this is your arrangement? This is the good news you wanted to bring me? The caller trembled in fear and quickly hung up the phone. On the other side, Shu Sangming's furious roar echoed, no matter what, I want him dead. Keep sending people to kill him. If it doesn't work, use the family's resources. Yes, young master. Uncle Tai replied firmly. If it were any other young master requesting the use of family resources, Uncle Tai might have treated it as a joke, but Shu Sangming was different. He had awakened an SSS class talent, and his father indulged his every whim, while the head of the family doted on him even more. To have the family's resources mobilized against you, kid, your death is going to be quite spectacular, Uncle Tai sneered. Unaware of these developments, Gaofeng arrived at another dimensional space entrance 2 hours later. Flame Mountain Dimensional Space, Gaofeng muttered as he looked at the sign above the base's gate, feeling a bit uneasy. This place isn't exactly favorable for me. But he had no choice, this was the most suitable dimensional space nearby. As soon as he entered, a wave of heat hit him, nearly scorching his hair. He quickly formed an ice armor around himself, feeling a bit more comfortable. The Flame Mountain Dimensional Space was a paradise for those with fire element talents. The monster's loot here was highly beneficial for fire element users, especially the mysterious fire spirit stones, which could enhance elemental abilities and aid in talent growth. Although I don't have a fire element talent yet, I'll have one eventually. No harm in stocking up early, Gaofeng thought as he began ascending the mountain. This dimensional space was essentially a massive volcano. No one could say for sure how wide its base was. Some had tried walking from one point to the other, only to find no end, eventually giving up. The mysteries of dimensional spaces were still beyond the explanation of modern science. The mountain's surface was covered in scattered rocks, with almost no vegetation in sight. Monsters hid among the stone forests. Not long after he started his climb, a creature with red scales, resembling a cross between a crocodile and a carp, crawled out. Even from over 10 meters away, Gaofeng could feel the heat radiating off it. Monster, Fire-Scaled Beast. Level, 26. Combat Power, 61,350. Skill, Fiery Tail Strike. A level 26 monster with combat power inferior to that of a level 25 elite. Gaofeng glanced at it disinterestedly and, with a single slash, cut the fire-scaled beast in half. He collected the fire spirit crystal and a silver shard from its body before continuing his trek up the mountain. Along the way, many fire element awakeners were training here. The abundant fire elements in the area allowed for shorter skill cooldown times. I can't wait for the day I become a full-spectrum mage, Gaofeng thought to himself as he navigated through the rocky terrain. Every monster he encountered was dispatched with a single strike, their attacks had no effect on him. He ignored the level 26 fire-scaled beasts, the level 27 crimson fire apes, the level 28 blazing firebirds, and the level 29 scarlet flame beasts, heading straight for the domain of the level 30 crimson fire spirit. Monster, Crimson Fire Spirit. Level, 30. Combat Power, 96,210. Skill, Fire Demon Curse. Despite the demon in its name, the Crimson Fire Spirit had no relation to actual demons. It was a semi-ethereal creature with partial immunity to physical attacks and unpredictable movements, making it difficult to hit with most elemental attacks. As a result, few people bothered to hunt it. I heard the loot from this monster is pretty valuable, Gaofeng remarked, staring at the flickering flame-like entity ahead. He began forming an ice spike. In this environment, casting ice element skills is definitely tougher, he noted. What usually took him an instant, creating a mystic ice spike, now showed a slight delay. Fortunately, Gaofeng's mental strength was high enough to compensate. The Crimson Fire Spirit moved quickly, but Gaofeng knew elemental attacks dealt greater damage to it. While firing off mystic ice spikes, he stayed on the move, looking for an opening. Under the relentless assault of the ice spikes, the Fire Spirit's range of movement gradually shrank. Yeah. The Crimson Fire Spirit let out a piercing scream, and a black flame, both illusionary and tangible, appeared above Gaofeng's head. This must be the Fire Demon Curse. I wonder what it does, Gaofeng mused. He attempted to slice the black flame with his blade, but the flame remained unmoving, as though existing in another dimension. After a while, he figured out the skill's effects. The Fire Demon Curse was an all-encompassing debuff that also inflicted mental damage. It did not belong to the elemental category, so his pseudo-dragon's power couldn't nullify it. The skill is impressive, but this level of debuff isn't enough to bridge the gap in our combat power, Gaofeng said with a grin. The Crimson Fire Spirit was cornered and was soon pierced through by a mystic ice spike. When the monster was slain, its body solidified momentarily before shattering into a fiery red stone. Gaofeng picked up a particularly vibrant crystal from the rubble. Fire Essence Stone, it accelerates the awakening of fire element talents and enhances skill power, Gaofeng noted with satisfaction. Whether he sold it or kept it for future use, the crystal was highly valuable. I'll come back to farm more later. Right now, using pseudo-dragon's power on these monsters feels wasteful. He was close to the mountaintop now. After downing 10 bottles of silver-grade speed potions, his pace quickened significantly. The temperature rose as he approached the summit, forcing Gaofeng to repeatedly cast his ice armor for some relief. Though high temperatures were negligible at his level, he simply enjoyed the cool sensation. Past the Crimson Fire Spirit's domain, towering lava giants appeared in Gaofeng's path. These giants stood around 50 meters tall, their bodies made of molten rock. Bright red lava flowed across their forms, dripping to the ground and bursting into fiery blossoms. As Gaofeng approached, one of the lava giants raised its massive right foot and stomped down hard. Boom! The ground shook violently, leaving Gaofeng dizzy, like a small boat tossed on the ocean. He shook his head to regain focus, just in time to see the lava giant lift a lava-filled boulder with both hands and hurl it at him. Dodging swiftly, Gao Feng conjured an ice dragon strike to counter the incoming boulder. These lava giants may look slow-witted, but they sure hit hard. Avoiding the attack, he began launching ranged assaults. The massive lava giant made for an easy target. His ice dragon strike collided with its body, sending up plumes of smoke. However, the giant only lost a few chunks of rock and a bit of lava. This guy's elemental defense is quite high, Gao Feng realized. High-level monsters often had hidden attributes, making them unpredictable. He decided to stop using ice element skills, unsheathed his battle blade, and stepped into the Bagua dragon step, charging directly at the lava giant. Each slash of his blade caused cracks to appear on the giant's body. As time passed, the cracks multiplied. Boom, the lava giant's legs suddenly shattered into a pile of rubble, scattering across the ground. Gao Feng had been targeting the joints of its legs from the very beginning. With the legs gone, he began attacking upward. The lava giant crumbled like a towering building being demolished from the bottom up, ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash. This big guy was really tough to kill, Gao Feng muttered, wiping the sweat from his forehead. These types of monsters were slow and cumbersome but incredibly resilient, requiring a significant amount of time to take down. However, defeating monsters of a higher level did yield a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Just one elite lava giant had granted him 250 points of spiritual energy, and the loot, a lava heart, was a nice bonus. With the power of the pseudo-dragon, his margin for error had increased significantly. Gao Feng decided to exhaust the pseudo-dragon's power here. Although he was stronger than these monsters, the level suppression was still severe, especially when the gap exceeded 5 levels. Without the pseudo-dragon's power, he wouldn't have dared to provoke an elite monster. The lava giants were so conspicuous that he didn't even need to search for them, they were visible from afar. Time flew by, and 3 days later, the countdown for the pseudo-dragon's power ended. Gao Feng glanced at his storage ring, which was now brimming with loot. Then, he checked his stats panel. Name, Gao Feng. Level, 23, 3120/20,000. Combat power, 152,284. Talents, Grade C, Plunder, Grade B, Element Ice. Skills, omitted. Currently, each level up increased his combat power by about 6,000. By the time he reached level 30, his combat power would be close to 200,000. Most of his strength came from attribute potions and silver-grade equipment. Thinking about this, Gao Feng kissed his ancient jade piece. Without the pseudo-dragon's power, he could only bully regular monsters. Fighting lava giants was still risky. Over the past 3 days, he had been hit by the meteor shower skill a few times. Fortunately, the pseudo-dragon's power had absorbed most of the damage, otherwise, he might not have survived. Gao Feng decided to head home and rest. Sitting in the armored vehicle, he thought to himself, I wonder if Chu Sangming will lose his mind when he finds out I'm still alive. What he didn't know was that Chu Sangming had already learned of his survival 3 days ago and had been fuming ever since. The armored vehicle roared across the wilderness, kicking up clouds of dust. In addition to Gao Feng, there were 2 officers and 2 squads on board. Suddenly, a massive horde of monsters appeared ahead, a dark mass that dwarfed even the dust clouds stirred up by the vehicle. Roars echoed through the air. Retreat! Turn around now, one of the officers shouted in panic. Everyone turned to look ahead, only to see the monster horde surging toward their vehicle like a tidal wave. This is bad. How did so many monsters gather here? This route is supposed to be regularly cleared of monsters. How could this happen? The squad captain stared at the approaching horde and issued a command. Xiao Jun, turn the vehicle around. I'll get out and hold them off. Captain, there's no point. There are too many of them, the other 2 soldiers protested with grim expressions. Even if it's futile, I have to be the first to step up. It's my duty. The captain leapt out of the vehicle as he finished speaking. Captain, the 2 soldiers called out, following him down. Through his goggles, Gao Feng observed the captain, who was around level 35 with a combat power slightly over 180,000. The 2 accompanying soldiers were even weaker, both level 30 with combat power of 110,000. Against monsters above level 40, they stood no chance. Sure enough, the 3 were quickly overwhelmed by the monster horde. The remaining 2 squads in the vehicle watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress their sorrow but knowing there was nothing they could do. One of the team members suggested, Boss, let's jump off the vehicle and scatter. Maybe we'll have a chance to survive. Gao Feng stayed silent, calmly observing. He found the sudden appearance of this monster horde suspicious, something that didn't seem natural. The monsters were closing in fast. The driver floored the gas pedal, but whether they could escape was up to fate. Driver, can't you go any faster? We're going to get eaten by those monsters, one of the squad members shouted anxiously. Young man, why aren't you jumping off like the others? The driver asked Gao Feng. I have a feeling you might have a way to escape this. Gao Feng replied with a playful smirk. Oh, you flatter me. You must be joking, the driver said, forcing an awkward laugh. Then I guess we'll just wait for death together in this vehicle, Gao Feng said nonchalantly. The monsters were getting closer. Although the 2 squads who had jumped off managed to divert part of the horde, the majority were still chasing the vehicle. You should jump off while you still can, the driver urged Gao Feng. Jumping won't help, Gao Feng replied, shaking his head. I'm begging you, just jump off, the driver pleaded, his tone growing desperate. How much did the Chu family pay you? Gao Feng asked, his curiosity piqued. The driver's face darkened, then slackened into defeat. How do you know? You're too calm, Gao Feng remarked. Calmer than soldiers and veterans of dimensional space. That alone is suspicious. Since you already know, let's die together. Even if I die, my family will get the money, the driver said, lifting his foot off the gas and pressing down on the brake. If the vehicle stopped, Gao Feng would have no chance of escaping. Looks like your sacrifice will be in vain. Having gotten his answer, Gao Feng jumped out of the vehicle just as the monsters reached its rear. Looks like I'll have to spend some more, Gao Feng muttered as he ran forward, pulling out a handful of silver-grade thunderfire beads and tossing them behind him. While these beads couldn't harm monsters above level 30, they could easily kill the weaker ones and even earn him some experience points. With such a dense cluster of monsters, he didn't even need a lure device. Wait a second, a lure device? Could this have been caused by one? Gao Feng's face fell. To attract monsters above level 40, it would have to be a purple-grade lure device. Chu Sangming, you're ruthless. No assassins this time, just this nonsense, Gao Feng muttered angrily. At this moment, Chu Sangming was already deep within a dimensional space. This entire plan had been orchestrated by Uncle Tai. With access to family resources, he had procured a purple-grade lure device. Such tools required extreme caution, as even a gold-grade device could lead to total annihilation if misused. After a barrage of thunderfire beads, the monsters below level 30 were either dead or severely injured, retreating from the chase. Only the high-level monsters remained. Gao Feng pulled out another spirit-locking smoke bomb and hurled it to the ground, simultaneously executing a movement technique to escape sideways. A large group of monsters charged headlong into the smoke. Although their levels were high, their intelligence was no match for a human's. Once their vision was obstructed, they immediately slowed down. The monsters rushing in from behind couldn't stop in time and collided with those ahead of them, causing a chain reaction of crashes. When the smoke finally dispersed, the scene was a chaotic mess. Many monsters were piled on top of each other, blood flowing freely, and some of the weaker ones had been torn to shreds. Roar! Seeing Gao Feng flee, the surviving monsters all gave chase. I can't believe this, why won't they just quit? Gao Feng muttered. These monsters were over level 40. Even if they were ordinary creatures, they were far beyond what he could handle due to the massive level gap. Gao Feng pulled out an item from his storage ring. This thing is incredibly rare. I can't believe I'm using it now, and there's so much uncertainty around it, he remarked as he crushed the capsule in his hand, disappearing instantly from his original location. The pursuing monsters suddenly lost their target and roared furiously in frustration. At this moment, Gao Feng had reappeared in another location. It was still a desolate, barren wilderness, filled with an air of danger. Nearby ruins hinted that this place was once a happy little town, long since wiped out in the disaster over 300 years ago. As the sky grew darker, Gao Feng headed toward the war-scarred town, planning to spend the night there and figure out how to return to the safe zone tomorrow. After using the space capsule, he no longer knew where he was. As he approached the ruins of the town, he could faintly hear the whispers of monsters emanating from within. The wilderness was treacherous, and abandoned towns like this were no safer. Affected by dimensional distortions, even creatures like snakes, rats, insects, and ants had mutated into beings with considerable combat power. Many monsters that escaped from dimensional spaces also gathered in such places, often with a particularly powerful one acting as their leader. Gao Feng extended his perception to its maximum range and cautiously moved forward. His target was a relatively tall building in the center of the abandoned town. Despite the passage of years, the building still stood firm, a testament to its solid construction. Most importantly, Gao Feng had a small flying device on him. If danger arose, he could escape immediately. Squeak! Within Gao Feng's perception, a half-meter-long rat poked its head out of the ground, glanced in his direction, shook its head, and retreated back underground. Gao Feng paid no attention to this mutated rat and continued toward the tall building. After about half a quarter of an hour, however, he began to sense that something was off. More and more mutated rats started appearing around him, along with a sprinkling of actual monsters. Through his perception, Gao Feng noticed that these small creatures were all converging toward him, encircling him. Squeak! The noise grew louder and more chaotic. Soon after, Gao Feng realized he was completely surrounded by a horde. By now, the last rays of sunlight had vanished, and night had officially fallen. At that very moment, the mutated beasts and monsters surrounding him seemed to receive some kind of command and all charged at him. Seeing the dark swarm rushing toward him like an unstoppable tide, Gao Feng swallowed nervously. Has no one ever cleared this place before? Where in the world have I ended up? He muttered, as icicles began to form around him, stabbing at the filthy creatures leaping toward him. At the same time, he drew his battle blade, creating a wall of slashing steel around himself. While these small creatures didn't pose much of a threat individually, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. At this moment, Gao Feng could only regret not having mastered an area of effect attack skill. His time spent on Flame Mountain had completely disrupted his understanding of ice element skills, preventing him from unlocking his fourth skill. No choice, I'll have to figure it out on the fly, Gaofeng said, pulling out an ice spirit crystal he had obtained from the snow dimension. While attacking, he began to focus on comprehending ice element skills. As the night grew darker, the ground around him became piled with corpses, but the onslaught of creatures showed no signs of letting up. Worse still, these monsters were of such low levels that killing them earned him no spiritual energy. I think I'm starting to get the hang of it, Gaofeng murmured amidst the chaos. Suddenly, he felt something click, and small gusts of snow began to swirl around him. The snow spun faster and faster, forming a small snowstorm. Skill, Blizzard. After half an hour of fighting, Gaofeng finally unlocked his fourth ice element skill. With a single thought, the small storm beside him rapidly expanded into a massive blizzard. Standing at the eye of the storm, Gaofeng watched as the filthy rats, insects, and snakes rushing toward him were torn to pieces by the raging winds. But it wasn't over yet. The blizzard split into 4 separate storms, which raged in 4 directions. One by one, the creatures were swept into the air, frozen solid, and then came crashing down in chunks of ice, crushing even more beneath them. The once relentless swarm of rats and insects seemed to sense something, and they abruptly ceased their attack, retreating like a receding tide. Taking this opportunity, Gaofeng made his way to the tall building. The building's exterior had borne the scars of war and weather, leaving it unrecognizable. The exposed steel and crumbling concrete swayed precariously in the wind. This place is seriously creepy, Gaofeng muttered. Just moments ago, the area had been teeming with chaos, yet now it was eerily silent. The stark contrast left him uneasy. Gaofeng had never ventured into the wilderness before, though he had heard plenty about how dangerous it was. Out here, monsters didn't adhere to level distinctions, they all mingled together. Killing low-level ones yielded no spiritual energy, while the high-level ones were far too strong to handle. For this reason, aside from the safe zone's official clearing teams, almost no one dared to train in the wilderness. Closing his eyes, Gaofeng extended his perception to scout his surroundings while calming his nerves. His immediate priority was to figure out how to return to the safe zone. The wilderness had no cell phone signal, and it was said that only one particular phone model, called Trailblazer, could maintain contact with the safe zone in such conditions. I really need to change my phone when I get back, Gaofeng thought. Judging by today's events, Xu Sangming had already resorted to unconventional methods. Who knew what other tricks he might have up his sleeve in the future? Boom boom, a series of rumbling noises interrupted his thoughts. Gaofeng looked out from the tall building toward the distance, where he spotted 2 beams of headlights rapidly approaching. Who could possibly be out here at this hour? Gaofeng wondered. He had paid close attention to his surroundings earlier and noted that this area had no dimensional space entrances or safe passageways. There was hardly any reason for anyone to come here. As the vehicle drew closer, Gaofeng recognized it as a small combat vehicle, capable of holding only a single squad. Trailing behind it was a group of monsters. Hurry! Get off the vehicle and into the ruins ahead. The combat vehicle screeched to a halt in front of the ruins, and 5 individuals quickly disembarked, rushing into the center of the ruins. Strangely, the monsters following them stopped at the edge of the ruins, pacing back and forth before letting out a few low growls and eventually retreating entirely. Huff, huff. Finally, I've managed to save my life. Sister Chi, that was way too close just now. We were almost caught again. Alright, this place might not be safe either. Let's find somewhere to hide first. The woman called Sister Chi led her 4 teammates toward the middle of the ruins, heading for the tall building where Gaofeng was located. Sister Chi, look, one of the men in the team pointed to an open space ahead, speaking with a hint of fear. Ugh, another girl in the team caught sight of the scene ahead and felt a wave of nausea. The ground was littered with corpses, densely packed. Most were dismembered, with organs and blood spilled everywhere. These bodies haven't been dead for more than 24 hours, and most of the injuries are from blades or elemental damage. Sister Chi crouched beside a rat's corpse to inspect it. Sister Chi, could there be another team nearby? Let's not speculate for now. Find a spot to rest. We've been running in circles, chased by those things, Sister Chi said impatiently. The other teammates exchanged glances and, with some reluctance, continued scouting ahead. In the wilderness, encountering other teams wasn't necessarily a good thing. Sometimes, people didn't die by the hands of monsters but by their own kind. Watching the group walking toward his location, Gaofeng merely glanced at them before losing interest. As long as they didn't provoke him, it didn't matter. Sure enough, it wasn't long before light footsteps echoed from downstairs, clearly heading upward. Gaofeng thought to himself, I have flight assist equipment, I can glide away from the building. What are these people thinking, climbing up here? If they get surrounded by monsters, won't this be a dead end? Who's there? The group finally noticed Gaofeng and immediately became alert. They had suspected there might be another team here but hadn't expected to run into someone. Both sides were a bit surprised. The 5 were astonished that the other party consisted of just 1 person, while Gaofeng was taken aback by their levels and combat power. 5 people, all above level 31, with combat power exceeding 120,000, especially one of them, who had a combat power of 140,000 at level 31. This indicated that their background was far from ordinary, and they had likely consumed a significant amount of attribute-enhancing potions. Since you're here, take a rest. This place is far from safe, Gaofeng said, trying to appear non-threatening. Hearing his words, the group relaxed their guard slightly. Hey buddy, why are you out here in the wilderness all by yourself? Sister Chi casually sat next to Gaofeng and asked curiously. The other 5 were left speechless. But the one most baffled was Gaofeng himself. What? Are we close or something? You just sit down like it's nothing and start asking questions? Oh right, I'm Han Yuchi. Everyone calls me Sister Chi. Though the light was dim, Gaofeng could make out her features from this close. She had short, neat hair, sharp facial features, and an air of confidence that rivaled any man. Able to use a micro-armored vehicle, surname Han. Could it be? Gaofeng's mind began to speculate. We're a small team. Originally, we planned to train in a dimensional space, but monsters appeared on the safe route. Are you a solo adventurer? Is wilderness training exciting? As soon as she sat down, Han Yuchi started firing off questions non-stop. Hey, little brother, at least say something. You're no fun, she said, feeling a bit awkward as Gaofeng kept his eyes closed and ignored her. Her teammates were all watching, after all. Little brother, sorry about that. Sister Chi's just like that, don't mind her. One of the teammates quickly stepped in, pulling Han Yuchi away to save her from further embarrassment. The rooftop of the building fell into silence, broken only by the faint sounds of breathing. Little brother, want something to eat? A female voice suddenly broke the silence, and Gaofeng felt an urge to lash out. Sister Chi. Fine, I won't say anything. Peace finally returned. At this moment, the moon hung high, and the starry sky seemed boundless, as though everything was serene and perfect. Bang, the building suddenly began to shake. What's going on? Everyone jumped to their feet, looking downstairs. Crimson eyes lit up one after another in the darkness. Gaofeng glanced at the moon in the sky, now at its zenith. What's happening? He had been wondering earlier why the monsters hadn't entered a berserk state despite nightfall. Sister Chi, this doesn't look good. The 5 of them saw the countless red eyes below and felt a chill in their hearts, though they remained composed. What's there to fear? We're not pushovers, Han Yuchi said, pulling out a metallic object from her side. With a few clicks, it transformed into a longbow. Gaofeng took one look and thought, wow, a silver-grade weapon. Definitely loaded. A weapon like this would easily sell for around 5 million hua currency. The others also revealed their weapons, all of them silver-grade. Little brother, stay behind us and protect yourself, one of them said. Given Gaofeng's displayed combat power, which was under 100,000, they saw him as someone in need of protection. Gaofeng, however, was happy to stay idle, curious to see how this team would perform. The red eyes below began surging toward the building, causing the ground and the entire structure to tremble. As the creatures neared the top floor, their forms became visible. Most were snakes, rats, and insects, but their combat strength had noticeably increased. A tall, burly man from the team had already raised a massive shield, standing at the entrance to the top floor. Rain of arrows. Han Yuchi released a single arrow, which split into countless illusions mid-air, raining down on the creatures below. The sound of impacts echoed, followed by shrieks. Nice shot, Sister Chi. It was clear that many of the red eyes dimmed after her attack. Another young man wasn't about to be outdone. He held a purple crystal orb, and the sound of thunder boomed. A lightning serpent shot out from the orb, darting among the red-eyed creatures below. In the flashes of lightning, one creature after another's crimson eyes extinguished. This team's combat power is seriously impressive, Gaofeng thought to himself, still refraining from taking action. These monsters don't seem to have any spiritual energy. How boring. He had been attacking earlier but hadn't absorbed even a trace of spiritual energy. Nonetheless, with the endless stream of red-eyed creatures surging upward, there was no choice but to deal with them. Sister Chi, this isn't working. We're running low on spiritual energy. Do you think I don't know that? Stop with the nonsense. Linger, what are you standing there for? Restore some stamina for me, and give Aliang back some mental energy. Sister Chi, is it finally my turn? A crisp voice rang out. It was the youngest girl in their group. A faint glow emerged from her body, first enveloping Han Yuchi, then moving to the one called Aliang. The two, who had been looking somewhat drained, suddenly regained their vitality, brimming with energy once more. Standing at the back, Gaofeng watched with his jaw dropped. This team was no ordinary group. At least from what he could see so far, they had 2 main attackers and 1 support, all with exceptional awakened talents. The lightning element, after all, was considered the pinnacle of offensive elemental abilities. Meanwhile, the scholarly-looking Aliang clearly had a high-level talent. And as for Linger, a support who could simultaneously restore both stamina and mental energy was a rare gem among non-standard abilities. As for Han Yuchi, Gaofeng guessed her talent might be on par with someone like Bai Li Luyun. As the red dots on their monitors dwindled, the group visibly relaxed. Kiddo, as long as I'm here, you'll be fine, Han Yuchi said with a confident clap of her hands as she walked up to Gaofeng, her head held high. Sister Chi, I really have to thank you for that. Good that you know. Once the sun rises, let's head back to the safe zone. This place is too dangerous. Boom, the building shook violently, the sound of falling debris echoing all around them. Sister Chi, look. What's there to panic about? Han Yuchi turned her head, and the sight below left her frozen in shock. The moon was sinking in the west, and the sky was beginning to brighten faintly. Under the pale blue canopy, they saw all sorts of monsters crawling out from the ruins. Their eyes were no longer crimson, but eerily clear. Data feedback from their protective goggles indicated these creatures were not the usual low-level mobs they'd been fighting. Though none of them surpassed level 40, the sheer number of them was far beyond what their small team could handle. This is just a regular ruin. Why are so many monsters gathering here? Gao Feng's mind was clouded with questions. Sister Chi, what should we do? The group huddled around Han Yuchi. What else? Run. You think we can win against that? She might have been bold, but she knew when to retreat. This trip was such a loss. We haven't even started our training, and we're already paying a huge price. Han Yuchi pulled a metal box from her storage space with a sour expression. With a light press, the box expanded in the wind, transforming into a massive mechanical bird. Kiddo, you see the situation. My mechanical bird can only carry 5 people at once. You'll have to find your own way out. No worries. In a situation like this, no one wants it to happen. Gao Feng flashed her a bright, easygoing smile. Han Yuchi gave him a long, meaningful look before signaling her team to grab onto the mechanical bird's legs. Together, they flew toward where their vehicle was stationed. Sister Chi, that handsome guy's probably done for. On the bird, Linger teased mischievously. Stop being silly. What's the use of being handsome? At a time like this, all he can do is pray. Han Yuchi, despite her carefree demeanor, never faltered in critical moments, which was why she was their leader. Just as they were nearing their destination, a deafening explosion shook the ruins. What was that noise just now? I had a feeling that guy wasn't simple. He probably has something up his sleeve. Sister Chi, that's not what you said earlier. Turning back, they saw thick smoke rising from the ruins, accompanied by the roars of monsters. Sister Chi, maybe we should go back and check? If you want to go, go ahead. I only prepared 1 mechanical bird, and if we delay, none of us will get out of here. With that, she floored the accelerator, leaving a trail of dust behind. Watching them fly away, Gao Feng smiled faintly. At a time like this, survival was priority. No one would risk their life for an unrelated stranger. Time to farm some spiritual energy, Gao Feng muttered, pulling out his thunderfire orbs. He began tossing them into the horde of monsters below, creating explosions that sent limbs and gore flying. Plus 9 spiritual energy. Plus 14 spiritual energy. Plus 24 spiritual energy. In just a short while, Gao Feng had accumulated over 1,000 points of spiritual energy. At this point, the higher-level monsters couldn't sit still any longer, roaring as they charged toward the high-rise. Ignoring the advanced monsters racing upward, Gao Feng continued throwing thunderfire orbs down, all while channeling ice element skills to bombard the ground. Roar! Finally, a monster reached the rooftop, but it was only around level 20. Come on, turn into my spiritual energy, Gao Feng said with a smirk, fighting while replenishing his energy. As long as the level 30-plus monsters didn't rush him all at once, he had nothing to fear. Time passed slowly, and Gao Feng's spiritual energy kept increasing. Half an hour later, he reached level 24. Buzz! A strange sound echoed from beneath the ruins. The monsters below level 30 began retreating, making way for the higher level ones to take their place. Time to leave. Gao Feng retrieved something from his storage ring. It was a glider, similar to Han Yuchi's mechanical bird, but designed for a single person. Strapping it on, he leapt from the high-rise, soaring in the opposite direction from Han Yuchi's escape route. Even mid-flight, he continued tossing thunderfire orbs below. Roar! The monsters bellowed in fury as Gao Feng took off. You're all too enthusiastic. You've already given me so much spiritual energy, it's more than enough. I'll come visit you again next time.